My name is Renee. Hardly anyone knows me by name, yet many across the myriad worlds have heard of my family, the renowned zombie clan of all heavens and realms, the Ren family. My late grandfather was named Ren Weiyang, my father is Ren Fa, and my younger sister is Ren Tingting. My fiancée is Ren Juju and her grandfather is called Ren Tiantang. As for why my fiancée and I share the same surname, it is because tracing back 500 years our two families were originally one. I do not know whether my soul crossed into this world or I merely awakened past life memories. One day I woke from sleep to find myself turned into someone who should never have existed in the films I once watched in my previous life, the son of René Renee. Perhaps such a person truly did exist. After all, I have been frail and sickly since childhood and everyone says I will not live past 18. My grandfather Ren Weiyang's grave moving ceremony will take place when I am around 19. In that way everything makes sense. I die, the plot begins, and thus I never appear in the film at all. Yet whether this is transmigration or awakening of past wisdom, how could I possibly resign myself to die obscure and unnoticed? Since medicine cannot save me, I shall pursue the Tao. If Taoist arts fail, then I will cultivate forbidden arts. At the very least, if all else fails, I will become a ghost or a zombie. Cough, cough. Lying on the bed I hack and wheeze with all my strength as though I would cough my heart and lungs out. Beside me René Fa pats my back in distress and says, "Son, stop going down to the basement. Look at you, every time you go your illness gets worse." No. I must find a way to survive. I refuse to accept this fate. Because I carry memories of a previous life, I have been precociously solemn since childhood, and with my illness so severe, Ren Fa has never refused any of my requests. As a powerful local clan, the Ren family's influence has also made it convenient for me to prepare many things in advance. For example, in learning Taoist arts, I threw money at famous masters only to prove I had no aptitude. After 18 years, even with purchased spiritual herbs, I barely stepped through the threshold, though I did manage to cultivate the faintest trace of magic power. As for forbidden arts, they are universally reviled, and to this day I have yet to find anyone who truly practices them. Corpse refining arts, however, I did manage to find. After searching far and wide, I found Taoist Zhao, a prodigy who had modified traditional Maoshan corpse refining techniques. The walking corpses he refined could travel even by day by relying on his soul lamp, and most importantly, they retained a measure of intelligence while their bodies did not stiffen. That Taoist even personally experimented on a female corpse before my eyes and invited me to try it with him. The sight made me suspect he was the very Taoist from the erotic corpse-herding films of my previous life. Yet I was not satisfied with becoming merely that sort of zombie. I knew that relying on the Ren bloodline within me, if I truly turned into a zombie, I would certainly not be ordinary. But since I Renee was to become a zombie, I would become the best there is. If I were to turn into one of those mute mindless corpses, I might as well become a vampire instead. Thus I sent people to seek out a scientist who specialized in corpses. Fortunately, at the start of this year I found Dr. James. He gladly accepted my funding to study Chinese zombies. In this period he has already achieved considerable results. With luck, before my 18th birthday this year, my transformation into a corpse will be complete. After taking my medicine and being informed by a servant that James had compiled the research findings of the past few months, I ignored my weakness and hurried down to the basement. Cough, cough. The basement was damp and cold. The moment I entered, even wrapped in a quilt, I began coughing uncontrollably. "Oh, Ren, your illness seems worse again. You must not die on me, I truly fear you will." I shot James an exasperated look. "Relax. I won't die even if you do." The basement was not large, just over 100 square meters, holding two corpses. One was a male corpse, a walking corpse I had refined myself, the lowest grade of zombie. The other was a female corpse, a western corpse, a vampire. With Ren Juju by my side, I knew well this was not merely the world of Mr. Vampire, so I set my sights on the vampire of Fugui village. Male vampires are difficult to locate, buried high in the mountains, but a female vampire lay in an abandoned manor on the hillside. All I had to do was purchase that land and hire people to dig, and finding her was no hard task. When we first dug her up, her skin was shriveled and withered, nothing like the moist radiance she has now. I knew a drop of blood could awaken her, but once she awoke I would certainly suffer for it. So only after finding a cross-shaped artifact and a holy Bible did I dare offer blood to rouse her. Under the suppression of the silver cross and the Bible, the female vampire revived yet remained in slumber. The rest of the space was filled with the instruments and apparatus James used for his experiments. Gazing at the rows of bottles and jars, I asked, "I heard you've made progress, Doctor. What kind of results have you achieved?" At my question about his findings, Dr. James replied with pride, "Ren, this time I've made great discoveries. You know, before coming to your country I studied mummies and vampires as well. Of course the vampire I studied then cannot compare to this high-grade specimen you now possess. After also studying your Chinese zombies, I discovered that their cells contain segments that can complement one another. Yet the sequence is incomplete, one part is still missing. I wonder if your country holds any other kinds of zombies." I shook my head, not fully grasping his theory, but since he was boasting I simply listened. I suspect these three types of undead together with a fourth all originate from a single common ancestor. At that I suddenly recalled the four primordial zombie progenitors of ancient Lord Jiang Chen Go Hanbai and Ho Qing. Hanbai is undoubtedly the progenitor of traditional hopping corpses. Jiang Chen greatly resembles the progenitor of vampires, especially the zombies depicted in certain films of my previous life which look as much like vampires as zombies. Ho Qing excels at curses and possesses an indestructible soul, most likely the ancestor of mummies. As for Engo, whose corpse poison is overbearing and highly contagious, he resembles the progenitor of zombies in the apocalyptic sense. In that instant I understood which kind of corpse was missing from James's theory. Moreover, Rin James continued, that special blood sample you gave me, where did you obtain it? Its cells share many similarities with those of this advanced vampire, and I discovered that they can not only more perfectly fuse with zombie cells but even optimize them to a certain extent. It is simply the blood of a cultivator, I replied, not lying, though I did not say it was my own. Hearing this, I finally understood why zombies of my bloodline were so formidable. It turned out their cells could be enhanced. Yet even these discoveries pale beside this improved hormone I've developed. It can more effectively stimulate the bodies of mummies, vampires and zombies to change themselves and undergo optimization. If I can perfectly merge that blood with this hormone, then human immortality will no longer be a problem. As he spoke, a wild light flared in Dr. James's eyes, not the madness of illness but the fervor unique to scientists. Then I wish you success. Taking the hormone, I could barely restrain the surge of excitement in my heart. It's a pity, he said, that I only have 2 regular doses left. One critical ingredient is something I purchased through a merchant. If I am to produce this hormone in quantity, I must return to my country to find that merchant again. Such things can only be chanced upon, never sought forcefully, so I did not dare covet too much. Having any at all was fortune enough. Then this vial from Dr. James shall be mine. Take it, he replied, but are you sure you don't want to test it on other corpses first? I shook my head. If a trial succeeded on some other body, it would be disastrous for me. Cough, cough, cough. Another fit seized me. Watching the fresh blood in my palm, I knew I could delay no longer. Afu, pack everything. We're going to the mountain estate. Afu was a servant raised in the Run household, always tasked with watching over the basement so that Dr. James would not recklessly inject the zombies with hormones or tear off their talismans, bringing annihilation upon the Run family. Yes, young master. Must you really go today? Look at you, you're coughing up blood. Dad, I have to go. I feel that if I don't succeed tonight, I won't live to see tomorrow. Pa. Don't say such ominous things. Run Fa knew his son had been strong-willed since childhood and stopped trying to persuade him. You must succeed. Although Rennie kept saying that if he failed he would become a monster who recognized neither kin nor friend, the love of parents for their child ran so deep that as long as their son could live, what he became no longer mattered. Right, if I truly lose all recognition of my own family and try to kill you and Ting Ting, you must go to the mortuary and find ninth uncle. All right, I understand. Go now. Run Fa patted Renee's hand, urging him on. He had no intention of going to ninth uncle. At worst the whole family would become monsters together and he would simply tell his daughter never to come back. Young master, everything is ready. We can set off now. Fu came over to report. Good. Rennie climbed into the carriage and headed toward a mountain above Fugui village under Rinjiao town. It was the place where the vampire had been unearthed and had already been transformed by Lu Xingyu into a vast manor. A place chosen by a vampire was naturally saturated with a heavy chilling aura. Even in the height of summer, living here would feel bone-chillingly cold. At the same time, it was an excellent site for refining corpses. In the carriage, by the light of a single candle, Lu Xingyu leafed through the corpse refining notes left behind by Daoist Zhao. Corpse herders, for the convenience of transporting bodies, would artificially refine corpses. Most would choose to stimulate the yin energy within the body to rouse the dead, thus creating the lowest grade of walking corpse. Daoist Zhao, however, had a sudden inspiration. Disliking the exhaustion of herding corpses only at night, he wanted to transport bodies in daylight and thus conceived the idea of using yang energy to rouse them. Naturally formed Jiangshi came into being because a breath of unresolved resentment lodged in the throat absorbed yin energy and turned the corpse into a hopping vampire. Daoist Zhao, however, forcibly infused yang energy into a body shortly after death, one breath sealed at the throat, another at the lower yin aperture, then stimulated the yin energy within the corpse so it corpseified under yin while the remnant soul was trapped inside the body. In this way a bizarre balance of yin and yang was achieved. Having witnessed with his own eyes Daoist Zhao engaging in that so-called union between life and death, where the female corpse actually displayed responses akin to a living woman and the male Jiangshi watching from the side even became aroused, one had to admit that every protagonist in film and television, no matter how unremarkable, possessed a unique specialty of his own. Because of this, Lu Xingyu abandoned his plan of becoming a vampire. After all, vampires had a low ceiling, they could never surpass the strength of the vampire who had bitten them. What had once captivated Lu Xingyu was merely that vampires could live like ordinary humans. Now however with Taoist Zhao's substitute method even walking corpse-level juncture could possess some human traits at higher levels they might well pass for living people. Taoist Zhao had to endure his own disgust to infuse yang energy into the juncture, but in refining himself Reni would not need that at all, for he was already human. The manor soon came into view. Reni had long since had everything prepared here. Each command flag had an assigned position and the servants followed the prior arrangements, planting the flags in their designated spots. These people had been trained from childhood, their loyalty was beyond doubt. Accustomed to dealing with such uncanny objects, none of them felt anything amiss. In the vast open space of the manor, black command flags were planted throughout in the pattern of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, all meant to gather and concentrate in energy. At the center of the courtyard a square pit 7 chi to a side had been dug. An 8 trigrams furnace built of wutong wood stood within, and at its base were laid out 14 infant skeletons. Beside the pit stood 9 large containers brimming with fresh blood. All these bones and blood had been legitimately acquired by Reni. The only hospital in Rinjia town belonged to him. In this era dead infants and people selling their blood were all too common. There was no need for him to kill anyone personally. For the Rin family anything that could be solved with money was no problem at all. As midnight approached, Lu Xingyu waved the servants away and they also descended the mountain according to Reni's prior instructions. Reni did not wish to become a rigid juncture devoid of humanity and memory, so beforehand he had sealed his own soul within his body using soul needles. In this way even if he died his soul would not depart, allowing his spiritual nature to be preserved to the greatest extent. As for yang energy, Reni pressed 2 fingers together and following the secret art taught by Taoist Zhao held a full breath of qi and sealed the acupoints at his throat and lower yin aperture. At this moment Reni could no longer breathe, but it did not matter, his very purpose was to die. The meager mana within his dantian poured forth, activating the formation. As soon as the formation was activated, vast yin energy surged like a tornado toward the center, lashing the blood barrels. The blood within slowly flowed out, gradually submerging Reni's entire body. Lu Xingyu picked up a vial of hormones and injected it into his own forearm, whereupon searing pain coursed through his entire body. As the blood was about to submerge him completely, Reni slammed a palm into his own chest, cutting off his breath and killing himself. If a cultivator had been present, they would have seen that after Reni's death his soul tried to leave his body but was held fast by the soul needles and could only watch as the blood under the erosion of yin energy slowly crystallized. When the blood crystals fully formed, black smoke suddenly billowed up, and within the smoke came the faint cries of infants. Reni's cross-legged body began to emit a ghostly radiance, absorbing the essence of the blood crystals. Corpse chi rapidly arose within Reni's body, and as corpse transformation progressed his teeth and fingernails began to lengthen grotesquely. Rumble. The sky, which had been clear with a bright moon, suddenly darkened with gathering clouds as thunder and lightning split the heavens. In the spirit ghost world, the corpse transformation of someone from the Ren family could not be measured by common sense. A cultivator with mana turning into a juncture was especially ferocious. Moreover, Reni had chosen the most vicious blood refining method, and all the blood he used came from people with particular fates. Some were destined to die violently in foreign lands, some were vicious criminals, and some possessed purely yin or purely yang life patterns. Not a single drop of worthless blood had been used. Most crucial of all, the quantity was immense, 9 full barrels, something only possible because so many people were selling their blood at this time. How ferocious he would become even Reni did not know. He only knew now that he had succeeded. The blood crystals cracked open, and within them Reni opened his eyes a bestial scarlet that sent chills down the spine of anyone who would behold them. Lu Xingyu lifted his head to look at the thunderbolts crashing down the corner of his mouth, lifting slightly. It seemed he had made himself too powerful, even the heavens could no longer bear it. Reni soared into the air, vast corpse chi surging out of his body to form a massive shield that enveloped him. Lightning crashed down. Reni had overestimated himself. He was struck straight into the ground, and the so-called shield proved utterly useless. Golden light flared from Reni's body, contending against the lightning that struck him. Yet under the relentless bombardment the gold began to fade and Reni grew weak and listless. This was only because many of the command flags were made of steel and drew away a large portion of the lightning, otherwise Reni would have been blasted to oblivion in just 2 or 3 strikes. As bolt after bolt of lightning fell, the golden glow on Reni's body shifted from bright gold to pale gold, then to silver, pale silver, bronze, and finally to no color at all. Fortunately, after 9 bolts the thunderclouds dispersed. Reni lay motionless on the ground, his whole body stiff. He could feel fierce changes still raging within him. Whether it was the influence of his bloodline or the hormones, the corpse chi in his dantian began to rise, moving up to his stomach where it formed a black vortex like a bottomless hole. He realized he had awakened an innate talent, the power to devour, strengthen, and plunder. He could consume others' mana to increase his own strength, seize their divine abilities, and enhance those abilities. If he survived today, then from now on heaven and earth would be his to roam. The thought was splendid, but when Reni finally stood up he discovered that his original peak gold armored corpse strength had been reduced to that of a mere black juncture, and abilities such as flight and poison mist were gone. Damn it! The lightning crippled me, he muttered. No, I have to see what I look like now. Lu Xingyu hurried into the house and facing the mirror saw himself charred black all over. That was the work of the lightning. Fangs, elongated nails, blood-red eyes, none of it looked remotely normal. Fortunately, with a single thought his fangs retracted and his nails returned to normal length, leaving only a faint ring of red around his corneas. He opened a chest to reveal Peachwood swords, talisman papers, ink lines, black dog blood coin swords, crosses, Bibles and other exorcism objects from across ages and cultures. Rani tested them on himself one by one and sure enough found that the arts of mutual generation and restraint no longer worked on him. To rid the world of him now only overwhelming offensive power would suffice. Relieved to see his goal achieved, Rani hurried once more to the deep pit in the courtyard. Earlier he had sensed a profound bloodbound resonance emanating from that spot. Now standing before the charred crater, Lu Xingyu began digging barehanded. 3 meters down he uncovered a wristband translucent and radiant with crimson light composed of 14 interlinked skulls. As he fastened it upon his wrist, a surge of intuitive synchronicity flooded his consciousness. Forged unintentionally in the crucible of heavenly lightning, this was no ordinary blood-cultivated demonic artifact, it was more precisely a corpse-forged treasure, the Corpsean soul-devouring chain. This artifact was both formidable and profoundly sinister. It could unleash all 14 skulls as autonomous assailants gnawing at cultivators' flesh and souls to forge blood slaughter Sarira's essence orbs that Rani could consume to advance his cultivation or refine the artifact itself. Yet it remained in its nascent stage, fragile, easily shattered. Should even one skull be destroyed now, the entire artifact would be irrevocably ruined. Only by capturing 14 soul fragments bearing unique fate sigils and binding each within a skull could it attain indestructibility. Then even if damaged it would regenerate so long as the core structure remained intact. After securing the wristband and donning fresh attire, Rani descended the mountain, just as a Taoist-clad figure paused mid-step gazing up at the dispersing heavens. He was Lin Jiu, revered as the Ninth Master, styled the One-Browed Taoist. Sensing an unnatural celestial omen, he had surmised a demon or fiend had reached transcendence, and hastened here lest the heavenly thunder fail to eradicate it. Fortunately, beneath the serene stardust night sky, devoid of oppressive clouds or wailing specters, he concluded the fiend had been utterly obliterated by the tribulation. His certainty stemmed from a fundamental truth: any entity surviving such a trial would be gravely weakened, and would inevitably stir great commotion in its desperate bid to restore vitality. Alas, Rani sought only survival, not power, not recovery. His purpose fulfilled, he felt no urgency to replenish his strength. After all, who could fathom how deep these waters truly ran? Better to cultivate slowly, patiently. With the Ren family's hospital supplying endless blood and with immortality stretching infinitely before him, why rush into life or death strife? Yet Reni, newly risen as a Jianshi, knew nothing of the immutable law. Righteousness and malevolence cannot coexist. To refrain from harming others did not shield him from being hunted, nor could a blood-hungry Jianshi truly wear the mask of man. Young master. Afu bowed deeply upon seeing Reni. Reni froze mid-stride. The first impulse surging through him was to lunge forward and drink the man's blood. Even the wristband seemed to whisper hungrily for the servants' lives. Return to the manor, Reni replied curtly, then swiftly slipped into the waiting carriage. The others rejoiced. No coughing on the descent meant the illness was truly cured. They knew not that inside the carriage Reni's fangs gleamed as he feverishly licked his parched lips. What do I do? My belly rages with hunger, I ache to sink my teeth into flesh. He endured the journey in silence, yet the moment the carriage halted he bolted toward the kitchen. Human food held no allure, swallowing it brought neither sustenance nor satiety. His gaze fell upon the live chickens in their coop. Only after draining the blood of 10 birds did his gnawing hunger finally subside. "I.e., are you quite all right?" Run Fa's voice echoed from outside. The moment Reni arrived home, a servant had roused him, announcing the young master's miraculous recovery. "Father, I'm fine, just a minor issue." With a creak, Ren Fa pushed open the kitchen door and closed it firmly behind him. Surveying the floor strewn with feathers, he frowned. "What is this?" "I succeeded, but underestimated its bloodlust. When hungry I crave human flesh, only when sated does the urge recede." Run Fa waved it off. "Is that all? Bloodlust? Our hospital overflows with it." To him, mere survival eclipsed every trivial concern. Reni voiced quiet concern. "Still, the servants must guard their tongues carefully." Run Fa replied with unshakable authority, "No issue, these are long-time retainers. They know precisely what to speak and what to bury." The Ren family's regional dominance was no accident. They were no gentle lords having seized sacred feng shui sites by force. "Yes, father, rest well. I'd like to inspect the basement." "Good, set your mind at ease. None of this matters." Fearing his son's anxiety, Ren Fa offered reassurance before departing. "Yes, I will." Descending once more into the basement, Reni felt no aversion, only profound comfort. James had retired, only 2 corpses remained. The reanimated corpse stirred no emotion, yet the female vampire now struck him with startling beauty. True, her visage was exquisite, but as a mortal Reni had never felt such attraction nor perceived her as exceptional. After all, his sister Rentingting and fiancé Renjuju were peerless beauties. His aesthetic sensibilities had long been refined to exacting standards. Tracing the crystal coffin, he pondered, had his nature warped with undeath, had he grown lecherous? No, what he truly sensed was the intoxicating aroma of her blood, and the instinct to claim her as his blood servant. Blood was the vampire's very source of power, and hers of high lineage would be exquisitely potent. He lifted the lid, but left the Bible and crucifix resting upon her chest. Gazing upon her alabaster skin, he lowered his head, inhaling deeply, then drew nearer to her neck. Just a sip, only a single taste. His fangs pierced her flesh, her body shuddered. One mouthful revealed transcendent ecstasy, then he drank deeply, voraciously. Ugh! Even under the Bible's and crucifix's suppression, the torrential blood loss wrenched a pained cry from her lips. Rennie snapped back to awareness, her form now visibly withered, and released her. Those 2 great draughts alone had measurably strengthened him. Resealing the crystal coffin, he resolved to replenish her blood tomorrow. As for removing the sacred restraints, he would wait until he attained sufficient power, at least the level of a bronze-armored jiangshi. Lu Xingyu departed the basement and returned to his chamber, not to sleep but to lie in silent meditation. At dawn at the breakfast table, Renfe ate heartily while Rennie idly swirled a tall glass. Its ruby liquid was freshly delivered blood, the 10th sample he had tasted. Already he discerned subtle distinctions among them. The blood of alcoholics and the chronically ill ranked lowest in quality. Above them came that of robust youths and adult women, while adolescents and maidens yielded the most exquisite flavor. Naturally, even a woman's blood could surpass that of a maiden if her fate sigil were extraordinary. The cup before him now held the blood of a purine maiden just turned 18. Unclean law, I've come to visit. The voice arrived before its owner, a smug, irreverent tone belonging to Rennie's cousin Awe. Rennie held his cousin in utter contempt, especially for his persistent designs upon the still unmarried Tingting despite being 25 years old himself. Upon entering, Awe's eyes darted straight to Rennie seated upright. Their glances met. Awe instantly averted his gaze. Since childhood he had feared this sickly spectral cousin. Cousin, you look remarkably well today. Not a single cough. Yes, Ai's illness has passed. Renfe wiped his mouth and turned to Awe. Awe, have you eaten? Would you like more? Awe glanced at the table. Breakfast was gone, the soup vanished. Clearly it was mere politeness. He shook his head. No, I've already eaten. Food mattered little to him. What consumed him was Rennie's inexplicable recovery. It defied reason. Days ago he'd appeared death's door, yet now restored. No elixir could work so swiftly. And if such a remedy existed, why had it not been used sooner? So long as Rennie lived, the vast Ren estate would never fall to him, nor would his beloved cousin Tingting ever become his bride. Awe understood perfectly. Unclean law. Renfe disdained him, and Rennie, his cousin, loathed him even more. Even at death's threshold, Rennie would rise from his sickbed at the mere rumor of someone approaching Tingting, a fiercely possessive, almost pathological devotion to his sister. Congratulations to my cousin here. In response to Awe's felicitation, Rennie acknowledged it with detached indifference before turning to his father. Renfe, father, I wish to go to the provincial capital to visit my sister. That's a fine idea, just the occasion to share the good news of your recovery with your sister. Rennie replied, it's a minor matter. What matters more is the intelligence I've received. Another warlord is mobilizing troops within days. The provincial capital will be the main battlefield. Ah, then we must bring Tingting back at once. I've already dispatched messengers. They'll ride to the provincial capital today. If all goes well, they'll arrive in 3 or 4 days. Your arrangements put my mind at ease. Awe hurried to demonstrate his usefulness. Shall I assign men from the security squad? No need. I'll take only Afu and a few others. Rennie had no intention of leading the inept security squad and declined outright. By the way, does the security squad hold any particularly vicious, highly skilled martial artists in custody? Rennie possessed extraordinary strength and near impenetrable defense, but no refined martial techniques. He sought to absorb another's combat prowess through consumption. There's a notorious bandit named Jianyang Dedeo. He trained in hand-to-hand combat and mastered the 5-element fist. Just days ago he drank heavily at the Yihon courtesan house, refused to pay, and was dragged, still half drunk, to the security squad. You should know even in that stupor it took tremendous effort to subdue him. Bring him here at once, I'll assess him myself. Air. Awe hesitated, glancing toward Renfe. Renfe roared, what are you looking at me for? Go, do it now. Yes. Duan Yunping had been silently cursing himself ever since. He truly had let wine ruin everything. Had he not drunk, he'd never have been hauled off to prison. Yet this petty jail could hardly contain him. He'd planned to wait until nightfall when the alcohol fully wore off, then pick the chains and slip away, only to be yanked by those very chains into the courtyard of a wealthy household. Even more unnerving, he was left alone in the courtyard while everyone else departed. What did this mean? The situation reeked of strangeness, so Duan Yunping dared not move rashly. Clang! Duan Yunping looked down. Someone had tossed a key at his feet. He raised his head just as a young master strode toward him. Rennie declared, kill me, and you walk free. Refuse, and you'll die under a hail of bullets. In bare-handed combat Rene was clearly no match for him. Yet his current strength equaled 10 ordinary men's, and his body defied blades and axes alike. Ha! Your stance is firm yet formless evidence you know no true martial art. And yet you swagger so boldly. Don't you fear death? Duan Yunpeng lived perpetually on the edge of the blade, his ferocity unmatched by any common man. Before the words faded he lunged, reaching Rene in an instant, fist flying. Rene parried swift enough to barely intercept the blow. Duan Yunpeng paused, startled. Rene's speed and reflexes were astonishing. He instantly shifted tactics, tiger form fist dissolving into serpent form, striking with lightning precision straight for Rene's temple. Rene neither dodged nor resisted. The punch landed full force, yet his skull felt no pain, no dizziness. Clearly mere fists posed little threat to him. Without hesitation he seized Duan Yunpeng in a tight grapple and sank his teeth deep into the man's throat. Only then did Duan Yunpeng realize something was terribly wrong. The youth's fangs were unnaturally long, his eyes burning crimson, a detail he'd somehow missed until now. But as his throat was pierced, Rene sucked fiercely, blood, chi and spiritual essence flowing into him like a river. Within 3 breaths Duan Yunpeng was utterly drained. A faint obsidian sheen shimmered at Rene's lips. Still he did not release his bite, not even after the blood ran dry. Only when the corpse collapsed entirely into dust did he finally let go, leaving behind only a heap of tattered clothing and ashen-gray residue. Having absorbed Duan Yunpeng's essence entirely, Rene found his mind flooded with memories of fist techniques, precise forms, tactical applications and subtle principles of force generation. Ignoring the ash on the ground, Rene strode from the courtyard, vaulted onto his horse and commanded Afu, who had long awaited him. Afu, we depart. Yes, young master. At that time China lay fractured, warlords large and small waged ceaseless wars, carving out fiefdoms. Consequently towns and cities varied wildly in development. Renjia town ranked among the more prosperous settlements, while beyond its borders many towns lacked even electricity. Rene and his companions rode unceasingly toward the provincial capital. At dusk they halted to rest in a place called Meiji. Once Afu had settled all arrangements, Rene entered his chamber but did not sleep. As a juncture he sensed a dense aura of Sha-Qi converging upon the heart of Meiji. He needed blood and leapt from the window, heading straight for Meiji Center. Under moonlight, before he reached his destination, he saw a grand residence bearing a plaque, Miao Residence. Talismans warding off evil clung to both inner and outer walls. In the courtyard stood a raised platform, atop which stood a one-eyed Taoist priest. Before the Miao Residence's gate stood a figure caked in mud and wrapped in ragged cloth, pounding the gate with heavy blows. 3 strikes and the massive door crashed inward. Rene sensed kinship. The being was a Jiangshi, yet different, a Shuesher, a blood corpse. A variant of the Jiangshi, lacking their hardened epidermis but saturated with lethal toxins. It required daily blood to stave off maddening frenzy. A rare and specific set of conditions gave rise to such creatures. Its appearance triggered a memory, the film 7 Ghost Hunting Heroes. In that tale the patriarch of a wealthy family lusted after the wife of a Peking opera performer. Attempting coercion, he accidentally drowned the man in his own lustful excess. A corpse demanded disposal, but this one steeped in grievance refused to burn. Terrified, the patriarch sought a Taoist exorcist, just as a fraud passed through town posing as a priest. The corpse was handed over without question. But the impostor cared only for trafficking opium, possessing no genuine arts. When the corpse fell into a sulfur pool, it reanimated as a vengeful Shuesher. Now the Miao patriarch had summoned a priest to confront the Shuesher. Rene bore no desire to kill indiscriminately, but slaying the unjust and the unholy brought him no moral burden. As for the priest, his fate was sealed. Rene would simply claim what remained. By the time Rene arrived at the gate, the battle had nearly ended. The one-eyed priest wielded genuine power, able to summon modest bolts of thunder, but gravely underestimated the Shuesher's accumulated resentment. Worse still, he foolishly thrust a peachwood sword into the Shuesher's flesh. Unlike a Jiangshi, its body yielded easily, rupturing instantly, spewing venomous fluid. Lacking experience, the priest succumbed immediately to the toxin. Now slumped against the steps, he urged 2 figures, one stout, one gaunt, to flee for their lives. These 2 were the very opium smugglers who'd secretly transported the drug. They longed to escape, but the Shuesher blocked the gate and their legs trembled too violently to run. Rene watched the lumbering Shuesher and charged forward in a low horse stance, delivering a devastating straight punch. The creature flew backward, spinning midair before crashing hard into the distance. Inside, the Miao patriarch believed all was lost until he witnessed this formidable stranger hurl the Shuesher aside. In the dim night none discerned Rene's Jiangshi fangs or obsidian black nails. Ow, Werf. Possessing rudimentary sentience, the Shuesher rose, stomped forward with heavy tread and rushed toward Rene. Knowing its sluggish pace, it opened its mouth before closing the distance, and from its tongue shot a crimson blood thread, moving with blinding speed, coiling tightly around Rene's arm. This was the Shuesher's Sha-Qi condensed upon its tongue, a weapon capable of severing limbs upon tension, its blood venom corroding even the most resilient flesh and spirit. Yet it faced a Jiangshi whose flesh defied corrosion and whose nature was its perfect antithesis. Especially potent was the Schwescher's pungent sulfurous stench and the sha-chi radiating from its body, both appeared to Rennie as supreme nourishment. To consume it would surely elevate him to Tongjia, the bronze-armored corpse. Rennie seized the blood thread coiled about his arm and ripped it apart. The Schwescher staggered backward. Rennie surged forward, tackled it to the ground and mounted its chest. The nauseating stench of sulfur and mud mattered little beside the promise of power. Rennie bit down, and though the Schwescher writhed fiercely, it was inherently inferior, lower in cultivation rank, and ultimately reduced to ash in his jaws. Rennie closed his eyes, wiped the residue from his lips, and savored the torrent of Jiang Qi surging through his veins. He had indeed ascended to Tongjia, and sensed newly awakened within him a crimson current of Qi. Now he began carefully learning to command it. Blood toxin demon miasma, the ability he'd inherited from the Schwescher. It could erode flesh, wound the soul, and desecrate spiritual treasures. Glancing at the one-eyed priest's corpse, Rennie felt a pang of regret. The man's thunder summoning art held genuine appeal. But his power extended only to the living. The dead offered nothing. Dead, hence useless. Ho! Exhaling, Rennie released a crimson mist that enveloped the two smugglers attempting to crawl away. From within came a sizzling, searing sound. SSSH. Drawing the mist back into himself, he revealed only two blackened skeletons frozen mid-crawl. No scream had escaped their throats. Rennie strode purposefully toward the residence. Seeing him approach, Patriarch Miao and his retainers instinctively recoiled, yet Rennie bypassed the main hall and entered an adjacent chamber where a bound woman lay captive. Moments earlier, the bracelet on Rennie's wrist had stirred, indicating the woman possessed an uncommon, extraordinary fate. Rennie stepped inside and saw a woman bound tightly to a chair, her features delicate and refined. No wonder the matriarch of the Miao household had been stirred by lust. Upon hearing footsteps, Su Shaoling, who sat motionless in the chair, opened her eyes. Her gaze was hollow yet sharp enough to discern that this man was not from the Miao residence. Rennie gazed at her and declared, "Your husband is dead. I can avenge him, but henceforth you belong to me." Su Shaoling paused only a moment before nodding in silent consent. Bound here as she was, defilement was inevitable. Better than to surrender herself to this young man and let him exact vengeance for her slain husband. In Su Shaoling's understanding, the only thing worth coveting about her was her beauty, unaware that Rennie valued not her form but her soul. The moment she agreed, Rennie flicked his wrist. The corpse demon soul-devouring chain shot forth, splitting into 14 shrieking skulls that burst through the wall into the adjacent chamber. Inside, the anxious Master Miao and his attendants believed they had narrowly escaped calamity, only to be met instead by 14 ravenous skulls. Though these skulls lacked captured souls, and thus were comparatively weak, they were still impervious to ordinary men. Within 10 seconds, not a single soul remained alive in the Miao residence. The skulls whirled back, coalescing once more into a bracelet upon Rennie's wrist. From one skull's mouth dropped a crimson crystal no larger than a mung bean. This was the blood slaughter Saraira. Rennie studied the tiny orb in his palm, then swallowed it whole. Its flavor was rich, its necrotic chi palpably enhancing his own, though for a bronze-armored corpse like himself the gain was marginal. The rapid succession of horrors left Su Shaoling stunned, but not afraid. In just 2 days she had buried her husband, been imprisoned, witnessed his reanimation, and seen him exact vengeance. She had already endured too much. Rennie severed her bonds with a casual tug and said flatly, "My lifespan is long, so you must become a ghost." Su Shaoling gave a wry, self-mocking laugh. "Humph. I thought you meant to take my body." Rennie frowned faintly, not in distaste at her words but in quiet introspection. Why had he never even considered claiming her body? Had becoming a Jiangshi stripped him entirely of desire for women? Then what purpose had he served in preserving his human physiology? Was it all for nothing? Sniff, sniff. As he pondered, his nose drew near Su Shaoling's skin, inhaling deeply. She smelled exquisite. He would savor her. Su Shaoling assumed he would change his mind or claim her before transforming her into a ghost. Instead, he merely bit her. Yet why did this feel so strangely pleasurable? Rennie had integrated traits of the vampire when biting such beings, secreted a unique toxin, one that sent shivers of ecstatic resonance through the soul akin to the zenith of carnal union. Of course, such sensation vanished under fear or shock. Su Shaoling's arms instinctively locked around Rennie's back. He drank only a few mouthfuls, stopping before her lifeblood ran dry. "You are married, yet your body remains unbroken." Rennie voiced his astonishment, having sensed her virginity through her blood. Her husband A Chang had been frail, unable even to consummate their marriage. Su Shaoling murmured, embarrassed. Had A Chang not been so physically feeble, he might not have drowned so easily beneath Master Miao's cruel hands. Rennie fell silent, surprised, yet upon reflection it made grim sense. Poor A Chang, he wed a beautiful wife yet never claimed her, and died paying the price. No, Master Miao was the true victim. He schemed for another man's wife, gained nothing, and forfeited both fortune and life. Are you ready? Would you rather watch yourself die, or shall I strike you unconscious? Unconscious, please. I imagine it will be agonizing. It will be agonizing, but swift. And so Rennie struck her down. Su Shaoling collapsed to the floor. Rennie activated the corpse demon soul-devouring chain, the bracelet coiled around her throat glowing crimson. A colossal skull erupted from the light, opened its jaws wide and swallowed her whole. Then the skull shrank rapidly, reverting to its bracelet form and flying back into Ren'Yi's waiting hand. Ren'Yi examined the bracelet closely and noticed one of the ruby-like skull beads had suddenly reshaped itself, now bearing an uncanny likeness to Su Xiaoling's face, a miniature haunting replica of her head. Most crucially, the bracelet now possessed a new ability, Sonic Assault. With no time to test its power, Ren'Yi secured it on his wrist, overturned the Miao residence's oil lamps, and departed for the inn. The next morning, as Ren'Yi and his companions set out, passers-by along the road speculated endlessly, why had the Miao residence burned? How could dozens vanish without a single corpse remaining? Some claimed divine retribution, their sins had summoned heavenly lightning, reducing them to ash. Others whispered of bandits who had slaughtered the entire household and carried off every last body. Ren'Yi walked on, unmoved by the rumors. Renjie Town, the mortuary house, Master Jiao stared intently at a pile of ash in his palm. This had been brought to him last night by Awei of the security team. The white residue was bone ash, the gray fragments remained enigmatic. A glance toward the morgue confirmed his suspicion, most corpses there bore the same ashen-gray pallor. This was no partial cremation, it was a complete dissolution, skin, bone and essence reduced to uniform ash. But who among the Ren family wielded such dark sorcery? His thoughts drifted to the boy Ren'Yi, once fated to die yet miraculously restored to health. If such a thing were true, Master Jiao had ample reason to suspect the Rens practiced forbidden arts, not merely to extend life but to steal it. Wei too had grown suspicious. That night he'd intended to retrieve a condemned prisoner, only to hear rumors the inmate had fled. Yet he'd found the man's discarded clothing tucked into a corner, dusted with the same gray ash. Though ignorant of its meaning, Wei knew well that only garments remained, and recalled Ren'Yi's persistent inquiries into Taoist cultivation. Thus he concluded the prisoner had been sacrificed by Ren'Yi to prolong his own life, and brought the evidence to Master Jiao for analysis. Wei's actions were clearly calculated, a scheme to wield another's blade and slay his target unseen. Ninth Uncle, however, deemed the plan insufficiently secure, so he sought Wei once more to inquire into finer details. For instance, had any outsiders entered the Ren residence? Were there peculiarities, unusual signs, or anomalies? What had the Ren family been doing these past years? Wei recounted everything he knew. Satisfied with the intelligence gathered, Ninth Uncle prepared for a nocturnal infiltration of the Ren residence. Meanwhile, at dawn the day after Ren'Yi and his companions departed, Meiji-apping, the group rose early, drawing near the provincial capital. Fu and the other three needed breakfast, so before setting off, Ren'Yi led them to Tainyo Beef Noodle House, where they ordered 4 bowls for 5 people. Ren'Yi himself required no noodles. From the corner of his eye, Ren'Yi watched a short-haired woman inside the noodle house, not because she was beautiful but because his wrist bracelet stirred again, signaling that this woman bore no ordinary fate. Over their conversation he learned she was the noodle shop owner's cousin, and both were railing against a warlord surnamed Chao, especially his son Xiao Xiaolin, who drew the owner's fiercest curses. Unbidden, a classic line surfaced in Ren'Yi's mind: "I don't eat beef." Then, glancing again at the woman, he realized she bore an uncanny resemblance to a famous actress from his past life. "Hey, young master, though beauty is indeed appetizing, might you at least pretend to be discreet? A little subtlety wouldn't hurt." Tainyo, having noticed Ren'Yi's lingering gaze, teased lightly, "Care for a bowl of Tainyo beef noodles? Guaranteed authentic." "No thank you." Ren'Yi declined. He was waiting for confirmation. At that very moment a man entered, pistol strapped to his waist. Tainyo, poor at reading subtle cues, failed to notice his cousin's terrified expression and instead cheerfully greeted the newcomer. "Sir, what'll you have?" Chao Shaolin had been out hunting, tracking prey to this spot. Just as he intended to break his fast, he caught the woman's fearful glance and knew instantly she recognized him. Amusement flickered in his eyes. "You seemed deep in conversation just now, what were you discussing?" Chao Shaolin asked, voice soft, utterly devoid of menace. "Cursing that scoundrel Chao Ing." Cousin, Bai Ling had tried to stop her brother, but Tainyo, ever impulsive, blurted it out before she could intervene. "Don't worry, cousin." Tainyo brushed it off carelessly. Though fury simmered within Chao Shaolin, his face remained placid, and even feigned curiosity. "Chao Ing is a scoundrel. I'd never heard such a thing, ha ha ha." Laughter followed, then Chao Shaolin sat down uninvited at Tainyo's table. "And that's not all. His son Chao Shaolin, the true scoundrel among scoundrels." Tainyo, still oblivious to danger, delivered the final blow. "Cousin, stop talking." Bai Ling urgently signaled him with her eyes. Realizing his own bluntness, Tainyo winced, realizing too late he hadn't even asked the guest what he wished to order. "What would you like?" "Beef noodles, I won't eat coriander." "Excellent. Tainyo beef noodles, guaranteed authentic." "Very well." After Tainyo left, Chao Shaolin leaned in and whispered, "Truth be told, I'm not so fearsome. Let's make a wager. Will your cousin's noodles contain scallions? If you win, I'll spare you all." "I bet he will add them." Bai Ling swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on Chao Shaolin's large hand resting atop her student's head. With resignation she murmured, "I bet he won't. Young master, shall we go?" Fu and the others had finished eating. No rush, let them digest first, Renee replied. Why leave? There was spectacle ahead, and souls to claim. Though Ah Fu appeared rough-hewn, he possessed quiet perceptiveness. Glancing at the man and woman at the adjacent table, he wondered had the young master, since recovering from illness, finally awakened to matters of the heart. But what of the future young mistress? Here are your Tainyo beef noodles. Tainyo proudly delivered the steaming bowls. Both Bai Ling and Chao Shaolin peered inside, and saw no scallions. Bai Ling exhaled in relief, while Chao Shaolin's face darkened. Bai Ling believed she'd narrowly escaped calamity, unaware that her opponent played by no rules at all. Ha ha! I don't eat beef. The words barely left his lips before he fired, killing Tainyo instantly. The gunshot jolted a sleeping child awake. Without pausing to grieve, Bai Ling seized Chao Shaolin's throat with desperate strength and screamed for the child to flee. Bang! Another shot rang out, ending the child's life moments after waking. Watching the bullet streak through air, Renee thought, truly swift, faster than I could evade. Chao Shaolin obligingly extended his neck for Bai Ling's grip, then leveled his pistol at Renee, intending to eliminate everyone present. Ah Fu, fiercely loyal, moved to shield Renee, but was firmly restrained by his master's hand. Bang! Clang! Since evasion was impossible, Renee chose not to flinch. The bullet struck his chest like a hammer blow, lodging beneath his skin, refusing to fall. Stunned, Chao Shaolin emptied his revolver in frantic bursts, firing at Renee as he advanced, until the chamber clicked empty. Renee stepped before him and said calmly, finished reloading. A misunderstanding, I am Chao Ying's son. Realizing he faced an immovable force, Chao Shaolin invoked his father's name. Bai Ling loosened her grip, astonished. She'd never seen anyone unafraid of a firearm. Renee ignored Chao Shaolin entirely, turning instead to the pale, composed Bai Ling. Do you wish vengeance? Swear yourself to me, and I'll let you end him with your own hands. Bai Ling nodded fiercely. Her cousin was dead. Her student was dead. How could she not crave Chao Shaolin's blood? Hey hero, women are plentiful. Spare me and she's yours, plus far more I can offer. Mistaking Renee for a lecher, Chao Shaolin hastily offered his final bargaining chip. No need. Take them both. With a single gesture, Renee lifted Chao Shaolin and Bai Ling as if they weighed nothing, and strode from the noodle house. Fearing Renee might accept Chao Shaolin's proposal, Bai Ling offered no resistance, allowing herself to be hoisted onto the horse. Unsurprisingly, Chao Shaolin's steed was far more imposing than Renee's. Renee commandeered it without hesitation. Ah Fu and the others mounted up and followed. By the time the security squad arrived, only 2 corpses remained. They haven't gone far, pursue them. The squad prepared to give chase, but lacked horses and stood no chance of catching Renee's party. Young master, shall we carry them like this the whole way? Ah Fu ventured, concerned. 5 li ahead lies a forest. I'll take them in, I'll signal when you may join me. Renee had no intention of revealing his abilities before witnesses, especially while his powers remained limited. Inside the forest, he dropped the 2 onto the ground. Before Chao Shaolin could speak, Renee turned to Bai Ling. Would you prefer to kill him now, or wait until you grow stronger and savor his torment? Without hesitation, Bai Ling chose the latter. I want to torment him. Very well. I'll dine shortly, then transform you into a ghost. You may torture him at will. A ghost? Bai Ling stared, stunned. Renee revealed his true form, a Jiangshi, crimson eyes bared fangs. Trembling violently, she recoiled in terror. Now do you wish to renege? Though fear gripped her heart, Bai Ling knew retreat was futile, and that yielding might only serve Chao Shaolin, that beast. She shook her head firmly. No, I'm merely surprised. I assumed you only meant to toy with me. But... Renee pierced Bai Ling's throat with his fangs. Unlike Su Shaoling, who had surrendered life itself, Bai Ling felt no transcendence, only searing agony. Yet she clenched her teeth, refusing to cry out. Exquisite, the taste far richer than that of wild beasts hunted along the road. Without pause, Renee activated the corpse demon soul swallowing chain, first binding Bai Ling, then conjuring a colossal skull that devoured her whole. Bai Ling's fear bred inner resistance, making the fusion far less seamless than with Su Shaoling. As the chain trembled violently, Renee urged, remember, your enemy still awaits your judgment. The chain remained fragile, its power insufficient for forced soul binding. Thus for its first 2 uses, Renee relied on mutual agreement, not coercion. Hearing those words, her vengeance still within reach, the chain stilled, then flew obediently back into Renee's palm. Chao Shaolin's mouth hung open, unable to close. Today he truly had his eyes opened. In the height of summer, the forest should have been stiflingly hot, yet chill ran through his bones. Spare me, your purpose has been fulfilled. Let me live and I will find you more prettier women. Chao Shaolin crawled forward and knelt with feigned piety. Renee said nothing, he simply stroked the Shurian Tuanqing chain in his hand. After absorbing Bai Ling's soul, the corpse treasure gained a ubiquimeter cavity, unable to hold living beings, yet ideal for storing blood without fear of spoilage. Renee ignored Chao Shaolin. Bai Ling would not be so merciful. She stepped out of the Shurian Tuanqing chain, her clothes unchanged from life, but a cold deathly aura radiated from her. Now you know fear, too late. Bai Ling said and with emotion tore off Zhao Shaolin's arm. Ah. He pressed his head to the ground in agony, his face ashen, lips trembling uncontrollably. Bai Ling, who had never before killed even a chicken in life, grew merciless as a ghost. After maiming Zhao Shaolin's arm, she began to tear at his flesh bit by bit, reducing him to spasms of torment. At last she reached into his chest, plucked out his heart and swallowed it in one gulp. The hearts of such villains taste divine, your luck is extraordinary. Su Shaoling emerged as well, watching Bai Ling swallow. She licked the crimson from her lips. The remaining corpse was devoured by the two women under the control of the Shurian Tuanqing chain, and a mixed bloodstained Sharira was expelled. Toying with the mottled Sharira in his hand, Reni slung it over his back and walked out toward the edge of the woods. The two women, unable to face sunlight, retreated into the Shurian Tuanqing chain. Seeing only Reni emerge while the girl and the young commander were gone, the men swallowed their questions and bowed respectfully, calling young master. Ren-Yi nodded slightly. He approached the fine steed and tossed the bloodshot Sharira into the horse's mouth. The horse reacted as if stung, rearing and prancing wildly despite its struggles. Ren-Yi held it fast by the reins. As the mount of a young commander, the horse was a feigned Hanshue Bama. After ingesting the mixed bloodshot Sharira, the violent shot energy invaded its veins even as it nourished its blood. In mere moments the beast was drenched in sweat like blood and had visibly thinned, yet it moved with renewed vitality. The bloodshot Sharira had purified and strengthened its bloodline and sinews. Apparently the relic proved useful even to animals. Ren-Yi would not tolerate an inferior mount. Seeing the steed withstand the Sharira's power, he vaulted onto it and said, "Move on, keep up the pace." A Fu and the others mounted as well, each more perplexed by their young master than before. They understood that whatever Ren-Yi had fed the horse was connected to the man and woman who had gone into the woods. Remembering the man's pitiful screams, they assumed he had died horribly. As for the woman, what a pity, yet the young master showed not a trace of lust. A Fu, loyal servant to Ren-Yi, fretted over his master's domestic future. He believed the young master should, like other lords, take several wives. But when ill, the young master showed no interest in women, and even after recovering there was little change. This so-called illness seemed cured of the wrong thing. The idea of the future Madame Juju had been arranged by the old man. Perhaps Ren-Yi had always been indifferent to most women, though he behaved differently with certain young ladies. It was not that Ren-Yi favored Rintingting for any unreasonable reason. A mischievous, affectionate and pretty younger sister naturally inspires protection. Especially since his sister often drew the attention of many brats, failing to protect her would be a constant worry. Because of the fighting school had been suspended, and at the gate Ren-Yi happened upon Rintingting, who was just about to leave. "Brother, you're here. I was about to write asking you to come fetch me." Rintingting ran up and hugged Ren-Yi's arm tightly. As the campus beauty, every move of Rintingting attracted notice. No one expected the normally aloof school belle to display such playful affection. "I saw unrest these past days and came to bring you home." Rintingting glanced around. Only now did she sense something amiss. In the blaze of summer their clothes were light and could not stave off the heat, yet in her brother's embrace she felt cool. "Brother, you're so cold to the touch." She hugged him tighter as a classmate approached, sizing up Ren-Yi. "Tingting, is this your brother?" Proud Rintingting replied, "Yes, what do you think?" "Handsome, right?" "He is handsome. Your brother looks about your age." Ren-Yi was only 18, still a fresh-faced youth. "My brother is half a year older than me." "Half a year?" Malice gaze showed doubt. Rintingting did not catch Ren-Yi's look. "Brother, you haven't been coughing, are you well?" "Yes." Ren-Yi stroked her head and asked, "Molly, is she your classmate?" "Yes, this is Senior Molly, the niece of Huang Baiwan of our town. She has a head for business and plans to open a coffee shop." Ren-Yi realized why he had not seen a cafe these years. It was only in preparation now. Wait, this Molly was the woman from Jianshi Zuanzhong. He touched the Shurian Tuanqing chain. Ren-Yi never fretted over souls with peculiar fates. Protagonists of films often possess extraordinary destinies. This was the first time the chain had shown no reaction. Like his sister Rintingting, the chain had reacted intensely before, so eager it seemed to break free and swallow her. How could Ren-Yi ever harm his own sister? When he lay gravely ill in bed, the little girl had kept vigil with tearful devotion. Smiling, Ren-Yi stroked her hair again. She nuzzled him like a kitten. Molly sighed, "You two are so close." With age, a woman will seldom allow casual touching of her head or waist. This closeness spoke volumes. Rintingting smiled and nodded, then noticed the chain on Ren-Yi's wrist. "Brother, that's a beautiful bracelet." Though the Shurian Tuanqing chain was composed of skulls and belonged to corpse treasures, its crimson crystal beads shone with unusual clarity and attracted the eye. The tiny skulls were delicate rather than frightening. "Do you like it?" "Yes, may I have it?" "You may, but it will feel very cold if you wear it." Ren-Yi showed no reluctance and unstrapped the beads, handing them to Rintingting. As she reached to put them on, she inhaled sharply. "So icy." The corpse treasure brimmed with yin and sha energy, and with two female ghosts involved it was hardly surprising it felt freezing. "Keep it, you're the cold one, brother." Can you endure it? For anyone else the corpse shot was harmful, to Rennie it was nothing. A thunderous boom rolled across the sky, the sound of artillery shaking the earth. Fighting had erupted beyond the city. Rennie ordered, "No time to waste, let's move fast." Molly questioned, "Isn't it safer to hide in the city? When war breaks out, chaos follows. Cities are not necessarily safe. Besides, who can guarantee the victors will treat locals kindly?" Rentingting implored, "Senior, please come with us." Molly agreed that Rennie had a point and consented. "All right, sorry to trouble you." Rennie frowned slightly. He had not wanted outsiders when he planned to return, but since his sister suggested it, he would not contradict her. Royal Jiangshi. Just as Rennie suspected, once the fighting began, the city suffered. Shells fell within its walls, wounding and killing many. Skirmishes sprang up across the provincial capital. Alone, Rennie was not afraid. So long as he avoided direct cannon blasts, he could endure. But with so many to protect, they had to detour incessantly to avoid the reach of war. What should have been a westward route turned into a broad sweep to the south before they outran the fighting. Their journey thus inexplicably lengthened by half a month. Days of travel left them dusty and worn. Whenever evening came, Rennie would slip away to hunt wild beasts to fill hollow stomachs. This time he drained a rabbit of blood and sensed a fellow presence ahead, of a lower rank than his own. Nearer now, he realized the Jiangshi aura issued from a Tongjiao Jingwan. Worse, the situation was grim. Tingting and the others were surrounded by a group led by 3 Qing military officers armed with axes and blades. At that time the Qing court had not entirely fallen. The Forbidden City remained under its control and troops still garrisoned the frontiers. "What's the matter?" Rennie appeared in a fu and the others seemed to regain their anchor. "Young master, they are harassing the 2 young ladies." These men came from border posts and rarely saw women. Rintingting and Molly were both beauties and lecherous thoughts had taken root. Had a Taoist not stood firm to reason with them, a fussband could not have held out so long. Rennie eyed the Tongjiao Jingwan and the Taoist and suddenly understood he had stumbled into the plot of the film Jiangshi Shushu. That story told of Qianhe Daozhang escorting a royal Jiangshi when the corpse mutated, slaughtering the party only because Minister Wu carried the young prince to the residence of Qian's senior Simu. Daozhang was the child saved and the Jiangshi subdued. Unwilling to reveal himself, Rennie suppressed his temper and asked, "Gentlemen, what is your intent?" His gaze chilled them and they all instinctively took a step back. The 3 leaders recoiled but resented the loss of face. Anger flared and they prepared to strike together. Qianhe hastily intervened, "Friends, escorting the late lord's corpse is urgent, let us depart at once." The one with the axe, clearly the ringleader, shoved aside Qianhe and sneered, "We only wanted to test this young man. If he loses, well, have a little fun with the girl. It's not like we wouldn't pay." Rennie exhaled, the strain of pretending to be ordinary weighed on him. He feared losing control. Rentingting, terrified, pressed behind him and clutched his sleeve, barely helping Rennie maintain his human facade. He tucked one hand behind him and kept his eyes closed, afraid his bloodshot gaze would betray him. He extended a hand and beckoned with a curl of his finger. The man, emboldened, handed his axe to an accomplice and charged with a punch. He was a power-based fighter, axe in hand. But human strength pales before a Jiangshi. Rennie did not dodge, he met the blow with a single punch. As fists collided, the man's face contorted and struck by sudden agony, he flew backward. The remaining 2 were dumbstruck. If the strongest went down in one move, how could they hope to contend? No training from the womb could account for such force. Rentingting covered her mouth in amazement. She trusted her brother's judgment, yet to see a single move send a towering man flying felt almost supernatural. Qianhe, equally surprised, did not expect such prowess. "If you do not leave, I will kill that youth. No one can stop me." Rennie spat through his teeth and the warning set nerves on edge. A figure stepped forward, Minister Wu, foppish but dangerous. He put on a show of placation. "Why raise such a fuss? Our little prince is merely tired. These fellows acted on their own. Let us depart." Rennie said nothing. Minister Wu's absence earlier and sudden appearance now revealed his poor character. Offended by Rennie's silence, Minister Wu vented his anger at Qianhe. "What are you waiting for? Move out." Qianhe inwardly cursed the minister's effeminacy, yet dared not offend such a patron while on the payroll. He only bowed and replied, "Yes, Minister Wu." As the carriage rolled away and the tension eased, Rennie opened his eyes and met the gaze of the man who had been helped to his feet. The fellow quickly dropped his head. One blow had rendered his arm useless. Even a swarm could not hope to prevail. Besides, their most capable Taoist had no stomach for the fray and stood aside, leaving them to accept defeat. Rennie watched the convoy leave. The carriage bearing the Tongjiao Jingwan had no rain cover. Someone had removed it. That could only mean rain tonight. "If it rains, we cannot cross the mountain this evening. Descend first and find shelter from the rain." A fu objected that there were few shelters in the wilderness and suggested they improvise a shelter. Rennie replied, "If we follow their route back, we should find a farmhouse." Rentingting glanced at the sky. "Brother, will it really rain?" "Yes." They set off and soon spotted 2 bamboo huts by the road below. Rennie halted and did not continue. "Brother, why stop? You all can shelter from the rain. I must go back a short distance to settle a matter. By matter he meant those who sought mischief. Young master, I'll go with you. No, Fu, watch the ladies. It's easier if I go alone. Runtingting tried to protest, but Rennie pressed a finger to her lips. Shu, be obedient. She obeyed. Though ignorant of what had transpired during his time at school, the perceptive girl had noticed oddities in recent days. Her brother hardly ate, no mosquitoes ever troubled him, and the strange beads he wore felt warm against her when she tried them on. With Rennie gone, Rintingting and the others sought lodging in the bamboo huts. At the courtyard they found a girl before one hut. Rintingting exclaimed in surprise, Juju, sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Jingjing, who had been packing, was already puzzled by the arrival of strangers. Hearing someone call her Juju and sister-in-law bewildered her further. Are you calling me? Jingjing pointed at herself, astonished. Runtingting insisted, who else would it be? You don't remember me? Ting Ting. Master Isho heard voices and came out. What's the matter, Jingjing? Master, these people arrived. That girl called me sister-in-law and Juju. Jingjing explained. Runtingting suspected something was wrong. Had the girl lost her memory? Sister-in-law, have you lost your memory? No, don't call me sister-in-law. My name is Jingjing, not Juju. Amit Ba. Esteemed guest, there must be some misunderstanding. Let us speak inside. A Fu stepped forward. We trouble you for shelter from the rain. Shelter from the rain. Is it going to rain? A Fuss loyalty showed. I don't know, but our young master said it would, so it will. They entered and spoke at length. Runtingting realized she might have been mistaken. The girl who resembled her sister exactly was actually an orphan named Jingjing, taken in by Master Isho 6 months ago. Master Yixia's motive had been to find a companion for Jiala. Though Jingjing was the disciple of Simu Daozhan, she had always shown a good disposition toward Jiala. Jingjing was hardy and filial, a girl of strong character. Rentingting still doubted such a striking resemblance. Wait for my brother, he will probably recognize you. Perhaps you've lost your memory and mistaken names. Master Isho considered dissociative symptoms can indeed cause such confusion. But where was her brother? He has something to handle and should arrive tonight, Rentingting hedged. No sooner had she spoken than thunder rolled and the sky darkened. Master Isho remained silent, inwardly impressed by Rintingting's brother. Runnie's skill left him humbled. Simu Daozhan watched the pouring rain and thought, my junior should be able to handle this. On the mountain, the convoy that hauled the Tongjiao Jingguan moved slowly under its immense weight. Rennie soon caught up. He did not reveal himself, intending to first test the juncture. After all, those struck by lightning often become far more than mere corpses. Sure enough, as the moon climbed and rain poured, the inknet binding the coffin began to dissolve. Qianhao fretted, but Minister Wu insisted the young prince be placed under the tent first. The inknet nearly turned to nothing. Worse still, the Tongjiao Jingguan attracted lightning and several cart soldiers were struck dead. The juncture within had once been a battle-hardened frontier prince, his aura of Sha unmatched by ordinary men. Though heavenly thunder ordinarily destroyed evil blocked by the bronze-horned coffin, it failed. The corpse instead underwent a change. Its ashen eyes shifted to black and white, its sight restored. Sensing the blood energy around the royal juncture, began to push at the coffin lid. The lid creaked as the already weakened inknet split. Qianhao slammed a 1,000-pound counterweight onto the lid to hold it down. But lightning had made the juncture monstrously strong. Even a black juncture could easily shove aside the lid and pin Qianhao to the ground. Seeing the corpse crawl free, Rennie stepped forward toward the soldiers. The soldiers, paralyzed by fear of the risen juncture, failed to notice Rennie until he struck down 2 men. Only then did they react, lunging at him with spears. Watching the spears, Rennie couldn't help but think wryly, they wield firearms while you still use cold weapons. If you do not perish, who will? Faced with the forest of spears bristling before him, Rennie's arms whirled like resilient pines in a gale, swift, furious and unstoppable, shattering each incoming spear midair, sending splintered shards flying in all directions. In the next instant he surged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, his momentum irresistible. A dozen men were hurled off balance, toppling into chaotic heaps upon impact. To Rennie, these foes were no more than insignificant ants. A contemptuous smirk curled his lips as he exhaled, a torrent of crimson-tinged chi, thick with visceral malevolence, erupting from his mouth to envelop those still struggling to rise. SSSSS. A sizzling sound like tofu frying in hot oil echoed faintly. When the crimson mist dissipated, only desiccated skeletons remained scattered across the ground. Though unable to fly, Rennie bounded effortlessly 3 leaps and stood before the tent. 2 lieutenants just emerging to lend aid found their throats seized in Rennie's iron grip before they could blink. Swift and practiced, they struck back, saber and axe slashing toward his chest. Clang! Clang! They expected him to falter, but instead a sharp resonant chime of metal on metal rang out, freezing them in disbelief. The iron shirt and golden bell qigong. To withstand blades and axes so utterly, this man must be a grandmaster. Convinced they faced a rare martial prodigy, they never imagined Reni would suddenly unveil his true nature at juncture, not a master of the martial arts but a blood-drinking revenant, monstrous and unbound by mortal limits. Though their martial skill lagged behind Duan Yunpeng's, their cultivated qi was robust, their blood rich and potent, excellent nourishment for a being such as he. Reni devoured their essence, spirit and vital force, entirely refining them to strengthen his own martial prowess. Why you, what are you doing? Wu Shilang had meant to flee with the young prince, but seeing Reni block the entrance, reducing two soldiers to hollow husks in an instant, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Reni said nothing. In a blur he appeared beside the wounded man lying helpless on a stretcher, gripped his throat, crushed it with a single brutal squeeze, then opened his mouth to drink. Wu Shilang seized the chance to run, yet barely took 3 steps before his legs buckled. Looking down, he saw crimson qi coiling around his limbs like serpents. Beneath the haze his calves had already been stripped bare of flesh and muscle. Ah! He collapsed onto the ground, his upper body melting away as if dissolved by acid. The young prince tumbled from his grasp, only to be caught deftly by Reni. Clang! The young prince, fierce beyond his years, drew a dagger and slashed at Reni's throat. Such resolve in one so young, truly commendable. Reni silently approved, then struck without hesitation, jaws snapping shut. Ah! The boy screamed in agony. Just as Reni prepared to drain him completely, a yellow-robed figure slammed into him, sending the prince tumbling to the ground. It was Taoist Master Qianhe. Master Qianhe had witnessed Reni's slaughter from the start. Initially he assumed the man was merely enraged, pursuing vengeance, but against a royal juncture even he dared not intervene. Even when Reni exhaled the blood-tinged demonic miasma, Qianhe still believed him a sorcerer until he saw him drink the lifeblood of the 2 lieutenants. Only then did he realize Reni was himself a juncture. Yet how could any juncture walk unharmed beneath sunlight, appear indistinguishable from a living man? Qianhe instantly concluded this juncture was far more dangerous than the royal juncture before him, the very one who had slain 4 of his disciples. He resolved to abandon the royal juncture and strike at Reni, but the creature clung to him like a shadow, relentless and inescapable. Their clash left Qianhe drained, his vital energy severely depleted. After all, Qianhe served the imperial court, not a mere wandering cultivator. His strength was formidable. Yet fate, it seemed, had turned its back on him. This black juncture had once been a martial prince, a general of peerless skill, struck by heavenly thunder which paradoxically awakened his intellect. Not only had his martial mastery remained intact, but it had intensified, sharpened by undeath. Moreover, his strength was titanic, his body forged like tempered steel, his combat artistry peerless, and most troubling of all, he possessed astonishing resistance to talismans and sacred artifacts. Qianhe inwardly sighed. The techniques he wielded would have gravely wounded even an ordinary bronze-armored juncture, yet against this black juncture they failed utterly. Worse still, the royal juncture grew fiercer with every blow. Though endowed with intelligence, the royal juncture retained no memory of human emotion, only a ravenous singular drive to destroy Qianhe and feast upon the blood of kin. Once he consumed the blood of his closest blood relative, he would ascend to the rank of bronze-armored juncture. And when Reni moved against the young prince, whose life force flickered and faded, the royal juncture abandoned Qianhe entirely, surging toward Reni instead. But Qianhe was faster, because if he did not act now the prince would die for certain. Reni, thrown aside by Qianhe's impact, raised his guard, just as a piercing whistle split the air behind him. He dropped low, spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick that sent the ambushing royal juncture crashing to the earth. Grurua! Reni unleashed a juncture's roar, a sound that should have instinctively cowed lower-tier undead. Yet the royal juncture glanced at the pale, lifeless prince on the ground, and lunged again undeterred. Seeing the prince dead, Qianhe knew his own doom was sealed. Without hesitation he thrust his peachwood sword straight for Reni's eyes. Thus arose a surreal spectacle. Moments ago locked in mortal combat, the Taoist master and the juncture now stood side by side, united in battle against another juncture. His skirmish with Reni further shattered Qianhe's assumptions. Peachwood sword and talisman struck Reni's flesh with no effect, not even the faintest spark, unlike the sparks they'd drawn from the royal juncture. Could it be his fate was ending? To encounter 2 juncture, each more uncanny than the last, within a single day. His death mattered little, but the truth of this place must reach his sect. At that thought Qianhe shifted his stance, stepping back half a pace. His face, already drained of color, flushed faintly, as if touched by a ghost of vitality. Then he exhaled a thread of pure concentrated blood qi drawn forth by invisible will, coalescing swiftly into a vivid crimson dove, its wings shimmering with lifelike intensity as it soared downward toward the mountainside. Reni sensed peril instantly, reaching to strike down the dove, only for the royal juncture to disrupt his blood miasma incantation. With a snarl, Reni kicked the juncture aside and lunged toward Qianhe. Qianhe planted his feet in a firm horse stance, traced a finger along the blade, and infused his peachwood sword with sacred power, then thrust it unerringly toward Reni's throat. Reni reached out to snap the sword barehanded, only to find Qianhe had not merely reinforced it but sharpened it to lethal perfection. Blood welled from Reni's palm, but before the wound could close he struck Qianhe down with a thunderous palm strike, then pounced like a starving tiger, fangs sinking deep into the Taoist master's throat. Qianhe kicked fiercely against the ground, struggling desperately. The more he writhed, the faster his blood flowed. To Rinny, the blood of a cultivator was not only exquisitely flavorful but profoundly nourishing. The combined essence of 3 lieutenants he had just drained paled in potency beside even 1/3 of Qianhe Daoist's vital blood. Were he to drain 100 more cultivators like Qianhe Daoist, Rinny felt certain he could ascend further, perhaps even achieve the rank of silver-armored corpse. Though Qianhe Daoist mastered numerous arts, few were applicable to Rinyi's nature as a jianshi. Ultimately he chose spirit-blood communication over corpse refinement technique. Ma Shan's corpse refinement system formed a complete self-contained tradition, once its practitioners commanded their crafted jianshi with unrivaled authority across the spirit phantasm realm. Yet Rennie had no need for such arts now. Spirit-blood communication was precisely the art Qianhe Daoist had used moments earlier to transmit a message to Simyamu Daoist. At its highest mastery it could manifest a true spirit pigeon, not merely a crimson spectral image. Corpse chi, the very essence of a jianshi, surged from Renyi's lips, and instantly a dim grayish pigeon phantasm coalesced before him. Clearly Renyi's cultivation depth surpassed Qianhe Daoist's. Only Qianhe Daoist's robes remained upon the earth. As Renyi scanned the surroundings he realized, to his surprise, that the Imperial clan jianshi had fled. Though Renyi instinctively wished to give chase, immediately his gaze fell upon the bronze-horned golden coffin lying nearby. With a flick of his hand he sealed it into his spatial pouch, filling the space to its very brim. Having endured the cataclysmic wrath of heavenly thunder, this bronze-horned golden coffin was no longer an ordinary artifact. It now ranked among divine instruments, peerless for corpse refinement or spirit suppression. The rain came swiftly, and departed just as fast. Simyamu Daoist gazed outward at the several horses tethered nearby, his eyes inevitably drawn to the tallest among them. The other steeds, drenched by the downpour, appeared listless and subdued, yet this one radiated palpable heat, its vital energy thick and mercury-like. It was no ordinary horse but one verging on sentience. Just as Simyamu stepped forward to examine the creature more closely, a streak of crimson light slashed across the horizon. Swift as thought it arrived in an instant, a blood pigeon, Ma Shan's exclusive spirit messenger. Simyamu extended his palm, the blood pigeon dissolved upon contact into a pool of crimson fluid. Hastily he retrieved a yellow talisman paper and smeared the blood across its surface. Instantly characters emerged in vivid scarlet. Senior brother, the jianshi has broken free from its coffin. Our talismans have lost much of their power. Moreover, an anomalous jianshi has appeared, one that walks freely by day unharmed by exorcistic artifacts. This trial is grave. I must ensure word of this aberrant jianshi reaches you. Simyamu recoiled in shock. Though the message defied belief, his junior brother would never squander precious lifeblood in jest. Monk. Something dire has occurred, come out at once. Though he and Master Ishio held long-standing animosity, such grave matters eclipsed all petty grudges. Hearing Simyamu's urgent cry, Master Ishio emerged clad in saffron robes. What is it? Are you dying? That would be splendid. Their first encounter invariably devolved into bickering, so thoroughly that every sutra Master Ishio had ever recited seemed to vanish the moment Simyamu appeared. Come quickly, you've no time for banter. For the first time Simyamu spoke with uncharacteristic gravity. Master Ishio, sensing the shift, shed his playful smirk and hurried over. Simyamu produced the talisman paper. This message arrived via spirit-blood communication from my junior brother. Read it. Master Ishio's expression darkened. A jianshi breaking free was calamitous enough, but one that defied sunlight. Unthinkable. After decades of cultivation, sunlight remained the ultimate bane of all jianshi. Even flying corpses dared not endure direct exposure. Now a jianshi capable of blending seamlessly into crowds indistinguishable from the living, how could Master Ishio remain unmoved? Master Ishio asked, what do you intend to do? What else? Transmit the warning, and rescue those in peril. Simyamu called sharply toward the house. Jala, get out here this instant. Master, what is it? At the call a young man vaulted nimbly through the window, his movements lithe and precise. Nothing urgent, just deliver this to your second uncle in Renjia town. Simyamu folded the talisman paper and handed it to Jala, adding sternly, and under no circumstances are you to peek. Yes, master. I'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Not tomorrow, now. Immediately. Simyamu refused spirit-blood communication to preserve his peak combat readiness. Jala's face fell, but confronted with his master's unyielding authority he acquiesced. I'll depart at once, master. Take the back trails. With that Simyamu strode into the armory. Master Ishio hesitated. This was no mere precaution, it was quiet acknowledgement that Simyamu anticipated failure and perhaps sought to secure Jala's survival. Returning to his chamber, Master Ishio watched Jingjing pack her belongings. He performed a subtle divination and found to his relief that her fate held no mortal peril. Smiling warmly he said, Jingjing, rest well, I must step out for a time. Yes, master. Jingjing nodded obediently. She was exhausted, not only physically but emotionally. Tingning kept instinctively addressing her as sister-in-law, prompting gentle corrections each time. By day's end she'd lost count of how often she'd corrected her. En route Simyamu glanced at Master Ishio walking beside him and felt an unexpected warmth. The old monk beneath his gruff exterior possessed deep humanity. Why didn't you send Jingjing and the others away? If we fall she'll be utterly alone. Simyamu finally voiced his lingering concern. First, I refuse to believe this juncture lacks weakness. Second, I cast Jingjing's fate. She bears no blood omen. Thus the outcome cannot be wholly disastrous. Master Isho told no falsehoods until the final sentence. His divination for Simyamu revealed an omen of utter calamity. This journey offered but one path, through 9 gates of death with a single sliver of life remaining. Hearing this, Simyamu felt a subtle easing within. Then let us take the mountain paths, hurry. Master Isho quickened his pace. Soon the distant clash of battle echoed ahead. They exchanged a glance, silent, instinctive, and crept forward with practiced stealth. Having secured the golden coffin, Reni pursued the Imperial clan juncture along the faint trail it left behind. As a bronze-armored corpse, his stride was wind-swift, his speed formidable. Wounded, the Imperial clan juncture craved blood to heal. Guided by the scent of humans carried on the mountain breeze, it headed straight for Simyamu's dwelling. Yet halfway there, Reni overtook it, leaping high then crashing down like Mount Tai onto its shoulders, pinning it hard to the earth. The Imperial clan juncture roared in fury, surging upright and hurling Reni off with brutal force. Its arms snapped forward like iron hooks, but Reni dropped low, delivering a sharp sidekick that sent the creature staggering backward, slamming into a tree. Crack! The slender trunk snapped clean in two. Only upon engaging did Reni grasp the creature's terrifying might. Though still merely a black corpse, its body rivaled even a bronze-armored corpse in density, and its raw strength edged slightly beyond Reni's own. His sole advantage lay in superior agility and reflexes. The Imperial clan juncture could not land a blow while Reni struck at will. Reni considered summoning Bai Ling and Su Shaoling for swift victory, but a keen whiff in the air warned of nearby humans. He withheld his spirit artifacts, biding his time. Simyamu and Master Isho concealed themselves in the shadows, observing Reni with wary scrutiny. This was the eerie zombie their junior brother had described. Yet upon seeing his appearance, Simyamu could not help muttering, though his skin resembles that of an ordinary human, his crimson eyes and fangs betray no semblance of true humanity. Master Isho nodded faintly, then fell into quiet contemplation before speaking slowly. If Taoist friend Qianhe claims he can mimic the living so flawlessly, perhaps he conceals this horrifying visage when not engaged in combat. Then what do we do now, you bald-headed monk? Let them fight. Wait until both lie broken and bleeding, then step forward. You're deviously clever, monk. Though Simyamu mocked him, he fully endorsed Isho's strategy. Reni waited long, yet no one emerged, so he surmised they intended to sit back and reap the spoils. That suited him perfectly. Once he devoured the Imperial zombie, his power would surge beyond measure. Seizing his chance, Reni circled behind and locked the Imperial zombie in a brutal rear-naked choke. Grew. The Imperial zombie's rigid frame, its joints incapable of bending, rendered escape impossible. Instead, as Reni constricted his throat with crushing force, thick clouds of necrotic chi erupted from his mouth. Having secured his grip, Reni lowered his head, and his elongated fangs pierced straight through the Imperial zombie's skull, beginning the harrowing process of essence absorption. What on earth is he doing? Master Isho blurted, startled by the sudden shift in battle. Simyamu glanced over and replied, it looks like one zombie is biting another, trying to drain its necrotic chi dry. Once a zombie's necrotic chi is fully exhausted, it becomes as hollow as a man drained of blood, survival uncertain, strength utterly gone. Yet why isn't he expelling any chi? Zombies cannot directly absorb another's necrotic chi, it risks catastrophic self-rupture. Even if they survive, clashing chi currents will scatter through their limbs, throwing them into grotesque discoordination, akin to a cultivator succumbing to spiritual deviation. Then perfect, we eliminate both at once. Simyamu spoke, then paused, sensing Reni's aura intensify further. His tone shifted instantly. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. This zombie can devour another's necrotic chi outright. If my elder junior brother, who reveres zombies above all else, were to witness this, he'd fall hopelessly in love with him. With that, the two stepped forth, advancing directly toward Reni. When the heron and clam struggle, the fisherman profits, but what if the heron swallows the clam and grows stronger? How long can the fisherman sit still? Alas, it was already too late. Reni's consumption was swift. Once immobilized, the victim only grew weaker, accelerating the pace of absorption. Before their very eyes, the Imperial zombie crumbled into ash, leaving behind only tattered Imperial robes. He possessed no unique abilities. Reni merely chose to reinforce his own undead physical form. You werg! A low resonant roar surged from Reni's throat. In that moment he felt the staggering density of his newly forged physique, an unprecedented torrent of raw coiled power. Were he to face the Imperial zombie again, he was certain he could subdue him utterly within 3 minutes. Yet this sudden surge of might was but an illusion born of bodily mutation, like those who after ingesting potent elixirs believe themselves capable of enduring half an hour, only to collapse mere minutes later. Clang, clang. Knowing Reni was impervious to exorcistic talismans, Master Isho and Taoist Simyamu abandoned subtlety and struck with pure unrelenting force. 2 long swords flashed, one aimed at Reni's throat, the other at his lower dantian, striking with such precision that they inadvertently forced forth a gush of necrotic chi. Oomph! Rennie grunted sharply, repelling both blades with his bare hands, then launched twin fists toward his assailants. Though Taoist martial arts and cultivation were inseparable, neither master matched Rennie's current might, yet both held firm, parrying with disciplined grace. One seized Rennie's arm, another slapped a talisman onto his forehead, while the third looped a string of Buddhist prayer beads around his neck. Rennie did not flinch. With a single violent shrug, he hurled both men backward through the air. Though they knew talismans held no sway over him, instinct compelled them to test the theory once more. They landed hard, exchanged a glance, and said in unison, "Truly not the slightest effect." Isho whispered, "This is dire indeed." Cultivators typically lack the brute strength and physical resilience of zombies. Their sole advantage lay in esoteric countermeasures rooted in yin-yang principles. Now that edge had vanished. They had no choice but to unleash their ultimate long-concealed techniques. Simyamu began chanting while rapidly counting on his fingers, "I beseech my ancestral master to descend, I beseech my ancestral master to descend." Even as he invoked the ritual, he found himself yearning for his senior brother Shi Jian, whose mastery of the wooden pole technique and lightning thunder fist offered precisely the kind of overwhelming offensive power best suited to subduing a creature like Rennie. Awo Namo Amatba. A dragon's roar echoed from Master Isho's body, and his stooped frame straightened instantaneously, radiating solemn golden authority. The two charged. Instantly Rennie's overwhelming dominance dissolved. Both Simyamu and Isho now matched him in raw power, and against their coordinated assault he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Thud. A fist and a kick sent Rennie flying backward, crashing heavily onto the earth. As the two moved to mount him, Rennie flicked his wrist, unleashing the sonic assault of the corpse demon soul-devouring chain. An eerie ancient opera melody filled the forest, forcing both Simyamu and Isho to clutch their ears and stagger back. Seizing the opening, Rennie sprang upright and summoned the corpse demon soul-devouring chain. 14 skulls materialized, two bearing the exquisite faces of beautiful women hurtling toward Master Isho. Simultaneously he opened his mouth and expelled the blood toxin demon miasma, a scarlet fog surging toward Taoist Simyamu. He had withheld these techniques deliberately, to strike with devastating surprise. And indeed the ambush succeeded. Master Isho lost a chunk of flesh from each shoulder, while Simyamu suffered worse. His right palm first touched the crimson mist, and in an instant flesh and sinew melted away, leaving only gleaming bone. Fortunately both reacted swiftly. One whirled his saffron robe like a shield, deflecting the onrushing skulls. The other fired a razor-sharp gust of wind from his left fingertip, scattering the blood fog entirely. Taking advantage of their injuries, Su Shaoling and Bai Ling closed in on Master Isho, while Rennie turned his full attention to Simyamu. The moment they split, Rennie's pressure eased dramatically, especially given Simyamu's crippled right hand. Seeing Simyamu recklessly attack with that ruined hand, Rennie seized his 5 bleached finger bones, and with a single brutal twist snapped them clean off, casting them onto the ground. Ugh, ah! Agony contorted Simyamu's face, yet he clenched his teeth and refused to cry out. Glancing at Isho, he saw only shattered crimson skulls, yet over 40 remained tearing into the master's body until he resembled a walking corpse drenched in gore. Realizing no aid would come from the monk, Simyamu first glanced backward, then his eyes shifting to a deep obsidian gold, he turned his gaze squarely upon Rennie. Rennie had just leapt high, intending to strike downward with lethal advantage, only to be met by twin beams of dark gold light erupting from Simyamu's eyes, laser-sharp and searing, striking him midair. Fortuitously Rennie had vaulted high enough, the golden beams struck only his calves. Had he been lower, those beams would have pierced his eyes directly. Rennie collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony, his calves pierced clean through, unable to rise. Expecting imminent death, he instead beheld Simyamu crouched low, hands clamped tightly over his eyes, face twisted in unbearable torment. This was Simyamu's most revered technique, the Vajra wrathful gaze, a profound Buddhist art capable of piercing illusion and inflicting grievous harm upon adversaries. Yet this ocular art imposed excruciating demands upon its wielder. The slightest misstep risked catastrophic damage to the eyes themselves. Indeed, Simyamu's chronic nearsightedness stemmed precisely from repeated reckless use of this very technique. Just 2 nights prior, when confronting a fox spirit stealing corpses, Simyamu had deployed this gaze to pierce her seductive illusions, and unleashed its golden wrath to slay her outright. Notably, on that occasion he had worn a self-forged spectacles artifact, designed specifically to mitigate ocular strain during the Vajra wrathful gaze's activation. But that artifact was single-use, and no replacement had yet been crafted. This time, channeling his ancestral master's power amplified the golden beam's intensity, alongside their devastating toll upon his eyes. Simyamu sought to end Rennie while he was vulnerable, but his eyes burned as though doused in molten iron. Pain so unbearable he dropped to his knees, fists hammering the unyielding earth in desperate futile release. Witnessing Simyamu's anguish, Rennie's impulse to recall the corpse demon's soul-devouring chain quietly faded. Meanwhile, Master Isho, though he had reduced the storm of skulls to barely 20, bore grievous wounds. Only one arm and one leg remained, both mangled and incomplete. At this point, even without killing him, exhaustion would claim him soon. Yet Rennie could wait no longer. He commanded sharply, "Now, kill him immediately." At Rennie's order, the 2 female-headed skulls, Su Shaoling and Bai Ling, assumed humanoid forms and directed 8 of the remaining 18 skulls toward Master Isho. Before he could react, they detonated in unison. A wave of blood-slaughter chi exploded outward. Isho staggered, lifted violently off his feet like a severed kite. Before he struck the ground, the remaining skulls surged upward, latching onto his body like starving wolves. Master Isho's brows knotted in agony. Through the white-hot pain his gaze swept across Su Shaoling and Bai Ling, still hovering, still unmoving, still refusing to tear into his flesh, and a profound sorrow settled deep within his heart. In the heat of battle he had discerned clearly all other skulls moved with mechanical rigidity devoid of grace or cunning, except these two. Not only were they astonishingly agile, but one could unleash a soul-shaking sonic assault, leaving him unable to find an opening, even if he willed it. He had braced for their direct assault, yet instead only the mindless horde came. With a silent sigh, Master Isho recited a final sutra, and then unleashed a blinding burst of golden light. Every skull froze midair, paralyzed as if struck by lightning. With a lightning-fast motion he shattered 4, then collapsed, spent, watching helplessly as the remaining 6 descended upon him, consuming him whole. Rani had anticipated Isho's dying counterstroke, which was precisely why he forbade Su Shaoling and Bai Ling from engaging. To lose either would mean losing his symbiotic undead treasure forever. Once Isho fell, Simyamu finally raised his head, blood streaking from his eyes, his gaze burning crimson as he lunged toward Rani, only to be slammed aside by 6 flying skulls. Simyamu's arms trembled violently, but heedless of fresh wounds he smashed every skull that struck him. Spotting the 2 women gliding toward him, he sprinted toward Rani, who lay wounded on the ground, just as an eerie opera melody rose once more. Cross the golden bridge, cross the silver bridge. Yet the golden bridge stands higher than the silver one. Beneath the golden bridge flows eternal water. Beneath the silver bridge ghosts wail and moan. The virtuous cross with companions by their side. The wicked cross grumbling bitterly. Stumble and plunge beneath the bridge. Where serpents and hounds fight, dragging your body downstream. Clearly doing evil brings less reward than doing good. Karmic retribution spares not a single grain of sand. Dizziness overwhelmed Simyamu, his legs buckled and he pitched forward onto the earth. Before he could rise, Rani seized the opportunity, launching himself forward with arms as powerful as legs. He seized Simyamu's shoulders in a vice-like grip. Ah! His borrowed ancestral power fled with that gasp. Rani dragged him close and sank his fangs deep into Simyamu's throat. Only then did Simyamu understand the Imperial Zombie's despair, feeling his vital essence, spirit and chi flood out of his body like a breached dam. As Simyamu's blood drained, Rani's wounded calves regenerated with astonishing speed. As for Simyamu's Taoist arts, Rani selected none other than the Vajra Wrathful Gaze. Discarding the tattered Taoist robe, he watched the ashes scatter on the wind. Then, his crimson eyes transformed into dark gold. Twin beams of wrathful golden light shot forth, scorching 2 blackened holes into the earth. The power was undeniably formidable, yet instantly a sharp acidic numbness stung his eyes. No wonder Simyamu had clutched his sockets in agony, unable to raise a hand afterward. Even Rinyi's body, impervious to axe or sword, now shimmered with involuntary tears. How much more unbearable must it have been for Simyamu's mortal flesh? Gazing upon the crimson crystal dust scattered across the ground, Rinyi raised a hand. First Su Shaoling and Bai Ling reformed into delicate jewel-like skullheads and flew to him, then the dust itself rose, coalescing into exquisitely carved miniature skulls. He studied the intricate web of fissures across their surfaces, and then the single flawless blood slaughter. Saraira Isho's cultivated essence, undoubtedly a supreme boon. Yet Rani chose not to consume it. Instead he fed it to the corpse demon's soul-devouring chain, and as the Saraira dissolved, the cracks upon its skull shrank to a single hair-thin line. Rani lifted his gaze to the full moon, opened his mouth, and drew down the silvery moonlight. Simultaneously he summoned his undead treasure, suspending it in midair to bathe in the celestial radiance. Absorbing lunar essence was instinctive for Jiangshi, yet relying solely on it for advancement would entail an impractically long time span. As Reni's innate corpse treasure, the Shi Yin Tun Xin chain possessed unique properties of its own. It accelerated the assimilation of solar and lunar essences while simultaneously refining them, though this time the focus was not on Reni absorbing moonlight but rather on using lunar essence to repair the Shi Yin Tun Xin chain. Even after absorbing the entirety of Master Isho's cultivation base, the damaged Shi Yin Tun Xin chain had still failed to restore itself completely, leaving behind a faint hairline fissure. Now bathed in silvery moonlight, the chain pulsed with crimson lightning under its electric caress. That slender crack slowly began to mend. After half a watch, Reni gazed at the fully restored corpse treasure coiled around his wrist and resolved to acquire a soul art related to artifact refinement next. He'd spent an astonishingly long time merely repairing a single hairline fracture. Ignoring the wreckage strewn across the ground, Reni sprinted down the mountain. Half a watch later he arrived at the residence shared by Taoist Simyamu and Master Isho. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, his corpse treasure stirred, not in response to Rintingting but to Jingjing, the girl whose appearance mirrored that of his fiancée Zhu Zhu with uncanny fidelity. Rani made no move to disturb Tingting and the others as they slept. Instead he slipped into the morgue, where ordinary sure corpses lay barely animated and mechanically controlled by corpse herding techniques. Absorbing them would yield no benefit. But the fox spirit's corpse was altogether different. A Yaojing's flesh and blood refined into a blood slaughter Saraira would prove profoundly nourishing. Woo woo. A chaotic wail erupted as the Shi Yin Tun Xin chain transformed into a horde of skeletal figures, devouring the fox spirit's corpse and all surrounding sure corpses in one ravenous sweep. From their midst emerged a single blood slaughter Sarira which Reni swallowed whole in one smooth motion, its potency rivaling that of 1,000 drops of Taoist Jin's blood. Ho! He exhaled a thick breath of turbid chi, then shifted seamlessly into human form and strode out of the morgue, waiting patiently for dawn while contemplating the path ahead. His original intent had been simple: to live quietly as an ageless blood-drinking immortal, avoiding entanglement with cultivators at all costs. Yet this outing had already claimed 2 Mashan sect Taoists. Could he truly remain inconspicuous? And if not, how would he confront Uncle Gio of Rinjia town? What road lay before him now? As he pondered, dawn broke unawares. Ah Fu emerged first to tend the horses, and upon spotting his young master standing silently in the courtyard hurried over to greet him. "Good morning, young master. When did you return? Why didn't you let me know?" Reni snapped back to the present, inwardly musing one step at a time. Perhaps even thinking like a human was a fundamental error now that he had become a Jiangshi. "I returned too late, I didn't wish to disturb you." From the adjacent room a small door creaked open. Tingting bounded out like a startled fawn, skipping 3 steps at a time until she stood beside him. "Brother. I waited for you all night, I even fell asleep waiting." "Really? Then you've earned my deepest gratitude." "Hee, by the way, I have a surprise for you." "Come, I'll introduce someone." Tingting feigned mystery, unaware that Reni already knew everything. Reni played along. "Who might that be?" "Hee, you'll see in just a moment." With that, Tingting dashed back inside. Almost immediately hushed murmurs and soft disputes arose within, the rustling of leaves stirred by morning breeze laced with confusion and urgency. Jingjing roused from slumber sighed inwardly. She was no Zhu Zhu yet. Tingting insisted on addressing her as sister-in-law and declared with absolute certainty that her brother had arrived. Who exactly was this brother, and could his mere presence transform her into Zhu Zhu overnight? Drowsy and resigned, Jingjing stepped out of the room. Before her stood Reni, poised in the courtyard, his striking elegant features framed by understated attire, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous allure and his brow etched with quiet authority. For a fleeting moment Jingjing hesitated. Could she truly have lost her memory? Seeing Jingjing's silence and downward gaze, Tingting instantly concluded she'd already fallen for her brother. Indeed, the bad brother remained as irresistible to girls as ever. Though braced for the encounter, Reni still couldn't help blurting out Zhu Zhu. She looked exactly like her, more so than any twins could. Tingting had orchestrated this very moment. "Hee, brother, you're mistaken. She's not sister-in-law. This is Jingjing, she simply bears an uncanny resemblance to Zhu Zhu." Reni chuckled softly. "Truly the likeness is extraordinary, but your fiancée has a crimson mole on her thigh." Jingjing flushed crimson and retorted flustered, "How dare you sneak?" She'd meant to say sneak a peek, yet paused, recalling she'd bathed the previous day long before Reni's arrival. It couldn't have been voyeurism. Was she then truly Zhu Zhu, stricken with amnesia, and had somehow acquired Jingjing's memories as well? Gazing at Reni, she found herself wondering, perhaps becoming Zhu Zhu wouldn't be so unwelcome after all. Noticing Jingjing's demeanor, Tingting hurried toward Reni, inexplicably unsettled. Her small hand pinched his arm as she scolded, "How do you know the mole's on her thigh?" Reni gently grasped her wrist, halting her mischief. "You'll have to ask father about that." Long ago, before Zhu Zhu departed overseas, Renfe, eager for his son to secure an heir, had resorted to subtle persuasion. The result? Reni nearly choked to death, and Zhu Zhu left without conceiving. His constitution had been too frail, he'd vomited right at the threshold. Now, witnessing Jingjing's reaction, Reni couldn't help suspecting had Zhu Zhu returned only to suffer some calamity and lose her memory. Jingjing's expression had not gone unnoticed. Straightforward as ever, Ah Fu blurted, "Miss Jingjing, is it true? Are you truly the young mistress?" Jingjing opened her mouth, uncertain how to reply, then sighed helplessly at this point. "I'm no longer certain myself. By the way, is anyone else staying here?" Reni recalled that Taoist Simyamo had a disciple named Jiala, whose room had been empty the previous night. Jingjing remembered Jiala bidding her farewell the night before and replied, Jiala was sent off by his master last night to deliver a message. Delivering a message in the dead of night, surely something was amiss. Though Reni sensed something wrong, he had no idea where to pursue them. He said instead, "Zhu Zhu, would you come with me?" I must wait for my master. They went up the mountain last night." Her voice softened slightly. "Please, don't call me Zhu Zhu. Call me Jingjing. It feels strange." "All right." Reni glanced toward the mountain last night. A Jiangshi rose from its coffin atop the mountain. Perhaps Master Isho ascended for that very reason. "We're returning there ourselves. Why not accompany us? You may meet him there and learn the truth of your origins." Now Jingjing too longed to uncover her true identity. Moreover, her master had not returned from the mountain all night. Her concern mounting, she resolved to go and search for him. After breakfast, the group set out on their journey. Fortunately, there were enough horses. Jingjing rode with Mary while Tingting remained beside Reni. Ranyi's path followed the main road, the very route used by Qing troops to transport the imperial zombies. An hour later they arrived at the site where the Imperial zombies had emerged from their coffins the previous night. Tattered tents and unburied corpses scattered across the ground sent shivers through them all. Though trembling with fear, Jingjing hastily dismounted, scanning the desolate scene for any sign of her master. Naturally, no trace of Master Risho remained, having been intercepted and eliminated by Rennie before ever reaching this place. Not even bones survived. His robes too had been devoured by the zombie relics. Seeing Jingjing's distress, Rennie offered reassurance. The absence of Master Risho here may not be ill omen, he could well be pursuing the zombies. Jingjing paused, then reluctantly accepted the explanation. Ren Tingting added gently, indeed, elder sister Jingjing, why not travel with us for now? Master Risho will surely seek you out once his duties are fulfilled. Ren Jingjing glanced at Ren Tingting with quiet surprise. Something felt amiss ever since meeting her brother. Tingting had ceased addressing her as sister-in-law, despite having done so repeatedly just the night before. Rennie said, Jingjing, come home with me first. Once we arrive, I'll send word to Zhuzhu's parents, they can help confirm her identity. Finding no trace of her master, Jingjing had little choice but to acquiesce. Very well. They remounted. Mary watched Rennie with wary eyes. She knew full well what he had done the previous night. The corpses strewn about likely bore his hand. And the zombie, merely thinking of it, unsettled her further. Even Afu and Ren Tingting understood without words that Rennie stood at the heart of this grim affair. Leaning against Rennie's chest, Ren Tingting tilted her head upward and whispered, was it you? Rennie looked down at her fair upturned face, her posture graceful, her slender neck exposed like a column of polished jade. A faint primal urge stirred within him. Gently he guided her chin back into place. How clever you are. As he spoke, he flicked her forehead sharply. Wincing, Tingting seized his hands and drew them firmly around her waist to steady herself against the horse's rhythmic gait. Her fingertips traced delicate letters across his knuckles. Brother, was that zombie you? He murmured, nodding. He knew concealment was futile, his sister would learn the truth soon enough. His gaze drifted downward as the horse swayed, lingering on Tingting's elegant swan's neck where delicate blue veins pulsed faintly beneath translucent skin like ivy coiling around alabaster. Unconsciously his fingers tightened on the reins. He moistened his lips and leaned in. A sudden warmth bloomed against Tingting's throat. Her body stiffened, electrified, her spine arched instinctively, her shoulder nudging Rennie's jaw. At the last instant his fangs retracted, just shy of piercing her skin. Fortunately they rode at the rear. Had others witnessed that moment they might have deemed him monstrous. What are you doing? She whispered. Seeing her flushed neck, Rennie realized his impulse had crossed a line and murmured an honest, quiet confession. I was hungry, I nearly drank your blood. Rather than recoil in fear, Tingting asked instead, brother, may I see you as a zombie? I've read countless tales of ghosts and ghouls, even foreign ones, all bound by daylight's curse. Yet you walk freely. How extraordinary you are. Her words ignited a quiet swell of pride within him. Of course I am your brother. But if you wish to see, wait until tonight in Saojia Town. Agreed. As its name implied, Saojia Town, like Rinjia Town, was ruled by a single powerful clan, the Chao family. Chaoing was the undisputed patriarch, the most formidable warlord in half the province. Lately, however, misfortune dogged his steps, defeat in battle, the death of his only son and the suicide of his ninth concubine before their wedding rites were even completed. Yet even a shattered vessel holds weight, and Chaoing, though broken, still commanded terror. His nightly drunken rages, his capricious executions, none dared speak against him. Ranyi's party arrived at dusk, 6 o'clock, the sun just sinking behind the hills. Wealth was no constraint. They occupied the hotel's most luxurious suites and dinner was served privately in each room. Ren Tingting did not eat. Instead, she strode confidently from her chamber to Rennie's. At her knock, Rennie opened the door. Haven't eaten yet. Perfect, you can finish these dishes. Do you take me for a pig? How could I possibly consume all this? She slipped her arm through his and settled onto the sofa beside him, grinning. No wonder you feel so cool to the touch, you're a zombie. And since no one's watching, may I see? Noting her eager curiosity, and fearing he might startle her, he cautioned softly, you may, but prepare yourself. Hurry up, I already know. Rennie closed his eyes, bowed his head, and when he lifted it again, Tingting beheld her brother's crimson gaze, twin fangs protruding from parted lips, his complexion pale as moonlit porcelain. Looking closer, she noted only elongated nails, nothing else distinguished him from a living man. Far from the grotesque horrors described in books, he seemed almost disappointingly ordinary after all her nervous anticipation. She poked his cheek, firm, resilient, and tugged lightly at his skin. She examined his nails, flexed his fingers, finding no stiffness, no unnatural rigidity, then continued her quiet, fascinated exploration. Rennie felt a quiet warmth at her lack of fear until her hands grew bolder, wandering without restraint. He swiftly caught her wrist before it slipped beneath his collar. Steady, mind your manners. She met his rebuke with unblinking candor. I'm just checking whether you can still carry on the Ren family line. Recalling Taoist Master Zhao, who had staged a dramatic bond of life and death with him, then manipulated 2 zombies into a lurid display, Rennie answered cautiously, I believe so. Even if not, immortality renders heirs unnecessary. Hearing his assurance, Tingting nodded satisfied, then gestured toward the untouched meal. So, you cannot eat human food? I can, but it does not sate hunger. To sustain myself I absorb the essence of sun and moon, or drink blood. The three young women each had their own room. However, since girls typically ate less, Jingjing was now sharing Mary's room. Mary gazed at Jingjing, even clad in a simple floral patterned dress, whose delicate refined beauty shone effortlessly. A pang of injustice struck her. How unfair the heavens were blessing every member of the Rin family with such striking looks. Sister Mary, why are you staring at me? Jingjing asked, flustered under Mary's unwavering gaze. Mary withdrew her eyes and smiled gently. Jingjing, you're truly exquisite. Ronnie is a fortunate man. Please don't jump to conclusions. I'm not even certain I'll become his wife. Jingjing blushed deeper, more flustered still. Oof. Do you really think your beauty alone wouldn't bind him? What man resists temptation? Even if he couldn't claim you as his bride, he'd still keep you locked away in his home. Besides, setting aside appearance, your resemblance to his future wife is uncanny. Brother Rennie would never do such a thing. He's a good man. Jingjing insisted. Mary merely scoffed inwardly, saying nothing aloud. A good man. One who vents his rage on Qing soldiers. Those soldiers' deaths may have involved the zombie, but without Rennie's intervention Mary refused to believe it. Still, if you enter that household, tread carefully. His younger sister Tingting is a veritable vinegar jar. Ting. Jingjing frowned, bewildered. How does she even factor into this? Seeing Jingjing's pure guileless confusion, Mary cut straight to the point. Haven't you noticed? Tingting idolizes her elder brother. She clings to him constantly, especially ever since learning you might have had intimate contact with him. She stopped calling you sister-in-law altogether. Oh, so she likes her brother. Those were your words, not mine. I only said she deeply admires him. Mary emphasized the word deeply with deliberate weight. Earlier, when she'd gone to summon Tingting for dinner, she'd found the girl absent from her room, and the innate curiosity of womanhood had already spun several vivid tales of a tender-hearted younger sister falling for her domineering elder brother. At that moment, Rennie glanced away as Tingting offered her neck to him. What are you doing? You need blood, drink mine. Outside blood isn't clean. Ronnie felt a stirring of desire. Hunger gnawed at him, and Tingting's scent was intoxicatingly sweet. Just one sip. After you bite me, will I become like you? No, you won't. I can fully control the corpse venom. As he bit down, Rennie sensed something extraordinary. The Rin family bloodline granted Tingting, though an ordinary mortal, of exceptional fate, blood of unparalleled richness. Its quality surpassed even that of cultivators and female vampires alike. Rennie refrained from activating his devouring trait, sipping only lightly. Tingting felt an electric current surge from her neck through her entire body. Her cerebral cortex tingled as if struck by lightning, and waves of pleasurable numbness washed over her. Moon. A soft, breathy sound escaped her lips. Opening her eyes, she found Rennie watching her intently. Her gaze shimmered, her cheeks flushed rose-pink as she whispered, "It didn't hurt at all. That's because my fangs secrete a toxin that induces euphoria." Tingting longed to relive that sensation, to melt utterly into Rennie's embrace, surrendering herself completely. Again, please. No, stop it. You're already weakened. Another taste and you won't recover well by morning. Brother, why won't you let me share your nature? Wouldn't it be better if I became like you? Impossible, I still don't know what form one takes after being bitten by me. Meanwhile, Jala sprinted along forest trails and across ravines and rivers, compressing a 2-day journey into a single night. He arrived at the Rin family town mortuary, no rest, no pause, then collapsed breathless, handing the yellow talisman paper to his senior uncle Linzhou. Linzhou accepted the paper, read its contents, and felt a profound shock ripple through him. Most cultivators despised zombies, not only because they existed outside the 6 realms and possessed no humanity, but also because their victims inevitably transformed into kin of the same cursed kind. Legends spoke of an ancient, far deadlier strain, one whose contagion was near instantaneous. Any human wounded by it would turn into a zombie almost immediately. Uncle Joe intended to transmit this intelligence to his sect at once, yet paused. Perhaps it wasn't a zombie after all. Brother Qianha, unfamiliar with true zombies, might have mistaken a corpse spirit for one. A corpse spirit, by definition, was a cadaver that had awakened sentience. Though it drank blood, it carried no infection. Crucially, it could retain human form only by feeding exclusively on those born in the hour, month, and year of Hai. Lately he'd been investigating Rennie, but the Ren residence remained impenetrable, denying him access to its subterranean chambers. Yet at the mountain villa he'd discovered traces of lightning strikes. Recalling recent celestial thunderbolts, and cross-referencing them with the Ren family hospital's massive ongoing purchases of blood, Linzhou began suspecting Rennie himself was the corpse spirit. Rennie's cunning was evident. He killed no one, only bought blood. And now that Rennie had left town, Linzhou couldn't help but wonder whether Brother Simu had indeed encountered him. Speculation yielded no answers, so Linzhou resolved to investigate in person. Jala, rest well, I leave now. Gasping for air, Jala could only nod weakly in acknowledgement. Lin Jiu gathered his tools and took the same forest path. His cultivation level high, he scaled mountains and crossed ridges, reaching Brother Simu's dwelling in half a day. Finding both houses empty, and the morgue littered with the same grey ash that Awe had brought him before, he grew certain Rennie was behind it all. He wasted no time pressing onward up the mountain. At the sight of last night's battle, he stooped to retrieve a tattered dragon-embroidered robe, and picked up a scorched Taoist robe. Though wind had scattered, most ash traces remained. Bloodstains and shredded monk's robes on the ground confirmed that Master Isho had not survived. Lin Jiu's expression darkened. At Mount Maoshan, he Simu Qianha and Mamadi had all trained under the same master, their bond ran deeper than mere discipleship. Though the zombie threat had been neutralized by Ren-Yi, his brother's vengeance could not go unclaimed. Lin Jiu continued climbing, until passing a thicket he halted. The bushes trembled faintly, someone was hiding within. Detecting a faint miasma of corpse energy, could it be a zombie? Drawing his peachwood sword, he parted the foliage and beheld a small figure in a miniature dragon robe crouched low, wrapped tightly in layers of cloth, trembling violently. "Turn your face toward me," Lin Jiu commanded, voice sharp as steel. The young prince had undergone corporeal transformation mid-assimilation, interrupted by Taoist Qianha's timely intervention. After turning, he discovered his fatal vulnerability to sunlight and wrapped himself head-to-toe in stolen garments. Timid and disoriented, he wandered blindly through the woods. Spotting Lin Jiu approaching, he'd hidden himself. Now obeying the command, he hopped slowly, then turned his face around. Lin Jiu stared astonished. This was the first sentient zombie he'd ever seen, its body supple rather than rigid like others. Save for two dark circles beneath its eyes, its pallor resembled only that of a frail pale youth. "Little one, can you understand what I'm saying?" Ninth Uncle asked cautiously. Seeing no ill intent from Ninth Uncle, the mute boy could only nod. Gazing upon the unusually spirited Jiangshi, Ninth Uncle felt an unexpected fondness well up within him. For years his view of Jiangshi had remained unshaken, devoid of humanity. Yet this young Jiangshi brimmed with extraordinary awareness, perhaps a rare blessing of fate. Ninth Uncle examined the boy's neck, spotting two distinct fang marks. "How did you become like this?" he asked. The boy gestured animatedly. Though Ninth Uncle had never communicated this way before and struggled to decipher the signs, he grasped the gist. Someone had bitten him. Excruciating pain had sent him into unconsciousness. Upon waking, he was transformed, and now ravenously hungry. Noticing the boy had not yet fed on blood, Ninth Uncle retrieved a wild fruit he'd picked earlier to stave off hunger and offered it. The boy sank his sharp fangs in and drained it in a single swift suction. Observing this, Ninth Uncle realized the boy had not yet tasted blood. There was still hope to raise him properly. "Very well, from now on you'll follow me." The boy, with nowhere else to go and sensing Ninth Uncle's sincerity, nodded in quiet agreement. Lifting the boy into his arms, Ninth Uncle continued up the mountain until they reached the camp where the boy had once lived. There he spotted a Taoist robe lying on the ground, and instantly understood his junior brother Master Qianha had also been drained dry. With a sigh of resignation, he constructed a symbolic tomb for his two brothers and Master Isho. The remaining corpses he hastily disposed of. Noting that those bodies were reduced to bare skeletons, he deduced Ren-Yi must have mastered a sinister art of separating flesh from bone. After swift disposal, he resolved to return first to Rinjia town to prepare for confronting Ren-Yi. By the time they neared the mortuary, night had long fallen. Ninth Uncle failed to notice, but the boy cradled in his arms gazed upward at the full moon, absorbing its lunar radiance, his eyes gradually shifting to an eerie emerald green. Ugh, ugh. A guttural sound rose from the boy's throat as his body trembled violently. Alarmed, Ninth Uncle examined him closely, only to find all traces of his former awareness gone, his jaws snapping open instinctively to bite. Gripping the boy's chin to hold him steady, Ninth Uncle studied his eyes, then glanced up at the full moon. Disaster. It's the Zhongyuan festival. The overwhelming energy has suppressed his spirit. Immobilizing the boy, Ninth Uncle bolted toward the entrance and shouted, "One Kai, hurry. Bring paper, brush and ink." In Saojia town, inside a guest room at the hotel where Ren-Yi resided, he slowly absorbed lunar essence while Ren-Ting-Ting lay beside him. Ren-Ting-Ting touched her neck, astonished to find no trace of wounds. She distinctly recalled two fang marks earlier. She hadn't returned to her own room because the night was sweltering and Ren-Yi's chamber remained cool and soothing. Now that Ren-Ting-Ting knew her true nature, Ren-Yi no longer concealed himself. He continued drawing in lunar essence, his corpse treasure hovering silently above his head. Ren-Ting-Ting watched fascinated and eagerly anticipated the day she too would become a Jiangshi, so they might dwell together eternally as immortal siblings. As Ren-Ting-Ting drifted into slumber, Ren-Yi sustained his absorption of lunar essence until just before dawn, when he abruptly ceased, sensing another Jiangshi approaching nearby. In the hotel lobby, 5 figures entered the elevator, or rather 3 living humans, 1 Jiangshi and 1 living dead corpse. At their head stood a man bearing a striking resemblance to the late Taoist Master Qianha, none other than Shenjinren Qianha's fraternal twin. He and his junior brother Wu Zhenren along with First Mao shared the same master. The remaining 2 were his disciple A Fang and the grave robber Wang Kai. The Jiangshi had originally been entrusted to Shenjinren by the Underworld boss Ninth Uncle, who commissioned him to transport the corpse home. Yet this assignment had been contested between Qian Jinren and his junior brother Wu Jinren, who, consumed by resentment, secretly reanimated the corpse into a juncture intending to sabotage Qian Jinren's mission. The living dead corpse was Chao Ying's ninth concubine, slain and buried then struck by heavenly lightning during Wang Kai's tomb robbery. Absorbing Wang Kai's yang energy, she rose as a living dead corpse, mimicking his every motion. Wang Kai, desperate to rid himself of this haunting burden, had attached himself to Wu Jinren. After settling the juncture in a room, Qian Jinren studied it with keen curiosity. He wondered what method his junior brother Xiao Wu had used. The juncture was alarmingly fierce, having undergone transformation only recently, yet already attained the rank of Baijiang, white juncture. Had Ren Yi and Ren Tingting been present, they would have recognized it instantly. This juncture bore an uncanny likeness to their father Ren Fa. Preparing to step out to purchase supplies, Qian Jinren instructed of Feng Yu and the others must guard the room vigilantly, especially against your scheming uncle. I fear his recklessness may spark catastrophe. Yes, master. Upstairs, Rennie sat upright, his gaze fixed silently upon a shadow moving across the window. That figure was none other than Wu Jinren, Qian Jinren's junior brother. Having overheard his elder brother's slander, he resolved to refine the juncture into something even more formidable. Unaware anyone occupied the room, its lights extinguished, he pushed the door open and somersaulted inside a sack of snakeskin slung across his back. Bathed in moonlight, he suddenly registered movement, a man and a woman. The woman slept soundly, the man observed him with unnerving calm. Though startled, Wu Jinren swiftly raised a finger to his lips in a hushing gesture and whispered, I mean no harm, I'll leave immediately. Studying the man's features, Rennie suddenly recalled a classic juncture film. Had he truly stumbled upon its very narrative? Wu Jinren turned to depart, but Rennie would not let such an opportunity slip away. Starving, he could restrain himself from biting his sister, but not from devouring prey delivered willingly to his threshold. Just as Wu Jinren's hand brushed the doorknob, a violent gust surged behind him. Instinct flared, he whirled and lashed out with a kick. His foot struck with the sickening resistance of iron. He stared. This youth was no human. He was a juncture. It was too late. Wu Jinren's cultivation paled beside Qianhe's, and Rennie could now effortlessly slaughter Qianhe himself. A single punch crashed into Wu Jinren's abdomen, a hand clamped over his mouth, silencing his cry. Wu Jinren felt his viscera liquefy, but even his muffled groan was stifled. Rennie bared his fangs and bit down. Within moments, only an immaculate set of robes and a pile of ash remained. TSK, TSK. Rennie smacked his lips. Wu Jinren's blood held barely half the potency of Taoist Master Qianhe's, yet his mastery lay in corpse refining arts. Since Rennie intended to transform Ren Tingting into a juncture, he deliberately absorbed this knowledge. Thus vast troves of corpse refining techniques flooded his mind, and with them came sobering clarity. His own successful self-transformation had been nothing short of miraculous, or perhaps attributable to an extraordinary surge of hormonal vitality. This revelation ignited furious resentment toward Taoist Master Zhao, who had nearly doomed him. He now understood the so-called yang sealing technique harbored a fatal flaw. When yin energy flooded the body, it easily scattered the sealed yang essence, rendering success exceedingly rare. It turned out that Master Wu and Taoist Zhao had met once before and exchanged insights on corpse cultivation. Master Wu had attempted the yang qi corpse refinement technique, though it offered some benefit, its failure rate remained prohibitively high. Rennie clenched his teeth in fury. Taoist Zhao had deliberately withheld this critical detail. Had fortune not favored him, the ritual would have ended in catastrophic failure. Suppressing his anger for now, Rennie descended to the lower floor. He recalled a plot point from the narrative. A leaping corpse, not particularly powerful in itself, possessed an extraordinary ability commanding coffins to fly. Its precise name, however, would only be revealed upon his absorption of the creature. The moment Rennie stepped out, Wang Kai, having secured the reanimated corpse Qianwen, led Feng toward the bar on the first floor. When Rennie opened the door, he found only a motionless zombie standing rigidly against the wall, and Qianwen, the reanimated corpse, twitching erratically on a clothing rack. Nothing else. With the corpse cultivation manual at his command, Rennie instantly recognized Qianwen's body as prime material for zombie refinement. Without hesitation, he produced the bronze-horned golden coffin, opened its lid and sealed her within. After closing the coffin lid, Rennie retracted it into his spatial domain. As a reanimated corpse, Qianwen was no living being. Her movements were mere mechanical echoes animated solely by residual yang energy absorbed from a man, like an automaton. Thus she could be safely stored within spatial space. As for the zombie leaning silently against the wall, were it not for the absolute certainty that his father Ren Fa remained alive, Rennie might well have mistaken it for his own father's zombified form. Rennie decided to take the zombie back so his father Ren Fa could see it for himself. Anticipating that both Wang Kai and Feng had gone to the bar, Rennie prepared to investigate, only to witness soldiers suddenly mobilizing. He realized General Chao had learned of the desecration of the ninth concubine's tomb and was initiating a sweep of the hotel. Fearing danger to Tingting and the others, Rennie retreated to his room. Dawn was still 1 hour away, but their commotion had grown so loud that Tingting had already been roused from sleep. "Brother, what's happening outside?" "Nothing serious, probably just a routine search." Perhaps due to Renyi's presence, the narrative had subtly shifted. Chowing had drunk far less than before. Upon receiving her aide's urgent report that her ninth concubine's tomb had been violated, she immediately locked down both the inn and Chow family town, launching a focused investigation centered on the hotel. Wang Kai and Fong paled with dread upon hearing the news. They knew full well the ninth concubine lay hidden in their very room. Trembling violently, they were escorted back to their door. Wang Kai was certain death awaited them. Sweat poured down his brow as he reached for the handle. Yet when the door swung open, no ninth concubine hung upon the clothes rack. Instantly their tension dissolved. Fong felt the same relief, though he couldn't fathom how or why the corpse had vanished. But absence in this case was pure deliverance. They stepped aside to allow two soldiers to enter in search. Armed with long rifles, the soldiers combed the sofa beneath the bed and even the bathroom, then prepared to leave. But spotting the zombie, a stark figure in white formal attire standing statue still against the wall, one soldier called out, "Hey! Who are you? Why don't you move?" "He's a jianshi, a corpse. He can't move," Fong hastily explained. "A jianshi?" Skeptical, one soldier approached, lifted the talisman from the corpse's forehead, and confirmed it truly was dead. Then, without warning, the jianshi's lips twitched. The soldier flinched, jerking his hand, and tore the talisman clean off. "Damn it, stick it back yourselves." Cursing, he turned to leave, only to freeze as his comrade stared past him in abject terror. He whirled around just as a pair of hands clamped onto his throat. Before he could react, searing pain exploded in his neck. "We're doomed, the jianshi has drawn blood." After draining the first soldier, the jianshi ascended to the rank of black jianshi. Whether due to this transformation or some other latent factor, it no longer hopped. Instead it strode forward with deliberate, terrifying strides, charging straight toward the remaining three. Fong and Wang Kai, ever cunning, spun on their heels and fled. The slowest soldier was seized instantly. The jianshi lunged, fangs bared, and sank them deep. Upon learning a jianshi was wreaking havoc within his domain, General Chowing dispatched elite troops to subdue it, and as precaution ordered cannons hauled to the site. Having slain two men, the jianshi burst from the room, not pursuing Fong and Wang Kai but ascending to the third floor. It slaughtered only those who stood directly in its path. All others it ignored, as if something on that floor exerted an irresistible pull. It halted only before Renyi's door, nostrils flaring rhythmically. Inside, Renyi gazed at the threshold, expecting soldiers, yet confronted instead by the jianshi itself. A mere black jianshi posed no true threat. Bang! 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 Soldiers outside opened fire, but bullets struck the jianshi's flesh with hollow thuds, leaving no mark. Enraged, the jianshi disregarded them entirely, and with a single wrench tore the door from its hinges. Ah! Startled by the grotesque intruder, Ren Tingting darted behind Renyi. Though terrified, Tingting studied the creature closely. Even in its hideousness, its features eerily resembled their father's. "Dad! Don't call him that, it's only a resemblance," Renyi rebuked sharply. Yet he knew with certainty this jianshi bore the blood of the Ren family. Only a true Ren descendant could walk rather than hop as a newly formed black jianshi. Grew. With a guttural snarl, the jianshi lunged. Renyi instinctively prepared to reveal his own jianshi form, but paused, spotting the cluster of armed soldiers gathering at the doorway. He suppressed the urge instantly. Even without manifesting his true form, Renyi's martial prowess, amplified by absorbing the essence of three senior officers, was unmatched. A single cannon fist strike sent the jianshi crashing to the ground. Alas, human physiology imposed limits, otherwise that blow would have shattered its sternum outright. Woo! Unfazed by the fall, the jianshi surged upright and charged again, this time aiming for Ren Tingting behind. Renyi, claws slashing wildly. Renyi evaded, dodging, weaving, never letting the creature close the distance. For if he were seized, loss of control loomed imminent. Rifles were manageable, but cannons? That was another matter entirely. General Chowing arrived at the doorway, watched Renyi's fluid combat, and could not help but exclaim, "Young man, what extraordinary skill." Renyi ignored her praise. He sensed something deeply unnatural about this jianshi. It seemed singularly fixated on Tingting. Were it not for his foreknowledge of the plot, he might have suspected his own father's reanimation, driven by a monstrous hunger for the blood of kin. "General, Taoist masters have arrived." Upon learning of the jianshi outbreak, Fong had urgently summoned his master Taoist Qian. Recognizing the gravity, should the entire town become infected, the karmic burden would be incalculable. Taoist Qian hastened to the scene without delay. At the doorway, Taoist Qian surveyed the jianshi and sighed inwardly. This creature surpassed any he'd ever encountered in ferocity. How, he wondered, had young Wu achieved such mastery? Had his corpse cultivation art truly advanced to this terrifying level? Yet even more astonishing was the sight of a mortal holding his own move for move against a black jianshi. "Young man, I'll aid you." Without hesitation, Taoist Qian drew his peachwood sword and entered the fray. Shhhk. The peachwood blade slashed across the jianshi's flesh, sparking violently. Renyi pinned the creature's limbs and commanded, "Quick, seal it with talismans." "Understood." With Ran Yi's firm restraint, Daoist Qian effortlessly affixed a talisman to the Jianchu's forehead. Gazing upon the now immobile corpse, Ren Yi advised, "This Jianchu is anomalous, apply more talismans thoroughly." Daoist Qian nearly objected, yet recalling the Jianchu's terrifying strength he conceded had Ren Yi not held it fast he himself would have been overwhelmed. So he applied several more talismans, then shouted to Fong Fong, "Bind the Jianchu with rooster blood rope." "Yes, sir." Fong and Wang Kai had just circled the area, searching in vain for the ninth concubine. Though baffled by her inexplicable disappearance, they knew one truth with absolute clarity: her absence meant their survival. "Brother, are you okay? Why does it seem like the zombie is always trying to bite someone?" Ran Tingting, who had just been brought out by a Fu and the others, approached with concern as the zombie was dealt with. Ran Yi shook his head. "I don't know either. There was nothing about Tingting that should attract a zombie. Surely she couldn't be a relative of theirs." Seeing Master Qian, Jingjing felt curious and walked over to ask Daoist, "Do you know Daoist Qian?" "Of course I do, he is my brother." "Oh." Jingjing nodded, and after a moment's thought she decided to inform him about the news that Daoist Qianhe might be in danger. "Ah." Master Qian was greatly alarmed. Upon learning that no body had been found, he felt a bit relieved. "Afong, gather your things, we must leave quickly." As Master Qian prepared to leave, Chao Wing approached and blocked his way. "Hey, don't rush off. Daoist and this young man are both talented, it wouldn't hurt to have a celebratory drink before leaving." "My lord, What's wrong, don't you want to show some respect?" Seeing the pistol at the other's waist, Master Qian dared not refuse. "Then I shall trouble you, my lord." "No trouble at all, I enjoy talented individuals." Naturally, Ren Yi did not refuse. The Ren family needed to grow strong and would benefit from solid connections. Moreover, he wanted to learn about the zombies' whereabouts from Wang Kai. He lacked offensive means against adversaries, and the zombies' control over objects perfectly matched Ren Yi's needs. At the banquet table, everyone was lively toasting and drinking. Master Chao expressed his appreciation for Ren Yi's talents and wanted to invite him to be his martial arts instructor. Ren Yi did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Although Chao Wing had fallen from power, his military might could still intimidate the surrounding area of Chao Family Town, and coincidentally Ren Family Town was within 100 miles of it. Many soldiers had witnessed Ren Yi's abilities, and the military revered strength. Many recognized Ren Yi's status. They drank until noon, especially the aide who beside Chao Wing, who found common ground with Ren Yi. When aide who saw Ren Yi for the first time, he sensed the other's confidence and knew he could achieve great things. In contrast, their commander seemed to be a shadow of his former self, having lost his spirit since his defeat. Aide who left early to replace Master Chao in inspecting the military camp, as they still had not found the body of the ninth concubine. Master Qian had been eager to leave, but Master Chao did not give him the chance. Ren Yi walked over to Wang Kai, who had initially intended to flirt with Ren Tingting, but upon approaching Ren Yi fixed his gaze on him without saying a word. Feeling the weight of Ren Yi's stare, Wang Kai felt a chill and turned to seek out Jingjing. Upon learning that Jingjing was Ren Yi's fiancée, he retreated and sought out Mary instead. With his handsome appearance and vast knowledge, Wang Kai actually hit it off quite well with Mary. Ren Yi asked, "I just heard Master Qian say that you first met him with a zombie. I wonder where you encountered that zombie." Master Qian had not mentioned this, and Ren Yi was sure Wang Kai wouldn't ask. Seeing that Mary was also interested, Wang Kai boasted, "Oh, speaking of that zombie, although it wasn't very powerful, you would not believe how strange it was." "In what way was it strange?" Mary asked eagerly, mainly because she noticed Ren Yi's curiosity. Although she enjoyed chatting with Wang Kai, it was mostly out of boredom. The zombie could control the coffin to glide across the ground, moving faster than a horse. Ren Yi asked, "Where did you encounter such a peculiar zombie?" Naturally, it was at the mass grave outside the Pear Garden. The Pear Garden was a large village on the way from Chao Family Town to Ren Family Town, so it was quite convenient. Having achieved his goal, Ren Yi lost interest in continuing the conversation. Just as he sat back down at the table, he saw Fa, who had been sent by Master Qian to check on the zombie situation, coming out with a set of clothes that belonged to Master Wu. Evidently Master Qian recognized it as well. Ren Yi sighed inwardly at his bad luck, but at least he could still argue. Sure enough, after asking Afong a few questions, Master Qian confronted him that, "Young Master Ren, how did this outfit come to be in your guest room? Where is my junior brother?" Ren Yi looked puzzled. "This is not my outfit, I have never seen it before." "As for your junior brother, I do not know him, but I believe an adult would not just disappear for no reason." Master Chao, sensing the atmosphere had suddenly shifted, stood up drunkenly and said, "An outfit means nothing as long as Master Qian's junior brother is in this Chao Family Town. He cannot be lost." Master Qian knew that an outfit did not prove anything. It could very well have been discarded by Xiao Wu himself. But the issue was that Master Qian noticed the protective mirror on his junior brother's chest was shattered, which could not have been done by simply taking it off. At that moment, a soldier walked in and whispered something in Master Chao's ear. The originally drunken Master Chao became much clearer upon hearing the soldier's words. Ren Yi noticed that the way the other looked at him had turned somewhat unfriendly. Click. Indeed, Master Chao pulled out his gun, disengaged the safety, and pressed the gun against Ren Yi's temple. Ren, my dear brother, can I ask how my son Shaolin's horse ended up by your side? It turned out that while feeding the horses earlier a soldier had discovered Shaolin's horse. If it were someone else they might not recognize the horse after it had lost weight, but this soldier was responsible for feeding it and recognized it immediately. After confirming who had ridden the horse, he came to inform his commander. Master Qian was also stunned. The commander who had just spoken up for Ren Yi now aimed a gun at him. It could only be said that the emotions of powerful figures were unpredictable. Ren Yi fiddled with his ears and said regretfully, I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but you all forced my hand. Mary, having sensed something was off, initially intended to go upstairs to inform Tingting and the others who had already left to rest. But upon hearing Ren Yi's words, she stopped, knowing he would not speak without reason, and wanted to know the source of his confidence. Xiaoying thought Ren Yi was trying to intimidate him with his status and scoffed, brother Ren, even if you have a remarkable background, if you can't satisfy me you will still have to answer here. Haha, that's not it. I just didn't expect that the one who kills without hesitation would turn out to be your son. What a pity, what a pity. Ren Yi's repeated what a pity went unnoticed by others, but Master Qian felt an inexplicable chill. It was a bodily warning similar to what cultivators call a premonition of fortune or disaster. When fortune or misfortune is about to arrive, some cultivators receive warnings from heaven. Xiaoying caught the implication in Ren Yi's words. His own son had died at Ren Yi's hands. He could not help but smile and rage. Hee hee, what a pity indeed, but it is a pity that you are so young and about to die. The two women you brought are so beautiful, I wonder if they can withstand the attentions of hundreds of men. Ren Yi felt no anger at Xiaoying's words. He saw no point in quarreling with a corpse. Poof. What I truly lament is that you'll never wield your tyranny again. With those words Ren Yi flicked his hand, disarming Xiaoying and slamming his head onto the table before sinking his fangs into him. Bang. 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 The other soldiers opened fire instantly. Yet bullets ricocheted harmlessly off Ren Yi's body, so violently that one struck Qian Jinren squarely in the calf. Ren Yi lifted his head, crimson eyes, protruding fangs and jagged black claws sent the soldiers reeling in terror. In a blur he lunged at the two nearest men, draining them utterly of blood in an instant. Is this a juncture? Qian Jinren murmured, bewildered. He had never encountered such a being before. Having slaughtered several officers and left a trail of corpses in his wake, Ren Yi strode steadily toward Qian Jinren and his disciple. Xiao Wu, was he killed by you? Qian Jinren asked, holding up a piece of clothing. Ren Yi answered not a word, only blurred forward and struck fangs bared. Confidently Qian Jinren slapped a talisman onto Ren Yi's forehead, but it had no effect whatsoever. Moments later, like his junior brother before him, he was reduced to nothing but empty robes. Master. Seeing his master slain, Fawn let out a cry of anguish and charged Ren Yi, screaming, I'll die with you. Ren Yi swept his arm sideways, shattering Fawn's arm. Before the man could even cry out in pain, a single palm strike snapped his neck and Ren Yi drank him dry. Wan Kai tried to flee, but behind him loomed a wall. Before him stood Ren Yi. I know nothing. I'll tell you nothing. I trust you even less. Without hesitation Ren Yi ended him. Though untrained, Wang Kai possessed modest martial skill and his blood proved surprisingly potent. Aside from Qian Jinren, Ren Yi left all other corpses intact. Turning to Mary, who sat slumped nearby, Ren Yi reverted to human form and covered his mouth with a wry smile. Miss Mary, you seem rather heated. Pray tell me, will you speak of things best left unsaid? Mary glanced down at her trousers, blushed deeply and shook her head vigorously. Young master, what happened? Brother. Why the gunfire? Hearing the gunshots, Ren Tingting and the others rushed downstairs from the third floor and froze at the carnage. Mary tightened her waistband, checked for visible traces, smoothed her hair and declared a juncture attacked them. Ren Yi gave her an approving glance, then turned toward the second floor. I'll investigate upstairs, wait for me down here. In one fluid leap he soared to the second floor. Earlier Fong had inspected the juncture, carried it down from the third floor and returned upstairs to retrieve items, only to discover Wu Jinren's garments in a trash bin. The juncture remained bound. Ren Yi lunged forward and bit, its weakened form offered no resistance. Qian Jinren had previously enhanced it through necromantic refinement, now Ren Yi chose instead to fortify its true corporeal essence. Though outwardly imposing, this body fell far short of the silver-plated corpse realm and even lagged significantly behind the peak of the bronze-plated corpse stage. Ren Yi descended the stairs, tossed aside the juncture's tattered robes and announced, the juncture is dealt with, we may depart. But before they could move, a group entered, the deputy commander who flanked by his men. Surveying the carnage, especially Chao Ying's corpse, deputy commander who hurriedly demanded what transpired here. He had rushed over upon hearing the gunfire, yet arrived too late. The juncture broke free. His Excellency was slain, but Qian Jinren, whose Taoist arts are peerless, sacrificed himself in a self-destructive blast that gravely wounded the creature, and I finished it. Who scanned the scene? Every corpse bore unmistakable puncture wounds, clear signs of juncture predation. Logically, Chao Ying's death should have elated him, he would now ascend as Commander Hu. Yet sustaining such a force demanded vast wealth, of which he possessed none. Ren Yi said, Deputy Commander Hu, the matter remains under your stewardship. We shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, send word to Rinjia town? Very well, then I shall not see you off, brother Rin. Though who sensed something amiss, after all every soldier lay dead yet not a single one of Ranyi's companions had fallen. He chose silence. Consolidating loyalty came first. Runny left the corpses untouched, not only to observe the progression of his own necrotic transformation but also to provide her with a plausible explanation, and once the corpses reanimated a subtle complication. Before mounting their horses, Mary changed clothes. Only as they rode away from Psaojia town did half her tension ease, the other half lingered rooted in Rennie himself. She now knew his secret and wondered how he intended to deal with her, or why he spared her at all. Mary was no fool, survival hinged on proving her value. Mere silence was insufficient, death alone guaranteed secrecy. She longed to demand answers, but Rentington clung to her brother's side without pause, leaving no opportunity. At Li Yuan's graveyard of chaos, Rennie and his companions arrived. Even beneath daylight the place exuded a chilling oppressive aura. A Jiangshi dwelled here, one that years ago had awakened amid mass village deaths. Villagers had carelessly discarded corpses, unwittingly forming a minor spirit converging formation. At its heart lay a century-old Jiangshi, which, empowered by the formation, had unexpectedly ascended to the bronze-plated corpse realm. Alas, fate intervened, it drew down a thunder tribulation. Though the tribulation left it grievously weakened, it gained something rare: awakened intelligence and the ability to manipulate objects through sheer mental focus. Trapped deep underground, it lacked opportunity to rise, feed, or restore its strength until just days prior Wang Kai's grave robbing unearthed it. Yet upon emerging it was ambushed by Chen Jinren and Wu Jinren while pursuing Wang Kai, leaving its arms and legs shattered beyond recognition. Now beneath the sun's glare it could only cower within its coffin, unable even to absorb moonlight. Rennie sensed its presence. Instructing the others to wait outside, he strode directly to the coffin where the Jiangshi hid. Its lid, sealed by necrotic chi, resisted opening, so Rennie shattered the entire coffin with a single blow. From the wreckage tumbled a grotesquely contorted Jiangshi. Before sunlight could touch it, Rennie pounced. His victim, still drowsing in daytime slumber, offered no resistance and was drained to dust in an instant. Rennie absorbed the Jiangshi's unique ability, and suddenly his mind flooded with unprecedented clarity. Gazing at the coffin lid ahead, he made no motion, yet the 20-pound slab rose, hovering effortlessly in midair. This was the Jiangshi's innate power, soul essence, telekinesis, mastery over physical objects. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the air as the lid shot forward, cleaving a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in two. Ronnie felt no strain, so he tested a nearby stone. Ultimately he discovered his limit: he could propel objects up to 100 G approx. 50 kilograms at the speed of a sprinting adult. Exceed either weight or velocity, and exhaustion followed swiftly. Naturally reducing speed permitted greater mass, conversely lighter loads allowed swifter movement. Runtingting and the others, hearing the commotion from the graveyard, remained still, curious yet disciplined. Should danger arise, Rennie would surely call for aid. Moreover, two among them already knew his true nature: he was a Jiangshi and thus invulnerable. After mastering his newly acquired abilities, Rennie led his companions through the pear orchard. Within 30 li they arrived at Ren family town. At the gates of the Ren residence, Ren Fa had already been waiting eagerly. Seeing two additional young women accompanying his son, Ren Fa raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why have you brought Zhu back as well? And who is this young lady? Uncle, hello, I'm Mary. Uncle, please call me Jingjing for now. Jingjing, formerly addressed as Zhu, chose not to deny the name outright. Ren Fa's bewilderment deepened. He turned his gaze toward Rennie. Rennie remained silent. Rentingting leapt down from her horse and declared, Father, Mary is my senior at school, and she's the niece of Uncle Huang Baowang. Due to the recent unrest in the provincial capital, we returned together. As for Jingjing, well, whether she'll become your future daughter-in-law remains uncertain. She may simply bear a striking resemblance to her. You might wish to consult with Uncle via letter. Ren Fa nodded thoughtfully. He recalled an incident 18 years prior, encountering a man who bore his exact likeness. Though that man also bore the surname Ren, their kinship was impossibly distant. At that moment Ren Fa glanced fleetingly at Tingting. Father, why are you looking at me like that? His eyes then fell upon Rennie's arm. Really now, she's no longer a child. Clinging to your elder brother like this is hardly proper. What's wrong with it? My brother doesn't mind at all. Your brother? Humph, since childhood he's never once disciplined you. Watching the siblings walk inside, Ren Fa sighed deeply. He recalled Away's words from 2 days earlier. The man had proposed marriage to Dingting, yet shamelessly invoked the unusually close bond between the brother and sister. Enraged, Ren Fa had ordered him expelled on the spot. Now gazing at them, he wondered, perhaps Away hadn't been speaking nonsense after all. Yet even if the worst were true, it was not beyond acceptance. At the mortuary of Ren family town, Xiao Shang burst in, breathless, Master. Rennie has returned. Ninth Master arched a brow. Indeed. Then prepare the 100 treasure soup immediately. The 100 treasure soup was brewed from 100 rare ingredients, each embodying distinct elemental essences imbued with radiant yang energy and profound complexity. Ninth Master believed Renée as a corpse. A demon existed in a profane liminal state, neither human nor ghost, and that the soup's potent purifying force would shatter his disguise, forcing his true form into revelation. Unaware of Ninth Master's scheme, Renée received Mary in his study. She stood before him visibly anxious. "You've witnessed my abilities firsthand. Had I wished you dead, you would not be standing here now, so there is no need for fear." Having offered reassurance, he continued, "Ting Ting tells me you possess exceptional acumen in commerce. The Rin family's enterprises are vast and require capable stewardship." Mary understood this was recognition of her value. Yet it seemed almost too simple. "Is that all?" "Certainly not. When hunger strikes, you serve as an appetizer, such as now." Mary inwardly sighed. "So it begins. Every woman must tread this path." Still, sharing intimacies with a strikingly handsome Jianshi did not seem entirely disadvantageous. Understanding his intent, Mary approached and smoothly slipped off her dress. Standing before him in only her brassiere, Renée paused, startled. "What are you doing?" "I merely wished to drink some blood." Mortified, Mary realized, due to recent laundering, she wore nothing beneath. Clutching herself tightly, she flushed crimson. "I assumed men eat women in that way." Clearly she'd read certain texts, depicting men as those who strip women bare before consuming them. As Mary reached for her dress again, Renée waved a hand. "Never mind, no time to waste. Come here." She stepped forward, and was instantly drawn into his arms. Seizing the moment, Renée sought to test whether his virility remained intact. Mary felt his hands glide over her body. Her tense frame stiffened briefly, then dissolved entirely into yielding softness. Renée frowned. Beyond bloodlust, he felt no trace of desire. The organ itself seemed inert, little more than ornamental. With a swift bite, rich fragrant blood burst across his tongue. Mary's body arched rigidly. She felt herself soaring. Opening her eyes, she realized being drained by a Jianshi was astonishingly euphoric. After only 2 sips, Renée released her, the puncture wound sealed before her very eyes. Coming to her senses, Mary slid down from his embrace. Surveying the aftermath, she accepted her new reality having become mere sustenance. Dignity was irrelevant, obedience was survival. She extended her tongue, meticulously licking every trace of her own essence from his hands and forearms. Renée admitted to himself that for a fleeting instant heat flared low in his abdomen, then vanished as swiftly as it came. He regarded Mary, lips parted, gaze inviting, then said evenly, "Enough. Dress yourself." Though disappointed, she longed to relive that celestial sensation. Mary obeyed without protest. The door swung open unannounced. "Brother, shall we go down for dinner?" Run Ting Ting entered without knocking. She sniffed the air. What's that metallic scent?" Mary flushed. Renée replied, "Unruffled blood." Ting Ting glanced between Mary and Renée, then seemed to grasp everything. Unable to endure her gaze, Mary fled the room like a startled bird. Ting Ting pouted, tilting her chin upward as she pressed close to Renée, voice laced with indignation. "So, you find your little sister insufficient? Must you seek outsiders? Draining you dry wouldn't even quench my thirst. She knows what I am, killing her would be wasteful. Better she offers her blood willingly, fresh blood tastes far superior." Ting Ting said nothing more, simply took Renée's arm and guided him downstairs to dine. Since guests were present, Run Fa had not arranged for blood to be served. At the table, Ren Fa spoke gravely. "Given the chaos gripping the land, schooling is no longer advisable. Besides, you both are of age to marry." At the word marry, Ting Ting faltered, setting down her chopsticks. "No, I'm still too young." "So are you, brother." "Nonsense. Were it not for your studies, you'd already be mothers." "No, I'll stay by father's side forever." Renée responded calmly, "I have no objection." Ron Fa exhaled, relieved. The resistance came from his daughter, not his son. Jingjing remained silent, cheeks faintly flushed. If she truly was Zhu Zhu, then the groom would be none other than herself. Suddenly Ah Fu burst in, "Breathless master, terrible news. Ninth Master from the mortuary has arrived, with a large entourage, and demands to see you. They look most unwelcoming." Ren Yi's brow furrowed. Though he had slain numerous Maoshan cultivators, Ninth Master could not possibly know, yet this confrontation bore unmistakable hostility. Clearly a traitor lurked among them. "All right, nothing serious. Escort the women upstairs and post guards. Anyone who attempts to force entry is to be shot on sight." "Yes, sir." "Brother." Ren Tingting also wished to go outside, but Renée merely glanced at her and emitted a low dismissive hum. Instantly she fell silent and followed Ah Fu upstairs. Under Ren'Yi's leadership, the Ren household had long maintained its own musket corps, and it was precisely this armed force that granted the Ren family unchallenged authority in Renjia town. Uncle Gio determined to bring Ren'Yi down knew full well the Ren family's immense influence, thus he deliberately gathered a group of local gentry and clan elders. Ah Wei assured him that his security squad would obey without question. Only then did Uncle Gio stride forward carrying the Bao Bao Tang. Ren'Yi and Ren Fa stepped out to face the crowd, and at their center stood Uncle Gio clad in a Taoist robe. Though neither spoke, their imposing presence alone silenced the assembly. Runny fixed his gaze upon the security squad and rebuked them sharply. So now you draw your guns, not on intruders, but on the very family that pays your wages. Who gave you such audacity? One glance at Away's evasive shifty eyes told Runny all he needed to know. The traitor stood before him. With a single effortless command, and backed by the silent menace of his musket corps, Runny instantly turned the vacillating mob against Uncle Gio and his followers, their gun barrels now trained squarely upon them. Uncle Gio shot Away a scathing glare. Of course that wretched fool was unreliable. To think he'd once dared ask to become his disciple. A preposterous fantasy. Master Rin, Uncle Gio declared that your son had transformed into a demonic aberration. We've come only to bear witness. At that moment someone from the crowd hastily interjected, oh, was that so? A mere offhand remark, and you descend upon the Run household like vultures. Clearly your true intent lies elsewhere. Panic rippled through the crowd. The situation teetered on collapse when Uncle Gio calmly stepped forward. Master Rin, your son has suffered illness for some time, yet suddenly recovered. Moreover, such a grotesque entity now lurks within your estate. An explanation is not merely warranted, it is imperative. Otherwise tomorrow another soul may vanish and the next day another, until Rinjia townspeople dwindle to nothing beneath your son's slaughter. Uncle Gio laid bare the peril with chilling clarity, giving pause even to those ready to retreat. True to form, his words ignited murmurs anew across the assembly. Ren Fa snatched Duan Yunping's garment and snapped impatiently, what kind of rag is this? What proof does it offer? This robe bears traces of cremated bone ash and desiccated fissured human skin. Uncle Gio claims demand evidence. Your assertions remain uncorroborated conjecture. In Rinjia town you hold no monopoly on truth, nor the authority to rule by decree. Ren Fa's irritation now boiled over, for he knew deep down that every word Uncle Gio spoke rang true. This is the Bao Bao Tang, a concoction that forces even the most cunning corpse demon to reveal its true form upon contact. Uncle Gio produced the elixir and challenged boldly, is young Master Rin truly a corpse demon? One touch will settle it once and for all. As Ren Fa opened his mouth to reply, Ren strode forward, seized a jar of the Bao Bao Tang and studied it coldly. So, he was being cast as the demon himself. Another tiresome farce of righteous versus unholy. His gaze swept over the three youths behind Uncle Gio, Qiu Shang and Wen Kai, and the third Jiala, the four-eyed master's apprentice. You monster, you murdered my master. I demand your life in recompense. Careless words invite a slap across the face. Ren Yi surveyed the scene. Mass slaughter was impractical, and even if it were, Uncle Gio himself posed an insurmountable obstacle. His tone shifted smoothly, if I touch this Bao Bao Tang and suffer no ill effect, then I am clearly uncorrupted and your accusations are baseless, correct? Correct. Uncle Gio agreed, yet remained vigilant, wary of desperation turning to violence. But how can I trust it contains no poison? Might one touch rot the flesh from the bone? Impossible. I swear it upon my honor. Rennie said nothing, only watched unmoving. Jala read his meaning and stepped forth resolute, then I shall touch it alongside you. Agreed, but I need only dip my hand. You however must pour it over your head. Qiu Shang bristled instantly, why on earth should we? Jala, consumed by vengeance, cut him off, agreed. Without hesitation Rennie uncorked the jar, releasing a foul acrid stench that sent many covering their noses. Ronnie appended the jar directly onto Jiali's head. Instantly thick black sludge engulfed his entire face. Pooh. Wiping his cheek, Jiala demanded, now it's your turn. Ronnie wasted no words, plunged his hand into the viscous mixture, withdrew it and held it aloft. Though foul-smelling and dark-stained, his hand showed no sign of corruption. Ignoring Uncle Joe's stunned expression, Ronnie dipped his hand into a basin prepared by a servant, washed it clean, dried it carefully and announced coolly, witnesses all have seen, I touched the Bao Bao Tang and remain unharmed. Should further groundless harassment persist, do not blame our bullets for finding their mark. A misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. I always said young Master Rin could never be a demonic aberration, he grew up before our very eyes. The crowd surged with unanimous acquiescence, but Uncle Gio paid them no mind. His thoughts churned, why had Ren shown no reaction? The Bao Bao Tang affected not only corpse demons, but also zombies inspectors, though its potency was greatest against the former. Could Ren be so profoundly unnatural, impervious not only to peachwood swords and talismans but even to the Bao Bao Tang itself? My apologies for the intrusion. Uncle Gio departed with characteristic grace. Today's reconnaissance had yielded no answers, but knowledge was gained. Once he uncovered Ren Yi's true nature he would return. Renjia town is too small to contain such a formidable figure. Depart swiftly, Uncle Gio. Qiu Shang bristled, Jiala seethed, but the sight of rifle bolts snapping into place sealed their lips. 3 days. Tomorrow morning target practice at the mortuary, any consequences borne entirely by yourselves. Ren Yi offered no compromise, instead turning to the others, do any of you object? His voice was courteous, but as he spoke his musket corps pivoted as one, their barrels now leveled at every elder and gentryman present. They hastened to agree, none whatsoever. No man would risk his own safety to speak truth for another. Seeing this, Uncle Gio turned and walked away, without looking back. Once beyond earshot, he summoned a small figure lurking in a shadowed alley, the little zombie. Did you see clearly? Was it him? The little zombie nodded solemnly. It was Renee. Master, if the little zombie can testify, shouldn't we return at once? When Kai asked, wide-eyed in earnest. Uncle Gio rapped him sharply on the skullfool. Who would believe the word of a zombie? Would you not believe it if they immediately accused us of raising zombies to wreak havoc? Then all three of you would be riddled with bullets before you drew breath. Why three? Because I and the little zombie are impervious to bullets. Jiao oppressed senior uncle, so we simply let him go unpunished. Never. Now we know his nature is unnatural. We must proceed with patience, discover what he fears. Xiao Sheng asked, if we're barred from the mortuary, where do we go? To Fugui village, it's nearby. I own a house there, clean it up and we'll settle in. With the departure of Uncle Gio and the others away, found himself in an awkward position. Neither leaving nor staying felt right, and under Ren Fa's scrutiny his smile grew increasingly stiff. Ronnie gazed at the moonlit sky and let out a long sigh. Heaven knows how much restraint it took to hold back from making a move just now. As a zombie, he found himself increasingly intolerant of others, provoking him, his heart filled with rage, particularly towards those weaker than himself. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. Rennie was well aware that today's events would not come to an end, making the need to strengthen his power all the more urgent. The Ren family had a hospital, so blood was never in short supply. However, at a certain point the blood of ordinary people could only heal injuries but was scarcely effective in enhancing strength. Rennie walked over and patted Away on the shoulder, saying, "Cousin, we're all family, why must you assist outsiders in dealing with me? I am indeed strange, yet I am also your cousin." Away declared, "I should be punished." He then raised his hand and struck his own face hard. Rennie understood that Away was using words and actions to remind him that he deserved punishment but not death. "Rest assured, in honor of my deceased mother, you can go to Fugui village and become the head of the security team." "All right." Away exclaimed joyfully, quickly agreeing, fearing that Rennie might change his mind. Rennie sighed and murmured, "Uncle Gio is also to blame. He only learned Chinese Taoist arts and knows nothing of Western exorcism techniques. Does he not realize that I fear the Bible and the cross?" His voice was low enough to ensure Away could hear clearly. This was a trap set for Uncle Gio. If Uncle Gio came to attack, it would be a chance to turn the tables, and naturally Away would also meet his end. Away's gaze flickered as he walked towards the door. Looking at the path to the funeral home, he gritted his teeth and turned towards Fugui village. Perhaps Renie's words had reminded him. After all, Renie was his cousin and they were family. Renie and the others returned to the house and several women came down. Renie looked at Afu and asked, "How is Dr. James doing?" "He has been in the basement conducting research, preparing to perfect the remaining 2 vials of hormones. He has his meals sent to the door." "Good, instruct everyone to strengthen security. If anything seems off, shoot on sight." "Understood." Tingting approached with concern and asked, "Brother, what exactly is going on?" "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. After several days of travel, let's all rest well tonight. We'll discuss anything tomorrow." As night fell, Renie did not rest, riding swiftly to the ancestral grave of the Ren family on the mountain. He was not there to pay respects or for the zombie in the coffin, but rather for Dong Xiaoyu. Renie wanted to see if Dong Xiaoyu's fate was compatible with the requirements of the corpse-devouring heart chain. Upon stepping into the graveyard, Renie felt a gust of cold wind and the corpse-devouring heart chain on his wrist began to react. Indeed, Dong Xiaoyu, known as the Ghost Empress, perfectly met the requirements of the corpse-devouring heart chain for souls. Before Renie could make a move, he found himself in an ancient mansion where a woman was playing the guqin in the courtyard. It turned out that Dong Xiaoyu had noticed someone arriving. Seeing that the person was quite handsome after being a lonely ghost for so many years, it was inevitable that she would have some spring thoughts, so she used illusion magic to taste the flavor of a man. Renie frowned slightly, knowing full well that this was Dong Xiaoyu making her move. "Young master visiting at such a late hour, do you not think it's a bit presumptuous?" Dong Xiaoyu looked up at Renie, her eyes sparkling, appearing as if she had something to say yet held back. If it were someone else, they might not have grasped the situation. To be honest, Dong Xiaoyu was dressed in a traditional white ancient outfit, her garments flowing gracefully. The fabric was light and thin, swaying gently with her movements, paired with her exquisite features, easily stirring desires. However, Renie was a zombie. Even if Mary were to undress and extend her tongue, it would not ignite any fire within him. How much less could Dong Xiaoyu's mere flirtation achieve? Renie initially intended to take action directly, but seeing that the opponent had come to him, he decided to play along with her scheme. Having inadvertently wandered into this place at such a late hour, I hope you will not take offense." Dong Xiaoyu covered her mouth and giggled lightly, then with a nervous expression said, "This lonely courtyard has only me. How could I possibly blame you, young master?" Her words almost directly implied, "I'm the only one here. If you have any bad ideas, come at me." "Can I possibly resist?" Rennie sighed, inwardly worried that this flirtatious ghost Xiaoyu would take him in and the corpse-devouring heart chain might awaken some strange ability. To make amends, I am willing to gift you a family heirloom, miss. As he spoke, Rennie took off the corpse-devouring heart chain. Dong Xiaoyu, being a fierce ghost, could rival a black zombie, but Rennie had never dealt with ghosts before. Fearing she might escape, he decided to coax her into wearing it. Previously, the corpse-devouring heart chain required cooperation from the other party to ensure it did not reveal itself, but now it could forcibly absorb. Dong Xiaoyu gazed at the blood-red translucent bracelet, sensing that it seemed like a treasure. However, the man in front of her appeared to be oblivious to its value and intended to give it to her. Seeing his kindness, she decided to absorb a little less yang energy. Then I punish you to personally put it on for me. As she spoke, Dong Xiaoyu extended her arm, her fair wrist gleaming like white jade in the moonlight. Rennie naturally would not refuse. Saying I am being rude, he eagerly approached Dong Xiaoyu. Dong Xiaoyu thought he was merely being impatient. She was certain he would take the opportunity to take advantage of her. As Rennie grasped Dong Xiaoyu's hand, he felt a wave of coldness even colder than his own. After placing the corpse-devouring heart chain on her, Rennie transformed, abandoning his previous poise, standing tall with a commanding aura, his eyes blazing with anger as he surveyed his surroundings. Once his eyes changed to a dark golden hue, Dong Xiaoyu's illusion magic lost its effect, proving that the diamond wrathful eyes were indeed effective in seeing through illusions. Seeing Rennie's eyes change color, Dong Xiaoyu realized something was amiss and exclaimed in shock, "You are a practitioner of the Tao." "No, I am a zombie." Upon saying this, a powerful aura erupted from Rennie, startling Dong Xiaoyu, who turned to flee, even forgetting to take off Rennie's bracelet. But the bracelet seemed rooted in place. Dong Xiaoyu could not remove it. "I'm thinking you can take it off after putting it on. You, a mere fierce ghost, cannot do that." With that, Rennie concentrated and the corpse-devouring heart chain emitted a red glow, enveloping Dong Xiaoyu entirely. Now Dong Xiaoyu panicked, noticing two female ghosts emerging from the bracelet. The two women pinned Dong Xiaoyu's shoulders, rendering her immobile. "Do not move, this is the fortune granted to you by the master." Dong Xiaoyu wished to angrily curse, but she had no interest in this trickery. Yet Rennie did not give her the chance to speak, as the corpse-devouring heart chain frantically eroded Dong Xiaoyu's soul. "Ah!" As her soul was corroded, Dong Xiaoyu let out a piercing scream. Rennie activated his spiritual power, urging the corpse treasure. This was also a testament to the strength of his spiritual power, allowing the treasure to unleash even greater power. The erosion intensified and the two women merged with the remaining little skulls, creating a gigantic skeleton that swallowed Dong Xiaoyu along with the grave beneath her. "May I ask what you two need?" The man led Chi Fu and the others to the table, and after serving 2 cups of tea, he inquired. With the fallen trees blocking his path one after another, the momentum finally stopped as 2 heavy soul emperors rushed over in an instant. "Cough, what is there to be embarrassed about?" Yifan simply had Xinyan go to their home to be a servant. Cooking was part of her duties. The flower thief was not a cultivator, so he naturally did not know that this was merely an illusion, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. For ordinary cultivators, even those at the Saint Transformation Realm, would take 100 years to reach this area, yet you only need to expend a spirit stone and within an hour you can arrive. Among the younger generation, those who can unleash extraordinary physical phenomena are exceedingly rare, yet Wolfstar managed to do so. That's only natural, it's just a graveyard of life and death, it won't be a challenge for me. As Lei Shu spoke, the branches of the tree began to fork, elongating and then directly charging toward the entrance of the graveyard of life and death. "MMP, let him go, see if there are any leftovers. Once he goes, he won't return." He must have found something good and kept it all to himself. The two stared blankly, each lost in their own thoughts. For a moment it felt as if they had missed out on several million. If the newly ascended 2 great emperors of the Demon Clan can unite, what level will the Demon Clan reach? Many cultivators gasped in astonishment. Zhao Yu had already entered a state of focus, and a breakthrough was merely a thought away. His thoughts began to blur and drift, he dared not resist. This type of breakthrough was the most perilous, especially avoiding self-awareness. Deliberately evading the power and guidance of the breakthrough could lead to backlash. The rain fell for a long time, and when it finally stopped, those remaining had all departed. On the plain, only over 4,000 silent ironclad cavalry remained, while the rice fields appeared to be ripening, exuding a grayish-blue hue. Seeing Mu Chunfeng surprisingly not intervene, Li Yi felt a bit wary but still breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he recalled Lin Yunxi's determined expression before leaving, he sighed inwardly. It was a fine day for fishing on the water, with fish in the lake and birds above, the cycle of life continuously recurring on the lake's surface, flowing as naturally as the gentle breeze. Although James intended to comfort Lei Hanjin, he couldn't hold back the regretful words that followed. Shanlu quickly echoed his sentiments, exposing his true thoughts. To facilitate the transmission of information, the Zhuaniaman organization had established dedicated communication points. However, to ensure the girl's safety, only she could communicate with them directly, and the contact points had no authority to reach out to her. After secretly calculating the time, Huang Yin believed that due to his delay, Li Feng and his group had likely already arrived at the gates of the inner stronghold. After all, a member of a sect would not be practicing a technique that was not its core inheritance, so no sect would ever support such a person as its leader. It was truly hard for people to imagine just how strong an elite team must be to secure victory in a war. Considering this, everyone looked at the 20 warriors before them with fiery eyes. The military revered strength, and the western camp of the city defense army was no exception. In response to the questioning of the 8 imposing men, Li Qing remained unflinching, succinctly stating no mercy for the kill. Anyone daring to obstruct him from slaying the commander of Longzhou would undoubtedly die. At the beginning of this month, the king of the Cornflower Holy Empire to the north of the Daisy Kingdom, feeling that all the conspiracies had been meticulously laid out, disregarded the strong opposition of his loyal subjects and lords and brazenly raised the banner of rebellion. If it were truly a vicious spirit beast, Xia Haoran might have taken this opportunity to act on behalf of heaven. However, considering that the other party had coexisted harmoniously with that primitive indigenous tribe for so long, it likely wasn't as bad as it seemed. Xiao Song nodded. She noticed that Su Yuanyuan's concern for Yu Yu surpassed her own. I understand. No matter how you compared, Huang Liuji was simply a fighter lacking in combat power to Zhao Zixian. Su Anan leisurely walked up the steps, his expression neither warm nor cold. Upon reaching Xiao Cheng, he wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing her to bury her face in the crook of his arm. Was it simply a case of being familiar strangers? Or just because Wu Ming's time spent with her after turning sensible until the age of 12 didn't exceed 6 months? The pills in here starting today, take 1 a day. As for its name, I can't tell you. As for its effects, you'll know once you take it. Xia Haoran said with a smile. What? The Imperial City Division is taking over. Do you have any objections? The man's voice was cold, tinged with a hint of mockery. You are quite thoughtful. Do as you wish. But Sui, I must seek the help of 5th Prince for your matter. If you disagree, I will go find young Master Gu. Shinger said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Finally dragged out of the classroom, Su Ziqing squinted slightly. The sunlight was somewhat glaring. As soon as she sat down, Zhang Shais tossed a pack of snacks over from a nearby chair, enough for both of them. Wow, why are you so generous today, buying so many treats to share with us? Su Chenshu said while rummaging through the snacks, setting aside a portion for Su Ziqing. It should be noted that the Whirlpool clan is born with a defective immortal body, and as long as they reach shadow level, they have a high probability of possessing tailed beast level chakra. Others would not know how much effort they have to expend to obtain tailed beast chakra, which is one of the reasons the Whirlpool clan was exterminated. Unfortunately, the Moonspring has dried up, and to this day the elves have even lost the location of the Moonspring. The Tree of Life has become a fixed fortress, unable to transform into a frontline war stronghold. After all, Lu Han was still fighting overhead, and with his lone wolf reaction he wasn't particularly worried about his safety, so he didn't leave with the others. Han Ming had already made up his mind he would certainly venture into this ancient ruin. Initially hesitant, he finally resolved to go after Mo Lao presented him with a vial of 9 revolution pills. The aura of a 3rd-star martial general surged forth in full force, trees lying at his feet shattered under its sheer pressure. He raised his top-grade magical crossbow and nocked a slender crimson-tinted arrow. Sister's beauty serves a specific purpose as a boy, why concern yourself with mere appearance? The man smiled still. Setting down the watermelon by Yonlin cast a look of genuine surprise at Hui Ren before he could utter a word. Binghua Peak truly lives up to its name. It was a triangular mountain peak, half encased in glacial ice, half engulfed in roaring flame. Even the sky above it bore 2 distinct halves. His eyes shone with unusual brilliance tonight, brighter than any star. Bu gazed spellbound until she could bear it no longer. Drawing him closer, she held him tighter, fearing the deep night might steal away his warmth and light. Chen Yun raised his left hand, and instantly palpable power roared forth like a torrent, twisting the heavens and earth. Clouds churned, thunder rumbled low and heavy. No matter how fiercely his opponent attacked, Yi Tian, blazing forward at high speed, remained utterly unscathed. Bullets halted precisely 10 centimeters from his body, then clattered lifelessly to the ground. At this the others fell into hesitation, while Shueli Patriarch remained silent, patiently awaiting their decision. I'm going with you, Chu Feng. Cece's expression was resolute, her voice soft yet clear enough for every soul present to hear. After all, neither understood the other's language. Uncle Zhou, naturally taciturn, finished his meal, saw that Liu had no pressing matters, remembered urgent affairs awaiting him at home, lingered only briefly, and then took his leave. Before long 2 more villagers arrived, one out of curiosity, the other out of goodwill, to check on Liu. I paused thoughtfully, then let out a sly knowing smile. Simple, help us draw aggro and you're welcome to join the party. A chuckle escaped me. This way he'd shoulder the burden I always bore each time I drew aggro. I emerged disheveled and soot-streaked. Now it was Wang Lei's turn to wear the ash. A sly chuckle stirred within me. The next day Wang Zongdi assembled his generals and led 1,000 elite cavalry toward the enemy stronghold at Mapan. Missiles launched indiscriminately, regardless of whether allies stood within the target zone. Clearly they were being thrust headlong into the fire. Li Tianji grew even more bewildered. The entire kidnapping incident, from Zhu Lei's phone call to today's on-site reconstruction, had seemed straightforward at first glance. Yet the sudden emergence of countless figures left him utterly lost. Zhao Tianyu's heart settled considerably. Zhu Yu was loyal to him, thus the Public Security Bureau was effectively under his control. With evidence in hand, everything could be seized. The Green Gang, and that vile treacherous Hunjiang dragon, he would crush them utterly. Once more the fierce commanding aura of his youth flickered across Zhao Tianyu's face. Apologies, fourth uncle, I invited him here today to discuss certain matters. Su Yan smiled gently, her unspoken meaning unmistakable. This conversation with her family elder had reached its natural conclusion. Li Tianzhou knocked firmly on the door, but received no reply. Glancing sideways, he noticed the neighboring house, where Granny Wang often played mahjong, also stood tightly shuttered. How strange, had they all moved away? He was filled with deep suspicion. Ever since successfully turning Wang Bo and Su Zanhuang against each other, Zhong Lingyu had uncovered everything Dona had done, and the motive was glaringly obvious: seizing control of Shi Huang Corporation. No, I told you, mother's long grown accustomed to it. She behaved the same way back then. In truth, he hadn't gone home at all. He'd spent the entire night at the office with Xia Zhanping. As a series of deafening explosions erupted, cracks spiderwebbed across the luminous barrier projected by Li Qianzhan's Qiankuan reincarnation mirror, proving even this legendary artifact was not invincible. Upon learning the Imperial Guard's purpose, Su Xiang understood instantly the worst-case scenario had already arrived. Though she had steeled herself for this day, sorrow overwhelmed her utterly. The terror of abandonment surged violently within her, yet paradoxically kindled a fierce death-defying resolve. Zhou Zikai believed he wasn't so useless as to fail even at protecting himself. Noticing his father-in-law packing nearby, he suddenly recalled their prior discussion and spoke up. The moment they entered, they beheld crisscrossing silk nets ferocious giant scorpions and skeletal figures clad in familiar garments. For young officials lacking influence or experience, provincial appointment represented both opportunity and an immense trial. Local landlords and gentry wielded tremendous power compounded by a near-hereditary clerk system. It was common for officials lacking skill or authority to be systematically sidelined by clerks and regional elites. Shi Hui visited the princess's residence and slipped a potion into Mingxia princess's soup, a concoction inducing false pregnancy. Afterward, Shi Hui feigned casual conversation, ensuring servants overheard rumors of the princess's supposed pregnancy. In that instant, she finally understood. Over 200 days and nights her love for this child had seeped into her very bones, infused into her blood. Such messages appeared periodically on her voicemail each time she listened, and deleted them immediately. No matter how drastically the renminbi depreciates or how diminished its purchasing power becomes, a billionaire remains an awe-inspiring figure to ordinary people. And one who achieves such wealth without privilege, building it from nothing, carries even greater symbolic weight and newsworthy resonance. Pure light radiated from the staff forged from dragon bone. It was unyieldingly rigid. Each strike upon a malevolent spirit carried enough force to shatter its form entirely. News of the Zhang family's rebellion reached both Wei Tong and Yun Jingtian, unsurprising given their banner proclaimed boldly, "Uphold the heavenly way, restore clarity and justice," eager for all realms to take notice. "We'll discuss these words after you're dead." Lan Ning's face hardened, brows knotted, eyes sharp. His choices required no counsel, no interference. Tang Zei's spiritual energy now surged wildly through his meridians, following the precise circulation pathways of the mountain-shaking sword art, erupting with explosive intensity within his body. Around his body, faint ripples shimmered, like translucent flames burning silently in the air. Tang Jingming watched the two figures vanish completely before turning to face the earthen hut. "Master, you are indeed no ordinary man." His voice was low yet imbued with an unprecedented reverence. Sun Mu accepted the order and departed. Clad in unassuming gray robes, he was nevertheless a mid-tier battle general cultivator, tasked during this period with assessing the strength of every cultivator flooding into the Nanyun Palace. Regaining his composure slightly, the man in the suit clenched his teeth and gripped his fists so tightly that veins bulged across his knuckles. For instance, a tree battered by wind and rain turned pitch black and awakened as a spirit tree. Each of its vines moved with autonomous will. Before arriving here, they had all received calls instructing them, without exception, to seize opportunities to question Yi Bei. Far away in Africa, Leonid, renowned for his imperturbable composure, suddenly tightened his grip on the wineglass. With a sharp decisive pressure from two fingers, the crystal base shattered with a crisp resonant snap. Fourth Master Fu harbored quiet misgivings. If things continued thus, Jingxiu's eyes might never recover. Watching yet another physician depart the room with a shake of his head, he sighed deeply. A fresh layer of worry furrowed his brow. Turning back, he found Jingxiu seated quietly by the window, her complexion like smooth gusfat, delicate smoke brows, lightly traced lips as tender as cherry blossoms, her expression serene and untroubled. At the Oscars ceremony venue, host Chris held a microphone and conducted pre-show interviews with renowned film stars, energizing the atmosphere and priming the livestream for global audiences. At this point, Jingxiu's thoughts drifted into melancholy reverie. From what she knew, Bai Mi was far more reserved than Bai Su. In the past, determined to return to the manor, she had gone to great lengths to investigate the senior maid serving Madame Huo, fully aware that upon her return Madame Huo would certainly assign a personal maid to monitor her closely. Zhou Zichen set his wineglass aside, gently cradled my face with both hands and gazed at me with luminous sparkling eyes. Then he kissed me, slowly, deeply, tenderly, lingeringly, his lips redolent with the rich aroma of fine wine, until that kiss itself seemed to intoxicate me. Once many within their circle had whispered that Yi Shuchang was a cold-blooded monster. He had scoffed at such rumors until the day Yi Shuchang raced him taking a perilous mountain curve without decelerating, sending the entire car tumbling down the winding cliffside road. Everyone eat now. Afterward I shall issue your next instructions. The elder's resolute voice gradually faded. Yet Zhang Zhang did not flinch, not even once, as swarms of toads gnawed at his flesh. Layer after layer of skin sloughed away regenerated, then was devoured anew. His gaze remained locked unwaveringly upon the sacred lamp, not blinking once, while the colossal axe in his hands continued to grow ever larger. Those words still echoed in his ears. He believed such an uncle could never be a tyrant, and it was precisely for this reason that he had steadfastly upheld his uncle's imperial authority. Chi-Chi had assumed he was merely a reckless brute, careless and unrefined, only to be surprised when he evaded her first 2 strikes. Narrowing her eyes, she resolved to teach him a lesson. Zhao Wubing surveyed the commotion around him, eyes wide with disbelief. When his gaze fell upon Xiao Fan and the others, he recoiled as though seeing specters. Indeed, when he looked at Chi-Chi, he saw something different shimmering in her eyes, even faint glimmers of tears. I have no remarkable past, nothing but ordinariness, utter plainness. I shrugged. What would you like to hear? I regarded her with an air of nonchalance. Could you reveal the underlying reasons? Lu Mengyao's gaze hardened with resolve, a silent vow to the professor they would uncover the truth. Just as Jimin stood awkwardly tuntied, Liang Shan stepped in timely fashion to ease the tension. Yet as populations grew and living spaces increasingly overlapped, tensions between humanity and the beast tribe steadily escalated. Tang Kaiyu collapsed onto the bed, lowered his eyelids and stared blankly, lost in indecision. I stood motionless before him. The grand hall fell utterly silent. Long moments passed, no reply came. Having spoken, Jishao turned toward the elderly professor seated nearby, his white-streaked beard clasped thoughtfully in hand, deep in contemplation. One could scarcely fathom the sheer terror unleashed by a Dozong, Dozun, Doshang, or even a Do Di levels transcending Do Huang. Merely bearing the title of Tiangui Imperial Dynasty's sole 5th-rank pill refiner, Zhou Tianyao had already brought incalculable wealth to the pill hall. But now, one lay dead, the other unconscious, leaving him utterly bereft of any pretext to strike. These reclusive grandmasters of alchemy rarely appeared before the world, yet each possessed alchemical mastery so profound it defied belief, Zhuo Bufan being a prime example. I propose one condition: fulfill it, and not only will I waive your debt, I shall ensure your lives surpass their current state in comfort and prosperity. Wang Jianming declared to them. Meanwhile, Zhuo Bufan had instructed the system to reinforce his physical body 3 times and his soul energy once. Time had come to master a martial technique. According to the display on his wristband, the forbidden art scroll was undoubtedly sealed within that nameless insect egg. Items stored in a cultivator's spatial artifact would surely have been obliterated by spatial turbulence, but artifacts worn on the body or held in hand remained largely intact. The collision of those 2 terrifying forces instantly unleashed a maelstrom of primal energy, sweeping towering ancient trees into its vortex, reducing them instantly to dust. The elder was unfamiliar to Xiaoping, yet he was likely one of Guo family's ancestral elders, perhaps even holding higher status. Then a sapphire-hued tempest surged upward, swelling ever more violently. The ground trembled. Chuyun unleashed not a dome-shaped chakra storm but a spherical one. Under its cataclysmic force, the earth beneath his feet exploded, sending sand and stones flying wildly. Spectators scrambled backward, seeking cover. What is it? Could something be amiss? A faint premonition of dread stirred within Jiang Mo's heart. After speaking, Teresa smiled warmly at Xuehuan, only to find him still silently fixated on the strategic map, treating her as though she were invisible. Taoist Zhao pointed at the female zombie and said, "Young Master Rin, do you know why I do not use the corpse restraining talisman to control her?" Indeed, there was no talisman on the female zombie's forehead, and upon entering she exhibited no aggressive behavior. Initially it was assumed there was a talisman stuck to her back, but it now appeared there was another reason. Xian Yu the shopkeeper had someone brew a hangover remedy. Bao Xian thanked him and drank it, feeling the blood amber in her arms. After some thought, she couldn't help but want to disturb Iku. Ignoring the bustling street, Bao Xian hugged his arm and giggled. Her brother Amo had always treated her well and she adored him. Although the onlookers did not recognize Yuchu and the Fan family, they instinctively leaned towards the beautiful Yuchu, as one was strikingly attractive while the other appeared rough and was constantly cursing. Though the teapot did not hurt him significantly, his tough skin only suffered a scrape without bleeding. Qin Muyan looked at the closed door side lightly and slapped his own head, pondering what he should do. Xing Qiao hid her hand behind her back and her superior grabbed the collar of her clothes and pulled it apart, making a tearing sound that excited the crowd, revealing Xing Qiao's fair skin and driving them wild. Bai Lu and Hua Zi Zhang's faces turned pale immediately. The rain was pouring heavily now and they were by the riverside. The sight of him made her heart beat wildly with joy. She constantly yearned to be with him, always longing to see him and be by his side. If this wasn't love, she didn't know what was. What? Still in denial? Or do you not want to tell me? Guiyu smiled as he poured tea for Wang Sudong. Looking at the invitation in his hand, it was clear that Tu Yujing and Xin Yu were somewhat surprised. They had not expected to actually receive an invitation. However, in a single night the outcome of Beiwan Valley had revealed Nia Yun. Father Han Su's thoughts began to change. Thus Yi Qingye's attire did not turn into a garish style, instead it appeared somewhat splendid. Compared to the contestants before her who wore various dazzling outfits, Yi Qingye's appearance left the audience in awe. "Ah, this damn thing, why is it so hard? It's making my leg ache so much," the ancient demon exclaimed as its thigh was poked red. Suddenly a fierce light flashed in its eyes and it performed a flip, directly grabbing Shang in front of it. Not far away, the strange ice transformed from the southern wind sensed trouble and quickly urged the still dormant cold dew scorpions to launch a collective attack. Zhang Mi picked up a cup of tea and took a few sips. Seeing that Fan Yuxiu still hadn't returned, she walked out slowly. Facing the countless fierce beasts sweeping in, the soldiers on the city wall launched their attacks without hesitation. Li Tingji was quite famous for his talent appreciation and willingness to recommend talented individuals to the court. Those recommended by him continually praised his wisdom and generosity in the court. If the ancient clan's supreme being discovered him, it would be the best outcome. As long as they came, they would definitely be ambushed. As this continued, the imbalance in education leading to a lack of morality placed a heavy responsibility on guiding children towards goodness. With a loud bang, Fong Mo-lin was sent flying, crashing through several large stones before coming to a stop. Faced with the prideful spectators from the southern Shao Kingdom, the audience from the western Shang Kingdom and northern Ning Kingdom appeared dispirited, lacking the confidence to compete with them. However, the blood demon entity that called itself Shadow King released this video clearly not just to provide a response, it was unnecessary for both the blood demon and humanity. After treating his facial injuries, Qin Ming understood that to survive in this world, strength must be paramount. In the next instant, the dragon sovereign sword Qi erupted violently, transforming into an enraged divine dragon poised to shatter the triple seal confinement. Night had just fallen, normally the peak hour for tavern business. Yet the Golden Hook gambling house was already overflowing with gamblers. I glanced outside and noticed a silver-gray Mercedes parked inexplicably at the supermarket entrance. I recognized that car. Wei Chanfeng had seen 3 spirit pools among the 10 great sects in his past life, so he recognized them instantly. "Son, I just sensed someone watching us." After returning, Shiho approached me and whispered these words. Unexpectedly, after their starship had traveled toward the planet Slyant for 3 days, they received not a withdrawal notice from the opposing side, but rather a stern warning letter from the Hydra pirate fleet. Having escorted away this third guest, Fong Mingwei sank wearily onto the sofa, astonished that trouble had arrived the very moment he'd earned Marshal Wang's favor. Though he had no idea how Wu Xingyun's people had tracked him down, he held no doubt about a sorcerer's formidable capabilities. Yet as Haizhou continued to transform and its triumphs and changes rippled outward, they began to spread gradually across the land. Lu Jiang drew the flute close to his lips, preparing to play, but though his breath reached his mouth, it refused to emerge. Scenes from the past flooded his mind one by one. Suddenly his nose stung, his vision blurred, and he froze motionless where he stood. These 1,000 individuals were not selected in batches of 100 per round, but ranked collectively according to final scores. The black aura on Tai Mulia's face faded steadily, then abruptly he withdrew his finger, discarded the box and used his fingertip to lift the massive blood spider. Lu Qianqiu had once entered the Alliance Holy City alongside his master, and thus understood precisely what 2 supreme grade Yin-Soul herbs signified. Even a single one would trigger a sensation throughout the Holy City. It was as if in years past it had devoured countless giant serpents and thereby ascended to become a low-tier immortal beast. Now, however, its power had increased, so the prey it required grew ever more refined, formidable and exalted. Having spoken, he raised his gaze once more toward the sky, lost in thought, though his mind had surely drifted far, far away. Unbeknownst to him, several pairs of eyes, each bearing a distinct expression, were fixed upon him from below. A guard moved to intercept, but upon seeing Elder Su and the others approaching behind, he was silenced by their piercing glances and hastily retreated. Yet Meiho dared not repeat the same method. This time his wounds remained unhealed and another injury might compromise his foundational cultivation, potentially causing his combat rating to plummet back to Class B, rendering him truly helpless within this metropolis. Senior brother Tianmu said it was a delightful affair, surrounded by beauties feasting on delicacies. Wang Mang remarked, eyeing Zhang Haoren askance. He couldn't fathom why Zhang Haoren seemed so terrified of such an auspicious opportunity. At the mountain summit stood a high platform upon which sat 9 towering figures, each radiating profound, awe-inspiring energy. The dagger sliced through the air with ferocious force, circling Yi Nani and Xian Yun Starcy. Within moments both were covered in wounds. Yi Nani realized Wanmu. She deemed their strength negligible, incapable of challenging his authority, hence his strikes carried an element of mockery. Even so, Yi Nani could barely shield his vital points. Explosive spirit pill. Zhang Chen's expression darkened, he clearly sensed the immense peril closing in. After the Ling royal mansion's decline, everyone else had left, only Ling Yuna remained steadfast beside Ling Feng. Mu Yan's slaying of Tu Ziyin Tong Zipan Lu Xinglong and others appeared to demonstrate greater strength than Xiaoyiran's. Xu Yun, seated in the front passenger seat, caught the gist of the conversation. After the Su Corporation declared bankruptcy, Su Mingyue entered the entertainment industry and began preparations for a high-budget film. Tonight, under the director and producer's arrangement, she attended a dinner gathering with a wealthy second-generation heir. But the scion, captivated by her beauty, sought to intoxicate Su Mingyue. Moreover, when needed, the video footage just recorded could easily be repurposed as promotional material, guaranteeing heightened buzz for the program. Now the two raced against time, but Yafu, mounted behind him, was growing increasingly frail. Exhausted from the relentless journey and weakened by severe blood loss, her face had turned deathly pale, her entire body trembling with utter depletion. Perhaps the sweltering heat had yet to settle and students hadn't fully adjusted. The classroom grew restless minutes before class ended.
Do you know? I never even considered becoming a grandmother. Do you really think that title suits my temperament? Did you ever ask whether I'm mentally prepared for grandmotherhood?
That's outrageous.
Xiao Rushi exclaimed indignantly, as if assuming the role of grandmother would mark the absolute end of her youth.
In the next moment, a faint azure aura shimmered gently around the wooden hairpin in my vision.
You are General George? Lei asked the elderly American officer before him, glancing briefly at the insignia on his shoulder.
Nearly 10 minutes elapsed before Wang Qingtao finally lifted his gaze again toward Su Yuan, yet his expression was layered with complexity.
Dai, roared the heaven-devouring fire serpent as its colossal body lunged toward the two.
Their leader had long since lost faith in them. No further chances would be granted. Had he still been willing to grant them another chance, he would not have wasted so many words.
With a sharp gust of wind, Lin Jianping launched his attack.
No wonder the Holy Temple had made an exception to admit a student still as a mountain, swift as the wind. Instantly, Lin Jianping's legs blurred into three afterimages, hurtling downward with a thunderous howl aimed straight at Huayo's crown.
Lei ignored him entirely. After emptying his magazine, he shouted to Park Sangji, "Go, fall back to the second floor." Then without hesitation he sprinted upstairs.
Partly due to insufficient courage, but more critically their stamina had run dangerously low. They now paused to rest on the spot, having fallen significantly behind the vanguard. From the moment Songya entered the bedroom, Wen Ning detected a robust musky scent. Evidently she had returned directly after physical exertion without bathing first. The swan ignored him, puffing up indignantly as she stared, refusing to leave this man, absolutely refusing.
Yet her refusal to depart did not mean she would comply with whatever he demanded.
Poof. Since Su Bo was a student, Su Min chose fixed hours to call him and often communicated via WeChat.
Afu, go find out where these people and places are.
In the study, Rini summoned Afu and handed him a piece of paper that listed the locations and characters he recalled from the shows he had watched. Anyway, since it wasn't arranged by Grandpa, it must be the actions of the Shio family themselves. They truly are formidable, knowing that Grandpa wouldn't intervene due to their mutual relationship, so they boldly expanded on their own. Some people noticed this scene and were instantly stunned, hardly believing that the royal family had such an outstanding descendant. Seeing this scene, many felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering whether this guy truly remembered everything or was merely putting on an act. The biggest gain was that Morong Chen had already completed the design of his internal universe, even having begun its initial construction. What remained was to find the corresponding treasures to fully realize his internal universe, which could also be seen as the foundation of the immortal path. It's no wonder the officials were worried. Earlier this year, when the Spirit Emperor was gravely ill, someone mentioned that Dongjua, who held a significant military power, was somewhat unstable and should be guarded against. Eileen shook her head helplessly while I merely smiled faintly. The king's consistent style was to solidify his reign through connections. However, I had no choice. I had chosen Silent City, and this old king didn't seem bad. Leah also didn't appear to be a malicious person, so I would protect Silent City. The newly awakened ability of level 1 elemental group is the energy used to launch a fireball. Gao Wen's slap in the face came at such a timely moment. However, this return did not evoke any anticipation or excitement in me. On the contrary, I felt a sense of weariness and distress, wishing to return to my original classroom to face that unfamiliar class and the seat that no longer belonged to me. I realized I truly lacked the courage to do these things. Zhang Hong did not explain anything to Ming Yanwei like in the original work, nor did he recount his actions. He simply endured the arrows shot by Ming Yanwei in silence, allowing her to harm his body without any resistance. Rivers, air, birds flying in the sky, flowers, grass and trees by the shore. Every tangible object was releasing a breath of life. Looking at Xiao Mufeng, although she did not possess the exceptional looks of that bodyguard, her good background and wealth made her the best candidate for her husband. Before Qin Fanya could finish her sentence, the remaining servants rushed to Qin Bingxia's side without hesitation, each expressing their loyalty. Moreover, within the sword sheath held in Lin Fei's left hand, the heavily sin dragon's spine quietly emerged without a sound. Xiang Qingshuang never expected this, as Yi was completely unable to return to the Yin family. The entire Yin family knew about her mental health issues. There was no way they would give the family to her. Even if he was willing, the whole Yin family would not agree. With a sweep of his sleeves, a chaotic lotus pool surged into a river, flooding the heavenly gate and erasing its existence from the world. Assistant Pine, do I look good in this outfit?
Su Ro asked as she stepped out of the fitting room holding the hem of her wedding dress. After about 2 to 3 minutes an E came up in the elevator. When the elevator door opened she stepped out and glanced around noticing that one of the doors in the corridor was ajar. After sending Su Juming away, Han Xiufeng immediately called in Pan Air Yu Yofu and Data, signaling Pan Air to grind ink while discussing the information just sent back by Su Juming. Looking at Hao Hao's moist eyes, they also tried to comfort him. They felt embarrassed to show their own sadness and began to urge Hao Hao to eat and play with toys while smiling. Time is also a form of power. For instance, a life may experience the events of a day while its body is still stuck in the previous day. Mary looked despondently at the disappearing figures, then turned to face the gamers rushing towards them in utter despair. As soon as Shirmo's words fell, the already enormous Heavenly Emperor seal suddenly surged in size, doubling in volume before it forcefully created a massive hole under the astonished gazes of Wang Xie and the others. As Jun Wushuang spoke, the Divine Lord's sword in his hand trembled, followed by a youthful voice emanating from within the sword's body. "Let's go," Bingxin Yuanjun said coldly, taking the lead to soar away on her sword, her sleeves fluttering as she transformed into a fleeting shadow. Indeed, her reason for rejecting Lu Yun was thus, yet had she said such words in front of Ren Jingjinju and it would have undoubtedly been meaningless. She opted to tackle this marriage in the most direct manner. Suddenly Li Mo coughed violently. Though the shadows granted him power, they did not heal his lungs, causing each use of power to tear his wounds. But who really cared? "Oh dear, why is everyone bullying me? I won't talk to you." Fu Yuneo feigned anger, though her heart felt warm. "But I believe that what my husband once promised will come true," Xiao Mei said at that moment. Not far from the noodle shop, Han Lianxiao heard the sounds of tables and chairs crashing in the room mingled with the shattering of dishes. She dared not look back and pulled Shu Yun along for several hundred meters before stopping. Heroes seldom speak of past bravery. Now they were facing the shattered void alongside Xiang Yutian, battling through exhaustion while Huang Shan had long since increased the distance. In such circumstances, as long as he unleashed his movement technique, even if the night transformed into a bat to encircle him, he would surely escape unscathed. Upon entering, Longchen discovered that the originally empty Great Hall had indeed filled with many people, and numerous others were gathered outside, craning their necks to peer inside. Without the emperor's consent, even the Grand Eunuch Hai would not dare conduct business within the inner palace. However, if the details are mishandled, that role would ruin the plot, resulting in an utterly absurd character collapse. Upon hearing Ling Ziqian address Zhang Sihua as master, the aging Qingshu Daoist who was about to rise suddenly cast a thoughtful glance at Zhang Sihua. Longchen raised his cup and drank it in one go, offering a faint smile before vanishing from the Great Hall. As the two conversed, Longchen's aura grew increasingly powerful and the spirit stones and herbs surrounding him were all refined into ashes. I cried out freely, holding my shoulders tightly, determined to create an Atlantic Ocean, wanting to drown the filthy and helpless self. The Iron Bane God Marquis is not someone who descends from the heavens. Otherwise, this fellow's meticulous mind combined with his royal uncle's identity means that as long as he does not reveal any flaws, even Yi Feng, unmatched in the world, would find it difficult to act against him, especially with Bai Yunfei in the picture. Actually, the night I asked him to introduce me to short-term work, Zhang Lei inquired about my recent situation, asking where I was employed. At that time I was too proud to admit it, so I just gave a vague answer. Staying to teach at Tongdu Jiaotong University is a different concept from staying at Qingbei or Fudan universities. How did he send the person back? If this continues to the Eastern City Martial Street, the martial artists there are likely to band together to fight against him. After hearing this, Fan Yi felt a breath of relief inside but immediately grew concerned. "I understand," Bai Shinan replied, his expression growing more complex. In the end, it truly was inextricably linked to him. Since returning from the palace, the already taciturn Lang Yichen bore an even more unapproachable aura, cold as ice. The profound foundations of the purple gold monster must be tripled on top of this basis. The cultivators encountered along the way were fervent, constantly taking out their magical tools to polish them, their eyes radiating a fierce, menacing intent. In England, calling journalists paparazzi actually has its reasons. They lack formal positions and for the sake of survival often resort to sensationalism, treating hearsay as news reports. I will inform them of this great news shortly. Thank you so much, young lady. I will also let them know to maintain quality control. The village head's face lit up with joy as he spoke earnestly. When the delicate body withdrew from his chest, an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Moreover, sweet potatoes can also be made into sweet potato cakes and dried sweet potatoes. I will inform the farmers of the method so they have another staple food to enjoy besides steaming, boiling, or roasting sweet potatoes. Additionally, they can dry some sweet potatoes to sell. I knew Brother Feng was the best. Lan Ruoying exclaimed excitedly, rushing up to Chun Tianfeng and planting a kiss on his cheek. Just as Xiao Keifa's hand brushed against Chu Lianqin's clothing, a bright flash of cold light suddenly sparked in the darkness, sending a chill towards the approaching Xiao Caifu. Xiao Caifu quickly retreated, her body instinctively bending backward. In the next moment, the blade whooshed past her face with a sharp sound. Xue Dingshan supported Fan Lihua out of the room, walking out of the courtyard, stepping down the stairs slowly and directly approaching the Seven Treasures' colorful carriage before handing Fan Lihua's hand to the waiting Yulan and swiftly retreating to the side. Rennie, don't talk nonsense, I'm here to teach Jingjing how to cultivate. Then why aren't you teaching me, brother? Yao Ning probed for a moment and said there are no signs of activation in the teleportation array on the 3rd level. It seems that Fengrao hasn't come out from the 1st level yet. Such encouraging words may seem somewhat perfunctory to others, but Duan Lingfeng knew that AI Wei truly meant every word. The weather today is quite pleasant. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon it's the warmest time of a late autumn day. Under the unobstructed sunlight the temperature has risen to about 10 degrees, making it more suitable for outdoor activities than in the morning. Lying on the con, he turned to look at Xia, who still wore a calm expression. Finding some cotton swabs for his wound, Wei Qi felt he should say something. As he shifted his body, it tugged at the wound, causing him to gasp in pain. You all understand the global situation better than I do. Even the United States, which has long dominated the world with its advanced weaponry, has reached a point where it struggles to move forward. When Jinjin methodically provided a brief analysis of the situation in various countries around the world, Wei Qi had said all he needed to say. He had once paid attention to a period of Tang dynasty history. Emperor Li Er of the Tang dynasty was a ruler with a profound understanding of geopolitical concepts. With his wisdom, Wei Qi believed that after hearing so much, Emperor Li Er must have formed his own judgment and there was no need for him to elaborate further. When Jinjin gripped her front tightly with her hand resting on her chest, she did not understand why everything seemed so easily resolved when it came to Shangguan Wenfei. Although they were ancient martial artists of the Xian rank, they could not avoid bullets. With so many guns they could be turned into a beehive in just a few seconds. Apart from this stretch of flooring, all that remained around was a vast expanse of lush grassland. In fact, Sam Reed's consideration was quite correct. The entire singing competition market in the U.S. is almost monopolized by American Idol. Even though American Idol has reached its peak, snatching a piece of the market from Fox Television is not an easy task. At that time, Lu Haizi disagreed, believing that if they truly loved each other, how could they break them apart? He even said that breaking up a couple would lead to retribution. As a close mate, she saw clearly that her young lady was very fond of young Master Nya. Daoist Chen, the two were merely impulsive, please do not blame them. Seeing this, Long Zhan also breathed a sigh of relief. In the face of a future in love, she had no choice. Only with a better future could she live better. Aren't you planning to give it? Tang Fen's expression turned cold. Although he only intended to punish Wu Laoba, the check he gave was undoubtedly real. Last month Yuan Gear fell ill. Although his mother and wet nurse helped take care of him, Qing Shu was still exhausted, so she wished for Chan Yujun to return soon. Half an hour later, Chan Yujun received a letter and a painting from Yao Yao. She opened the painting first and felt a longing for Suzhou, but her mood soured when she opened the letter. As she spoke, she returned all the small-sized treasures that looked like a dozen, only to find that these dozens of treasures suddenly contained some inexplicable magic that actually bound the 18th prince's freedom. However, he wanted to drive this young man away, as this boy exuded an aura that even Du Qingyang could not comprehend. It was scarcely imaginable that such a colossal steel beast could possess such formidable power, evoking an exhilarating surge of thrust that stirred the soul. Very well, Su Wen nodded faintly. Noticing her hair had loosened, he removed her hair tie and gently gathered the strands, weaving them into a braid with careful, deliberate fingers. Jean Ji knew further protest would be futile, so she reluctantly purchased the 3 tails of hind leg meat and departed with her 2 sons' hearts heavy with resentment. Her right eyelid, already twitching incessantly, now quivered more violently than ever. Her sixth sense whispered that matters were far from simple. After a moment's pause, old Wu said, "Go tell Cui Ji, the simpleton, to rouse Sanya and Wuya to gather pig fodder. That is ideal, it saves considerable trouble. Next I shall consider how to eradicate this barbarian menace once and for all," said Ouyang Mu. The carriage now belonged to her and she would guard it fiercely. Free of charge, why refuse what cost nothing? She happened to need a bicycle, and toward such brazen scoundrels she had never shown the slightest mercy. "I'm not a VIP at the airport, how on earth did you deduce my preferences?" "Not particularly impressive, Chu Yu," she asked, puzzled. A towering stone pillar materialized out of thin air, so immense it seemed capable of subduing the boundless ocean itself, bearing incomprehensible weight as it descended with crushing force upon Yi Tianxiang. "Not especially favorable," Hu Guiyang remarked after hearing the full account, his impression of these sects worsening still further. "Thus this presents Shinshan Yuan with a rare opportunity." "Indeed, that is precisely where I intend to fall into Shinshan Yuan's hands," Hu Guiyang replied with a wry smile. Li Yalan had finally grasped the plight of Jie Yichan, the petite chief editor, but the truth remained, he sincerely doubted he could offer any meaningful assistance. For these were almighty cultivators summoned by Zhang Tianhao, each possessing formidable strength, yet all mere projections of his will. Zhang Tianhao bore no concern whatsoever for their safety. "I haven't even finished beating him yet." "Poof." Hoffman wore an expression of deep dissatisfaction, yet the moment Xiao Ting interrupted, an overwhelming wave of fatigue and exhaustion crashed over him. The sensation surged instantly through his entire body and suddenly his legs felt as though filled with lead, utterly immobile. "Ha!" Guo Lang blinked in bewilderment.
Why did gatherings among these powerful figures always take place in such bizarre locations? And so he adapted, acclimating to this world just as the void itself did, growing stronger through relentless hunting and capture, occasionally evading predators far more powerful than himself, much like a wild beast navigating the primeval jungle. Dao Mu did not answer Liang Guangxing immediately. His footsteps fell silently upon the thick crimson and black wooden floorboards, no sound echoed from the impact of his soles. No carpet adorned the floor, its austerity lent an air of cool detachment yet heightened its pristine cleanliness. The problem, however, lay in the present age. Humanity flourished while the Yao race had long since faded from its former glory. As for the legendary 100 Ghosts parade, even if every single Yao within the special zone were assembled, gathering a true 100 would remain improbable. Following the great epic, planet's near-saturated population plummeted dramatically. Governmental authorities had relocated entirely to their self-constructed high magic dimensional domains 3 decades prior, launching grand interstellar blueprints across the cosmos. King Leonarch offered no further commentary, conferred briefly again with his generals, then dispatched a contingent of troops to reinforce the battlefield, easing the mounting pressure of the conflict. Moreover, the old mystic had repeatedly emphasized the critical importance of combat techniques during their time on Earth. We retreated to the stone wall, leaving no path of escape behind us. If the fire dragon continued breathing flame, we risked severe burns. In that desperate, heart-stopping instant, inspiration struck me like lightning. Meanwhile, the 4 celestial sovereigns, including He Ri Xianzuan and Jin Xiu Xianzuan, also paled, their hearts seized by unease. At that very moment, the chamber door swung open. Moya sniffed softly, wiped away her tears and turned, her gaze meeting that of Count Kleiman as he entered. This iteration excels in every role, whether landing, teamfighting or roaming, and offers unparalleled versatility as a support, unmatched in protection, offensive utility and durability. After a prolonged silence, Cataclysm Endoftes emerged, wearing rumpled pajamas and slippers, rubbing his eyes with palpable irritation, muttering under his breath all the while. Though he harbored such thoughts, Lu Yun still cautioned his teammates, then advanced alongside Lulu to secure the minion wave. Truly an unyielding, forbidden art. Once ensnared by the lava phantom, escape becomes virtually impossible. One can only watch helpless as one's own flesh dissolves away. Such a horrifying, soul-shattering spectacle left the celestial host scattered across the heavens, gripped by profound despair. No sooner had those words left his mouth than a cry echoed from the black chasm, "Wait for me." And with that, Xiao 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 tumbled headlong from the abyss. This by Xiaolong had taken a circuitous route to find him. Well and good. Let him come. Let Alice administer a thorough reprimand. Colonel Di Ming instructed, "Pass through that door. The adjacent courtyard holds 2 black SUVs. I'll hold them off. Get in the vehicles." The valley was encircled on all sides by colossal cloud-piercing mountain peaks, steep, sheer and radiating an aura of solemn majesty. Her elder sister of course understood none of this. She could only cling to the hope that it was all a nightmare, for what unfolded was unspeakably terrifying, murder aimed not merely at the body but at the very soul. Just as this ragged young man reached the city gate, Chao Yue rushed forward, his expression frantic, as though he had just glimpsed his anchor in chaos. "Enough. Enough." The manager swiped Yifan's card, handed him a receipt, and his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. This fellow truly squandered wealth without restraint. His smartphone, forged entirely of gold studded with diamonds. Most infuriating of all was his brand new Apple 7 bras, discarded after just 1 week. Ling Li's words struck his deepest vulnerability, yet as a third tribulation immortal, to fear a mere tribulation transcendence cultivator would render him unworthy of that title. Li Xiaoyao declared it an assassination orchestrated by Yamamoto Gojiro Corporation, an act targeting him personally designed to erase him permanently and thus resolve the beverage infringement dispute once and for all. Crucially, both eyewitnesses and physical evidence were irrefutable, leaving those present no choice but to believe and the corporation no room to deny. Kagura had almost frequented all the casinos on Duwant Street, and with a losing streak of 9 out of 10 she contributed greatly to the revenue of the casinos there. However, what Jian Andy did not expect was how Jiang Yingshan had returned after leaving the restaurant. Ling Feng walked down the street with a food box, pondering what to bring him to eat tomorrow. Although she smiled on the surface, there was an underlying tension that felt confrontational. Surely she shouldn't have provoked her. Fortunately, he had refrained from saying anything foolish to her. If he had, it would have been a huge problem. However, she suddenly became withdrawn afterward, growing distant from them, her brothers. In the court, Qianjinji seemed to witness an unimaginable scene, left dumbfounded and frozen in place. The invited Demon Clan Formation Master had just begun to delve into the rules of the Great Formation when those annoying sword lights would strike. The agent shook his head helplessly. The artist was too willful and he couldn't manage it, otherwise his job would be at stake. In front of everyone, she tucked the red envelope into her sleeve, then smiled, intentionally dropping the tea tray from her hands. The man drove the car into the city, looking around in awe, seemingly stunned by the city's splendor, momentarily lost and confused. It was only then that the crowd noticed a strong young man had appeared beside the crewcut man. The time had come. Chu Xian was the last aboard the flying boat, sitting in the first class arranged by Wan Yunli. Qin Yang was the son of Zhou Shu's second husband, having studied abroad and just returned last month. Yet he had unwittingly provoked Shang Jingting, and just days after returning was sent to the police precinct.
Fortunately, the Ba people had built a stove with stones inside the tent, gathered firewood, and the soldiers took out their rations, finishing their meal with hot water before splitting into shifts to rest. The despised divine dragon could not utter a word after separating the part of the soul resembling a sundial. His mind felt utterly sluggish. Almost 3 weeks had passed and she remembered each day spent with her idol clearly. In 2 days it would mark exactly 3 weeks. Moreover, she did not seem much older than herself. She merely dressed more provocatively, which made her appear more mature. Yu Qian Longma headed straight to his room, seemingly deaf to Yu Qian Nancyro's words. Everything Nanciro said went in one ear and out the other for Longma. If he really listened, his mother would have to act against her own kin. After all, he was her biological son, yet she had not forgiven him all these years. Bu Liao felt increasingly terrified, pacing back and forth in the room, pondering strategies. Shouldn't others conceal such matters? How could In Yen have spoken out? She looked at the items recorded on the list, then neatly stored it away, falling back into her cultivation. These considerate measures taken for the buyers seemed trivial, yet one by one they helped the Lin family's grain shop earn a good reputation. Having said that, she attempted to get up again but was pulled back by Morong Chong. Lin Ruo couldn't help but frown. Yet from the mountainside onward the entire mountain was enveloped in a layer of white mist, becoming obscured. With the naked eye it was impossible to see the things inside anymore. But was it truly not by K? Under Wu Zon's questioning, Lin Ruo began to doubt her own judgment. Speaking of which, a pair of eyes looked at Shuer with malicious intent. Her meaning was clear, even a fool could see it. Finally, as he stepped out, Ning Wang regained his cheerful demeanor, declaring he would return in a few days for more liquor. It was only when he sat back in the carriage that his expression turned serious, fists clenched. Perhaps due to the impending meeting, a vague unease arose in Sieber's heart. If Bai Shui died and revived in the underworld, would he still be a member of his valiant sword legion? Would he attack himself like the other blood skeletons? Special training. Rinaldi was perplexed as Hugo instructed Costa to take Rinaldi to see Adriano. Less than 5 minutes after entering the field, Nani created a corner kick opportunity. Utilizing his dribbling skills on the wing, he successfully outmaneuvered Marcio, resulting in a slightly subpar pass that led to a corner kick, which ultimately allowed Manchester United to pull one back. On a road that might not see vehicles for months, 2 shadows slowly walked past as the gale swept over the dunes, producing a low rumbling sound. What play is this singing from? Chen Hongzi was stunned. It is important to note that this is not her character. Even during a struggle with a criminal she would not be shot. Without anesthesia, performing surgery immediately was a pain unlike any she had ever experienced. The one behind placed both hands at his sides, and as his hands moved, she also tightly closed her eyes, synchronizing her movements to follow him as they walked towards the distance. However, just as the flash landed, a kitchen knife flew through the air, barely embedding itself in him. Moreover, it was evident that this was not the method of a Gu master. At least she had never heard of such a miraculous Gu technique after being enchanted. Guayer's chess class scored just a flower segment. Although it was merely a first-class flower segment, Guayer could barely manage a game against Nan Shen, but of course the result was a loss. 3 days ago, the opponent's refusal to surrender presented me with another opportunity to perform, and I was already somewhat impatient. Anhao watched the people on stage intently from below. Perhaps having never seen such a scene before among so many enterprises, he was the only one unafraid of power and daring to speak up, which indeed took some courage. Yuxuan realized it and said, "I apologize for being abrupt. I am Nangong Yuxuan, you can just call me Yuxuan. I disturbed you yesterday because I suddenly fell ill. I'm really sorry. As for the matter concerning Guan Yu, there was simply nothing at all. This is very normal, as Guan Yu was originally fleeing to Zhuojuan City and naturally had no news here. Moreover, Liu Bei had little local news due to his early wanderings. The most prevalent was merely the matter of selling straw sandals. As for the Yuhang people's language, it was somewhat terrible. As a nomadic tribe, the Yuhang people had fallen under the Han dynasty after losing the struggle for the grasslands against the Xianbei. This is the benefit of Yi Kai, he is curious about everything. As long as there is something a bit strange, he would never let it pass by. The serious issues surrounding TPC not only worried the guys on Earth but also concerned other extraterrestrials on the planet, fearing that TPC might come for revenge against them. The reputation of TPC's extraterrestrial prison base on Earth is quite terrifying. Those who treat others as fools often realize in the end that the true fool is not others but themselves. I sat for several more hours, and now the essence within my body combined with some remnants from before amounted to nearly 800 or 900 years, enough for me to enter the cave with the Earth God and King Wuching tonight. Running at full speed for just a few minutes in the mountainous woods, unless one has undergone professional training, an ordinary person's physique cannot withstand such immense consumption. He is left-hand, I can't recall anything else. Ordinary people typically wield knives with their right hand, yet he uses his left. As for his appearance, I really didn't pay attention. If you're angry, feel free to scold me, I can take it. She looked at him earnestly. Xian Lei and the wolf demon emerged from the inner room. After about 10 minutes, Xian Lei brought in a wooden tub containing towels and hot water. In her impression, Gumuzi was an extremely proud person. Her sister, who never spoke to her, was asking for so much, and it was indeed strange for Gobaiha to remain calm.
Malin led Lulu towards him while glancing back at the young man whose face was filled with reluctance and confusion but not anger. Wang Daong's attitude left Fengzhou in despair. It was exactly what he feared to see in this current situation. He couldn't help but turn to look at Qin Shanhai beside him. I said, isn't it unnecessary to gather here? Dong Benli, due to a back injury, could only lie on the bed covered with a thin blanket and spoke helplessly. No need, my parents have already prepared plenty at home. I was going to ask if you wanted to come along. Chui Feiner asked. The audience stared in disbelief and Chang Wu was also stunned. He didn't expect Xian Yunhuan to be so useless. Others had effortlessly taken him down using the most ordinary wrestling stance. But who could have imagined that such an ordinary person at the last moment would massacre heroes and successfully turn the tables? Xi Ning was not afraid of death. She only feared that if she died the matters would not be able to continue. At this moment they received an urgent notification that the army of the Anju people and the mecha troops of the Ruabayot people had already been activated and were racing towards Tianan Star. Meng Haobai felt a wave of pain throughout his body, unable to suppress a moan. He then opened his eyes, sitting up and gazing around with a somewhat bewildered expression. Wu Zongrui did not answer directly. He couldn't very well say that the 17th year of Chongjin was the best time after Emperor Chongjin hanged himself on Meishan. The new army of Deng Lai would be able to act. Before long, Tianlong skillfully poured green tea from the teapot into 3 ceramic cups, then placed the 3 cups of green tea on the table. But when I saw you hard up against so many strong black men, I was really worried. Hu Haining said. Huishan instantly moved in front of Fang Chen and without showing where he came from, several guards who had just displayed fierce expressions were stunned the next second. No matter how curious you are, you still have to find it before you can say anything. Even if the rumors are true, just finding it in this vast sea would be wishful thinking. Fang Chen sighed bitterly. But Luoha shook his head again. No, even if we have to die, I want to drag a few down with me. He looked at the saints. However, Lu Fan still had family and friends. They had not grown to an invincible state. For them this apocalypse was still terrifyingly boundless. Sean suddenly frowned, then looked up, his light blue eyes seemingly penetrating through all obstacles above him, perceiving changes in certain things he faintly sensed, and this change evidently caused him some worry, tightening his already furrowed brows. In the 22nd minute of the match, the crystal of the red team's base, which had lost 2 high grounds, was also flattened and exploded. The Wanjia mobile phone comes in various colors, looking quite pleasant from the front. The entire phone's curvature and edges are designed very well, and at the moment of seeing the phone's appearance everyone was quite satisfied. At this time he led the troops to recover Jizhou and Pingzhou, achieving a great victory. The carefree king appeared in Yuzhou without any warning and was honored as a guest of honor. According to his speculation, this matter was probably not as simple as rewarding the troops. Additionally, a few minor officials risking offending the crown prince, the Duke of Chu, and the military doors clustered around to congratulate Yangyu, subtly expressing their loyalty. Li Longji nodded and Gao Lishir immediately presented the seal and golden knife of Tubo with both hands in front of him. Thus they seemed like a family of 3 sharing a late-night meal together. This meal was a late-night snack for Han Lai, but it was breakfast for Kongshin and Xiang Lian. What is beneficial and aligns with one's own beliefs will naturally be followed, while more often acting independently and unconventionally is the simplest and most direct way to tackle various complex issues. As for Qiao Qian, she chose to remain low-key after selecting Su Jinyan. It was not because of Old Brown, but rather because she was inherently indifferent to fame and fortune, which was one of the important reasons she initially chose Su Jinyan. Buer did not move the spoon, he merely tilted his head and smiled at her. For him, Sakura's every smile and frown was enough to captivate him. He gazed at her with an enchanting look, as if they were lovers who had been together for many years even though they had only been dating for less than a month. She was uncertain about the purpose of the approaching ship, but the attitudes of the 2 boys were indeed quite strange. If they truly harbored malicious intent, or if ghosts were indeed pursuing them, she had to prepare early. Listening to Araki's roar, the others did not stop her, and even Sang Yumai, who had always been at odds with her, unusually remained silent. After hearing Coach Lonky's words, the expressions of the crowd remained unchanged, but in their differently colored eyes a chilling ripple surfaced. Don't forget you are the honorary director of the Martial Arts Alliance. Seeing that Mo Kuo was somewhat indifferent, Guo Li spoke again. Bai Anmo recalled the stern words spoken by his brother Bai Qianma at that time and muttered to himself. In fact, when Lin Bishou proposed to have a real cold war with Bai Qianma, although Zuan had no right to express his opinion, he secretly felt excited for quite a while. Xiaohua then thought of Xinyu, realizing that if there was no way to avoid it in the end, she would have no choice but to marry into the Xin family. His voice was filled with mockery at this moment, making Yi Fanlu doubt whether the gentle Wu Yuhang she had seen earlier was the real Wu Yuhang or just a figment of her imagination. Now they treat me as a relative. Outsiders are better than our family. Fang Wei cried while wiping her tears, feeling an intense hatred in her heart. For the common folk below, such matters were far too distant. Last time when Zhao Junqiao and Zhang Shichen were thrown into jail, there were rumors that they were involved in the assassination of Pei Qin, but most people did not believe the assassination story, thinking it was unreliable. Unexpectedly, it really happened again. Zhang Yuanzhou took Old Bai downstairs and Su Qingshan did not follow.
The crisis was averted, but she did not know what to say to Zhang Yuanzhou. Thankful. Just as Zhang Yuanzhou said, it was pretentious. What about the others? So it turns out that Fengshen has arrived. Please ask him to my room. Julia thought for a moment and immediately said. The matters had been discussed with Pei Yuan and Pei Qian, and they would just wait for Pei Qin to come back to confirm things with her. Everyone had agreed, and thus they all took their leave. However, Tianqi was not in the mood to calculate others' losses. His only concern now was whether his three brothers would be used as pawns by Lu Yechuan today. I patted his shoulder and did not continue speaking. Yet I still felt a stir in my heart, for even Xiaoyi had begun to lie to Su Han. Why can Chan Yonglin and Zhao Yong eat and drink for free, but Prince Ben cannot? Xiao Yi protested. As Tan Jin laughed, the others were left dumbfounded. The fifth-level non-toxic realm expert of Tianwu Wang Feihong had already used his power to slap Yi Jun Tian across the face multiple times in public. That left old Wang's face bruised and battered with his old teeth flying out. He glared at Ling Han, blood surging forth, transforming into a white tiger exuding a murderous aura, and silently roared at Ling Han. Lu Fengsheng was initially reluctant. To be honest, although he had been trying to persuade himself to take on this task, when truly facing Fang Pingying at this moment he felt somewhat embarrassed. The moment the fire patterns approached Yi Lang's body, they were blocked by a mass of purple patterns, preventing them from burning him. This time was no different. The rest of the class looked on as if watching a show, and some busybodies began cheering loudly, encouraging both sides. One shouted for Ring Xiao to kill him, while another shouted for Mu Xiao not to be afraid and to charge forward. Suddenly a terrifying black spiritual liquid surged in. Yi Jun Tian activated his entire body's dead veins to devour and absorb it. However, there was too much of it, and the quality of the death energy was too high. The rate of devouring could not keep up with the influx. Ling Han laughed heartily, unleashing his murderous intent, and with a buzz his mental force like a divine blade instantly broke into the sea of consciousness of these ants, causing widespread destruction. Thinking of the Tianwen Jade, he revealed a greedy expression. With his mental force combined with the Tianwen Jade, how terrifying of a power could he unleash? Boom! While speaking, Gu Xiao waved his hand, and the true fire of the sun, originally gathered within the primordial golden dipper by Yin Xiao, transformed into a long rainbow that flew out toward him. Gu Xiao casually shook his hand, and all the true fire of the sun once again fused into his body, leaving no trace behind. Good, I'm very good, the warden quickly said, while the fierce-eyed tiger girl stared at him, making him feel uneasy. Yi Feng looked at him coldly, along with a group of bank presidents who felt slighted. The second-in-command of Lingdong province before Su Guohua took office, all matters of Lingdong province were dictated by Wu Qingyang. The man's handsome and sculpted face retained a cool expression, his deep eyes surveying Ling Xiang before faintly flickering. While at work, he generally would not answer personal calls, but he could not bear to reject Ling Xiang's call. The surface of the wooden box appeared black with a charred mark in one corner. At Shangjiang Hospital, Chang Lanji had just finished a call with Chen Wangsheng when the public security department came to inquire about the situation. When he floated out and saw Zhao Yisa's icy gaze, his expression immediately turned to terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at the nearly deranged Gu Pan before her, Muyan felt a twinge of pity for her companion of 1,000 years, never expecting things to come to this point. How many Foundation establishment pills are left? I want them all. Yan Xian said excitedly as she gazed at Jin Gu, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yi Tian and Zhang Xing exchanged a glance with Huang Ying, unable to suppress a shiver as they silently lamented that the days ahead would likely be difficult. This time, as soon as the aura appeared, the old Taoist's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth as a silver light shot forth. As the general looked towards him, he could only force a bitter smile and say that as long as the bloodthirsty demon flute was returned, he could become an outer disciple of the heavenly gate. What kind of pitiful and worthless thing is this? With the operations of the Shura god, they will never find a successor in their lifetime. No wonder they are so shameless later on. No need for courtesy. From now on, when you see me, you must call me Supreme Immortal. I can teach you some cultivation techniques, but at your speed, by the time you reach the golden core stage, you'll probably be nearing death from old age. The celestial bird Bai Wu said disdainfully. The two who had been wandering for half a day were now lying motionless in a thicket halfway up the mountain, watching the cave ahead intently. Inside the 7 Treasure Mystic Sand Tower, the continuous rumbling sound suggested that the 4th-level ice phantom was fiercely resisting. When Lan Xiyu lifted the lid, she clearly saw the true form of the exotic beast, pale gray all over with long ears and crimson eyes. It was possible to find traces of the rabbits that once existed on Earth in its body. You. Xiang Qing's eyes turned red. It was the first time she had seen Mo Zishuan like this, and she couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. In the end, Frieza, having brought about his own demise after obtaining Son Goku's power, still attempted to kill Son Goku, turning into a half-machine that was neither human nor ghost, only to be cut into pieces by the transmigrated Dite. To put it bluntly, it was a trivial matter compared to the grudge Vegeta held for the destruction of his family. It was far less significant. Zhang Long withdrew 5 bundles of spiritual root energy and injected them into the flood dragon's body, continuing to refine and merge. At the same time, Yi Ling felt a discordant gaze directed at her. It was Zhou Yurong's murderous intent. before she could clearly see two blood-red lightning bolts shot towards Yu Ming and herself. Ailina instinctively wanted to dodge but suddenly remembered Yu Ming's warning, so she closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate, and instantly unleashed her maximum beast-controlling ability. Why do I always make you cry? Mo Zishuan looked at her tear-streaked chin from below, sighed helplessly, and reached out to wipe away her warm tears. He took out the spatial spiritual root and Zhan Lom opened his mouth, swallowing the almost transparent liquid before him. On the soul mark on his lower left abdomen, a layer of solid ice was still sealing it. That was the lifeline that Turiya fought for at the critical moment. If his soul power had not been completely sealed, Turiya might have already become a cold corpse. Zhan Long did not give Chen Lindong a chance to beg for mercy. Purple corpse energy surged around him, forming a light sphere that imprisoned and sealed Chen Lindong's soul, then waved his hand to store him in the spatial ring. Hearing the loud sound coming from behind, Su Zishong realized it was already too late to dodge. He quickly concentrated the only strand of 5 elements true chi that could operate in his body onto his back, unsure if it could withstand the fireball's attack. However, it was the only thing he could do at the moment. Sure enough, before he could finish speaking, a white figure floated down under the moonlight. It was Mo Baizhu. Zhu Mengfan understood this principle as well, but he could never let go of his junior brother down the mountain. In his heart, he always hoped that the Tianshan sect could become a united whole without further conflict. These super strong individuals, each having once been a prominent figure among the human race, returned from the Yuqing realm only to become bloodthirsty demons even more ruthless than the monsters. Zhao Hao's current mindset was to perform his role well in every scene of this play. He did not seek trouble, but he was not afraid of it either. If Lu Yi deliberately made things difficult for him, he was not made of clay. Chen Hong liked responsible men. This issue had troubled her for a long time, but Zhao Hao's promise made her feel that it was not such a big deal after all. Everyone try to finish the work that needs to be done by the morning so we can go home for lunch, the boss happily announced. Mei Jian nervously said as a group of people hid with their warhorses in the woods outside the city. At this moment it was just nightfall and one could see the torches held by soldiers patrolling the city wall. As she approached, she looked at Lin Ti's appearance. She was quite beautiful, with heavy bangs framing her face, her skin somewhat malnourished and yellowish, a faint blush on her cheeks, and a pair of innocent and clear eyes like a piece of untouched white paper, simple and naive. And the familiar steamed bun, because Dong Zhuo gave the young Lubu who was a guest star a steamed bun. Sure, Xiaolong agreed to become his slave. Anyway, according to Ran, his two twin brothers were almost always called to Ferris office for such disciplinary incidents. They are still alive and kicking and even find opportunities to take revenge on Ferris, playing pranks and so on. This was Simon's first time seeing Fiona like this, and his very bad impression slightly changed, though he couldn't immediately voice what he wanted to say. Going online, I appeared at the place where I had saved the Master of Potions, about to check the items and equipment in my package. Thank you for saving him. My idiot captain has caused you trouble, Sanji said to Simon with gratitude. Then he carefully observed Simon, seeing that the person covered in injuries was still calm. His heart couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The cat-like warrior keenly sensed the dangerous aura, retracting its poised claws meant for attack. It twisted midair and landed firmly back on the ground, crossing its talons in front of its chest in a seamless dance. The seeds sown and the fruits born, all grievances and disputes faded away with death. I tightly grasped the ghost-faced jade pendant around my neck, a betrothal gift given by Jiang Xiaoding when he married me. The forest was dense, the two of them could not afford to discern the direction, drilling wherever there was a gap. The cloaked men were not weak either, they had merely underestimated Duan Chanfeng, which had allowed them to seize an opportunity. At this moment the five had already developed a murderous intent, relentlessly pursuing from behind. Father truly has keen eyes. You jest, Gu Jinning chuckled, not expecting to deceive Duke Gu. What she said earlier was merely an opening remark, the real matters were yet to come. After 3 cars hit the road, Su Xingchen, sitting in the passenger seat, informed the others about the contact with Yu Piao from yesterday. Before long everything was ready and the group set off on their journey home. As the carriage turned onto the main road, Mu Jusi expected Nangong Xiaotian to tell her what had happened. However, after waiting for a while, this guy merely closed his red eyes and began to rest. As for her husband, he had once held many prejudices against their grandson, even suspecting that the boy was not his biological grandchild. Now, however, the grandfather and grandson chatted endlessly, seemingly enjoying it. Since her cousin did not stay at the Duke's residence during the imperial examination, it proved that her uncle's family had places to turn to in Bianzhou. In an instant a flash of white light appeared, transforming Mrs. Tang's clothing into a pure white dress adorned with a sheer white scarf, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Guo Qiding did not wish to die, and Yamamoto Tetsujiro certainly did not want to witness Guo Qiding's death. After all, Guo Qiding was his superior. If he were to be shot dead by the Chinese army on the battlefield, Yamamoto Tetsujiro would bear an unshirkable responsibility, possibly leading to demotion or even forced seppuku. Yi Yusin felt the anticipation in Liang's gaze, her lips curling into a smile as she raised her head to gaze at the handsome face that she could never tire of. Indeed, this was Lu Qingshan's true thought. Spiritual fruits compared to ordinary fruits simply taste better. They are still a type of fruit, but their excellence is enhanced dozens of times, and most importantly, these fruits possess spiritual energy.
If I am not mistaken, you have not practiced the basic sword techniques, have you? Tang Xing asked with a smile. At a highway toll booth, police cars surrounded the area, and in the darkness the police lights flashed, creating an atmosphere of imminent danger. Every passing driver was astonished. At this moment Lu Yaobing was stunned, staring blankly at Chen Shuadong. She could also sense the significant change in Chen Shuadong's attitude. It was now so overtly flattering, much like how other boys at school tried to curry favor with her rather than the previous domineering demeanor. The six-eared macaque blinked, its eyes shimmering with golden light akin to Sun Wukong's, almost on par with his fiery eyes. However, it was too late to warn, as at that moment the searching soldiers had already reached the village entrance. More than a dozen guns were raised, nervously scanning the surroundings, seemingly ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The aftermath of the explosion struck against his energy shield, and the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, obscuring visibility. Qi Liangyu smiled faintly. She had heard such flattery many times before and was now quite indifferent to it. The white-haired elder's eyes sparkled with brilliance. After scolding Xiaobing, he turned to Xiao Wudo and spoke again. Having just eaten, Luo Xian only ordered a cup of lemonade, while Han Qi, a big eater, still ordered a durian pizza despite having eaten. Luo Xian took out his phone to log into Honor of Kings, preparing to team up with Han Qi. As he spoke, Yi Qing took a deep breath, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, his expression becoming stern. 3 bowls of fragrant pork oil noodles were served, the aroma wafting through the air, making everyone in the room drool. Mo Anlin did not dare to hit Mo Ancheng too hard. He knew that Mo Ancheng had been drugged with a soul-numbing potion, causing him to ramble nonsensically. If he hit him too hard, he might wake up. At this moment, he did not wish for him to regain too much clarity. With Gu Xinling's command, Yi Luocheng immediately disinfected, changed into surgical attire, and took over George's assistant position. At this moment, Liang Hainyu turned his body, looking at the somewhat stubborn Liang Wan, his fingers unconsciously brushing against her delicate cheek, and he could not help but smile. She had not finished her sentence, unsure if it was embarrassment or not knowing how to express herself. In short, it stuck in her throat, unable to move. After listening to the Buddha's words, Shang Ru raised her eyelids slightly, her eyes also flashing with a dangerous glint as she spoke. Because apart from Lian Changyaji, she did not want any other person to step into her life. In fact, it was really just a joke, not excessive at all, right? She had no intention of humiliating him. Seeing someone trying to stop him, Meng De did not hesitate to pull out a bamboo flute from his sleeve. Qingfeng Daoist noticed that the bamboo flute was entirely green and appeared unremarkable, so he swung his sword and stabbed at it. In terms of cooperation, it meant that the two were tied to the same boat, and Rong Yan could not absolutely trust this young man before her. Shui Tianlan cursed inwardly. The last time they came, they had not eaten the concealment pill. Ziyunye's strength was naturally seen through by Hu Jun, who was indeed attentive enough to have observed the strengths of the brothers here. Since that day when the mountaintop caveman brought the treasured sword and its manual, she became ever more convinced that her husband still lived. Yet that stubborn faith gradually began to fade and waver with the passage of time, and beneath the tidal onslaughts of affection from the Ark. The bridal sedan contained a vast number of souls, and it was now continuously pouring them forth. Attacks could not inflict any substantial harm. Even though he could not speak, his gaze conveyed the meaning plainly. Could it be that my dagger does you no harm at all? After all, harming opponents from other regions might be tolerated, but if he boldly predicted that Yushin would take the championship, and if that prediction either came true or, worse, was jinxed by him, he would not be able to withstand the fans' fury. He might be torn to pieces before he even left the venue. Accustomed to being another's lackey while swaggering over his own compatriots, polished in appearance yet dark within, this is the truest portrait of such a man. But upon reflection, Yu Yan's achievements owed not only to her quick mind and studiousness. Part of her success was forced from her by her own relentless drive. If not for him, could she have mastered 7 languages? At that thought, he could not help but smile with smug satisfaction. Now the army of Zilugangdia had seized most of Shanglaib's territory, presenting a 3-sided encirclement of the capital on the map. Make no mistake, this haunted house was nothing like those in amusement parks. The beings and people inside were essentially abnormal life forms. Who knows, perhaps they committed wicked deeds and were punished by heaven. Wang Jin shrugged. He showed no intention of leaving and returned to the shop, convinced their master would come find him. Hairpins are no trivial adornment. Gold hairpins are reserved for royalty or first-rank officials. Others at best wear silver. Copper denotes status as well, while ordinary families might manage an iron pin or simply stick a twig into the hair. One must admit this stone was extraordinarily hard on the outside, yet its inner substance flowed like water, winding and twisting in astonishing ways. The next morning I rose early. When I washed and looked into the mirror, I was a stranger to myself, face bruised and swollen, eyes ringed and black, utterly disheveled. Li Dai was about to say more but fell silent. In Lin Chang's eyes he saw steely resilience and persistence. Thus Li Dai's use of relentless runs to condition the athlete's endurance proceeded fairly smoothly. Feng Wuhan stammered, asking if the other did not know his identity, declaring that his grandfather was the strongest in Yuanling City and that he was about to become a Xianjing divine guard, and that this time his foe would surely meet death. Yan Danqing ground his teeth as he spoke. At that moment Li Dai looked to the 4th athlete, who immediately felt a chill of dread in his heart. What we feared has come, because the Duanlong stone blocks sound outside and inside cannot communicate, and we cannot call Ma Sandu up. The golden mountain trembles, and it looks as if we will be buried within it.
Thereafter Gu Zhizhong introduced the other members of Team 1. None possessed steer talent but all displayed A-level gifts, the weakest in A and not a single level among them. For the next 2 days Li Tiannan scarcely left his room, only venturing into neighboring rooms to borrow a smoke when he had none. He waited for news from the Yanqi direction. If Yanqi succeeded in capturing the great Tang Crown Prince, the war could be won without expending a single soldier, so why needlessly sacrifice the lives of Turkic youths? This was a vast undertaking not to be completed in nearly 3 or 5 days, yet Guar felt that resting here was worth the while. Repaying kindness with loyalty. After the Zhang family resolved most worries for their soldiers, those who benefited naturally repaid the favor by willingly risking their lives in service to the Zhangs. Seeing this, Wang Yanshang naturally hesitated to eliminate them completely, with the imperial physician secretly threatened and bribed by Wang Yanxie, assuring that Wang Yanxie would not live long. Wang Yanshang had no choice but to suspend plans against Wang Yanxie and instead turn his attention to dealing with the Wang Yanagutaline figures Wang Yanzonggan and Wang Yanzongbi. After concluding negotiations with the Song state, Wang Yanxian did not linger. He politely declined Zhang Bao's entreaties and with only a few guards remaining hastily returned to the Jin. Yu Yu and Angela exhaled heavily and slumped on either side of Saha, mouths tightly closed and saying nothing. Xixia had long been propped up by Liao. Had it been an unknown contest, Song could have defeated Xixia, but Liao always meddled. Whenever Song prospered in war, Liao would step in and force Song to relent. But now that Liao is distracted and unable to attend to matters, Song has the opportunity to deal with Xixia. Of course, when a teammate heads the ball back, the goalkeeper may use his hands to receive it. As the final barrier before the goal, the goalkeeper's ability is of paramount importance. The vote against Master Joshu had failed. Every prominent figure in the town supported reopening the church. That in itself was unremarkable, yet far more painful than the defeat was his disciple Xing's betrayal. The arrogant young man had barely opened his mouth when his gaze inadvertently swept across the figure standing with back turned, and in that single glance his eyes locked onto the stranger, or rather onto that astonishingly voluptuous silhouette, formidable from every angle. Its power was markedly weaker here than on that continent. In the original world governed by that energy system, such a high-compressed energy sphere would not merely obliterate a tree, it would reduce even towering mountains and colossal boulders to absolute nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. In his prime, the old demon had been utterly unrivaled. Legend held that across the vast northwestern expanse of hundreds of millions of li, all bowed to him alone. 100 races and myriad beings knelt before him, their lives, deaths, fortunes and misfortunes hanging solely upon his whim. Prepare the meal first. Zhang Tiancheng also sensed something amiss, yet had no choice. He retrieved several large cauldrons from his spatial talisman and instructed them to kindle the fire and begin cooking. Moreover, Chu Nanxian, leveraging his personal connections, had requisitioned the chief and deputy commanders of the Special Operations Unit, Situ Wuchang, a master of both formidable strength and extensive influence, and Yin Maluo, a peerless warrior renowned within government secret agencies as the Ghost Terrorizer. Li Qinghong choked on her words. Only then did she recall Li Hanchuan's ghost-like godlike abilities so utterly beyond resistance. Unless he surrendered willingly, what threat could their 2 pistols possibly pose to this youth before them? Poisonous serpentine eyes glinted crimson by Yuanji, locking onto his target with spiritual awareness, hadn't fully turned when his tail lashed out, a bluish venomous barb slicing fiercely toward Qinjin as he landed. The girl had been utterly absorbed until her father's startled cry jolted her. She studied the scene carefully but saw nothing alarming. Yet she understood instantly this item had originally been purchased as Sue Meyer's birthday gift, she had simply lacked the courage to present it at the time. The demon sealing talisman dissolved into countless violet motes drawn swiftly into the Taiji diagram, where they coalesced into a crystalline violet rhombus. The students were nearly undone by Lu Yong's riveting account. Mouths agape. Do you truly believe you still hold bargaining power? Vermin like you have no right to exist in this world. Bai Luo kicked the god of darkness in fury. I am an alchemist. Everyone knows an alchemist's might lies in mutated beasts. Today I shall show you the terrifying power of an alchemist's mutant companion. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted behind them. A colossal azure wolf slowly rose from the ground and strode heavily toward Su Tiandong. Jiang Yang had previously recounted to Asuna the early chaos following the emergence of the paranormal beasts, thus upon watching the live news broadcast Asuna immediately suspected their involvement. Nearly all industries that surged rapidly after the first year of the Jingguan era were rooted in advanced technology, including coal mining and metallurgy, which I mentioned earlier. Among them, smelting techniques pioneered at the ironworks achieved global preeminence. Shipbuilding techniques soon followed, attaining world-leading excellence as well. Cough. Qin Tian spat a trace of blood, then abruptly raised a hand toward the face of his crimson-haired counterpart. Little sister Ingzi is equally beautiful, please don't praise me, I'll grow flustered. Qi Mei hadn't expected Ingzi's warmth and smiled in return. Tai Bai Jin Xing's expression turned grave. He swiftly issued the counterattack order, and all celestial soldiers and divine generals braced themselves against the onslaught hurtling toward them. In the modest rear hall of the Liang prince's residence, he saw Lu Chao, the prince of Liang, shedding his peasant garb and donning a crimson robe and crown. This man actually stooped to till the fields and personally guided agricultural affairs, unique among princes across the ages. On the way back, Zhang Chu, listening to Qin Wan's long-suppressed complaints, could not help but laugh. Luo Beixiao was only slightly surprised after Xing Yuan completed his foundation establishment. He summoned her to the hall and handed her a sword. Luo Su paid no heed to the surrounding chaos, idly rubbing his silver thread sapphire bracelet with a finger. Kalabi fared worse, having reverted to human form. He floated on the water, battered and unconscious. Zhou Yao saw through it and had no intention of clarifying her identity. It had been a chance encounter. She would not expose herself so readily and invite needless trouble. She stole a glance at the neighbor Sun Xinglan, who smiled back with an ingenuous serenity so flawless it betrayed no crack of guilt. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yao nodded, faintly recalling Ruyu's words of that day, which now seemed somewhat different. Zhou Shui steeled herself. The rear door opened from within and she looked back. Qingfeng still refused to believe it. Business must make sense and this deal would be a windfall for her. How could there be such a naive sucker? Lin Zhe was momentarily stunned, then realized the old chief was right. Even knowing Chen Yifei was a high-ranking member of the organization, there was nothing he could do, and his awe for this urbane young gentleman only deepened. What did Ji Daozhu and Zhu Shinta thought was the same. If their party were to be defeated by Xinyan Hashang and their disciples sent away, there would still be a chance to regroup and rise again. Sending those 5 to chase Jiao Fei turned out to be an excuse. "Commander, where is the sun?" a guard asked as he rose from the ground, staring curiously at the persistently overcast sky. "Won't you join me for a meal in town? It's too dark here to speak plainly. Let's go into town, eat, and then find a quiet place to talk details." Li Lihong renewed his invitation to Louis. Seeing Su Putis' movement, Xiao Kuang was so terrified his heart nearly leapt from his chest. He shouted after Su Putis' departing figure. The two laughed as they vaulted into the saddles, their large hands clasped in a heavy grip. Whips cracked and they spurred their horses into a rapid gallop. The 3 Mo Yao Wangs fell silent like cold insects, but Wu Yaxin's anger would not abate. With 2 mighty slaps he struck Mo Yao Wang and Shenli Wang dead. "General Zhou, there is not much left. We have only a little over 100 gene of explosives in total. These past days we've used some every day. This is the last of our stock," an officer reported loudly. Louis truly disapproved of what they had done, especially a man called Yu Ge who had left a very bad impression, yet the others were straightforward and chivalrous. Surprised by the contradiction, Louis detained them to force the truth from them. Perhaps because the glory of Chinese martial arts had been profaned, Pei Wufu's trademark simple smile did not appear. Instead, his expression was grave and his gaze piercing. Chu Xiong acted without hesitation, spouting true essence as his body trembled. 3 emanations sprang forth, and within each incarnation lay an ancient artifact, identical in form yet each differing in color. Chen Ting took a step forward. After the heaven's wheel of life and death, the Chaos Thunder Sword rose anew. Its pure cyan sword light shook the divine thunder of the heavens, magnificently radiant as boundless lightning merged into the blade and slashed outward. "I did not come to bring you trouble, yet you dare come to my door." Fan Song has said, his voice chilling slightly. While he still wailed like a ghost within the palace of Wanling City, Chen Jitang and others gathered once more to discuss Duan Shangxiu's affairs. The demon prince laughed heartily. His form quivered and swelled rapidly, his back arching high like a tiger or leopard, unexpectedly evolving into the form of the Xuanya ancient demon, and his power climbing by several fold. After a time apart, Zhuo Qingyan had already reached the pinnacle of the innate realm's 5th stage. Such a speed of cultivation was truly astonishing. Pot after pot was cast and the gang's shield over Ying Shang's head trembled constantly, even beginning to show signs of cracking. He had to admit that what Mosher said made sense, and so with a wave of his hand the 9 elders directly pressed down upon many geniuses. Wang Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Yu Linglong and Lu Shan with surprise. If this was a last-minute decision, why had the disciples of the great clans known about it in advance? When I heard that, fear gripped my heart. If we had been a moment later, immortal Huoyan might have dissipated entirely, his name erased from the celestial rosters. Damn it, my sister had come all this way only to be interrupted by Ji Ling. Ji Ling was the sort who insisted on what he wanted. If he must accompany him today, how could he possibly refuse? Idealism is one thing, reality another. A Lafulan without a blink escaped, facing the focused fire of 3 heroes whose summoner skills are all available. How long could she possibly hold on? What use is perseverance? It would be nothing but futility. Gung Laowu was the hardest to deal with. These people ran too well and often shifted locations, which was infuriating. Now they were about to cross the county boundary and there was no quick way to find them. Best to stall for now. If the first 2 problems could be settled, then Gung Laowu would pose no real threat. When pressed about what she meant, she refused to say. Again and again her only admonition was for him to stay safe. Although the young man had by now acquired more than a dozen treasures, he had thereby offended many powerful figures, and his unusual wealth drew the covetous eyes of many. The dismal ending merely allowed that ox-like fellow to swagger, lifting his fists to boast of his victory to those around him. That Hu Dihai went to help Li Tianqiu was no lie. More importantly, he brimmed with murderous rage and could not forgive himself unless he personally slaughtered a few beasts. Whether he would encounter the destroyer or Yuan Hua no longer concerned him. Sooner or later he would have to face them. Su Ruhui nodded. The cloud-woven silk she had changed into the day she entered the palace was the reward Su Rujuan had won. The elders still threatened with domineering tones and began demanding the Xian Gue clan's treasures, intending outright robbery. At that moment the arm twitched and suddenly another arm extended its fingers, joined by a translucent demonic membrane. The stone trembled once more, and this time the person finally revealed their true face. According to the map on the large screen, Kowloon contained no traps or complex labyrinths, only wild trees and the adorable koalas perched in them, refreshing the audience's senses. Rennie returned to the inn just in time to encounter Annie coming down in her pajamas. Perhaps one day this fierce dragon before them would be vanquished by legends granting freedom to her and her son. This is not about right or wrong, but rather the most basic human instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Otherwise the old saying about a wealthy heir not sitting idly in the hall would not exist. Dawa Simu wanted to say something but found himself unable to open his mouth, losing control over his entire body. Especially with a formidable physique like Rand's, the difficulty of further enhancing his strength is understandably immense. Lin Xiaolu had no kinship with him, they had only just met for the first day, yet she gifted him such a precious item, leaving him at a loss for how to repay her. In the realm of the underworld, one must utilize the left and adopt the tail beast mode along with a 7th grade flying zombie Ah Huang who was about to transform into a copper-armored corpse. If they were on the surface, they could run freely through the woods trying their luck in searching for wild beasts or climb trees to gaze into the distance. It's somewhat amusing when writing solo for tens of thousands of words there was no such concern, and during the initial testing phase there was no worry about such matters yet. Now just before the official release anxiety looms. However, stinky tofu is inherently foul-smelling, and after being deep-fried at high temperatures, even if it goes bad it is not easy to detect unless the signs are too obvious. Jihan's legs were nowhere to be found, with at least 5 wounds bleeding on his body and a gash on his forehead, suffering heavy injuries. Lan Nualace's injuries had completely healed, and at first glance nothing seemed amiss, but upon closer inspection one would notice that the snowflake mark on her forehead was glowing, and more importantly her usually lively ice blue eyes were now filled with coldness. Damn it. No matter what, you can't let Dean enter the secret battlefield first. Gaia harnessed the energy of Cassius within him to increase his speed. I used to serve as a guard for several years and am knowledgeable in military affairs, so please accept me, General. The crowd below responded with excitement, voices raised. Duga Shuqin said, unconsciously clenching her fists. In truth, her prophetic visions were also related to this clan. Her grandmother bore the bloodline of this very clan. Knowing that everything about to happen is not real, the testers naturally become wary, even secretly deciding not to trust what they see or hear during the trial. Of course, it's about settling scores. Wei Nianfei hung up the phone and then took Ling Shuer back to the Velas Hotel, asking an inn to keep her company. Arrogant tiger, roar Pong. Old Hu struck with his right hand, creating a gust that formed a giant tiger as if it were truly roaring. This hunter, relying on the golden lion divine beast steed, repelled tens of thousands of government troops, and he excitedly returned to the Demon Mountain. He hoped to find outstanding individuals among these people to join the Black Mong Star. This training session was the perfect platform to identify students with good physical abilities and reactions. Onlookers, whether it was Jun Woyang or Sun Yu, were both astonished, not expecting these two to harbor such deep-seated hatred for Lu Fan. No one is significantly smarter than the other. You might think you are utilizing someone else, while in reality as you use them they are also using you. Thank you. She received it with a cold expression. As soon as her fingers touched the box, the frown on her forehead deepened. Liang Ran desperately struggled to free her hand, but Lu Xiaoyan not only held onto her tightly but even reached out with his other hand to undo his belt and pants. He looked up at the towering elite apartment, trying to sense the floor where Tang Min resided. Under the moonlight he could vaguely see black underwear drying on the balcony. The Xianxian sword abruptly abandoned its supple entangling style and grew fiercely rigid. The white light that had bound the wings of death retracted and condensed sharply at the sword's tip. Ever since the Bailong Demon Mountain was discovered to harbor beasts capable of demonic transformation, whose tendons, bone, skin and flesh were found by cultivators to possess extraordinary value, practitioners flooded in masse. Nonetheless, Bai Mei Dao held no concern for Tai Yi's safety. As the foremost powerhouse beneath the celestial sovereigns and wielder of the primordial supreme treasure, the Donghuang Bell, no force short of the demon ancestor's resurrection could possibly threaten Tai Yi's life. Yet the celestial gale beyond the heavens is fiendishly unpredictable. Even a single filament of wind can dissolve bones and scatter souls, rendering even golden core cultivators incapable of enduring it. Moreover, geomagnetic primordial energy intensifies with each successive layer. Traversing all 17 layers would be akin to bearing the entire Jojo continent upon one's back. Did Wei Dong say when he'll be back? Katie turned to Su Qin, who had previously handled communications. Now that Su Qin was accompanying Shaolin, Katie had reluctantly taken over. Yi Luochen began to feel bored. Truly, he couldn't fathom how these people managed to stand here for so long without uttering a word. What on earth were they up to? After landing, Zhou Chen looked up at the guildhall, a structure shaped like an alchemical cauldron. Around its perimeter, windows resembled the fire intake vents of such a vessel, while a massive lid-like dome descended from the soaring roof to envelop the chamber beneath. Fine, I won't look. Who even cares? Long Yan curled his lips disdainfully. Reading history wasn't such a bad idea, but he couldn't help wondering whether this version aligned with authentic Chinese history or merely echoed the embellished tales of popular romances. Yunan's eyes widened in shock, his heart surging with elation. If 3 supreme cold artifacts were layered together and their offensive power amplified 20-fold via the divine stone's energy, perhaps the stone would no longer risk fracturing under overwhelming force, as legend warned.
In that case, this weapon might truly become a divine armament in his hands. The Daitian group issued Lin Nan a large-caliber alchemical pistol with an effective range of 150 meters, capable of obliterating even early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators with a single shot.
Guan Chengxi's thick-lipped smirk flickered faintly as he beheld their incredulous denials, like that of a demon.
At this moment, Guan Yang, a freshman, was ironically the most at ease. Unlike her elder brother Guan Shanhu, who faced the Gokao, or her younger brother Guan Xiaojuan preparing for the Zhongkao, she bore no such pressure. Peng Lai stared at his face and instinctively stepped back half a pace, then burst into loud laughter. "Where's your blade?
Can it even kill?"
The greater his fear, the louder his laughter.
Didn't he instruct Shen Lai to lead everyone outside temporarily?
Then why were Linger and the others captured? As 5 or 6 figures flew backward, bones shattered and sinews torn, He-Man didn't pause even to catch his breath. He hoisted the colossal wolf-tooth mace and charged straight inward. And Hao prepared to leave in search of him, only to overhear fellow staff members conversing and halt mid-step, quietly closing the door behind her. They seemed separated by an entire dimensional veil, visible to each other yet forever beyond reach. This man was named Mons, a renowned warrior of his tribe, once embroiled in conflict with Martin, though he had never bested him.
"Are you certain you're referring to the person I met today?"
Yu Xian sighed in exasperation.
"Stop, don't say another word. The more you speak, the more worked up you get. Fine, I surrender, you eat in peace."
Bai Yuchuan sat at the intersection of 7th Street driving an aging vehicle, earpiece tuned to the conversation between Bai Yoshue and King, his audacity truly staggering. Bai Ji departed Yu Palace heavy-hearted, part of her longed for Sima Jinghong, part yearned for her senior brother, and the King of Yu troubled her deeply as well. And Mir set out a mahjong table, inviting her mother-in-law and both parents. 4 players gathered to play. The Prince of Harmony observed that he wore clean garments, his face and hands spotless, appearing incomparably better than the Prince of Changqing confined outside.
His lips trembled faintly, yet he remained silent, offering no plea on Jiang Luo's behalf. "Having chosen to trust you, I shall not doubt you again, yet you must never deceive me."
Jin Man idly toyed with the buttons on his suit jacket. Each black button bore a subtle, nearly invisible black H insignia. Stark. And Zai studied the man before him, sensing palpable relief emanating from his mind.
What was happening? The group exchanged glances, varying degrees of bewilderment flickering across their faces. Wasn't this some new contraption Pigeon had devised just weeks ago? She tried to thrust her hand into her mouth to dislodge the pill, but her arms refused to lift. She strained desperately, attempting to vomit it forth, yet all effort proved futile. Third Master Su dropped another bombshell. All the elders stared wide-eyed. Elder Master Su's expression turned darkest. He had only recently assumed the title of Duke precisely when his prestige was ascending. Originally, retaining Third Master Su had been but a pretext. If His Majesty consented, he would remain away from court for an extended period. As Tong Chi and the others prepared provisions for Tong Ti's entry into the sacred land, Su Zhou and Tong Ti sat quietly atop a stone slab before their dwelling, watching the lethargic dragon turtle sprawled lazily across the sandy ground. "Must you whisper so furtively just to exchange casual words? Speak up, or else I'll simply ignore you." Li Yuqi turned her face aside, feigning indignation. "Very well, I won't hold back." Deng Zhizhi wasted no time. She strode forward and delivered a sharp kick to Long Yang's backside. "Heck, and no need to decline." Wu Changming accepted the card without pretense. Chao Shuaging, ever obedient, immediately stepped forward to recite the password. "Shifan, we 7 brothers thank you for your care." Gao Yutang spoke on behalf of the Gao siblings. "Indeed, excellent. But do you truly believe this grants you the strength to oppose me?" Lu Feiyang sneered coldly, brandishing his long sword. "Yet remember, ignorance is the world's most abundant commodity. Ignorance itself is not terrifying. What is truly perilous is ignorance coupled with blind arrogance and the habitual nosenthir posturing of a self-proclaimed paragon. In the end, Shinduo and I escorted Tao Hao home. I recall everyone gathering to greet Shinduo as we departed, less to welcome him than to glimpse the face of my boyfriend. No wonder I dismissed every male student at school for 4 years. You must assume our family doesn't reside in a grand spacious mountain villa, at the very least surely within the most luxurious villa district." Su Wen smiled gently. Over a year had passed. Surely the state of Zhao now enjoyed tranquil peace and vibrant renewal. Tan Tai Ruyue stood beside the sword-cleansing pond, gazing at the old skin Yili had shed at its edge, her thoughts adrift in disbelief. It was also Yu who, seizing the moment when the elder ancestor of the mountain, that wretched old scoundrel, let his guard down, struck him down from behind. Jiang Qihan had lately devoted himself entirely to preparations for his wedding with Lin Si, determined to orchestrate the most exquisite, most romantic ceremony possible, overseeing every detail himself. To Angela, his existence was the very belief that kept her alive. Once that belief crumbled, her life would be devoid of any light. She needed magical beasts to fight for her, but after running for an hour she had only encountered 2 squirrels and had seen no other animals of any size. Shi Yi had similar thoughts before. For those who faced a tumultuous fate, nothing could be more lethal than a pure and vibrant next generation. Her usual attitude towards tasks was to get by and do just enough. However, Ning Jia was different. Even the simplest act of meditation was required to be executed flawlessly without a trace of imperfection. As they were speaking, they suddenly heard the sound of hooves not far away and soon saw a large group of people who had set out nearly an hour ago unexpectedly returning. As her figure disappeared, the man looked towards the villa not far away, struggling for a moment. Just as he was about to approach, a dagger suddenly pierced through his chest. Based on her observations over the past few days, Mu Qingfeng would sneak off to the back mountain every 10 days at night. Alas! She had no choice but to flatter him a bit while internally apologizing to classmate Li. It was not her intention to belittle him. No way, he must be calling to ask me to leave work and go home. I can't answer that. I'm almost done with this work, I can finish it by midnight. Yeah, Anren said, then chose to ignore the incoming call, placing it aside. Here there were bustling city streets, unique arched bridges, flowing rivers, and the seductive music from painted boats. Despite this, Baifomin had great respect for his master. Although he could not answer the man's question, he was unwilling to tarnish his master's reputation, thus he spoke in such a manner, clearly implying that it was not that the master hadn't taught him but that he was simply foolish and had forgotten what he had learned. In truth, he also knew that sect leader Qiao had suspected him before, but this matter sounded rather absurd, and even if the other party truly had doubts, they wouldn't dare to be certain. After 100 years of cultivation in the training room, Zhang Chen's power had surged to 300 billion pounds, reaching the pinnacle of the diamond realm. His terrifying strength could shatter an ordinary perfected divine law practitioner with a single punch and break a high-grade Dao artifact with bare hands. Mr. Wan, you are in serious trouble. You have a tumor on your liver, but fortunately it is benign. I will prescribe some medication for you. You need to take it regularly and come back to me in half a month for acupuncture, aiming to cure your illness in 2 treatment courses. Su Haoran also made a diagnosis for Mr. Wang. The various ship leaders around, seeing the middle-aged man's imposing manner, worried about being affected, hurriedly instructed their crew to steer clear. Just do whatever the doctor says as long as you can help him overcome his addiction. I don't care about the cost, Xiang Xiaofan said. Zhang Chen had no choice but to teleport again, and thus they played a game of attrition, one attacking and the other dodging. However, the degree of consumption was completely different. Zhang Chen was nearly at full strength while Zhang Yi was battered and bruised, his stamina being drained like water during the frequent attacks. How can I mail you the dish? Li Muxue also felt that her senior brother had some issues with his thinking. It seemed that the time consumed was far longer than the initial cultivation to reach golden immortal status, but this was the hardship of cultivation. The architectural blueprint of the spirit control temple in Li Yi's hand flew out, manifesting in midair, radiating a dazzling light and displaying a grayish hue. Why haven't the celestial beings from the heavenly court come down to suppress? Otherwise they wouldn't have left so soon. At the entrance of the Cine Association there are always people blocking the way, and there are radicals who splatter red paint on the statue at their entrance, demanding repayment. Honey, this is a loser who once pursued me, Suyu immediately said, holding the middle-aged man's shoulder and speaking in a coy tone, casting a disdainful glance at me. Chen Mangu was quite excited. This is the legendary thunder whip in the martial world, made from the tail of the ancient divine beast Kuei. When the whip cracks, it causes an explosion akin to a thunderbolt. In the room it was just the two of them. Qin Xing's right hand was not easy to move due to the injury, so she needed Xie Yinshan to feed her. Looking at Lu Zhixing, Mangu no Zhixing, she felt that Mangu was more down to earth than Zhixing, and having gotten used to calling him that, she accidentally blurted it out. The gradually fading voices of the two echoed in the Pan Tao garden, causing Wukong to feel somewhat complex. Although he had long known this world was about journey to the west, hearing their words still shook him. While in the old forest, Xiao Yicheng once told her that it was quite unusual there. If someone appeared, they were certainly not ordinary. At the same time, a trace of resentment emerged after not seeing her for over a decade. He treated her that way. What did he take her for? Originally she intended to have a good talk with Fu Yuzhong, but unexpectedly he pulled such a stunt. Thus the two began to grapple. This attracted the security. In places like casinos, disturbances were common, and when faced with such situations the bouncers would typically care little about the specifics and would first beat the person to a pulp. Yi Nanshan pondered for a few seconds, suddenly realizing something, and quickly sprang up from the rocking chair, his face no longer bearing the previous smugness. Everyone was startled by Luo Rongxuan's sudden outburst, causing them to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Yi Nanshan was certain that this guy could not possibly be the dean, and definitely not a big shot. How could a big shot be so obedient? The fact that her parents had passed away was an undeniable truth, and while she had not planned to hide it, the manner of its revelation made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Young Master Yang was the one who had been drinking silently, showing no expression upon hearing Zhao Xiao's words. The seemingly simple two moves were flawlessly coordinated without the slightest sense of hesitation, merging seamlessly, reaching a peak of brilliance. Situ Yenran pouted, realizing that this was no child but rather a demon as ruthless as her mother. Shallow wounds only require stitching of the skin, while deep wounds need layered suturing. Su Ruoxue was unsure how to stitch. She merely communicated her thoughts to the imperial physician, who possessed remarkable comprehension. After all, Master Gao was a renowned surgeon, and he understood immediately. Xiao Yonk emerged from Princess Changle's courtyard and headed directly to the nearest Donli tea house. Concentrate the flames to form a wall of fire. Do not let the sword energy penetrate.
Although I enjoy wine, I have no intention of taking what others cherish. You should keep it for yourself, Mo Chen Feng said indifferently to Lan Qianyue.
After finishing his words, Yi Guyuan walked out.
He returned to his residence merely to change his clothes, exchanged a few words with Su Meng and hurried back to the Taizi Palace. As Hua Wuxin had mentioned, Lu Yuking's symptoms of coldness and weakness would become increasingly severe and frequent, and indeed that was the case. Suddenly, within a short distance, the space trembled violently, continuously devouring and annihilating the poisonous mist released by the Spider King, while the spatial blade and the winds of harmony struck at the Spider King's main body. Yi Ning was enveloped in a golden light, and 5 figures made of golden light suddenly appeared beside him, urgently chasing after the withered wood avatar. At the end of the life and death gate was an antique house with doors wide open. No one occupied the main seat, but steam rose from a teacup on the table, indicating the tea had likely just been brewed. Though his punch dented the iron plate, he was also jolted back by the recoil, causing pain in his bones. As Sumu moved, the few people beside him were taken aback, revealing expressions of eager curiosity as they followed his gaze, but there was nothing at the end of it. Jin Lan appeared behind Luo Wuxing, who gazed into the distance, asking, "Is there any news?" His tone was laced with defeat, harboring a hope he dared not express. On the second and third floors corresponding to the first floor, there were large windows leading to 2 balconies adorned with yellow and red roses, perhaps belonging to a species of Chinese rose. To put it simply, the cultivation of lion's might involves the continuous accumulation and enhancement of soul and spiritual power. Just listening to the sound, both of them felt sharp pains pulsating in their heads, as if someone were piercing their eardrums with a needle. The spirit bone realm is a peculiar world divided into yin and yang, with the yang realm occupying the majority of territory, home to the unique lifeform known as bone spirit. Pausing in midair, Sumu gazed down at the enormous circular pit below, lost in thought. As the research deepened, more innovative ideas were integrated into it, leading to the birth of the so-called superhuman type of devil fruit. Afu, who was still in the kitchen preparing tea and snacks, suddenly sneezed. Feng Rong finished the last lion's head while Lu Qinglin smiled over 800 times. Before long, another report came in stating that the barbarian troops were only 20 miles away from the camp. At this speed, they would reach the vicinity of the camp in no more than half an hour. It's over, not only did I fail to secure a good job, but I also dug my own grave. My backside is going to suffer again. Given Chang Laoyu's temperament, it's likely that I will face the military staff if I don't meet his expectations. The earth suddenly shattered as the giant started to run. The Germa army standing in its way barely had time to notice the sky darkening before losing consciousness. The man was evidently infuriated by Mei Ruolius' attitude, pacing angrily within the room. Upon seeing a ceramic pot of water on the table, he angrily grabbed it and smashed it to the ground. Wang Xingxin remained silent while Heihua Dinyo and Gang Zisun lay down tiredly, drifting into a daze, and Chang Chumo, carefree as ever, began to snore. Among the millions of beast souls that surged forth, a massive soul of a demonic beast suddenly appeared, its might comparable to that of an ancient giant beast. "Oh, isn't this our brother Zhou? What brings you here?" Posting a recruitment notice again. Huang Jinshan hurriedly approached, attempting to strike up a conversation. Dr. Wang, who usually acted arrogantly and fearlessly due to his connections, would have someone rush in to remedy any surgical mishaps. Why was he crying like this today? The strongest venerable of the 3 steps Nirvana, even within the temple, aside from a few hidden old-timers, the high priest of the temple possessed this level of strength, and there was only one god lord higher than him in the open. However, such a powerful figure has been slaughtered. The original river was named Zhenghe, a tributary of other rivers. The area around Zhenghe was lush with grass and trees, and the water back then was exceptionally clear, unlike now when it has become a stinking ditch due to pollution. Upon hearing the sound, the fugitives and Yin Weisan both twitched at the corners of their mouths, looking at Tang Feng as if he were a fool. Her tone seemed to praise Linny, yet her words made Linny's mouth twitch. It appeared that this girl had never held a good impression of him. Participants in the medical conference, including judges, were gathered together quietly, awaiting the start of this final and most exquisite competition. The ogre before them not only deflected the attack but also had the strength to counterattack, which was truly beyond imagination. The appearance of these people seemed somewhat surprising compared to those from Huagua, and the architectural style was completely different. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed as over 20 security guards rushed over. In addition to them, several individuals in suits appeared, managers from Tingyu Tower, who had hurried over upon hearing something had gone wrong. The howling grew increasingly powerful until the final howl shook the very space, causing it to tremble. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Longpo's home?" I asked politely, and then offered him a cigarette. The only possibility is that the flame within the cauldron had been nurtured for a long time and began to awaken after absorbing Ouyang Lufeng's mysterious energy. Shen Xinyan did not wish to say this, but could not help it. A voice in her heart told her that if anything happened to him, it would all be because of her. Originally, they were scheduled to hold the shareholders' meeting at 10 o'clock, but Diana suddenly barged in and said the major shareholder wanted to attend, asking them to wait a moment. Suyu chuckled proudly, thinking going in is just going in. "Am I afraid you have a banquet waiting for me?" He stepped forward. Before Rinny set off, he did not forget to give Uncle Joe a surprise.
He galloped on horseback carrying Xiaoyu towards Rinjia town, and just as he left the town he saw a blood-red phantom of a pigeon flying towards him. Lu Zhang was never a person who prioritized personal interests over the greater good. Perhaps in the past he didn't care about the lives of the common people, but with Gu Yao in his life he did not wish to become the kind of person that Gu Yao, who had principles and boundaries, despised the most. Especially the weasel grinning lewdly, occasionally stroking its chin and licking its lips while its hands danced over the keyboard not below, otherwise it would resemble a scene from a Japanese film. Upon careful observation he discovered that he bore a resemblance to his previous life, with two shallow dimples adorning his round face. Ahem, let's leave it at that for now. I'm going to power on. Lin Fan coughed lightly to end the call, realizing that many were likely looking for him. Young people always lack a plan, especially you two girls. Opening an inn. And raising poultry too. The weather grew increasingly cold, and as soon as he stepped outside a chill wind rushed in. Strangely, he did not see Lu Lang's family around the house, so it seemed he had to solve breakfast on his own today. A surge of immense force hit him, causing Xia Yan's arm to tingle painfully and his tiger's mouth cracked, blood spilling forth. When someone saw the smile on Jun Qinghong's face, they felt a chill run down their spine as if being stared at by something terrifying, their heart involuntarily shuddering. However, looking at the fragile blood-colored figure about to collapse, they cursed themselves for being paranoid. She remembered Li Yu's mother's choice, all of which were to become concubines. Although her arrival at the prince's mansion did not count, as that she had the noble status of the Lu Wangfei. Why don't we drink while we talk? At least let me share a few drinks with brother Dao, Nu Zhang San said. Chen Fei smiled slightly, easing his grip a bit to allow Chou Xiaotian to speak better. Don't mention him. If there really were a realm of cultivation in this world, Lin Xin would want to learn too. The pear flower with raindrops on it would have seemed somewhat charming in the past, but now In Xiang was entirely focused on Nianshang and was furious that this matter would undoubtedly deepen the misunderstanding between them, making this charm appear as nothing but flirtation in his eyes. Nakano Azusa had come to Huaxia as an exchange student a week ago, staying at the school. Because the time was too short, she could not communicate in Chinese yet. Her forehead resting against his solid chest, she could clearly feel the seductive muscle lines through his thin shirt, the alluring warmth, and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Apart from the Wolf Gang, the two strongest factions were the Yihe Gang and the Dao Kotang, both of which had extremely powerful backing. While chewing on some unknown dry food, a thought hesitantly surfaced in his mind: was that remark actually directed at me? Did he already know I was lurking there? With nothing to do, he fiddled with a Rubik's Cube, then out of boredom he went to learn horse riding. Tired, he took a bath while also practicing swimming, and finally took out Shen Yuanshi's personal clothing to tailor a couple of fitted outfits for him, even embroidering a purse. Lu Liya lounged lazily on the sofa, a long cigarette hanging from his pale fingers, the flickering embers at the tip casting sporadic sparks in the dim light, mirroring the obscured depths of his dark, inscrutable eyes. Hu Tu couldn't help but look up at the crescent moon in the sky, which was unaccompanied by any starlight. He did not know if it was obscured by the smoke and ash from the earlier explosion and powerful true energy, or if the night sky simply lacked stars tonight. Watching the streamer, the expert in the canyon, performing crazy operations, he suddenly felt an irresistible itch in his heart. Unfortunately, you lack the value to work for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the grey wolf at his feet pounced and knocked the man down, followed by a desperate howl that quickly fell silent. When the last two attackers fell, it marked the complete failure of the plan for the galactic battleship to rapidly conquer Zone B. The ancient and powerful bloodline mentioned by the head of the Zhou family in the depths of the Xianxian ruins was no secret among the three holy clans of martial arts. In the midst of his busy schedule, Shen Peixing took a sip of the tea brought to him by Wang Ma, suddenly realizing that today's tea tasted different from usual and indeed quite delightful. After watching the Lakers' first two games, several video editors remarked that this number 10 was the key to a comeback. He opened the tab match information and carefully examined Cyan's equipment, suddenly realizing what was going on. Wu Dan spent quite a while in the chicken coop before finally holding a rooster covered in mud. With Qin Feng's sniper rifle continuously picking off enemies, Fnatic finally secured their hard-earned second point. Because the area she was responsible for was indeed a remote part of the galaxy, it could be considered a desolate place. What do you mean by saying it again? The child has been born for more than a month and I haven't held him even once. Ni Fenghua protested strongly. Now Li Yu needed to carefully examine the spoils. He infused the starry spiritual essence liquid into his X-ray vision and began scanning the storage device one by one. What should we do? Let's work together to take down these two 7-step dares and then go in to collect the medicinal herbs. Someone proposed again. Downstairs, Yuanxing saw Morton pacing back and forth, and after a moment of determination he picked up the cake, secretly touched the ring in his pocket and strode upstairs. Their speculations were roughly similar to Jiang Zhuiying's, believing that Jiang Liaxi's astonishing mechanical modification ability had undoubtedly been enhanced. In fact, as long as they understood the principles, these divine beings could achieve this as well. Given their extraordinarily high cultivation, such feats were indeed possible. Ni Fenghua's piano skills were not particularly remarkable, but the sound came from the heart. Once out of Genie Courtyard, it reached someone's ears. However, everyone had come to view Bai Zhe quite differently now, as all acknowledged his strength.
Tonight countless meetings had already been held continuously discussing drawing production and everyone was exhausted relying on heavy smoking to stimulate their spirits, making the entire conference room shrouded in smoke like a paradise.
Alright, come find me now, I'm stuck in traffic.
You can come and drive my car back, I have things to take care of.
Li Tian said to Pang Lesan.
Upon hearing this story, Li Feng was also shocked by the experience of the tree demon, as someone who could obtain so much heavy water was definitely not ordinary. A golden light sphere struck Zhang Zuhang's body, but instead of the expected collision it passed through and struck the protective shield of the arena.
It's definitely impossible to move it in one go. If it really doesn't work, I'll just move it a couple more times.
Lin Mengmeng looked at Li Tian with an indifferent smile, maintaining her carefree demeanor. As Zhang Yan entered, the sound of explosions continued to echo inside with a hint of bloodlight splattering out from the light gate. After stammering out a word, Ma Jianya was astonished to find that he could actually speak and hear his own voice, indicating that his bodily tissues and organs were beginning to recover. At this moment, the third senior brother Shili Go was sleeping on the grass with a straw in his mouth and bubbles escaping from his lips, accompanied by snoring, making him look extremely comical and adorable. After Zhang Yan reported his name to Kales, he immediately saw the opponent's level, but what was the matter with the poisoning and weakness? Let go. Yan Jugging struggled desperately, and in a moment of urgency he surprisingly exhibited a frightening strength. This team, of which clan members numbered about 30, with some on the outer edges wielding weapons along with a young sorcerer. In the middle were 4 or 5 large carts with unknown contents. Among the 3 factions in Chuzhou, Yuanyang sect was the weakest. Without an alliance with Qinglin Sword sect and Qiyun sect, Yuanyang sect would surely be the most easily manipulated by other forces. As long as Yuanyang sect did not wish to be subservient to others, forming an alliance was their only way out. At this moment, even the expression on old Cua's face turned extremely grim, indicating that this kind of coercion had instilled a sense of crisis in his heart. After setting off again, Helichi frequently approached Ashio, seeking various topics to engage in conversation.
It's nothing. Wu Fan smiled.
What he was doing was actually quite simple. It could be described as artificially adding a new persona for Chiu Bai. As soon as the man's words ended, he suddenly felt 2 strange forces sweep past him from both sides, and then these 2 forces struck the bodies of the 2 great swordsmen behind him. Before they could react, the demonic energy pierced their hearts and they both collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the current situation diverged significantly from the original plot. The 2 probably would not engage in a scene of blade and sword combat.
Qianer, are you alright?
Sun Wuji, who rushed over, stood in front of Sun Qian and asked with concern. Among them, an older fat monk in his 50s paced with his hands behind his back, observing the other 18 young monks practicing. When the song was heard, we were all taken aback. Not only was the voice rough, but it also went out of tune, reaching even Grandma's house. If he continued to sing this melody in the competition, it was likely that the whole school would burst into laughter on that day. After Li Nua and Feng Tuo had their moment of intimacy, she suddenly remembered that her phone seemed to have rung earlier. She got up and took her phone from the bedside table, realizing it wasn't hers. Looking at the other phone on the coffee table, she grabbed it and handed it to him. With the forging technique that had already merged activated, Lu Fan felt that the tools in his hands seemed entirely familiar. If I were to say that he approached me with a purpose, it would be more accurate to say that I approached him with a purpose. Peter recalled the scene from their first meeting. He had only stayed because he heard that drunken remark, "Li Nua wants to talk to you," which held him back from leaving the bar and allowed him to take the phone from Zhang Xiao. It worked. Xing, how do you feel? Ziton looked up at him, momentarily stunned, then picked up her utensils. Having been accustomed to being fed when the dish was suddenly placed before her, her instinct was simply to wait to be served.
Move it where? I asked. The compound was vast with many rooms, yet not every corner could accommodate so large a coffin.
Startled by Yan Bilia's sudden movement, Chu Xiaoran came to his senses and hurried forward to steady her.
My beloved consort, what are you doing?
He spoke as if expecting an explanation and slowly withdrew his hand.
The next moment, Xiang Yu, clad in armor and ashen-faced, stood on the gate steps with a long halberd in hand, his cold gaze fixed on Yingbu and the dozens of sworn fighters behind him. Take the Chuhan struggle or the Three Kingdoms instance for example. Without that divine martial skill, one would only serve as cannon fodder for Lu Bu or Xiang Yu. It felt strange though. Yanqing Yuan, usually the most alert of them all, remained inexplicably motionless.
Could it be that she was truly drunk this time? She also knew there was no clear right or wrong to this matter. If one must assign blame, she felt she was the one more at fault. From the very beginning, many things had been her own solitary decision. She had neither consulted Shinjunyu nor considered his feelings. Since his last departure, Zitong had frequently carried out astonishing deeds. As her death warriors, the present Z2 already obeyed Zitong without question. At the instant Ningxia's long sword pierced through, a purple radiance burst from the blade, shredding the redrobed cultivator into a spray of blood.
Ling Yichuan left as soon as he finished speaking.
Ji Lionian watched his receding figure. The word bride still rang in his ears, and for some reason his heart fluttered with expectation. They hung up the phone and Yuni shook his head in resignation. The authorities had refused to disclose his identity. How curious. Did the corporation's senior executives know about this or not? It's Wang Hai, his uncle is the city's deputy mayor, he's very well connected, San Yuan said shrewdly, immediately shifting the blame onto Wang Hai. The poor fellow was unlucky indeed. Perhaps it was because Ma Zhou was a pragmatist and their thoughts often coincided. Or perhaps Ma Zhou was simply plainspoken, unlike the other ostentatious and unscrupulous figures at court. In the end, the thin-skinned Han Dongji still swallowed his pride and let Liang Yu Chengxi take the place of honor in the Han residence for guests. They had barely been seated and had not finished a cup of tea when another passat drove into the company's courtyard. Of course, Mom and Dad had come to join the fuss, whether out of idleness or mischief no one could tell. One team descended through the safety passage while another tied a long hemp rope around their waists and dropped from the 18th floor window down to the balcony of a company on the 17th floor. Gu Yuan and Zhu Koan were no better from beginning to end. They had believed that the two of them were the main force capable of opposing the Hun Tian Emperor. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Juanhao unleashed the Tun Tian Ju with his palm, instantly drawing the man in. Then, relying solely on his unaugmented physical strength, he felled him with a single punch, blood streaming from the man's nose. Gazing at that smear of yellow dog droppings, Xiao Xian laughed, but the smile was laced with an endless chill. The tree, however, stood very tall. Had he attempted to climb there, he would have been a corpse long ago. Shang Guanyu had been absolutely right. If they truly forced Shang Guanyu and his companions into a corner and news of it reached other nations, both his reputation and the country's name would be ruined. They had once been indifferent, yet now their faces had drained of color and their bodies trembled. Their hatred for the Jinyui who had contrived this plot for those lowly people gnawed at their very teeth. Zhen Jiaozheng bowed inwardly that regardless of the outcome he would inform his teacher, and he swore the Jinyui's entire family would perish. In truth, only a few came to the Taoist temple to burn incense. Many townsfolk had already packed their belongings and fled by car. If he were Huangfu Wuxia, a moment's empathy would tell him that a man willing to entrust both sales and procurement deserved scrutiny. Was this fellow merely naive, or was there some inscrutable motive? At this moment, the island's robots were trapped by the super shield while the combat teams outside had begun to deploy their equipment. They only hoped Lin Taiping could live freely among them for a while. In that freedom he would surely grow stronger, more mature and wiser. The Demon Lord has already given instructions on this matter. If you wish to take Felit, you must first defeat her. Weinasai stepped aside to clear the way. Thus, when Jun Jiuxin reproved Lang Ming, provided the criticism was just how Xing Yue would not plead on his behalf no matter how much it pained her heart. He approached a slim jet-black wooden sword hung from an iron hook, though carved of wood. It bore no grain, as if lacquered, and when candlelight struck it the gleam seemed to burn upon its surface. The silver lining was that since she was determined to vie for the position on the flight to Zhangyang, her uncle confided things previously unmentionable, things like Luodan diabetes supplements, the Changqing elixir, and even cultivation. At the thought that his former honors and others' admiration would slip away, Yu Jian Xianye collapsed to his knees with a thud. Indeed, rash ignorance settled in 2 moves. Young Master Bingchan nodded proudly and strode forward to topple the ice carving. At that moment, Yuan Shu's 100,000-strong army was held in check by Su Shu. Beside Mongshan, intelligence reported that under the champion Marquis there remained at least 40,000 central legions. After breakfast we told the old clan chief that since it was not the busy season and there was no farm work to be done, we would simply stroll about the village. Such commentary delighted the spectators, yet neither Lali Bulang nor the other players of Feicheng had a moment to indulge in pride. All the players were reciting the new tactical regulations. Standing in the center of the village, were one to find a slightly higher vantage, one might encompass the entire settlement at a glance. The village was truly small. If the other party were not acting out of tangled grudges but addressing matters by normal means, Brother Ba Liang would certainly comply without complaint. For the bulls, such cruelty did not breed despair. Even their foes could not bring themselves to believe the team would fail to take a single game across 2 matches. It turned out that Lu Lauda understood the old clan chief's stubbornness. He would be loath to offer compensation willingly. We leapt into this cave. If its mouth led to no other exit, we would be trapped like frogs in a jar, at their mercy with 1,000 ways to dispose of us, our greatest abilities rendered useless. Yet stranger still, when he expanded his spiritual sense, a streak of golden light shimmered within his sea of consciousness, unequivocally extraordinary. Undeniably he was formidable. A flame burned within him, not of the mortal realm but like some peculiar fire born of heaven and earth. The Marquis drove his blade through the vengeful spirits and extinguished them all, then turned to aid Li Mao. In an instant Zhuang's large eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Bai Sen's actions showed he had placed complete faith in her, dropped his guard and begun to truly accept her. Or perhaps, as with those he had slain before, nothing would remain but a lifeless icy corpse devoid of spirit. The crowd watched the figures emerge one after another, some clutching scrolls of varying colors, joyous and excited, others empty-handed, heads bowed in dejection. Yu Mingqing had loitered by Bai Sen for so long, yet Bai Sen had always treated her like a brother. In that instant the gulf between them became painfully clear. Blood surged and wool roared as the Invincible stood upon a flank peak of Kowloon, black hair drifting with the snow, eyes opening and closing like rolling thunder. Begin. If Bao Zhang lays blame upon us, I alone will bear it. Yu Jing cast a roguish, insolent glance at the jailer. Especially the Chen family's 4th and 5th ancestors, though their cultivation had severely regressed, their vision remained. They understood that the primeval powerhouse who had routed them so easily must be an unfathomable taboo force, so mighty that even the Chen clan dared not provoke it.
As the two intoned in unison, the Diamond Sutra burst forth with golden Buddhist radiance dazzling to the extreme, forming a gilded aura that enveloped them both. Watching Mu Qinghong draw nearer and feeling a cold hand settle on his shoulder, Mu Lingxuan's heart leapt. Despair flushed his ashen face. He slowly closed his eyes and braced himself for the looming slaughter, having already made peace with the worst. The Jianghu was governed by 5 great families: Dongfang, Shimen, Nangdong, Baiming, and the last Tongmen, which had once monopolized supremacy in Tiandu City. Before Gu Linger could react, a green figure flashed past, stared at her in astonishment, and darted toward the pond. Long Xing glared at him. "I'll go too, no need to split up. If you find the imperial consort, you better take her to Yuezong Palace." He had always felt ill will toward Yuezong Hua, and now they concluded the person was at Shimen Manor. "What's wrong?" Yi Haiyang swallowed a gulp of cola, enlarged the photograph as instructed, revealing the name, birthdate, and other details beneath. "Then how did you know?" "I remembered him warning me long ago to tell Lin Yu not to be with Zheng Zihao if he did not foresee today's events." "Why did he say that back then?" "At 2 senior masters, what is the matter with you?" "No matter how I look, I feel like I'm staring at 2 women," Pan Yuhong said with a cutting tone of mockery. The racecourse was vast, its grass verdant and shaded, the scenery exquisitely beautiful along the track. The meadows were dotted with cattle, sheep, and horses. "What on earth is going on?" No sooner had Brad's figure vanished than Sui urgently turned to Tanya for answers. All present were cultivators, clear-minded and perceptive by nature. Ironically, though the Buddha statue had unsettled their hearts, the ensuing Buddha light calmed them. Once composed, they carefully weighed Gu Popo's words and found them profoundly convincing. The male voice from the phone was firm and robust, unmistakably that of a physically imposing man. After listening intently for some time, Bai Yu finally recognized it as Jiang Tian, the elder brother of Jiang Meng. While Rocket thought one thing, Loki's mind traveled elsewhere. He alone knew the truth about Ego. At that moment his thoughts drifted unsettlingly to a single question: how exactly had Ego spent those intimate nights with Star-Lord's mother when he fathered Peter? Lin Yu shrugged. He had long since grasped the fickleness of human sentiment, treated like a revered elder when needed, yet abandoned the moment he departed, save for Du Kao, who had visited once no one else had appeared. Like Sasuke, her younger sister had slain her own master. Yaluo seized his immortal reincarnation technique and seized absolute control over the Dawn Church, becoming the Alliance government's most wanted fugitive. The old man froze mid applause, incensed, his mustache bristling, his eyes flaring. His favorability toward Cain plummeted instantly, from 80 to 30. Karan, who had been cooking, saw the headline and immediately switched off the stove before rushing into the bedroom. Wu Gung spoke warily. "It's far too late, slaves are already asleep." So this cannot be a slave, unless it's a soldier or similar. This also meant that against these monstrous entities, Bai Yu currently possessed no guaranteed method of delivering certain death, finding that unique stripe demanded both time and unerring precision. Huang Zifeng, having little else to occupy his time, led Suyu and the surviving Longzhou members from Sanpan City base, as well as Mo Ming and others, straight toward Nanhua City. No need. Yi Tianang immediately rose to head toward his room. "Stop." A stern voice cut through the air. A white-haired elder clad in black Taoist robes barked the command. Though slightly intoxicated, Yi Tianang halted instantly at those words and swiftly composed himself. Meanwhile, Zhe was utterly seared, his entire body charred beyond recognition, before collapsing unconscious onto the deck. Tian Ming held back, refraining from delivering the final blow. Though Chang Xian had confined her freedom, he treated her with unwavering tenderness until gradually she found herself falling for this very man. Wu Hao had suffered a humiliating defeat today, and worse, his sworn enemy Ren Zixing stood right there among the crowd. Yet Wu Hao had failed to locate him, not out of negligence but because he simply could not best him in combat. Just as his laughter reached its zenith, a rainbow guest burst forth from the opposing black whirlwind. Summoning all his strength, he lunged forward, driving his strike straight into the rainbow guest's abdomen. From the rear black whirlwind emerged the flame guest. With both hands he wrenched the future guest's head sharply, severing it cleanly from the body. The farther the distance, the more difficult the shot became. Having already attempted countless throws, Chiu Lei's stamina was severely depleted, the increasing range demanding ever greater exertion. Missing was tolerable, but missing badly would invite ridicule from everyone. "Brother Lo, won't you give it a try?" Ling Jiutian and Letian had already arrived before the staircase leading to the 8th tier. Yi Bailey sensed Wan Si Yenyun's emotions swirling with overwhelming complexity, yet none of this was what he himself had ever desired. Yet through sheer willpower he conquered both illness and murderous qi, a feat beyond ordinary mortals. Perhaps it was love's power that wrought this miracle. Her vision blurred as if veiled by a film of mist. Jian He blinked slowly, repeatedly, bewildered yet unable to focus. Without further hesitation, Zhong Li Jinren's avatar struck, launching his 7-hued Taoist flame with flawless accuracy directly onto Su Wuyo. On the training ground, sand and gravel swirled violently in the wind. A gale erupted where the two clashed, spiraling outward from their center into a turbid churning vortex that expanded relentlessly in every direction. This was a branch of the Shin clan. Though Shin Shi and Shin Shi were from the main lineage, authority here rested with the branch elders.
An elderly man sat calmly upon a chair, benevolent in appearance, yet his eyes shimmered intermittently with piercing wisdom unforgettable at first glance.
Another man, alert and vibrant, stood nearby in attendance.
From afar Xiaomeyer watched as Hua Choi charged into the forest, carving a long deep furrow through the earth, shattering every obstructing tree instantly upon impact. Her porcelain-smooth cheeks remained unmarred, but the whip struck her back without mercy, tearing a jagged rent across her robe and revealing beneath the delicate vulnerable curve of her spine. This elder was in fact the sect master's senior brother, meaning Yao Lianshan had once been a true disciple of the Yaoshan Valley. Were he alive today, he would at the very least hold the rank of deputy sect master, if not the sect master himself. In addition, Zhang Wu, the Grand Steward, and all stewards overseeing various construction projects had assembled, crowding the open space before the greenhouse until not an inch remained unfilled. Had Huashuan not emerged in 1989, these two companies would have stood unchallenged at the apex of domestic mainframe development. Here, 50 spirit crystals I acquired today by hook or by crook. Take them if you wish. He gave a hollow, desolate smile and gestured toward the bundle beside him. Thus, after nearly a year of stalemate, the Donghe allied forces once again faced each other in tense confrontation. Lu Yi's heart leapt into her throat. She paid no heed to Yun Xianhan's cries, only stomped hard on the accelerator. The car surged forward, racing westward toward the suburban outskirts. Yet in the hush of night the drumbeat carried far, so far that even the Italians heard it. They knew the natives' pig rush assault had begun. Ahead, Ming Kebi's consciousness was fading. The grievous wound inflicted upon her by Yi Xingdi, a fellow divine sovereign, was devastating beyond measure. Gently stroking Zhu Xia's face, she seemed untouched by worldly concerns. In that final moment, gazing upon the beloved one whose features slowly dimmed, she felt only quiet, profound happiness. I clenched my teeth, adopting a posture of silent resignation, ready to endure whatever she chose, yet shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Inside the house, Yiming held a map locating the bleached bone wastelands and estimating the distance. Amid peals of laughter, the portly man choked, half his drink swallowed, the rest sprayed wildly from his mouth. Secondly, we may award you the second-class meritorious service medal. Seeing that the first condition had failed to sway Qin Shui, Wu Chengfeng swiftly added. Blue Qin clenched her teeth tightly, never imagining that even now Mo Yenya would remain so aloof toward her. Tears of sorrow welled up in Blue Qin's eyes. All she had done, every sacrifice, was merely to be with Mo Yenya. Early in the morning, within the rear courtyard of the Ren residence, 1,000 genestone floated erratically. Rennie, wielding his spiritual consciousness, manipulated the boulder with effortless precision. Qin Fan had no precise figure in mind. He turned subtly toward Wang Mingqi beside him and cast her a meaningful glance, silently urging her to offer counsel. Brother, please don't take offense. Uncle Motzi is usually easygoing, but today he's anxious over the lost cargo. In the Jianghu, integrity and trust are sacred principles. Ma Chengfeng reluctantly stepped in once more to mediate. Kill me. Kill me. I beg you, end my suffering. The third guardian pleaded, helplessly gazing up at him with hollow resignation. His tone had lost its earlier arrogance. Mo Fan was utterly certain if the Linglong kingdom truly possessed so many formidable experts, why had they not acted in the imperial capital? At that moment, Senior Zhao had long since been stunned into bewilderment. He'd intended only to humiliate Qin Fan and vent his frustration, never imagining he'd provoked a tiger. Chen Feng held no reverence for age or youth. To anyone who sought his life, be they elder or novice, he responded with unflinching finality. According to prior intelligence, the majority of the garrison stationed in the Panis star system had withdrawn, leaving behind only a token force. Superficially, this appeared to be favorable news. Next came a slightly larger cruiser, yet it too met the same grim fate as the two vessels before it, drawn inexorably into the gravitational maw of that life-devouring meteor. As for the third path, the very one through which Chen Feng had ascended, it had seen no cultivator achieve transcendence for over 100,000 years. The celestial realm deemed it the most efficient and least promising ascension channel, virtually abandoned and forgotten. Xiao Yihong had stood motionless here for a full hour. Of the 12 grand hall doors, only 2 stood open. Bowing low, she could not see whether anyone remained inside, only the occasional hurried footsteps passing by. As he spoke, several arrogant retainers rolled up their sleeves and surged forward, intent on delivering a brutal beating to the young man. Zheng Changzong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Cui Geng. In truth, he had never imagined Lu Xiong held such profound esteem in Cui Geng's heart, esteem great enough to compel Cui Geng to risk returning to the capital. Nangong Mo summoned Nangong Yuan and informed him of Wu Outyan's fate. Upon learning that Wu Outyan and his elder sister Lu Rushue had both perished in the underground cavern consumed by the dead heart flame, Nangong Yu was struck dumb with shock. That I cannot say for certain. Still, Shueyuan Middle School is undoubtedly strong, yet they suffered such a crushing defeat on home ground. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Tian Shengyong sighed deeply as he spoke. That night, after bathing in his own room, Zhang Qihong strode nonchalantly across the corridor in a loose flowing bathrobe and knocked on Yang Mi's door. Only then did the crowd collectively exhale in relief. With Shi Chongxian left unimprisoned, there would be no coerced confessions, only the decisive confrontation in court tomorrow remained. He was currently establishing his residence in the Zijin Tower, truly in urgent need of elite experts. Undoubtedly the Zhanlan Academy housed many such masters. If he could secure their allegiance, his power would surge exponentially. Lately her temper had grown markedly sharper, her patience frayed. Once she had embodied perfect composure, nothing in this world could stir her wrath, all lay firmly within her grasp. That was until Huin Yang appeared before her. Above all else, the immediate imperative was to reclaim Suo Tianli's life. Duanmu Yuning dared not delay. She immediately joined Jiang Mingyue in preparing every required item for those needing urgent fabrication. She issued clear instructions aiming to complete all preparations within 2 or 3 days. The carriage rolled on slowly. Nalan sat inside, growing ever colder. She did not know what awaited her, everything lay shrouded in uncertainty. Shiner, you must learn to restrain the fire element within you. If you persist like this, you will never leave Longgong City. Jingxuan pressed wind around the tempestuous red dragonfire Shiner, suppressing its violent outburst. Where is Qianshuan? His voice was low and magnetic. Qianshuan drew a sharp breath and at last met those slightly narrowed phoenix-like eyes. In the Empress Jingyang Palace, the crown prince paced with a sullen face. His lips were pressed into a thin line which made his pale, sickly countenance appear even sterner. Zhang Feng, having failed in his earlier attempt to assassinate the 2 feared beings suspected, he now stood rigidly outside the room keeping watch with a solemn expression as if nothing had transpired. Hua Weilu tilted her head and thought for a moment. She had only just arrived today and had not met many junior brothers. Whether the others' faces were round or not was hard to say. To be like Aunt is splendid, a beauty unmatched. For whom does such fragrance linger? Aunt, am I right? Lianer wore a face of ingratiating flattery. Madame Wanyan spoke from the heart and for a moment forgot to consider Nalan's feelings. After the words left her mouth, she inwardly scolded herself for opening her lips at the wrong time. Ding Xiang believed her conduct was not perfect, but not enough to be sent away yet. On the very first day in Chu Liangro's chambers, Madame Du asked her to speak privately. Such special treatment unnerved Ding Xiang. The next day Chu Liangro noticed as well, but did not question the person involved and only consulted with Madame Du. She walked and somehow found herself before Morong Hung's door again, standing outside, uncertain whether to enter. Casting her eyes down at the person below, she felt a fleeting daze. What was she doing? Had she gone mad? Of course not. Plainly put, I know everything yet will not tell you. Moreover, I will let you stumble into every pit you must tread. It may sound unkind, but it is the best outcome for both of us. 3 long streets lay between the Song family and the Shen family, neither far nor near. The carriage clattered, having skipped breakfast and squandered the morning's efforts. She disembarked with her stomach roaring and her head spinning, staggering slightly. The bed in the hotel suite was of excellent quality and did not emit any overly harsh creaks. Otherwise, if Xing Yuan really handled the matter and cancer patients and their families were unable to obtain the Baifu injections, it would inevitably provoke a huge outcry online. Su Jin grasped his implication. He meant to curry favor with Ling Xian to lower his guard. With that guard down, Su Jin's escape might no longer be difficult. The so-called slipping in is simply the false line countless men mutter as they loiter at a door. As for facing light and shadow, by then Diga might even turn on humanity, leaving the TPC members helpless. Last night they had summoned 2 perpetual beauties from the capital's circles, believing they had already exhausted their pleasure. They assumed today would bring no discontent. Are you laughing at me? Watching the policeman step forward to loosen his bonds, Yi Tiancheng spoke. The 2 were only a few meters apart. Zhao Gan hesitated, unsure whether to hurry away or to stride forward with composure. In truth, during their university years Wu Xian had indeed not left him, perhaps out of fear of being reproached by her own conscience. A ringing filled Xia Haitan's ears. She shook her head, pressed her burning face with her hand and regarded Yi Chengxian with a contemplative look. But when she first learned of Zhao Gan's death, did she not also faint from overwhelming grief? Surely the psychological blow then must have been far greater than it is now, was it not? A convoy thundered down the road like a roaring tide. At its head, Bai Xiaoxiang flaunted her heedless audacity, running every red light with old Master Ning's Buick, and Pei Luan's men behind her. Arrogance and lawlessness were displayed in full measure. She steadied herself and slowly approached again, leaning over to test his breath with a finger. Were it not for his steady gasps, she would have thought him dead. Yet to amuse her, he complied with her wishes. After all, for him it was all gain and no harm. A few days ago Yi Chengxian had told him next Sunday Yi Chengji will meet an important guest at the Winasai Hotel. Before that meeting you must secretly swap his dossier. She kept tilting her head, hoping not to be seen, but realizing she could not hide, she turned away. Only when Zhang Yan knelt did Luo Hao withdraw his spirit, and the flames Zhang Yan had emitted were likewise retracted. Li Yinqing bowed to the Hong family members present, cast a glance at Chu Tian, whom he did not recognize. At that very moment between Zhuxiang Hanbing and Zhuo Mo some desperate clash was likely unfolding. Just as Shui Yuyu had been rendered utterly helpless, a carriage suddenly barreled straight into the headquarters of the Zhangyi Alliance. Yuan Wuxing was frowning, lost in troubled thought, when a strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He looked around instinctively but could not see so much as a shadow of a person and could not hide his surprise.
Originally he had planned to investigate quietly to see whether a guardian monster for the Chile fruit was present. Of course Lian Yu was referring only to third-tier beasts. For an item of that spiritual caliber it was impossible that no demon beast would be guarding nearby. Xiaowen suddenly knitted his brow, then lifted his head to gaze upward. His pale blue eyes seemed to pierce every obstruction above perceiving changes in certain things he had vaguely sensed. Those changes clearly worried him, tightening his already furrowed brow. Kinkiest culinary skill has improved greatly. This sea urchin dish would likely outshine the offerings of even a five-star hotel's famed chef. Fang Chen said with a smile as he faced the food. A wealthy man like Lin Huan could go wherever he wished, could he not? Oddly enough, Yuan Yiqiong had seen many people less affluent than Lin Huan, and without exception they all owned private jets, most often top-tier business jets such as the Gulfstream G550. When the elderly matriarch stepped forward, several gentlemen present immediately rose to lend their voices, yet in the next instant their expression shifted dramatically and without uttering a word they sank back into their seats. Moreover, he had clearly seen a figure-shrouded head Toto pass beside Chen Zui. Only then did Chen Zui slip something into his pocket, setting all subsequent events into motion. Chen Zui withdrew his foot, then stomped twice more upon Guan Shan, who lay sprawled on the ground like shapeless sludge, snarling, "Dare you swagger before your elder? With skills like yours?" A sharp crack echoed as both of Guan Shan's legs were brutally shattered beneath the blows, jolting him awake from unconsciousness, writhing in agony across the floor. Above, golden clouds and emerald clouds collided again and again with thunderous force, each impact igniting the night sky anew. Clang! The insect's razor-sharp forelimbs struck the armor, sparks erupted, but failed to pierce its surface. Yet just as he drifted into slumber he found himself thrust onto a battlefield, where thunderous clouds shrieked across the horizon, cleaving the heavens with lightning, and the coppery stench of blood hung thick over ruins that alternated between deathly silence and sudden chaotic clamor. She watched me anxiously, pleading for calm negotiation. I responded with a sinister smile. Indeed. A thorough reckoning is in order. So I reached out, pulled her close, lifted her outer garment and pressed my hands beneath her padded coat, grasping and kneading the softness beneath with deliberate intensity. Damn it! He won't even stay dead. Jia Jingjin's face twisted in grim distaste, not a trace of relief at his resurrection. With a piercing shriek, the phone, already dropped once that day, plummeted again to the floor, this time striking cold marble with a brittle crack, sealing its demise at last. At the moment of impact, a cataclysmic roar erupted within the sealed altar chamber, while a towering maelstrom of energy surged outward in radiant ripples, sweeping violently across the expanse. Even before the granary ignited, the brutal melee between the Yasuji forces and Tanza City's garrison had already reached the ears of Miyazaki Yuya and Tadioka Mitsushige, yet both pursuing separate agendas chose not to intervene, allowing the slaughter to unfold unchecked. Sure enough, no sooner had Ma Yun finished explaining than Butterfly Blue interjected, "Transfer all monsters level 4 or below on your field to your opponent's field." Scarcely had Butterfly Blue spoken when her two ant soldier tokens marched forward, crossing onto Xiang's field with unwavering resolve. It was not that the fearsome Kattegat warriors, renowned across the continent, could not bear armor weighing several tens of jin, rather the heavy steel plate, far bulkier than supple leather, severely hampered their combat effectiveness. Bedding and canopies for all 4 seasons were stored in a dedicated chamber, kept meticulously free of moths, mold and stains. Old items were regularly retired and replaced, while fresh ones were folded with precision and arranged by category, ready for immediate use. Under cover of wind and snow, Master Mubai bent low, then leaned closer still, pressing a gentle fleeting kiss upon her forehead. The banquet was moved outdoors into the courtyard, where the full moon cast everything in clear silvery light. Located at a higher latitude than Chang'an, Jinbei enjoyed a cooler summer night, breezes drifting softly, far more refreshing than those of the southern capital. Ren Chang listened, amused yet deeply pained. He had intended to offer the elder some comfort, but thought better of it. Were the elder to learn he'd nearly died, only saved at last by a 2 million coin ginseng procured after Ren Chang's frantic search, the old man would surely bristle with outrage and end the matter with but a single scathing remark. To no one's surprise, Manael stood tall and spoke with unshaken confidence, though this outcome had long been anticipated by Man Shengsheng. Perhaps due to having borne Zhongler, she shared an unusually potent psychic bond with Zhong Jiufeng. Whenever he harbored a thought, she sensed it instantly. Go! Light Path Assassin Liden attacked blood-draining Wolf King. With a swift dive, Liden lunged behind the beast and drove twin daggers deep into its throat. Tang Feng glanced sideways at her flawless profile and added silently, "Once awakened, other matters must follow. Otherwise all this effort would be wasted." Meanwhile I sat motionless, slowly imperceptibly inching my chair backward, striving to vanish into the background entirely. Another hotel stood adjacent to the largest mall within Xuanhe Plaza. Though modest in height, its rooftop featured a staircase leading directly to the upper level of that very mall. The lackey turned and froze at the sight of Mandara before him. His gaze locked onto her, unable to shift away. Instinctively he swallowed hard, standing there utterly entranced. Words had run dry between them. Tang Feng turned and walked out. Neo followed in silent step, while Morpheus remained behind in the office holding further words for Locke. After replying to the message, I plunged once more into the labyrinth of work, gradually letting the matter of the flowers fade from my thoughts. No sooner had the elven elder fallen silent than a loud commotion erupted from the elven princess's chamber, as if something had been knocked over in haste, after which all sound ceased. Yunchang watched them reap what they sowed and let out a cool, unapologetic laugh. The maids flushed with humiliation and fury, yet dared not voice a word. As for the drone, Li Feng now had little energy left to monitor it. Let it be exposed, if the Blue Force soldiers continued to press so relentlessly, he could hardly count on such luck again escaping just before they completed their encirclement. Morong Rua had not expected that because of her words her ostensible imperial father and ostensible consort mother would actually look forward to Morong Jinian's arrival. Fang Xianxian had already changed into another spare dress. Although this gown was no less striking than the previous one, she had to pair it with gloves to conceal the wounds on her hands. The moment those superfluous accessories appeared, the overall effect instantly fell by more than one grade. Yet if it was deliberately aimed at the Duanmu mansion, such people were rare, and then the problem would become far more serious. If she suffered another 10 or so palm strikes like that, it was likely that all her spiritual energy would be siphoned away by the Shiguang Shenlong. She had always been exquisitely beautiful. Now newly acquainted with the world, her features were rendered 3 degrees more bewitching, a delicate radiance that made her all the more impossible to ignore. Everyone was used to carefree ease who would welcome some new overseer suddenly appearing above them. Feeling constrained, were they not? Duanmu Dishu heard this and musing thought, brother has a point. But what did that have to do with her? Wunrun Juinxia, would you die if you did not oppose me? And since when did the Wunrun group begin to adopt such lowbrow tactics? Lei Yao said this with a sullen face. Yet upon closer thought only country air seemed detached, as if nothing of national import was occurring there. Ji Xiaoxiao would never willingly reveal that her true aim was to find the Yanghe whose appearance had changed. Father Qin muttered, all the best cabbages get rooted by the pigs. When will our pig ever grub up a fine cabbage? The staff had not noticed Xiao Yang at first, but when they did their eyes brightened and an excited hand gripped his arm. Compared to the tribute offerings, the ministers in court now cared more about one matter in this assembly of state. No one had the qualification to accept that imperial decree. The banquet is about to begin, you may go downstairs. Do not leave the kitchen without cause, Lu Qinshu ordered coldly. At the very moment Qingshu Xianmen faced dire peril, Luo Chen stepped alone into that supreme resplendent sacred palace. An oppressive aura shrouded heaven and earth as his sword pointed toward the rival powers. The instant Lu Zishuan and Lu Zita saw the scene, they instinctively seized first aid kits and hurried toward the 3 elders of the Lu family. He had acted rashly several times before, but never with good results, and only drew the emperor's repeated rebukes. As a novice editor, however, to cultivate a literary master within a year would bring her considerable prestige. Mo Zizhong ran and Duda ran over. Mo Xiaodai held the 4 children in her arms, tears brimming in her eyes. Yinling might defeat any one of them in a one-on-one, but once encircled she would likely have to pay a grievous price to break free. The bullet had perforated his arm but had not exited, it remained lodged within. A person is not a stone. When plunged into water one instinctively struggles and cannot sink at once. If a rescue arrived in time, how could he simply vanish? Speak, what do you intend by following me? Lingchen stepped forward looking at his cousin. Yi Xiao. The Langya gang will not let you go, the man spat in his death throes. After the dying roar the big man sat down and without much preamble simply clapped his palms. After the sound 4 assistants placed 8 snakeskin bags on the outer table. Qi Yan iron, someone murmured upon hearing the name. Lu Chen immediately thought of the Qi Yan sword, surmising that the blade must contain traces of Qi Yan refined iron. Yet according to Chen Baoyue the proportion was probably very low, otherwise the Qi Yan sword would not be merely a low-grade Dao artifact. Witnessing the monstrous python's ferocious assault, Elder Mu now regretted it to his core. He had never imagined Long Wu possessed so many and such terrifying trump cards. Given a pill of regret, the Mu Elder would gladly die rather than take up arms against Long Wu. Though the illusory Heaven Sword formation struck with terrible force, sustaining such fierce assault consumed a horrific amount of spiritual power. Before long the gray-haired elder shouted in alarm. Xiaoyu Yufeng and the others had been hard at work outside the city for a month, transforming over 1,000 qing of gravelly ground into fertile prime fields. Linlin discovered that her impromptu breakthroughs not only increased her strength but also slightly mended her wounds. He could not understand where that cold voice had issued from, nor why he had seen no one accompanying it. Chairman Dong Lin Xian turned stiffly. Then seeing the solemn face of old Li, his heart gave a sudden sickening drop. Hearing the harshness in her tone, Lu Zhenjuan did not know what to say. He felt that to speak then would seem presumptuous, almost as if deliberately provoking her. Then next time we will take a proper look. Lu Si tiptoed into the cave. The cavern was brilliantly lit, not shadowed like an ordinary grotto, and he felt subtle currents of air as he walked within. Accompanied by the abrasive tearing of adhesive tape, it took 2 minutes to fully rip away the seal 5 meters wide and 3,000 meters long. He lifted his head and stared at the slate blue night sky. In the western sky hung a large bright star, twinkling as though winking at him. The wind had ceased without his noticing. The moon passed through a thick bank of clouds and once more illuminated the land. But that was their own choice. If their strength were formidable, they might be recruited as guest officials and granted their own land deeds. Gu Fengqing had already set foot in the innate stage. The towering figure who felled Huang Dongxie with a single unmatched strike still lingered in his mind, a memory that made his brow sweat even now. Tossing the crate aside, Chen Yu manipulated the cameras to sweep the cylinder in a full 360 degrees, yet still could not determine its true purpose. Unexpectedly, the steam robot's Q skill extended its mechanical claw at great speed, not toward Wyrus but landing in front of it. The spot where it alighted was precisely where the incoming hook descended, and the claw caught it with unerring accuracy. Ma Yuan, though puzzled, had followed Ma Shintong for nearly 20 years and knew the old man too well. If the elder told him to leave, there was a reason, so he knelt kowtowed 3 times and then turned and departed. Not even a single day. What a waste! Your younger brother certainly never received such preferential treatment, Gao Yuerong said. Hearing these words, Zhang Xiao could no longer hold back his tears. All the perils he had endured and hardships he had weathered surged forth in this moment, unleashing a torrent of bitter sorrow. Heck, he is far too kind in his praise. Lu Huidong began with deference, then furrowed his brow, staring intently at the bronze acupuncture model upon the table. Of course I must remain to guard the city, what would become of it otherwise? Jiang Cheng declared, and as yet more people converged toward them, pride gleamed ever more vividly in his eyes. Zhang Xiao nodded. The mission only stated that Li Yud was in Longsha City, not necessarily a native of the place. Lu Yanfeng hastily took a bite, bracing himself for an unpleasant taste, merely wishing to impress her with his willingness. To his surprise, the flavor was truly delightful, soft, tender, subtly sweet, with a delicate non-cloying fragrance and an exquisite mouthfeel. Apologies, I have encountered only the 2 of you among ability users thus far, and I remain entirely unaware of your actual strength and reality, or how it correlates to in-game metrics, Zhang Xiao explained. He had ignored several calls during mealtime, too preoccupied to answer, and so if parting was inevitable, let it be. Love, after all, proved less vital than he once imagined. Ye Kai made no move to pursue him, yet smiled gently. Yun Zaitian, I have already recognized you. Fleeing will avail you nothing. The man already lunging toward the window froze mid-motion, rigid, suspended, before slowly turning his head back after a long breathless pause. It was indeed Yun Zaitian. Years earlier, after exchanging dozens of fierce blows, they had each unleashed their ultimate techniques, ending with Tang Lianqi pierced through the heart and slain. Within those 13 seconds, the ultimate quantum wave cannon had already traversed nearly 1/5 of its path. Within mere tens of seconds more, it would strike the colossal rift of darkness. He Yangxing took a long while to regain his composure, then frantically engaged Guan Xiaojun in a fierce back-and-forth battle across the chessboard. The monkey gaped in shock, choked by a peach pit, coughing violently, gasping for air, nearly suffocating. Guan Xiaojun, deeply impressed, regarded him with newfound respect. Few in Sha City lived with such unadorned simplicity and purity of spirit. That the Black Tentacle's health bar had been reduced to this extent rendered the video a subject of intensive repeated analysis by countless teams. Nonetheless, none gave Yuan Fanhai much serious consideration. Even though his displayed prowess along the way had been commendable, he was at most a golden core cultivator at peak perfection. Such strength would have sufficed under ordinary circumstances, but offered no real self-preservation here and now. Clan-based tensions have long constituted the most profound conflict in rural China, from ancient times to the present. Though surnames-based rivalries gradually faded decades later, they were supplanted by increasingly antagonistic relations between Han and ethnic minorities, rendering clan strife paradoxically even more acute. Thereafter came camaraderie with Zhang Sihai and acceptance of Cheng Xian's apology, matters he dared not treat lightly. Wind rose, the dense forest covering Immortal Stone Mountain transformed into a living sea, surging with roaring waves and thunderous crashes like celestial thunder in a storm-laden night, shaking every inch of heaven and earth. The ancient war tree Elliot informed him that the 10 children brought forth had been meticulously selected, each brimming with extraordinary potential. Given sufficient time and resources, they would surely become pillars of the wind-chasing sect. Upon reflection, there was little cause for melancholy. Even had he not enrolled at the Glory Academy, he would have graduated from here in little over a month, and departed regardless. Thus, even if he had deduced his opponent's counter-strategies, Lu Ming chose not to act upon them, knowing full well it would mean attacking with his own weakness against their strength. For the people across this vast expanse, 10,000 barbarian warriors were unquestionably more formidable than the 50,000-strong army of Daxing City. As if responding to the Emperor's gesture, golden light suddenly blazed across the heavens, the sun burst forth from behind the clouds, gilded as though dipped in molten gold, bathing the world in radiant splendor. Even the now declined Xiao clan bestowed upon Xiao Yan the enduring blessings of the ancient Xiao tribe. Now a long banner hung prominently over the Nyoto mountain camp, an order personally issued by Yi Xian and urgently crafted by the Heishui City Industrial Bureau, serving also as the soldiers' rallying cry. Wang Dong glanced ahead toward the 3 figures of Huayang Tian sect, then turned back and doused Mao Zhenhuan with a bucket of cold water. And what lay atop the cloud-piercing summit was undeniably real. Damp moss still clung moist and cool to his palm. Zhongwan's excitement over the gossip surrounding Mingzhou Tai was abruptly cut short. She gripped Diba's shoulders tightly, trembling with anticipation. Before Sun Bing could even regain his bearings, the ancestral dragon's corpse launched another unrestrained assault, its razor-sharp claws slashing without mercy or restraint. Yet precisely at that instant, the Bagua diagram descended from beyond the heavens, radiating myriad Dao resonances, colliding with the chaos Qinglian in a cataclysmic world-shaking confluence. De Bing opened his mouth, then swallowed his words, nodding silently. Li Yian's escape bore his responsibility alone, yet the young master uttered not a word of reproach, leaving him only with deeper guilt and remorse. Excellent.
The kitchen has a clay pot ready. Xu Wanqing imagined the savory bird soup and instinctively licked her lips. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tianyu called share prices of all three listed companies remained stable. The corporate public sentiment monitoring platform detected no rumors or whispers. Everything proceeded normally. I'm full, let me keep you company. Xu Wanqing approached Mio, gazing at the several plates of dumplings before him. Su Baichuan's expression shifted instantly. He dared not underestimate the threat, and with a flick of his hand, boundless radiant light erupted and shot forth. In the past, if Director Li had heard his subordinates speak like this, he would have certainly reprimanded them for their words and actions. However, now he felt that the officers under him were entirely justified in their scorn. When Bai Nianqi woke up, there was already no one beside her. She felt the blanket and found it cold. The person beside her must have gotten up very early. Old Ma the gatekeeper found Zhao Fuhai before him to be too unfamiliar, no longer the colleague he had shared laughter and conversations with for many years. Ling Shi had not slept well all night, and only as dawn approached did she fall into a drowsy sleep, suddenly awakened by an early morning phone call. She opened her eyes to see the caller ID and then closed them again. In Yutong's eyes, Hua Chen's heart was entirely filled with Chu Xiao. Everything he did was for her sake, to make her happy, while Mou only caused her pain and increased her stress. Then suddenly smiling, he did not deny that the man trapped in the iron cage was indeed his brother. Wasn't it just a lie? It was the mother who intended to match him with Dr. Gu, and he had only said that to protect his own freedom. Was it necessary for everyone to join forces to slap his face? The slaps resounded painfully, causing him to lose face in front of Dr. Gu. Even a single glance would suffice. If Ling Jin had looked, he would have known that her injuries far exceeded those of Ling Wei. Well then, I shall be polite. Gaspard de Castle no longer said anything more and directly struck out. The ship had already been docked here for half an hour. Some people went to look for materials to repair the ship, while the nominal captain Shidun was still seasick. A duel is a duel. You are now considered a severely injured, disabled person, and I am not afraid of you. As Luo Hu spoke, he had already grabbed the long spear from the weapon rack nearby, scaring Liang Jin into retreating hastily, indicating he would no longer provoke. Only then did Luo Hu put down his weapon. Finally, with a flurry of 8 sword strikes, the sword aura and momentum in the air had accumulated to a terrifying extent. Upon seeing Jin Yuanzi, Yang Xian couldn't help but squint his eyes. He saw that Jin Yuanzi was wearing a purple gold crown, a carefree crane cloak with shoes on his feet, ribbons tied around his waist, his body resembling that of a youth, his face akin to that of a beautiful person, with 3 wisps of beard floating beneath his chin and crow feathers framing his temples. Fei Yanqing emerged from the bathroom just in time to hear the overly flirtatious moi from the phone, instantly darkening his expression. The thought that the system had actually assigned him the task of saving these guys made Shidun feel a wave of nausea. Due to her pregnancy, Gu Julie's every need was managed single-handedly by Ji Rucheng. High above the heavens, an old man in a black robe stood upon the void. His hair and beard were entirely white, and though his face appeared somewhat aged, he emanated a hauntingly dignified presence that caused the space around him to tremble slightly. Knowing that Gu Jolie was unhappy, Ji Rucheng did not return to Hangda but instead took her south of the city. Responsible for picking people up, his roommate had rushed over from Africa as well, and since he was the last to arrive today, it was no wonder that Wang had been busy from morning till night and was likely quite tired. Right, he suddenly remembered that during these days in Kowloon City he had an extremely important task that had yet to be completed. He pondered for a long time without any leads until Luo Yunfeng saw his wallet and recalled that he still had several bank cards with total deposits exceeding 5 million. For example, the great druid Malfurion Stormrage from the world of Warcraft, who spent all day sleeping and meditating to the extent that his wife Priestess Tyrant had to carry a bunch of bananas with her at all times. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found Fu Biao actually next to him helping 2 agents. At that moment he clearly saw the faces of the 2 agents and lost any thought of struggling, appearing as if he was resigned to his fate. Listening to the discussions around him, the chieftain's gaze swept over the officials in the tent and the gathered nobles. If the Donghu main force is also in the central grassland, how will our tribe respond if we mobilize troops for reinforcement? Scanning initiated. Everything is normal. The system suddenly replied in a prolonged voice with some static interference mixed in. Now the turnover of the 4 stores was over 10 million every day, and the income from this month surpassed the money he earned from shooting a film. It's no wonder so many celebrities venture into the restaurant business. Making money in the entertainment industry is still a tough task. He still did not know that Hu Meinyang had already compensated for the military food shortages due to the old housekeeper's reasons and was currently marching towards him under the cover of night. As a professor, he settled into the Sacred Academy. While teaching, he also accepted the NMNG planner located in the main plane to start transmitting Ayer's magical knowledge to the main plane. I was just casually saying. What do you want to eat tonight? It seems like there are plenty of things brought from home. We can make your favorite sausages. Zhang Bana had also finished tidying up and thought that after dinner she should be able to get a good night's sleep. You know about Dai Ning Yuan, right? Uncle seems to take good care of him. Shenny Heng, being in the know, did not shy away from the topic when Bai Hui talked to him about it. It is said that he was once a player for the Shaman Lucky Stone Lion team, but due to issues with the team owner many players were implicated and investigated.
Su Meng had no background. Although he wasn't implicated in the investigation, no team dared to take him, and he had no choice but to retire in disappointment. From him, Lin Shen learned that many people enjoyed soaring high into the sky to catch the sunset, and some even watched the sunset sink into the mysterious purple gold mountain every day. Some could gain insights from it which helped their Dao heart, gradually forming a group of friends. She wore an iron mask obscuring her features, yet her aura had turned cold and ruthless. Her emotions were volatile, and she could suddenly resort to violence against her subordinates. Moreover, her strength had also improved significantly, making it hard to gauge her depth. Dan Kuzizi, Hui Ming and Hui Nian all kept their heads down in silence, as none of them had fought a battle. If it were a martial arts competition, everyone would be fine, but this was a war between armies. No one had that experience or confidence. Even as an enemy, Yu Yuan had to admire Yun Fan's quick wits, which perfectly resolved the dilemma faced by the two. Yes, I'm not angry anymore. Zheng Bana nodded, glanced at the time, and felt that she seemed to have delayed quite a bit here. It was time to start working properly. The next day's magical religious competition began, and both the forums and media started to pay attention. The incidents that occurred in a single day and night made this demonic religious contest the focal point of global attention. As the competition began, the athletes from Chengdu broke the records, causing the entire city to become noticeably crowded. Sun Yu took it, opened it, and found only a few characters inscribed. Observe calmly. The signature read Guo Fengxiao. Yes, Your Grace, only you can help me now. I noticed the Demon Realm's people held you in profound respect. You must be an extraordinary being, far more than an ordinary mortal. Surely you can gain an audience with the Demon Sovereign and grant me this favor. Having spoken, Ling Yu fixed his gaze earnestly upon the Marquis. Life within the secluded valley easily blurred the passage of time. Under the celestial protection of immortals, its inhabitants needed only devote themselves wholly to cultivation. Yet the middle-aged man dwelling deep within the cave observed all this with quiet clarity. They had stared unblinking for an entire day, yet Li Yunhui remained unconscious. The Marquis grew increasingly anxious. Elder 5 had taken Elder 1 to recover from injuries, and no one had given any indication of when Li Yunhui might awaken. Without hesitation, the Marquis rushed upstairs and stood before Li Yunhui, engulfed entirely in crimson light, his heart pounding with unbearable urgency. Bai Sen's achievement quest was nearing completion. He had methodically surveyed the Windbreak Grove, documenting 87 distinct species across an expanse of 80,000 square meters, yet the grove still stretched endlessly, showing no sign of conclusion. The black creature bared its sharp fangs and unfurled its body like a panther. Li Yunhui threw himself backward just as the panther-like shadow shot past overhead. Thus he could do nothing but retreat in bitter humiliation, a sensation utterly alien to him among his peers. If ever given the chance, he would make Wu Hao pay dearly. I truly never imagined, my master once. Li Yunhui trailed off, unable to continue. Wanyan Zhongwan glanced over, strode toward the slaves, raised his horsewhip, and with a single crack every slave instinctively collapsed to their knees. Felix let out a low roar, his blood-red greatsword dissolved into a streak of crimson shadow. A slashing wave of scarlet sword energy erupted from the blade, hurtling toward the charging Mediterranean, colliding with him in an instant. Morong Chi's subordinates cried out in frustration. They felt utterly cornered. Having narrowly escaped pursuit by the Sher Wolf clan, they'd hoped this path would offer refuge, only to encounter them again. It was nothing short of calamity. After all, mercenaries frequently undertook infiltration and assault missions in such scenarios. Their field experience far surpassed that of conventional government forces, and the earlier battle at the academy had already proven this conclusively. Yet he did not leap directly from the tree. He still had not determined the enemy's position. Su Long kept watch through his binoculars. The moment he spotted the massive horde of aberrants entering artillery range, he issued the order to fire. Lu Keishi hesitated momentarily, glancing left and right. Su Fanguo and Kong Qi awaited his command, poised to pursue Woktan in whichever direction he chose. Saratoga paused, took another sip of coffee, and Li Yu knew what followed would likely mark humanity's darkest hour. Soul energy surged through his body and coalesced instantly upon his fist. With a thunderous strike, he drove it into one of the creatures. The log lizard attempted to evade, but failed. The blow landed squarely upon its body. Master Sun Wukong has ascended to the Supreme Sovereign. A gray-haired youth knelt on one knee before the Demon Ancestor Hall. Wait Wang Feng suddenly called out, halting Hong Rong, who was walking away slowly, step by deliberate step. Mu Qingya followed Lin, nursemaid, inward. Before even reaching the palace gates, a piercing scream echoed forth. Her heart stirred faintly. Clearly a dramatic scene was about to unfold. The Prince of Shu still waited below, demanding the prisoner. Sun Chuanting stood torn. How could the Crown Prince cause such trouble, then expect him to contain the fallout? This. Your Majesty, I am at a loss. Your Highness, please review the matter. Li Bei made a significant discovery and presented a bronze plaque, recovered moments earlier from the corpse of a black-robed assassin. With that, Morong Fair provocatively thrust forward her ample bosom, so voluminous that even the slightest lift sent it trembling wildly in all directions. The news struck like a bolt from the blue. Zhou Chao nearly tumbled from his chair.
He had believed the entire route from the forward line to City B lay firmly under his control. Where then had this unknown missile come from?
Your Highness, 30 naval warships have arrived in Nanjing. Huan Long had just arrived from Nanyang Xinzhou Prefecture.
Today Xinzhou, modern-day Singapore, was the maritime choke point, a thriving overseas stronghold housing hundreds of thousands, teeming with foreign merchants blessed with unparalleled shipping access and serving as the central hub where Deming's goods were traded with foreign traders. Hearing this, Zhou Chao recalled the horrifying sight of corpses strewn across factories along the road to City B, proof that Yin Yicheng now ruled this land unchallenged.
If we fail to act now, all will be lost.
Yet gazing upon this man, Mu Qingya felt an unusual warmth bloom within her heart. As emperor, he spared no effort to protect her, and that alone was enough. Rise, generals.
This bandit uprising in Bashu involves the demon sect.
Withdraw all new army forces to Chengdu and Chongqing to defend against the sect's rebellion.
Prince Xu observed Runlong's soot-streaked face, evidence of relentless anti-bandit campaigns.
The northern Sichuan uprisings had been largely quelled, only the Denghua demon sect remained isolated and doomed to self-destruction.
What should I do? Could my mother be in danger? Lin Xinyao clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear.
Very well, Luo Lin, you may cultivate here as well. This place greatly enhances spiritual abilities. Even if enlightenment remains elusive, profound benefits are assured. This is Qin Xuan speaking. The merfolk migration mirrors fish spawning runs. They cannot depart by vessel like humans but must rely solely on the strength of their tails, swimming in coordinated formations across the vast ocean. Alongside him, dozens of high-ranking ministers had also claimed illness.
Fewer than 20 officials attended the morning court session that day.
Su Mianmian skipped cheerfully out of Li Jinia's office and wandered freely through his company, touring, observing, until almost unconsciously she found herself standing before a photography studio where a director and several photographers were shooting a renowned film star.
It's nothing, just a dozen disappointing good-for-nothings.
By the way, I'll take you to see a true treasure. Hearing the word treasure, Min Yenying beamed with delight. Brother-in-law, you're giving me something again. What is it this time? Both classified as secondary immortal artifacts, the Tai-Xian diagram bears 4 immortal runes, whereas the solar deity Furnace possesses 5, and after previously devouring Qiu Luoyu sect master of the Feng immortal Tao, it has even begun faintly coalescing as 6. Indeed, at certain moments, no precisely now, deceit becomes an inescapable sin.
Yang Shi's eldest son Yan.
Li Shusi suddenly realized, her heart leapt in alarm. How could she have forgotten this? Yet in her past life no such imperial edict had ever been issued. What on earth was happening?
Lu Qiangu instantly sensed mortal peril.
Roaring aloud, he unleashed a mighty divine art. His spiritual energy surged like a tempest, shaking heaven and earth as a colossal seal coalesced before him, half pure white, half deep black, resembling the ancient yin-yang symbol. The steward paused, then grasped the situation with superiors and subordinates alike present. This was the perfect moment to make an example. He barked orders for the man to be dragged back to the original spot and executed on the spot. I simply adore you, love clinging to you entwined as one.
What's wrong with that? Is even this a crime? Du Guhong declared, his expression theatrically exaggerated.
Hongguier followed closely behind her. Upon exiting the courtyard, she flicked a subtle hand signal toward a direction, whereupon a shadow silently withdrew, gliding toward Fufeng courtyard.
Hayama found herself battered by Kiryuno.
23's violently swirling mist currents, slashing palm strikes and crackling finger guns that sent sparks flying. Meanwhile, Elsa's voice chimed in from the side. The silken thread still coiled tightly around Raimo had not yet severed. Once it had believed itself invincible, undefeated in every battle, unconquerable in every siege.
Today, however, it finally understood. It realized at last how terribly fragile it truly was.
With a cold, dismissive glance toward the black-robed figure, the honored elder of the Wudi sect spoke sharply, his impatience unmistakable. My name is Jean Fogwang, but most call me the Godslayer. Jean Fogwang uttered the words lightly, yet they struck Mao Go and his companions like thunder, sending them scrambling backward in abject terror.
You, the gang leader, clenched his fists yet dared not strike. He knew full well they stood no chance against Jean Fogwang. At last, it begins. Yi Zhang's earlier maneuvers had all been orchestrated to trigger this very quest. Now that the objective was confirmed, his resolve burned fiercely.
Enough, no more dwelling on it.
Better to resume cultivation.
The enemies ahead will not be so easily overcome.
Yi Zhang shook his head, his expression hardening into solemn focus.
Just then, chaos erupted.
Several razor-sharp wind blades shot forth suddenly from the opposite cliff edge.
Thinking this, she glanced down at the wound and froze. Her old scabs, the crusts from long-healed injuries, had all sloughed away, revealing tender pink skin beneath. It would surely regain its former hue within days.
Mahdi stiffened momentarily, then reflecting conceded it was indeed true.
Though fury still churned within him, he gave a curt nod of acknowledgement. The massive beast bore enormous incisors, thick for a powerfully built frame, and eyes burning with savage ferocity, one marked by a jagged scar. This was the sole concession she could offer, the only viable solution to the matter.
Even Zhao Gu, had he conceived of it, might never have voiced it aloud. More likely he hadn't considered it at all, which explained why he remained trapped in unrelenting self-reproach. Yan Chun's face fell into indescribable desolation. He felt no joy in his victory, only an aching hollow loneliness. A warning rang out from behind Yi Jifeng's voice. Yu Jingling's luminous eyes snapped sideways just in time to see a colossal purple-eyed great white shark surging straight toward her. Jin Shanshan is not a warrior. He does not concern himself with one or two failures. What he values is always the final outcome. Both his body and spirit have reached the number 10. This seems to be the limit that a normal being can possess. Changmen tried to increase the points with primordial energy, but it indicated that each point requires 10 points of primordial energy. As the last mandala occupied this ancient city, the ruins underwent earth-shattering changes. Before Changmen and Bai Lang, it appeared like fragments of memory evolving through the rise and fall of the ancient city, ultimately revealing a medicinal city filled with precious herbs. Forget it. Yuan Fei Ma couldn't comprehend it either and naturally didn't know how to communicate with Xiaohua, so she decided to say no more. How would I know? Sui answered a bit nervously. Zhang Yue as a man could naturally see through Yan Xiaoxiao's feelings. Has the grudge been resolved? Do you think I'm selfish, unwilling to let go of my hatred for you? Sui's expression quickly softened with those 6 short words. Then you might as well take a look. If Yan Xiaoxiao were to discover that the culprit behind the Yan family's downfall is you, could she still calmly accept you? Jin's words were like needles. With the truth revealed, his heart, which had been sinking day by day, finally came to a halt. He should have felt grateful seeing Ruoxing suffer a blow. His revenge for his sister had yielded results and he should have been pleased. Well, it's just a suggestion. Whether to listen or not is up to you. Ying Luo shrugged but suddenly stepped back, the sharp sword light nearly brushing against her body. Shi Tong had no habit of engaging in verbal battles, and this operation had dragged on too long. The target had already been slain, so there was no need for further entanglement. The second elder furrowed his brows, glancing at the servant who had been thrown out, feeling that Xiaohua's actions were too arrogant. However, he could not involve himself in matters of the inner courtyard. Having narrowly escaped death, he hurriedly tore off the iron chain from his neck, taking deep breaths of the stale air in the corridor. The dense grove of begonia flowers by Rui Creek was his favorite place to linger. Once he had drawn clear water from the creek to nourish them together with her. The security guard's blocked fist struck the elevator wall repeatedly, causing the entire elevator to vibrate incessantly, culminating in a long series of buzzing sounds. In reality, Ji Yao did nothing. With just a few words she captivated these men, utterly binding them with unwavering loyalty. Slowly lighting a cigarette while driving, Lin Feng gazed deeply ahead, the mist swirling around him as the black Buick business car sped along the road. She did not necessarily desire to eliminate Moron Lien, yet the distance between them as a couple was undoubtedly something she welcomed. Lin Yuan recounted everything that had happened today in detail, emphasizing that the corpse of Magni looked exactly like him. Zhang Kai's sudden appearance startled both a Zhu and a Bai, causing them to cry out in surprise in unison with Duan Yu. However, Feng Qing was the most embarrassed. When she first arrived at Hualin County, she was arrogant and looked down on Xu Tao. Little did she expect that in the end she would be saved by him. However, Qi Xingluo was indeed a martial arts giant at the celestial realm and the martial world, so Xingqing naturally dared not show any negligence. Next, he just needed to find a professional musician to help transcribe the music score and compose the melody. Of course, this would also require a considerable amount of money, which he could not currently afford. Outside of festivals, such ostentatious behavior is generally not favored by people on ordinary days. Even the nobility mostly travel by horse-drawn carriage. Elder Tuoba was somewhat reluctant. 100 high-grade spirit stones could barely buy a high-grade pill furnace, but just repairing it would be too costly. However, the Star Divine lineage and the Earth Divine lineage are fraught with contradictions, and the grievances of the older generation have deeply rooted in people's hearts. The clans in the mountains had already informed the young talents about their impending journey to the battlefield. The young talents of the mountain did not say anything. She knew her son was different from ordinary children, and as a mother all she could do was provide silent support. With Dongzhuo leading the charge, the West Liang soldiers, upon hearing his call, had their ferocity ignited. The Dongzhuo army, which had been pent up with frustration from the martial energy, began their counteroffensive. Indeed, the ice world was once the ocular technique of the kaleidoscope, but now it is the ocular technique of the reincarnation eye. After speaking, Heiju noticed that the ice world of the mountain had once again undergone changes. As for Heiju being able to transform into something that could deceive even the Uchiha Madara with kaleidoscope ocular power, after basically confirming Heiju's identity, Yama Shanyuan found nothing strange about it. However, Anoki possessed an extraordinary flying ability, causing the flying thunder god of Namake's Minato to be ineffective, leading to a bitter battle. That night the Ziwei star moved and Yang Jian fell. The two sides battled until dawn, finally determining the victor. The Buddhist sect triumphed. The Warhammer without a doubt was far more effective in battle than his Sakura Fury sword from the east, especially when clashing with heavy units like half-beast wolf riders. A clumsy, sturdy and heavy weapon could undoubtedly inflict greater damage and unleash more power. One could see Qin Banruo sealed, sitting motionless in a chair, her worried gaze sweeping over Yang Mo. Outside the barracks of the Yulin army, Chen Bozong got off the carriage and entered the Yulin army's camp accompanied by Su Chang and Wu Zhan Shinchun. Without hesitation, allowing the endless rules of the holy path to surge from the reverse divine, Steely Yang Mo focused his thoughts and entered the supreme divine tomb. It wasn't opportunistic exploitation, merely an incidental gesture. At heart she was a merchant. She could afford to forego a modest profit in the name of virtue, but she simply could not bear losses or sacrifice her entire fortune for charity. The last Kandatar soldier on the ground floor clattered up the stairs and arrived just in time to witness the ghastly sight of the pockmarked man tumbling down from above, trailing a slick of blood behind him. Yet something else lingered in that gaze, something subtle, unspoken. After a moment's reflection, he understood she had almost certainly mistaken him for the shadow of her former lover. Other extraordinary qualities, such as magnanimity and charisma that inspire instant loyalty, piercing insight into human nature and talent, or the uncanny ability to swiftly discern truth amid a torrent of conflicting information and counsel, were undeniably vital. Yet all rested upon this foundational prerequisite. Old Feng trembled violently, his eyes wide with unprecedented terror. In the bridal chamber, Tang Tian yanked off the cheap red cloth atop her head and at once met the enigmatic knowing gaze of Zhou Erlang. He was no fool. He sensed that although the elderly nobleman harbored suspicions about his origins, he still intended to protect him. The Guang family elders were unsurprisingly the most delighted upon hearing the new price. Uncle Guang Qingyi sat nearby, suppressing a smile as he sipped his red wine with quiet amusement. Moritz and Leon relentlessly posed sharp, incisive questions to Zhang Zhaoyang, yet thanks to thorough preparation he answered each fluently and confidently. Su Liao smiled with half-closed eyes, her slender fox-like gaze slowly elongating. Song Mamamo was once again struck breathless by her beauty, a timeless, ever-renewing splendor. Lu Ting had dismissed caution, pressing forward alone with lightning speed. At Meishan Ridge he captured and executed Yinmingao, a senior commander of the Taiping forces, bolstering Xiang army morale before launching a renewed assault on Yunfeng Ridge. Guozhou Yang retreated 3 li to Sanli Street to lay an ambush. Lu Tingha marched straight into the trap and fell mortally wounded by gunfire. Now Master Zhu Hong inexplicably awarded an additional 21 points, propelling the Jianghai cultivator team's total score to precisely 401. Wang Qi scratched his abdominal carapace with a claw, wondering whether the team leader had deliberately isolated Liang Zixuan. This was already the second mission he'd been excluded from. Then on a parkside bench he spotted 2 figures sitting close together, lovers perhaps. This realization stirred within her an indescribable emotion, elusive, ineffable, impossible to name or define. Street lamps bathed the snow-covered ground in soft light, illuminating the glittering snow-draped metropolis, its opulence and grandeur sprawling endlessly while he stood utterly alone. In early October, Wang Debang, accompanied by 5 cavalry battalions, circumvented the Kangjia battlefield, crossed the Ditto Float Bridge via a mountain path, and launched a fierce assault on Haishantou Fort. Fu Xianzong and Yang Shijun's forces likewise surged forth in full strength. The Wei forces, overwhelmed, abandoned the fort. Moreover, should Huang Jijun truly be affiliated with the Lin family, Lin Tao would inevitably confront this very predicament. "Brother, please, I beg you, let me in. This banquet means everything to me. Have mercy, just let me through." Tan Yuncha was all but ready to kneel and plead. At that moment a young man rose from a banquet table on the square's left side, his bearing upright as a spear, his presence commanding and extraordinary. Regarding this matter, I've recently investigated several leads and uncovered certain facts. A sinister syndicate now controls this territory, and the Nightwalking Demon is rumored to serve under them. I recounted everything I'd learned about the primordial Father God army. Marquis Wu Ho watched with mounting eagerness. Such peerless mastery ignited his martial instincts, and he nearly stepped into the arena then and there to test himself against the Nameless One and Nailin Ling. But was his explanation a hasty attempt to conceal his imminent departure, or did he truly have no intention of leaving at all? No wonder Xiao Ning failed to recognize him. They had never met before, and more importantly, the Supreme Elder Lord appeared utterly ordinary, his aura subdued, indistinguishable from any common Taoist elder. This Supreme Elder Lord before him was none other than the legendary alchemist of the Journey to the West universe. If he could earn his favor, surely he might casually procure a few golden core pills to consume. Get lost. I'd never sell, no amount of money could buy Xiaoer. She's family. Li Zichu glared at Qin Xuan and spoke coldly. Countless threads of karmic destiny shot forth from the void, traversing spacetime under the protection of the Tao of time and space. A colossal palm formed of spiritual energy materialized above Zhuo Bufan's head, its terrifying pressure instantly suffusing the entire wedding venue. Press your tongue to the roof of your mouth. And for heaven's sake, don't bite it off while clenching your teeth. Masked Master suddenly recalled something and urgently warned him. Witnessing this, everyone around surged with anticipation, especially Jiang Haofeng's devoted fans, who erupted in cries of disbelief, leaping to their feet and fixating on the arena, unwilling to miss a single detail. His full-force thrown dagger possessed destructive power rivaling a handgun round. At least at this range, punching clean through flesh was effortless. No wonder Ning Tsuechin had insisted her uncle had swindled her when she purchased that raw jadeite slab. There was indeed a grim history behind it. An entire batch of raw slabs had yielded no green jade whatsoever, and lives had been lost in the process. Such ill omen rendered them universally shunned.
Lu Jianjie gritted his teeth, black mist erupting from his body as he assumed the form of Marshal Tianpeng, then lunged forward in 2 swift strides, plunging deep into the ranks of the Z family disciples. Uncle Jiao and the others hurriedly sent a Bao away, and Xiao Zhu also wanted to go but was stopped by manager Zhu.
So what? Quan Wei sensed something was amiss but still feigned calmness as he asked.
This rain not only hindered the villagers rushing to the city for the market but also blocked many city dwellers.
Among them there might be some people in urgent need. Surely 1 or 2 can be sold, right?
Chen Wanji was still in a daze and had not regained her senses when Lin Yuaner grabbed her. She even forgot to struggle and was forcefully pushed out by her mother. Lin Xuan was originally appointed as the Xuanjia Xiaowei Qianfu Zhang in the Hu Ben army. All the 1,000 Hu Ben sent by the Spirit Emperor to Lin Feng were Lin Xuan's subordinates.
At this moment he privately ordered arrest, which in Tian Zhang's view seemed to disregard Lu Feng flaunting his former official position. Whether the photo was photoshopped can be easily verified, just hand it over to Zhang Bo. As for whether Gu Hanheo's speculation is correct, it can also be easily verified by directly asking the security guard Zhang Jianguo, who was on duty that night. Behind Xia Qiwan, Sher Xian shivered for a moment, and for some reason she felt a slight drop in the temperature of the air around her. With the decisive battle at hand, Zhang Shuren was once again surrounded by officers in the command room, making his final checks on the battlefield before the battle. Lin Yijia had long heard that after Princess Linglong was brought back to the capital from the Lantern Festival, she had not returned to that village. Moreover, it wasn't long before her mother was also brought back to Xingjing. Clearly the punishment from Wang Rongjuan for her has now passed. What others saw was the 5th prince with the potential to be the crown prince, while Lingxi saw her own life counting down. After Princess Chuyun married Xia Baran, how Princess Chuyun managed the minister's residence was none of his business. After an unknown amount of time, the specially treated wooden stake cracked with a snap, and after a slight pause, Lu Changqing swiftly moved to another wooden stake, unleashing a fierce punch. On the hillside over 100 miles from Gusui County, Yuan Kong, the deputy of the Qingtian Monitor in Lianzhou, stood silently with a group of black-clad Xuanwei, their lips trembling. No reason can justify a man's infidelity, regardless of whether his wife is beautiful or ugly. She is his own choice. In this regard, Lin Jio was also at a loss, so he no longer paid attention to it and instead focused on merging his divine sense with the shadow symbol to see what Chen Yun's attitude was. However, when this staircase reached its end, Amy was surprised to find a bare white wall in front of her completely empty. Old Madame Mo glanced at her, seemingly too lazy to be angry, and slightly got up, preparing to have breakfast. When Tang Wanyang heard Ji Ling's question, her heart stirred. No matter how much resentment or blame she felt the moment those words came out, it was still an indescribable sadness. That night, while she was sitting in her room in a daze, she noticed a sound coming from downstairs similar to the sound of a door opening. She initially thought Jilingja had returned and hurriedly put on her shoes to go down, only to see Hongshan's face before she even reached the stairs. He would eat street food with her after work and would accompany her to the night market. Although he could be bad-tempered and irritable at times, he was ultimately a caring man. The Lus Plateau, as a laboratory for sandstorms, has accumulated records of sandstorms over the past several million years. The winds and sands from the deserts in Gobi in northwest China sweep over, leaving a thin layer of Lus on the Lus Plateau every year. With her head lowered and continuously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, her face flushed, she was at a complete loss. The Red Fox glared at him and shouted a few times towards the door, and 2 matrons along with 4 maidservants and Bai Chen entered the room. Without looking back, Xin Jin trembled, and in an instant hundreds of black arrows shot towards a thunder. Suddenly heavy rain fell from the pitch-black sky, drenching the earth. Amidst the sound of rain, most of the people in Weiqing slept even more soundly. What the heavens, what's going on? Zhang Huihuang was startled by Lin Buca's current appearance, exclaiming loudly. Most practitioners in the world use extraordinary spiritual items which are all requested from their affiliated sects, and there are time limits. It is not as if they can possess them indefinitely. All the forces in the Milky Way that had been attacked by AE Corporation also dispatched their fleets towards Granada. Even if they couldn't accomplish anything, at least they could help resolve one matter, thus reducing one grievance in the mortal realm. Lifting the tiles from the ceiling of Ashi's room, 6 people descended in an orderly manner, their feet light and soundless. Naturally, he would believe the words of the Western evil emperor. Of course, with the strength of his martial soul, absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring should not be a problem. Feng did not hesitate as he said, I refuse. What a madman, using the strongest pilot of the Earth Federation for testing. Indeed, it is said that there is only a fine line between genius and madness. Unlike Chen Feng and Yu Mingzi, they were not of this world, and moreover they were not bound by the laws of this world, so the heavenly path of this realm had no means to deal with them. She agreed not to tell Mu Jinyan what Linglong was, but that did not mean she couldn't tell others, nor did it mean that others wouldn't inform Mu Jinyan. I am not worried. I am just thinking that perhaps when we return from our mission to Chushin we can take a look at the front lines and maybe be able to help with something. Feng Yufei smiled. No need for that. There are countless people in this world who wish to kill me in Chang'an, and I am too lazy to know which birds they are. Let them come one group after another. Also behead those dead assassins and free up a box to put these heads in. What territory are we in now? Shan'an asked. Step aside. The Holy Sun waved his hand, tossing Chui Lu aside, and without hesitation charged forward. Just as he turned a corner, he saw Xianer disheveled lying against the trunk of a large tree while Xiang was groping her. "Chainer, you didn't enter the palace just to discuss the matter of the memory dissipation elixir, did you?" He still had some understanding of his two sons' usual methods. Matters concerning the court would certainly lead them to Taiha Hall to seek his counsel or to send a message. With a roar from the Qilin divine beast that shook the underground palace, a whirlwind arose and the sand and soil flew up. "Your Highness, there are significantly fewer refugees on this journey." "Which direction are we heading now?" Hawkspear urged the land bird beneath him to move forward. Shan Qinchin gritted her teeth in hatred. The votes for the first place were overwhelmingly numerous, looking more and more fake. "Mom, can you find an insider to ask if her votes were tampered with?" Chen Feng had already entered the back hall, passing through a secret door in the wall of the back hall, following the stone steps down to the underground, which was a relatively spacious underground palace. While they were still hesitating in their choices, Feng Kuan boldly charged into the great tomb. Hao Jing's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good method to understand the combat habits of the Meng army. Jiang Xia changed into palace attire, her figure graceful and exquisite. Not having seen Sai Jia in the palace, she walked outside and indeed found him sitting on the steps feeling the cold wind. The giant claws of the three-headed giant king patted its drooping head, revealing a puzzled expression. Why did it feel no sensation in its head? There is a saying that no merit should be rewarded. According to Zhao Kuanyan's original character, he would surely refuse. But this horse was precisely what he yearned for, and for a moment he couldn't find the words to decline. The guards were greatly shocked, rushing towards Cui Zixuan simultaneously, but Cui Zixuan slowly extended his hand, signaling them to step back. Zhang Ro worked very diligently. He knew clearly that if he gained the favor of General Zhu Zodo and Deputy General Wu Liangatai, he would be able to receive more rewards after the battle ended. Gu Yunxian no longer insisted on pursuing, leaning dejectedly against the wall, feeling despondent. He hadn't expected Lin Han to lose control at this life-and-death moment, completely abandoning his usual aloofness and practicality, and just left without listening to his own words. It was in this manner that Mother Octopus had caught the fleeing Lin Han back then, and this time Lin Han finally used the same trick on them, achieving a great victory and avenging a grievance. Golden light spread, and the divine essence was thus bestowed upon Alistair, giving birth to a new light deity. Shisu slightly turned his head, averting his gaze. His emotions had settled down, and he probably guessed that this matter of transferring hospitals had little to do with her. He understood his father's situation. Continuing treatment here would yield no results. "Last night I had an intimate encounter with Liao Chang. Although he did so to transmit divine power to me, I intended to take responsibility for him. However, I still do not know how he truly views me. Now that Jin has come to speak such words to me, it is certainly not spoken out of turn. I know I have done wrong, so I dared not move from my spot, fearing I might err again." Dai Quan saw that the Supreme Emperor was also looking over and could only pitifully recount what he had just received and had yet to report to the Supreme Emperor. Jia Yuan-chun did not dare to delay, nor did she dare to let Kai Xia and others leave, and directly took out an envelope from her clothing's lining and handed it over. Communication can be made with nearby stars. As for what the extreme situations are, it will be left for the pioneering astronauts to judge themselves. Clearly her lips did not move, yet the three spirits heard it clearly. Their eyes widened slightly, staring in a daze at the rapidly retreating figure of Shuirong, who had already turned toward the changing room, appearing petrified. "Please." As the energy was fully charged, the white fist aura in the old man's hand ceased to flicker, and a fine buzzing sound filled the ears of everyone present, making their minds swell. "Do I have anything here that you all like to eat?" She retracted her hands, feeling out of sorts, and placed them back into the hand warmer. It is precisely because of this that the bond between the siblings remained strong. Had they been like the Fong family, they too would be embroiled in a bloody conflict now. As Wuge charged forward, Yi Ning did not retreat but instead advanced. He leapt into the air, landing a foot on Wuge's knee while reaching for a thick long steel nail embedded in Wuge. Thus they endured and waited for a while longer, until a large expanse of reeds appeared on the water's surface, and the silver fairy turned and entered the midst of the reeds. Lu Ren heard everything clearly inside the room, so when Han Feng disappeared he stepped out of the tent. "Get lost, you bastard!" The young man had not finished his words when Zhao Su punched him squarely in the nose. A massive black whale floated quietly on the sea surface, with a bald man sitting on its back eagerly casting his fishing rod. Wang Wei's attitude changed drastically. He pondered in silence for a moment before raising various questions, all of which Gu Ping answered. Lin Chuiwa choked back tears while inquiring about this matter with Nzai. After all, shouldn't the crown prince be busy helping Zhao Hanlu with the funeral arrangements for Zhao Taifu? How did he end up by her bedside now? At the same time, with a furious shout, both of them unleashed their heavy strikes. With a deafening crash, they were instantly knocked back by each other's energy, their blood surging. After a fierce exchange, Niafeng was forced back 5 steps while Yi Gucheng retreated over 10 steps before finally stopping. "Actually, I'm just treating a dead horse as a live one." For the first time, the flame demon Frun laughed a couple of times. All 3 pieces of golden equipment were suited for the rogue profession, especially the 2 daggers Kursu Eshin had Sai and Sword of Rest, which exuded an aura of danger and power.
Ling Feng and Li Jia were sent to separate rooms and all the cameras in Ling Feng's room were activated while some concealed scanning devices began to operate. Upon hearing this, Lan Aoi frowned slightly and let out a low growl go and the four of them leapt towards the rear large warehouse. At that moment Zhang Yinlong stood in the void revealing his true form in an instant, fixating his gaze on Tang Fei, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. You are excellent. The mountain opening axe truly lives up to its name. I must have this axe. The red-haired man wounded looked even more sinister as he glared at Tang Fei slowly rising from the ground, speaking each word with emphasis. No. Not everyone is like you. The teaser god roared angrily. Even Kuang's face showed a serious expression, realizing too late to block. In this world treasures are claimed by the capable. If he obtained the heavenly sin it is due to his ability, and if you lost it it only reflects your incompetence. Since it is your incompetence, who can you blame? With a chuckle the old man remained remarkably calm in response to Granny Hua's questioning. Ling Feng couldn't help but admire the guy for being able to say such things. It was a pity he wasn't doing a stand-up comedy. I do not support blindly opening the basement. If this ghostly evil is released the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Tianyang finally expressed his stance. Chen Fuhao and Kuang Mei along with others also looked up. Upon confirming it was in Liang, expressions of relief and faint smiles appeared on their faces, each carrying a different meaning. However, that smile and the voice in Jun Mo's eyes seemed like a demon from hell, causing her face to turn pale in an instant. She never expected this fearsome figure would approach her at this moment. Lastly, it was Yingling who left. She said little, merely smiled at Yixingyu and bid farewell. That smile truly had the power to soften one's heart. The voice on the other end of the phone belonged to none other than Cheniwei Su Xiao's roommate. A few days ago they had seen each other at the flying bar, and now he suddenly called, leaving Su Xiao momentarily stunned. I just realized you really enjoy dreaming. Do you really think you can sell a 200 million activation code? At 2 billion for one code, do you really think anyone would buy it? He Yuji said. In the years before the emergence of the 100 Battles realm, Tai Zhang had heard of it as the hundreds of spirit explosive bows belonging to the Lord of Tianqi Mansion, whose were said to have been acquired there. Everyone turned to where Nangang Yen knelt, and the disciples of Tianyu sect revealed a hint of reverence, all kneeling down. This was also due to Su Ruogu deliberately suppressing the aura of the magical artifact. To those bidders it seemed merely a plaything, certainly not a high-level magical artifact, and it might not even be a primordial artifact, so the bidding was not outrageous. Su Zian furrowed her brows, her graceful figure weaving through the crowd of barking dogs approaching Su Ruogu. In her watery gaze there was a hint of complexity and peculiarity. Huff. Tai Zhang let out a heavy sigh. He was a young cultivator, handsome with delicate features, and aside from the strange look he directed at him there was no hint of malice. Xu Nango was already tired, and with the sweat pouring down along with him being nearby her nerves relaxed and she dozed off. But the next moment a sharp pain suddenly surged through him. He slightly turned his head and the strong smell of blood engulfed all his senses. Ah! The former Wang Fu had gone mad, fearing he would harm you. Yanni was equally helpless, knowing Wang's nature was carefree, but he did not understand how obsessed the Black Fox was to the point of madness due to Wang's departure. It's a pity not to accept you. But I worry you might betray me. Should I have you sign a contract? Emolan seemed to have an epiphany, shaking her head as she voiced her thoughts, nearly bursting with joy at how her old man was acting. Didn't he say he was pitiful? As a result, Zhou Yang's response was not only unexpected but also came with a new plan that left me astonished. I lay on the ground, my mind blank, my body relaxed. Perhaps it was due to excessive fatigue, or maybe the aftereffects of soul damage. I simply closed my eyes and fell asleep without realizing when. And at that moment his exclusive weapon also showed an additional 2 next to its quality. While the odds of this random enhancement were a bit lower, knowing there was a way to improve skills and equipment quality was reassuring. At worst I could come to grind once daily to get some stones. She really was becoming increasingly confused about Xiao Mo's heart. He was said to be cold-blooded and heartless, yet what were his protections for her? I lowered my head, afraid to speak. The horrifying sights I had witnessed on the way here were already enough for me to recognize my mistakes. All the effort put forth had turned into a joke on this day, becoming something easily ignored. They too would engage with one another for growth, not rejecting others but rather wanting to help. Otherwise he would be overwhelmed by the new wave, gradually becoming an object of forgetfulness. Tears fell once more. However, beneath Xiao Xiao there was no longer any trace of Yiling. The vessel ultimately shattered. Yiling seemed as if she had never existed. Hair, flesh, internal organs and bones all vanished without a trace. The exquisite and luxurious golden embroidery on the shirt cuffs along with the Grand Camellia logo appeared before everyone's eyes. The three of them were taken aback, thinking it was some powerful weapon, and quickly rushed to hide behind 2 solid bunkers. Moreover, regarding my purchase of your factory, I'm unfamiliar with that place and those factories, buying it would be useless. Suddenly a surge of primal energy spread throughout my limbs from my dantian, warming my entire body, and the discomfort in my chest vanished instantly.
Just now I lost another 20 million.
Although I said I didn't care, it hurt me deeply. I had just scolded old Wang, and now to back down I couldn't bear to lose face. She whispered his name softly, her glistening eyes filled only with his image, possessing the same courage and audacity as a prince, the same unyielding fearlessness. Alas. Lan Yuming let out a long sigh, then leaned his torso halfway against the refrigerator door, his hands blindly rummaging inside.
Yet his mind was shrouded in gloom, rendering his movements utterly unconscious.
Sword Chi surged toward Lu Xingyan, who had no choice but to raise his blade before his chest, but the sword could not withstand even a single breath before being violently hurled away, while the Sword Chi carved a massive fissure across the ground, crashing straight into Pingliang Mountain. After much deliberation, Kareth finally realized the source of others' resentment was precisely the scandalous rumor linking her to Hesse.
This humble servant greets your majesty.
Upon seeing the Emperor Consort, Yuan instantly shed her earlier air of grievance. Qing Ruifan found her far more agreeable, and even granted her a seat and tea.
Hu had accompanied Gu Linga for several days and knew everything.
The secret he kept buried weighed heavily upon him, yet as he watched Gu Linga remain gentle and cheerful, his own heart gradually eased.
What could possibly matter more than her happiness? How is Fan Gu? Huang Changsheng asked anxiously the moment Chu Pengtian returned to headquarters. Just moments earlier Liao Fan had nearly fainted within it.
Father went out searching but has found nothing thus far.
He leaves every day, yet still there is not a single clue.
Surely curled entirely into Lan Yoming's arms, too afraid to even glance at Lan Pingling, she knew his expression must be utterly grim.
Kareth gasped, hand flying to her mouth, still unable to believe that what unfolded before her was real.
The very thing she had sought so desperately lay now in the hands of the God of Darkness. 2 days later, Demos learned from a radio broadcast that Maya, a core reporter of the Cafe Point Media Collective, had perished in the tsunami that struck Lavo District on a recent night.
The report added that the tsunami's fury had demolished numerous residential buildings along the foothills of Lavu.
The Mingshuan Hall where the emperor hosted his banquet blazed with brilliant light.
They stood far off, feeling utterly alien, utterly out of place in that resplendent realm.
Yet Su Jing inwardly winced at having leapt to the conclusion, based solely on a phone conversation, that Shen Yuan Yu and Dongfang Mo had slept together. She chided herself for growing rather wicked lately. It was not due to extraordinary talent, but because he deliberately suppressed his own strength, for reasons unknown.
Suppressing one's cultivation level was among the most agonizing ordeals in the path of cultivation, far more arduous than ordinary advancement.
TCH. The word gentle does not exist in my dictionary. Shen Yuan Yu. As she spoke, she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Standing alone in the corridor, Ing Wuqiu held his breath, gazing intently at Shang Guanyan for a long silent moment. Guo Zilin cast a glance at Leona, who promptly stuck out her tongue and fell silent, then quietly withdrew from Guo Zilin's office. A short while later, as Guo Zilin remained deep in contemplation over Gu Yicheng's motives, a knock sounded at the door. Gu Yicheng truly arrived like clockwork, punctual as an office worker.
Indeed, he bore not the slightest resemblance to the legendary knight chronicled in the Temple of Light. Yet no matter his deeds, elegance remained elegance, unchanged, unbroken.
Xian Sun stood to one side, observing the disciplined order of the embroidered uniform guard, and understood that Lu Ji had meticulously deployed his forces well in advance of this day. Suddenly she realized, though Lu Ji's slaughter was vast to the embroidered uniform guard, his presence was an invisible, profound deterrent. Under Lu Ji's command, their obedience to orders reached unparalleled heights.
"I'll hand you the distribution map, let me go." Lai Shinga was never one to dither.
As he spoke, he lifted his head, his pale expressionless face betraying no emotion, yet the faintest trace of his gaze lingered, subtly shifting upon Xian Sun. She was always the last to sleep each night, and the first to awaken before dawn. She involved herself in every detail of the wedding preparations. What tormented Wang Zhe most was his mother's piercing resonant voice, which jolted him awake each morning long before sunrise.
Inconceivable. Light exists here.
A foreign professor just stepping out of his vehicle stood stunned by the world before him and exclaimed in English.
Li Yang suddenly turned his head, sensing Zhang Jun's abnormality.
His perception was dozens of times sharper than that of ordinary people. What others missed he could never overlook. Upon teleporting beside Zhu Yi, Jiang Tian instantly activated his soul barrier, enveloping his soul in layered protection. Without delay, he rushed back toward the stronghold. Cheng Chong and Zhu Rui paused briefly to instruct Zhao the blacksmith to continue forging, then likewise hastened toward the stronghold.
Only those unworthy of entry could watch and envy.
Yet after years under the seductive allure of sweet rhetoric and the spiritual opiate of the Church of the August Heavenly Sovereign, these pastoral folk, who had scarcely seen the wider world, had long since become devout followers of the August Heavenly Sovereign.
Elsewhere, Wan Yunyun and Zhang Hoyer, having secretly entered the ruins, also felt the tremor of the meteor's impact.
Their beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed up at the ashen sky where a vast expanse of crimson flame now burned.
Is that so? Shall we go greet them? If war erupts, they will be our comrades in arms, Yen Padian suggested, without inquiring how the two had met.
He and Aosher Fengyan were old acquaintances, close even.
What did this signify? Perhaps the young master truly commanded the backing of an unimaginably terrifying force and existence of supreme power who had veiled all celestial omens for him. That being might well be a divine emperor. The dual-blade warrior stood sideways, Fan Yu had already closed in. A flicker of triumph flashed across his eyes as he slashed downward with his bare hand aiming straight for the warrior's skull. That ostentatious storage pouch and the undergarment's shield and other items within were simply too conspicuous. Fearing scrutiny from Chao Daoqiu, they tossed the entire bundle into a deep pit. Wu Qinzi spoke slowly. The villagers had begun dying inexplicably, and as resentment accumulated it had culminated in the scene they had just witnessed. In truth, the moment Feng Deji laid eyes on Lu Baotian and saw so many eminent figures seated at the table, he knew this banquet was orchestrated to confront him. It seemed, however, that Lu Baotian had not yet lodged his complaint. Feng Deji had arrived ahead of time. "Oh dear young Master Zhang, what has happened to you?" The brothel matron helped the crying girl up from the ground wearing a smile as she inquired. As Guan Jinlan spoke, Xianger's face turned red as she slapped and threw things aside, then paused standing to one side waiting for orders. "Boss, I." The scarred man was still contemplating whether to ask if he should send Pei Pai back. After Bei Chen-jun flaunted a wave of affection, Bei Chen-liang finally couldn't bear to interrupt him. At that moment he suddenly grasped something in his hand, feeling a surge of security and fear began to dissipate. Hearing Shichi's call, the servants outside rushed in with golden basins and soft towels, bowing respectfully as they tidied Shichi up thoroughly. She sat before the mirror as her aunt presented her with 10 boxes of different fragrant powders, each exquisitely crafted, made of cloisonné enamel gold thread in various materials. If someone could see through all the disguises of light, they would observe a blood-red pupil quietly hovering above the paper as if the sheets were being grasped by that pupil. Song Zi felt regret and helplessness. There was nothing she could do but let Ling Xiaoxian manipulate her. Upon hearing this, Yunhua was momentarily stunned. He could say the Holy Lord was clever, but had he ever applied his intellect to serious matters? Shanglong was somewhat surprised. This man had been blinded by rage and he could not allow Haluralim to go to her death like this. "You should rest first and wait for the organization to handle your case. Don't wander around." Xin Ninggui's voice softened. I think I've crossed swords with you before." A person nearby looked at Qian Chang and said, "I advise you not to lie to me, otherwise I will make your life a living hell." Long Sheng said coldly. Everyone was astonished to see that 3 streams of magical energy extended from the sphere towards their banner. If it was the former, then at least one thing could be confirmed: Gao Chang was safe in that space. Even if it was a self-destructing system, it still belonged to the system. It could not destroy the host first, as that would prevent the latter from being activated. However, this led to accusations and suspicions spreading from the battle arena throughout the entire supernatural world. I felt immense sorrow, as I should have been the king of wolves, yet I ended up in such a state. It understood its loneliness, for all its companions had perished, yet it remained alive in solitude. If it possessed human emotions, it must be living in immense pain. Kerlina suddenly felt a familiar sensation surge within her, one she had encountered 7 years ago. She vividly remembered that apart from Shanglong, everyone else was immobilized, as if time itself had been paused. The ant did not pause her branches, continuously striking at something in her left hand. With each strike, screams of agony erupted, mixed with pleas for mercy. Ambitious and career-oriented, aiming to become prominent, were all individuals like Sun Jixiong and Gu Bai. After breakfast at 8:10, the 4 of them drove away from the resort's apartment to the Egyptian cinema in downtown Park City. Bai Suzhen hesitated, her lips moving as complex emotions swirled within her, ultimately condensing into a single sentence when she finally spoke. She handed the letter to Ling Baiyu, pointing to the official road ahead, instructing Ling Baiyu to head straight for the capital. Upon arriving, she was to find a crowded place, take out the letter and hand it over. Someone would then guide her home. "I will definitely acquire not only metal or veins, but also all varieties of alchemical or veins. Since I've made a considerable profit this time, I won't use the golden rule currency but rather soul crystals, as I cannot obtain good items otherwise." The Emperor of Heaven smiled. In any case, the Emperor of Heaven had not wasted his time in the realm of tenderness, having gained a good understanding of the situation in this dimension. Measures such as these, once implemented, could significantly curtail the frenzy of stockpiling and hoarding. With the spread of excitement among the crowd, what began as a cheer from the 4,000 team quickly transformed into a response from 10,000 voices. Moments later, the entire division erupted, and at the same time soldiers from the Dongri and Heaton Jiayu divisions were also affected, rushing over to support the training camp. These dozens of disciples at the Great Ascension stage were filled with terror in their eyes. They never expected that the sect leader could effortlessly bind them with a mere grasp of the void, rendering their struggles futile. At 20 years old, while many peers were still lost about their future, he had already built a foundation from scratch, achieving accomplishments that many would take generations to attain. Gu Mang made a funny face, closing her eyes and refusing to speak. Guan Shen, being quite considerate, held Gu Mang close, allowing her to rest her head on his arm, knowing that she cherished such an atmosphere. After the recording of the 10th episode ended, Tian Zhao and Li Haoxiang had another meal. Chen Xing remarked. This person possessed formidable martial arts. Witnessing that scene left a lasting impression on him. Now director Tang genuinely respected Jia Yuxuan from the bottom of his heart.
It is unclear when it started, but he had grown accustomed to referring to Jia Yuxuan as boss behind his back, though he never called him that to his face.
Despite being 20 years older than Jia Yuxuan, he could not hold back today and directly addressed him as boss.
The coffin departed from the palace guarded by 500 elite soldiers at the front and back, among which was also the coffin of the Empress Jua Qingru. It seemed that the battle was intense at present, as the 4 card players were too preoccupied to notice the newly arrived Gulian fully focused on the game. Perhaps it was because they were in the royal palace. Pan Jinyu did not say much more, only exchanging a few simple pleasantries before stepping aside to let her pass. Even though the room was dim and he did not understand martial arts, making it impossible to see anything in the middle of the night, he was still able to accurately judge the identity of the person before him in an instant. Li Xier's large amber-like eyes darted around. She couldn't understand why her senior sister Lin was being so polite to these Japanese cultivators in such an urgent situation, taking so long to get to the point, which made others secretly anxious.
The fog was too thick. Only when Mei Yang reached the edge of the thicket could she see clearly, but by the time she arrived everything had already fallen silent.
Shen Tian had already begun to implement the plan devised by Xie Xiaoran. He brought Wang Mang and others back to the Sanfeng Society and then casually leaked the news of Xie Xiaoran and Xia Huan's disappearance.
Initially no one believed it, but after several days of Shen Tian frequently coming and going from the Sanfeng Society, everyone began to feel uneasy. Alright, you win.
She certainly did not want to become a beast, an insect, a plant dust, or a single-celled organism. Ji Lingxian suddenly felt weak all over, collapsing in a daze on the ground, her eyes scattering a layer of mist. Before arriving at the Yunjiao mountain gate, she saw 8 men dressed in Yunjiao attire standing by the stone pillars of the gate, each tall and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. An ordinary person who had lived for 400 years, his true physical condition made it impossible for him to stand upright at this moment in his dreams. He wanted so desperately to hold her in his arms and ask her if he was one of those unnecessary people in her heart. In the lush garden of late spring, the flowers and trees had all been removed, leaving a vast open space with 200 orderly seats.
Mom, I'm really fine, I might just be too tired, Rong Qian said, taking off Lady Li's hand, forcing a smile.
So Shiner went to the window, ordered a dish of garlic stir-fried vegetables with rice and a bowl of Xi'an flour soup, and then returned the meal cart to Guire. But it's not the fear of a godlike opponent, but rather a fear of pig-like teammates. Having someone like Yel Yanqi who loves to give random orders to the leader is truly a calamity for Aliki. During the battles with the Jin Kingdom, Aliki could not be said to be unmotivated, but Yel Yanqi always liked to come up with strange strategies to help the Jin people turn the tides. He followed Orim into the camp and all the beastmen soldiers immediately looked at him curiously.
What are you looking at?
I speak the truth, hurry up and bring the people back, it's the safest to keep them by your side.
Li Mubai said.
I don't believe it, it's been so long, our king must have forgotten us.
Dazhu started to sob.
As he turned to leave, the door opened and Lin Jingshang and Lin Jiji walked out, one after the other, still talking, and did not see Lin Jiaruo. Lin Jiaruo's anger gradually dissipated. She lowered her gaze and sat back down, her expression gloomy, not knowing what she was thinking.
Father, don't be afraid, with the old immortal here, how could there be any disaster coming our way?
Get up, Wang Qianyan said, reaching out to help, but no matter what he couldn't get her up. Sorry miss, if you don't agree, this gentleman has lost and the victor is the one who raised the bid. Whoever it is, raise your hand,
said the host.
The insect master looked at his severed arm and rage, furious that someone of such a level could sever his limb. In order to resolve this question, he, filled with curiosity, couldn't wait to open QQ, and after a few minutes of messing around he finally added this early century magician.
What?
The Dark Moon and the Ma family were resolved by you. I still don't believe it, you must be in cahoots with them, of course you would speak for them.
Changle Ro said. Alright, I won't laugh anymore, but if I say I was sent to the bottomless pit to find the Earth Surge lady to retrieve her extraordinary task, what then?
The swordsman immediately revealed the true purpose of this trip.
Ji Lianyan didn't even look back, directly bypassing the rooftops restrictions and walking inside.
Zhang Tian was lifted onto a stretcher while Grandpa Zhang's gaze remained fixed on the stretcher. Although he had even turned a knife on himself, at the end of the day he was still his son, his own flesh and blood. Seeing him injured like this still made him feel a twinge of pain in his heart. The distances were the same, but the officers and soldiers under Kedar Lang could not achieve the same high accuracy rate as the British Navy due to the gap in artillery skills.
Alright, you can leave now, Lin Hao said directly to them.
After Hong Ying and Lin Hao entered the room, Lin Hao immediately closed the door. But now the situation has changed. Shin Yu had issued the detoxification pill for his dog head. Whether it was a human head or a dog head, that remained to be seen. Leng Xia understood well that this was the best hospital in the city, and she was even more aware that if Qianlong were to be transferred to the best hospital in Yanjing, it was impossible. After several twists and turns on the road, Qianlong would definitely not be able to hold on. If it were said that Xing Zongweizi was worried that the Xings would discover some secret while accompanying her and did not act immediately, that would make even less sense. The enormous roar had yet to subside, and the sky echoed with the roar of death as 6 Stuka dive bombers screamed down. 6 aluminum thermite bombs accurately hit, and dozens of meters high fire columns dazzled the eyes. The faces of Qi Xiaolingzu and Qi Xiaoleizu were twitching uncontrollably. Practically distorted Wang Baichuan was not much better off watching from a distance as the black demon drowned in infinite sword energy lay beneath the Jidyan wanting to cry but having no tears. She is a short-haired girl wearing a yellow dress with a scorpion braid, and unlike the mature beauty by Ningyan, she has a doll-like face. Could it be that this courtyard is cursed? Or is there some other reason? She believes she still possesses a power formidable enough to deter others. Lu Momo took her first step and the cold air intensified. As she took her second step, the cold air transformed into icy spikes rushing towards her body. It is quite rare for someone like the ancestral elder of the Huang family who is not even at the same cultivation level to advocate for his grandson. Now Luo Tian is dead and the person who shot and injured Lin Baizue has also been killed by Yu Shuer. As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Kunlei, who had been leisurely rocking in his armchair, abruptly stopped, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes as he slowly rose from the chair, his murky old eyes fixed intently on Lu Feng. Lin Han arrived at the school gate, bought 2 candies to wait for Lin Shijian to come out and play with her, and popped 1 candy into her mouth. That's why I told you that ancient puppet won't run away on its own. Besides, it has been following Pu Peng at home, so it has been quite dutiful in keeping an eye on him for me. Among his lovers there are those who wish for my demise to ascend to power. Why do these people oppose her at every turn, making it impossible for her to have a good time? Is her fate destined to be one of misfortune? Aside from Dian City being their main stronghold, the Xie family's commercial network extends to other provinces as well, continuously bringing in substantial profits for their family. Even the thin air resistance had become an important aspect he needed to consider at this moment. The citizens of the capital inherently carried a sense of superiority, not only because of their location but also due to their experiences. Beneath the royal city, even the coachman can speak of national affairs. The palace secrets and court gossip unknown to outsiders can be casually revealed by them, leaving the inexperienced in a daze. Lin Dong nodded, understanding that the port had many smuggled goods. His people were sent there primarily to collect protection fees for the smuggled items and vessels. After all, with so many personnel and hurricane security, it would be difficult to sustain operations without some extra expenses. Lu Yiran's face flushed. Although she had considered marrying Li Sanqing, it had always been her own thought and no one had ever mentioned it. Her grandfather's comment in front of Li Sanqing made her feel somewhat embarrassed. The power of darkness possesses the terrifying ability to devour the laws of heaven and earth. This is not something the fearsome beasts can control themselves, but rather an instinct they are born with. Look over there, the winner has been decided. The supreme god of Taichu nodded heavily, then pointed forward. Let's discuss what to do now. I originally didn't want to involve Hu Jingjie in this matter, but the Sun family has limited reach in the Yangtze River Delta, and in the Zhujiang region dominated by Li Sanqing's forces the Sun family's influence is negligible. The deaths of Morrigan and Fenigen did not deter the mercenary Captain Han Nova from his intent to explore the hold. The time limit has arrived. An elderly man in a purple robe spoke softly. As his words fell, 2 ghostly figures gradually dissipated and the swirling black mist began to disperse as well. After Lu Liang made his move, the sturdy man in black showed no hesitation, immediately sounding the retreat. The captain looked back at the cavalry which had already headed north along the brightly lit royal street, his expression grave. Although he did not know what had occurred, it was clear that it was a significant matter, and for the next 10 days or half a month he feared he would not be able to sleep soundly. Yinling passed by the fireworks sect intending to sneak in at night, but after a long time without anyone appearing, she quietly approached the mountain gate only to find the door tightly closed and no guards present. She leaped over the wall, finding the inside still empty. As she circled past the main hall, she finally heard voices coming from within. Xu Fenghua had been watching Nangong Chenyun, stunned by what had just transpired, unsure of what to say. Miss Su, thank you for your kindness in giving medicine. I am profoundly grateful. After meeting Lin Yitian first bowed to Wang Shi. Alright, I'll follow your lead. After responding to Mo Tian, Lin Feng picked up his phone and dialed Xiaoruox's number. Absolutely not, never. Sun Zudong, the director, and Qian Wanlin said in unison. They knew that if it were truly as Nakagawa Eiko claimed, their troubles and sins would be immense. Even if it were true, they could not admit it. They understood in their hearts, but they had to deny it verbally. Stop rambling, I can't take it anymore. If you want to fight, then fight, less talk. With newfound courage, Lang Yun leaped to a corner of the open space, launching an offensive, preparing to engage in battle. We had already been deeply loved before we even understood what love was. Perhaps we will understand it in the future. Yinling patted Gan Lan's shoulder, looking at her with affectionate eyes. Since Nakagawa Eiko took office, Linen County has seemingly implemented a series of appeasement strategies leading to a superficial prosperity in the county seat. A Shiyen patted her chest, looking at the strange arrow in a Shichen's hand with lingering fear as she spoke. He was still pondering when the archer on standby, seeing him wave his hand, assumed he was ready. As he relaxed his grip, the arrow flew towards Herbert's thigh like a shooting star. Before Herbert could react, a dull thud was heard as the arrow accurately struck his thigh. Afterwards, Yinan used his inner energy to topple several trees, creating a simple barricade, and then exchanged for 20 chicks. Only then did he wipe the sweat from his brow, sitting down to watch the sky as he built a shelter for himself and his companions. Suddenly realizing, he quickly reached out with his right arm to grab nearby. Relieved that his left arm was still intact, he gently touched the bandaged wound, feeling the lingering pain. Do not worry, Nank Realm is after all my domain. I left behind escape routes long ago. They may seek refuge at the Shenyuan tombs where my sealed prohibitions remain intact. Though perhaps a few cultivators from the western grand cosmos possess the power to breach them, such beings are exceedingly rare. Zhuang Wangu stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. The stark contrast of crimson and obsidian rendered Chixie's entrance striking, yet she never cared for the gazes cast upon her. Zhuang Wangu suddenly felt searing pain in his right hand, the final lingering technique of the Northern Dipper sovereign. His shadowy teleporting claw had struck true. Blood welled slowly from the wound. The sovereign's severed head and body remerged, but Zhuang Wangu knew this was only the fading echo of his last vestige of power. Death would claim him imminently. Nonetheless, after exchanging glances with his consorts and concubines, Wang Fan realized this was a beautiful misunderstanding. His earlier remark meant he need not join any other faction, for the Pingfan Empire with its current strength had already become the dominant power within the Tianhestar region. Joining another faction would be nothing short of absurd. The bureaucratic arena resembles a vessel rowing upstream. Stand still and you drift backward. Su Dongqing understood well. Either he would advance further, ascending to provincial office to continue his political life, or he would retreat into secondary status, spending his days in quiet retirement. Su Dongqing of course refused to accept such resignation. How could he sit idly at home awaiting oblivion? So that is how it is, this matter harbors unexpected intricacies. Upon hearing this, Jin Guang Shengmu and the others wore expressions of sudden clarity. You may either slay her, or return her to the mortal realm. Ling Huli spoke indifferently, his tone level, his countenance unchanged. This was no ordinary endorsement, it was Provincial Governor Wang himself granting free irreplaceable publicity to the Shihong County cardboard factory. At that cry, an overwhelming aura surged violently from the ground, causing the elder's expressions to shift instantly. Even Elder Dragon Clinton's face paled. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted around them. Though they had no idea what the two had said, seeing them converse so casually stirred deep irritation within their hearts. Though she sensed something amiss, Lin Manman possessed no concrete evidence, and since her married life remained harmonious, she chose to remain silent. After all, she had already consented, only the wedding date remained undetermined. Young master, do you think Sun Jingyang will come? Asked Guo family's steward, glancing up at the sun from a corner of the trial square. Though umbrellas shaded them, the heat still pressed upon him uncomfortably. Lin Manman of course knew Zhu Shaoshan. He was the drummer of the vocal ensemble. As the dance troupe frequently collaborated with the vocal ensemble, members of both groups had naturally grown acquainted. After Shi Chaoqing led his followers to Kungsa, Qingjing sect initially held only marginal territory on Kungsa's fringes, possessing no affiliated cities, an exceedingly modest beginning. He towered far above average height, broad-shouldered, long-armed, yet his flesh hung desiccated and leathery like cured oxhide. His skull was halved diagonally by some sharp blade, only one hollow eyeless socket remained. Recall, this concerns diplomacy between two sovereign states. His Majesty, honored as the Heavenly Khan, cannot afford to betray trust before barbarian envoys. Yet these were mere conjectures, impossible to verify now. He resolved to consult Qin Xiuye upon returning, hoping she might reveal something meaningful. Jiang Fan sat cross-legged at the lakebed, losing count of how many tortoise shells had emitted inheritances, merging with his sea of all-being spring. For over a month he had remained thus, utterly still, utterly silent. Qiran silently resolved to find a way, by any means, to heal this brother and sister. Ming Huang cared nothing for the four generals' lives, she valued only how grievously they might wound the Yinulin before perishing. Zhou Han's mood was wretched. Hungry and disoriented, she followed Bingerback along the same path to the medical college, insisting on finding Lin Song, the team leader from southwest China. Guided by Hua Qing, the three took a circuitous route to locate that hill. Inch by inch they groped forward through utter blackness, torrential rain blinding them utterly, rendering their progress no different from blind men feeling an elephant. They continued thus for some time, until finally light appeared ahead. At last Yan Wu departed again, this time lingering longer, perhaps 30 seconds. A rank coppery wind struck Lin Shua full in the face, but he flinched not. His inner martial aura erupted forth, and the Xianlong sword slashed out in a dazzling arc. Lu Kuei summoned every ounce of strength to twist his body and gaze back at Wang Dashan, who stared at him face ashen, fingers clutched over his chest, blood welling steadily, vividly red between his knuckles. Qin Feng watched Lin Song hollowed and unmoored inside. Knowing her spirit was deeply unsettled, he arranged for her rest, strictly forbidding disturbance. Not even Yuning visited until nightfall. White captured 7 points along the upper side, Black captured 6. White then made a large leap 2 lines right of the upper side star point. Though this secured the vital attacking position, Black's deflection at the center radically altered the balance of both sides' formations. Even beyond an extraordinarily intricate formation, he discovered a heavenly tier divine soul art. What's the rush? There's still ample time, please wait just a moment longer until I finalize the price.
Fan Wei, renowned for her unstoppable haggling prowess, now faced an opponent of equal skill. Refusing to yield hastily, she brushed off Wang Zhongming's remark and plunged once more into spirited banter with the vegetable vendor. Except for 2 night watchmaids dispatched by the Liang family, all others in Daekui courtyard were Shin Wuqing's dowry attendants. Her words, though stern, carried undeniable logic. He truly treats those brats as his own sons. A twitch crossed San Ye's brow, his face hardening with grim ferocity. If Hu Guowa did not come, Ren Yi would not have taken action against Su Jiang. Now that Hu Guowa was here, Ren Yi saw no reason to waste any more time and directly controlled Su Jiang. Chang Ke suddenly recalled the words from behind, covered his mouth, turned his head and pretended to cough violently. He greatly admired Liang Liang, who could make Jing Yanluo suffer, still holding a grudge over being thrown out by Yanluo years ago. Yang Jutsai was momentarily stunned, unable to discern what was happening. Suddenly he noticed that the golden flecks were swirling towards him. As he paused, he found himself covered in them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Chen Ziyan still wore a frown. Judging by the expressions of those around him, they did not seem to have seen as many bizarre scenes as he had. Of course, such words could not be spoken directly. This kind of sentiment, akin to tearing off the facade while appearing overly sentimental, was something not only Yi Qingli could not say, but Chen Rong would likely be unwilling to hear as well. Seeing Hansen's serious expression, the team members immediately became vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly and beginning to spread out. Mysterious figure in the vast world, all is corrupt. A single Xiandi can lead to eternal life. Ladies and gentlemen, the sea of corruption is indeed not a paradise. Come and listen to my teachings. Nodding slightly, Xiaosan slowly walked out several steps and stopped in front of the narrow mountain path filled with vigilant scholars. Yet Le Quai's stubbornness was indeed commendable, sitting there like a statue, welcoming all who came, ultimately making it unbearable for others. The golden battle body is not something just anyone can achieve. Even among second and third graders, those who reach the golden battle body are few and far between, let alone newcomers. Xiao Gu. Image, pay attention to your image. Tang Wei said, though she herself was not much better off. Yun Xian was indeed a bit angry. Had she spoken earlier, he would have gladly helped, since he was also in the midst of training. Sitting quietly on the bench in the corridor, staring at his phone, lost in thought, the phone displayed a number 1 he could remember after just one glance. Lu Yu looked at the tree shadows outside the window, illuminated by the yellowish light. Those vague memories were eternally precious. 64 flying swords shot out simultaneously, piercing through the air towards Yang Dallas' escape route. Wu Yu directly took hold of Yi Fan's arm, a faint blush appearing on her face, yet her steps were remarkably firm as she pulled him towards her fragrant boudoir. Upon entering the boudoir, Wu Yu immediately locked the door, though whether she was worried about someone barging in or feared that Yi Fan would be scared away was unclear. Soon the bell in the secret chamber chimed, prompting Yun Xian to stop pondering, unveil the door to the secret chamber and leap out. Suddenly a glimmer flashed in Xia Yang's eyes, and with a thought, waves of mental power instantly emerged from his spiritual sea. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the mental power was drawn from Xia Yang's spiritual sea. Feeling the rich mental energy around him, Xia Yang once again felt that what he had just experienced was merely an illusion. Yang, as far as I know, your elder brother Xia Yi has great connections with Chen Shonling Huo and others. Since Xia Yi and the others are returning to cultivate with you, it might be a good idea to invite Chen Shong and the others as well. This way there will be more of you to look out for each other, and your grandfather and I will no longer have to worry about you. Shen Wanxiang suddenly remarked. The energy sphere rippled outward like a bomb, releasing tremendous power centered around Yun Xian. Wherever it passed, grass and trees grew wildly. As soon as the ice-crazed wolf came into contact with this power, it was instantly reduced to ashes. Without further adu, he stomped his foot on the ground, his figure leaping up like a nimble hawk, steadily landing on the arena under the gaze of thousands. What is this? Who are you? Chu Lu picked up the cultivation manual, feeling somewhat confused. This is the method of cultivation you must practice diligently. As for who I am, you will find out in due time. I am not in a hurry. Yu Fei opened her mouth to say something, but a wave of nausea churned in her stomach as if something was about to come up, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. She immediately stood up, covering her mouth, and rushed to the bathroom to gag desperately, while Xia Anning and the others stared at her in shock. How could Jie Xianyao know that one day he would be treated as a commodity by his own wife for gambling? The once lofty Jie Xianyao had gambled away the futures of others. Your Highness, isn't this the 17th prince? Yu stepped forward, glanced at Di Xianyi, and then looked at the 17th prince. Mu Yishao frowned, pondering whether to advance or retreat. In the end, however, the group chose to continue on this seemingly endless path. Shui Lingyue and Ajin turned back at the sound and saw several mermaids floating on the water's surface. To their astonishment, behind the mermaids was a person who appeared to be unconscious. Xia Anning pursed her lips and remained silent, enveloped in a sense of sweetness, with a smile of happiness gracing her lips. When Mu Qiongyu entered, the staff inside politely approached her to assist, and she chose the wedding dress that looked the most appealing to her. This dress was not cheap, consuming her only savings. Mo Lao spoke as cups filled with spiritual power and brimming with the holy pool's jade dew were handed to every student present. Who else could guard his vast territory?
Meanwhile, the queen and concubine Chang in the palace were also troubled by the news their son was missing, and so was their daughter-in-law. He wore a black round-collared long robe standing out among the sea of black. On his head a flawless jade hairpin secured his hair. The moment the other party disappeared, he found himself devoid of any trace of their presence, and even if he wanted to pursue, he had no means to do so. On the other side, a villager approached the village chief saying, "Village chief, there are 2 ninjas from Konoha outside who wish to stay in the village for a night. What do you think, should we accommodate them?" He gestured with his hand across his neck, saying the young master would not like her at all. Marrying into the family would be an insult to the young master's incomplete body. Upon hearing Ing Zhang's question, the moon goddess pinched her fingers slightly, her gaze flickering, and then she gently spoke. "According to the theory of the 5 elements yin and yang, I believe that Zhou possesses the virtue of fire, and Qin's Zhou virtue cannot prevail. To be called a godslayer, one must have the potential to slay a god, but what if one has already slain a god?" Xiaya gazed intently at the middle-aged man, harboring a curiosity within, though she had not held high expectations before arriving. Even if the son was born after 10 months of pregnancy and raised for 10 years, watching him grow, everything still felt unfathomably strange. Rui lay down, gasping for air to soothe the splitting headache. Suddenly outside, paper money fluttered while the sound of mournful music came and went. In the past 2 years he had traveled to various countries to understand the national conditions, roads and military preparations of several states in Shandong. Only by returning home could he possess greater confidence and assurance. Zhou Xian supported his leg, slowly moving it upward. His restrained face was drenched in sweat mixed with indistinct streaks of moisture. When he returned to a familiar place, he could not care less about the dust, directly lying on the bed and burying himself deeply in the covers. The television broadcasted the news from Zheng City today, featuring their family of 3. After tending to the 2 premature infants, Renee hurried to the matriarch's chamber. "I want to know, how did your family's address end up at the pawnshop? Did Zhang Ma pawn any jewelry at the pawnshop?" I asked impassively. "These guys," Wang Nuo said, taking out his phone and accepting the charger Lu Haijia handed him, sighing with helplessness. "Haha, did you think you could escape?" Chanya Xinhao watched Jihan slip into the grass, amusement glinting in his eyes. "Please become my trump card." Dekong Dadi inserted the AI Lei 1 card into the terminal. Many who had been granted the peerless title found that once they advanced another stage, they could no longer obtain that peerless appellation. At the announcement, everyone's eyes brightened as if a cool summer breeze had revived them. Days like these should have been spent in an air-conditioned internet cafe playing League of Legends, yet they were to undergo military training. Qingqiu Lian also understood Ling Xiao's influence within the Tianqiao Empire. Though His Heavenly Majesty rarely concerned himself with mundane affairs, he nonetheless stood as the very symbol of the realm. Dr. Gearman remained silent, listening quietly to what IQ said. The others were unsure whether it could understand, but they could only pin their hopes on this extraterrestrial doctor. As the judgment proceeded, the crowd ahead thinned, and finally the moment arrived to try the lowly sisters. After concluding the preceding trials, the judge closed the Book of Life and Death in its box and fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon the 2 sisters below, who looked slightly anxious. Afternoon sunlight sifted through the leaves, sketching one blurred shadow after another upon the ground. Wisteria before the corridor bloomed faintly, a violet cascade shimmering softly. Another formidable figure appeared, one who held a significant place in Western European knightly legend. The sword he wielded was the only divine blade capable of matching King Arthur's Excalibur. Su Yinzhang sighed inwardly. The old man was pressing him with a matter-of-death ultimatum, forbidding him from probing into Bai Qian's affairs. Handing over Bai Nian was meant as an explanation to Mingyue. The old man's arrangement was plainly forcing the impossible, yet who could ignore the plea of a relative afflicted with cancer? Anbei Shuadai was angrily confined to the most luxurious suite, meals provided thrice daily, yet utterly deprived of freedom. "This won't do. What if you delete the photos and then change your mind? Rest assured, we are not like you. As long as you do as promised, I will not recklessly distribute these photos. I will delete them when our contract expires," I answered. Yen Yu lowered her eyes. Perhaps that was the Empress' true point today. Casting a furtive glance at the Empress' expression, Yen Yu's face bore traces of anxious indignation. A tremendous burden was shouldered eastward. But Luxing Chuju refused to admit defeat, dragging her injured body back into the fray. This time she had learned caution, knowing that even the San Tiango formation could not be confronted head-on against the Dojiang. She instead used the surrounding terrain. He knew he had been wrong from the outset, yet since he sensed his feelings for her had shifted, had he ever once defied her will? He spent his days trying to fathom her thoughts, yet she would sooner smile at Su Nuo, the one who once abandoned her, than afford him the slightest smile. "Please," I cried inwardly, "the point was never about which bed we slept on. Doesn't that mean you've seen right through me?" I complained aloud, yet in my heart there was not the slightest discontent. Although Chun Xian had studied atheism, she still believed that the world held endless marvels. She bowed respectfully to the divine physician and followed him closely. He gazed blankly at Gao Shu. "Cousin." Was this his cousin? The young man clearly bore East Asian features. When then had he acquired an East Asian cousin? Yen Jinwen had grown markedly thinner, and her spirit appeared even more frail than it had been atop Shuewa Peak.
Upon hearing the news she immediately stepped forward to grasp her hand, yet recalling Hua Xie's earlier warning her limbs froze midair. Uxian trembled all over as she stared at the unharmed Shi Haoran. She had only slipped in quietly while others were away, but never expected to witness such a scene upon entering. Glancing around at the crowd of onlookers, her heart remained shaken, unable to settle from the shock. Madame Inhua wished to inquire about her former subordinates, yet such matters required patience and subtlety, not brazenly presenting herself like this. Hearts shift easily among the demonic clan's loyalty held even less weight. Seeing him now, she felt only wariness. After this incident, the village chief treated Zhong's father with genuine sincerity. Though Zhong Xiwang cared little for how the chief's family regarded her own, having one more ally was still preferable to gaining yet another enemy, one who gossiped behind backs, struck from shadows, or abandoned others in their hour of need. He had stood on the very cusp of ultimate supremacy, yet in an instant lost it all. How then could a broken man possibly assume the mantle of pontiff? Carol commanded two formidable factions, the first a centuries-old lineage of European aristocratic families, the second a clandestine network entrusted to her by her husband on his deathbed. Strangely, Tang Yuro made no request for pills, perhaps unaware they had already been taken by Qin Xian. In truth, her father had merely heard through rumor that a physician in a neighboring county excelled at treating emotional stagnation, and had gone personally to fetch him. Yet to keep her mother from sinking into fresh grief, to prevent her breath from failing altogether, Bailey Yun had no choice but to dangle her father's safety before her mother's eyes. This prince believes that the post of prefect of a province is well within the reach of Jiangdong's finest talent. As for what follows, success lies in heaven's hands. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Sima Ji no longer concealed his intentions and openly presented his offer. Within the infinite world, any EX player who activated primordial energy through conventional means would trigger a primordial energy cultivation manual quest. Upon completion, the player received a secret manual, and by cultivating according to its techniques, their primordial energy realm advanced step by step. Bei Mingyu felt he had waited for this moment for an eternity. Now at long last his wish had come true, even he himself trembled with exhilaration. Yet the moment those words left his lips, Su Qingdai, who had just been smiling lazily exuding quiet sensuality, underwent an instantaneous transformation. Like a crimson chain snake suddenly roused from slumber, she radiated a fierce bloodthirsty aura. I Li Yu am no rigid traditionalist like Feng Hualin or Xian Zhan. I've long grown accustomed to shamelessness, and praising myself a little is hardly a matter of consequence. The demonic lords were no fools, they would not recklessly entrust their lives to someone tied to the celestial race. What then was the nature of her vow? Though Su Hua had not been slain by her hand directly, his death was effectively her doing. If another life is lost here, wouldn't the resulting shape form an octagon? Mo asked. Li Luo likely remained precisely because she anticipated this. With Feng Tian's escape, the upper world's plan remains incomplete. They will certainly not abandon it so easily. Feng Qianye added, voice laced with concern. When Lady Wan was disturbed, annoyance flickered across her face. Turning, she glanced at Su Xinghe and remarked with faint bemusement, you're hardly ancient, your eyes aren't clouded with age. Huer remained dazed, his speech disjointed. Only after repeated prompting from those nearby did he finally clarify the origin of the velvet cloth. Chen Xinan raised the heaven's punishment sword, cast a brief glance at Xue Songwei, shook his head slightly, and in a flash of blade light the head fell. Her phoenix eyes swept askance, teasing enigmatic. Then an imperial eunuch stepped forward bearing a massive gilded tray. Beneath undulating crimson brocade lay the ceremonial robes and crown prepared for tomorrow's ascension. Just as Morong Wanqing prepared to act, a black figure flashed into view, a pair of large hands clamped down on her shoulders. Instantly the pale golden flames wreathing her body receded like a tide, vanishing back into her core. That may be true, Ziyun replied, returning once more to the same question. But if someone truly accomplished it, how would you handle them? After a night of turmoil, and having continuously infused inner energy into Tang Ruoyan to expel poison, Zhang Ruoishuan's stamina was already depleted. Then came Tang Ruoyan's words, striking his mind like spring thunder, shattering his capacity for thought. For a moment he lost all sense of place, merely following her numbly like a puppet. Seeing the two had finally fallen silent, Yi Ling ceased her assault. Disgusted, she wrinkled her nose and stepped back several paces, warding off the thick coppery stench that might otherwise awaken her bloodthirsty instincts, anew precipitating another unforgivable catastrophe. My lord, you've returned, Si Chair greeted Wan Qi Yang as she emerged from the rear courtyard. Su Jinling stiffened. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? Are the first two lines two souls adrift within the play yet bound in dreams? What, have you grown afraid? Or was everything you said just empty boasting? Seeing Shen Haoshuan detain Elder Shui Yin, Shuiyu immediately scoffed. The first speaker sighed, who else but us owes him, and has been outmaneuvered once again. He flipped a coin into the air, the coin struck the ground with a metallic ring. This ground is purified. A solemn archaic intonation echoed forth, ancient and commanding. Though no creature had ever heard such a voice, all understood its meaning instantly. Glancing at her, Ji Fuxian's lips curved into a faint smile. You aren't retreating out of fear, are you? As she spoke, her gaze swept over Bainuaner with undisguised disdain. Therefore, despite the establishment of Zhou Yuan County for several years, it remains a relatively dangerous border county. It sounds like a good idea, but unfortunately no one asked the opinion of Kona himself, who was currently waiting for the ambush of the Valentino's logistics convoy on a stretch of desert less than 50 kilometers from Palm Springs. Although there are hidden routes known only to a few which allow one to traverse the Helan Mountains and arrive at the riverside, the only solution is to eliminate these masters, which is no easy task. It would require the intervention of a Grand Master. The RHZII enhanced prosthetic limb is not considered high-end. The only commendable aspect is its material, which uses composite metal skin, incorporates a microcrystalline lattice skeleton, is filled with carbon nanotubes to serve as muscle fibers, and utilizes the third-generation artificial neural system from Les Road. From an aerial perspective, the last appearing NCPD enforcer seemed more like someone charging into the encirclement. It's just a martial artist. What's so impressive about that? If ordinary people can't defeat you, can martial artists not prevail against you? But when she came to her senses, she found Wei Zhuan looking at her with a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing. Moreover, while the Feng family is powerful in the Qin kingdom, it is not an ancient family operating locally for hundreds of years, lacking in foundation and depth. Speaking of a legendary figure from the founding of the previous dynasty, there would be no association with any list of deities or divine whips. Shea gently unfolded this object and then plunged his hands deep into it. Suddenly he saw a burst of light. The object adhered directly to Shea's body, spreading like spider silk, ultimately manifesting two long wings from his shoulder blades. However, no one noticed. At this moment the blood eye was undeniably at the meteor level, and this processing task was utterly impossible for him. Scaled up to the level of the mothership, it meant certain death. This was true for IBM and even more so for Motorola. Their communication devices had almost become synonymous with the military communication equipment of the United States and government procurement. At a time when they viewed ICQ as a thorn in their side, would they not use their political power? As he said this, Dundurdo wearily sat back in the armchair. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. It should be known that the fallen angel race was born from negative emotions. Their essence is without physical form. Rather than being natural life, they are better described as manifestations of emotions and sins. They are the miraculous result of mysterious fate. Thus, from the moment of their birth, they must bear suffering and repay the price for their sins. It had been a long time since he returned home, and he no longer knew what home felt like, an empty house devoid of a homely atmosphere, while his uncle's family in Genoa Zhejiang had become his refuge. Upon returning home, Miyu checked the system and saw that his points had steadily increased by around 1500, bringing him joy. Having cast that line, continuous damage truly was a point grinding tool. He allocated his mental strength to both crafting potions and accelerating the sun ladder. Once his mental intensity reached the critical threshold, he finally fell into a peaceful sleep. Thanks to the patronage of the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, Zeus and God were qualified to pay homage to the supreme deity, which was a great honor in the eyes of other high-ranking celestial kings. It was the source of jealousy. Daphne pondered for a moment, looking at the middle-aged man dressed in Odin's attire, noting his tall stature, and then glanced at the fear on Adderlin's face. The chief trader of Sped Fund Company listened to his boss' words, shook his head and remained silent. He understood very well that they were facing a top-tier expert, and attempting to deceive him was exceedingly difficult. Though he thought this, Tom dared not voice it, as it would dampen morale. The pallor of the Blackiad face swiftly regained its flush with the intake of hot blood. In contrast to Vini's almost translucent skin, the white of the Blackiad was closer to porcelain. However, this was not important. As long as the Blackiad was not as pallid as the infected, it was acceptable. In any case, the two children were still waiting for her, and she herself was already so hungry that her stomach was pressed against her back. Filling her belly was the most pressing matter. Activate combat program. The robots at Thunder Beast Base instantly activated the combat program, transforming their left hands into sharp blades, and the entire robot swiftly sliced the monster in half at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, while the remaining monsters surged forward as the clone prepared to pick up a gun and shoot. But in terms of sentiment and reason, they were once quite familiar and did not wish to see each other sink together. The summer breeze gently blew through the windowsill, making the branches sway continuously. In the stillness, the sounds of insects and birds became increasingly vivid, reminiscent of many youthful summers where the family appeared harmonious and joyful. How did we get out? Zhou Ziwei looked around. They had indeed emerged, but the nausea and discomfort in her heart remained. Lowering her head, she discovered that Sun Beishan was tightly holding her hand. And as it turned out, our preparations were unnecessary when we woke the slumbering Li Xiofan and expressed our hope that she could learn to act like a human. Wu Yu was momentarily speechless, simply lowering his head to fidget with his fingers. Being merely a half-grown boy, although he did not burst into tears, it was still difficult to accept this change, even though this outcome was predictable. At that moment, Guiyun was not in a good state and did not see who had come to her rescue. The police believed she had subdued the person but fell unconscious due to exhaustion, being seen by a passerby who then reported it to the authorities. The Gu family would not doubt her abilities, so they accepted it as true. It's not easy for undergraduates to become teachers at universities. Yili was drawn in by the voice from the television, rolling over in Qin Lang's embrace and speaking casually. But Xia Yihan is still waiting. Yili lowered her head, looking at her fingers intertwined, feeling quite troubled. Zhao Dahai initially doubted it and went to ask Jia Min. Jia Min confirmed that it was indeed her teaching. This made him believe it. However, these two types of flowers have different blooming periods and planting times. Perhaps they sprouted slightly in the greenhouse. Mu Jinhua opened her mouth wanting to retort loudly but found that despite opening her lips no words could escape her mouth. Because the secret deep within him had been exposed. Li Hao also realized he had caused enough trouble based on their previous performances. It seemed his medicine had taken effect. Having achieved his goal, he casually clasped his hands in farewell and exited the tent. Gradually the tiger in the iron cage seemed to grow a bit agitated, baring its sharp fangs and letting out low growls while striking the cage with its large paws. After 2 strikes Li Hao froze, for he saw the cage door creak open automatically. In the following time everyone had different thoughts, losing the mood for drinking and merriment. However, since the emperor was still present, they had to force smiles on their faces, pretending to be very happy. Because the energy within these crystal stones or gems is incredibly difficult to control, wild and unruly, making it truly hard for an ordinary person to manage. Zhang Rang and various guards from the capital frequently invited them over as instructors, further validating that their strength and quality had gained recognition from the military bigwigs. "What time is it that you're still joking around? When did Mo Yuchi call you today?" Wei Feng asked. Wang Ping knew this situation well, yet stubbornly hoped to change these people's minds, which was indeed quite ironic. He endeavored to persuade those who distrusted him with the aim of saving their lives. Without a doubt the Fro mentioned by Duo Luo referred to the Fro demon. However, it was impossible to call it by that name in front of Sanjini without scaring her half to death. Of course, to show off his vast knowledge, he had already instilled the precautions to the brigands before entering the tavern. To avoid embarrassment. After receiving the ball, Gerard passed it to Lampard and the two steadily advanced forward with a series of passes and shots. Despite their speed, they were still relentlessly caught up by the opposing players who surrounded them near the center circle. At that moment, fifth senior brother Ning Yuan's gaze trembled and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, the fire spirit Taoist bent his legs and shot out like an arrow, his six-armed divine fist glowing brightly as it smashed toward the earth spirit Taoist's face. Li Yue and Zhang Xiang held down Yifeng tightly, but an inexhaustible strength surged from within Yifeng's body as he struggled frantically, shouting, "Why won't you let me play football? No one has the right to do this, no. Last night I spent the night by the banks of the Honghuan Lake and didn't come out until nearly noon. As soon as I emerged, my phone was bombarded with calls." Uncle Li was about to respond to Wu Kai's compliments when Wang Xian placed 2 cups of tea in front of Wu Kai and Uncle Li, smiling as she said, "Uncle Li, please enjoy the tea," she said, then walked back to the sofa and casually picked up a magazine to read. "No, once we get to the hospital we must give the injured person a blood transfusion immediately. She has already lost too much blood. If we don't replenish it soon, we might not even have a chance to save her. Do you have blood testing reagents here? I need to test her blood first," said the doctor from the crew with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Su Xingchen came over to pull Diaohan away to prevent her from further provoking Yuan Lingyun. In the laboratory, besides Ying Qing and Yuan Lingyun, only Yen Tianyu and Rong Jing were left. It was originally a situation where a 5-star player would crush a non-star player like Peng Chang. After Yen Tianyu finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Yiyun, who nodded and smiled while holding the scepter. The moment the scepter stood firmly on the ground, the 3 of them, along with the fierce dog and 3-headed dragon, vanished without a trace. Having never seen a pig run but having eaten pork, Suhan looked at the flickering bathroom door, wondering if going back to her family home now would be too much. He is actually Chen Tianxiu. He is the embodiment of Chen Tianxiu's self, a physical manifestation of the illusion. Looking at Xue Ling, I couldn't help but frown, realizing that this ability would gradually strengthen over time as even Chen Tianxiu was capable of it. It seemed it was time for him to go there. Just like the phototropism of plants, my grandfather's body is probably trying to maintain immortality by itself. Lan Linfeng twisted by Xiang's hand behind his back, dripping with sweat as he dragged him this way. Ji Huaishan transmitted angrily, "Feng Ge, stop messing around. Seeing that someone was offering a spot, why stir up trouble again?" Although he was previously deceived by Zhang Ruofeng, he actually admired and liked Zhang Ruofeng very much, otherwise he wouldn't have specifically called him to have dinner together and talk so much. He Huigi's explanation was slow and chaotic. When asked about his conversation with Zhang Xiaoqiu from years ago, he insisted that he had discovered some issues with Zhang and wanted to clarify, thus privately questioning Zhang Xiaoqiu, which alarmed him and led to Zhang Xiaoqiu fleeing with the money, leaving He Huigue feeling deceived. "Master, this is wonderful. I never expected you to be transferred to the human realm as well. I thought I wouldn't see you for a long time." Standing before Yifeng, Helian Nua couldn't help but show a trace of unease. A clear voice with a hint of laughter came from behind, saying, "You seem much more awake, don't mind moving around a bit." Under the sunlight, a layer of fine sweat beaded on her forehead. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings incessantly, appearing very anxious. Medium build, relatively thin, often wears a black jacket. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 photographs, one of him in a car with a very clear license plate and another of him walking. The chaotic scene gradually faded from people's memories after a burst of dazzling light. That concludes today's lesson. Dismissed. Helian Nua, come with me. With everything settled, Chu Qingchen glanced at Helian Nua and turned towards the turtle sleepstone tablet. The next day Luo Yixuan was awakened by her alarm clock at 7 o'clock, and beside her Shen Rohan was also roused from sleep. With a thud, the body of the three-eyed demon dog was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground lifeless. Even in Jin Nation she was no longer the pampered Princess Tang Mu, yet no one dared to act recklessly in her presence. Those who were stubborn and disobedient had long since lost any thoughts of regret. "Stop spouting nonsense. Where is Han Yincheng? Let him come out to see me." Nan Konkian's voice dropped. The guards immediately escorted Qin Mainyang and her parents out, who struggled desperately and shouted loudly only to be taken to the back room of the mansion and locked inside. The five hurried down the underground passage where 3 turntables awaited. The 3 acted in unison, closing the secret passage's door. However, just as she was about to grab the dagger, her hand closed around nothing as the dagger retreated into the bird's head. Li Hine carefully reviewed the report organized by Li Jinglong, knowing that the heart lamp had originally been passed down through the Chun family but had suddenly gone missing in a certain generation. Just as Liang Yishan was about to step forward to shake hands with Sun Zhou, a sudden tug pulled her into a familiar embrace. She looked up to meet Song Zimo's fiery gaze. The crown prince wore a face of frustration and conflict. If this were in Jin Feng Nation, the guarding attendants would surely be punished, but here in Den Nation he could only swallow his anger. I naturally understood what the sparrow meant. I nodded and followed it outside. I saw a carriage that seemed to be parked there and hadn't moved. It had already entered the carriage. "Yo! Susi," I exclaimed, then teased, "You masters are quite capable. So many demon shadows can't trap you. Truly impressive." Shi Yuan and Si Yumin also cast spells to retract the remaining demon shadows upon seeing the situation. The Tiger Gate is located in the relatively weaker northern continent and is in an isolated area lacking the spiritual energy found in other regions, making it a place with few strong figures. Even the War Emperor and War Sovereign have never been heard of. Mu Chen smiled proudly, thinking to himself, "Is your physical quality something you can compare to mine? I am like a divine assist. Ordinary people like you cannot possibly match me." Unfortunately, she encountered Chen Ran. Just as her punch was about to hit Chen Ran's face, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in both eyes, and darkness clouded her vision, leaving her frozen in place with her fist still raised. Father said the state of no self and no heart cannot be easily attained. Only the chosen ones can easily master battle states similar to no self and no heart. Ruishi smiled and replied, her mood instantly brightening. However, this warm-looking fellow somehow made her increasingly irritated. After returning home that day, her mind was filled with his words about Lei Feng, and when she later realized that he seemed to have led her astray, the inexplicable anger that followed kept her sulking for several days. The pitch-black soul ripper sliced through the hard wall like a hot knife through butter, quickly carving out a square opening. Given the forced entry, the room remained unchanged for Jing Xianyue. She was clearly not a welcome guest. Honestly, retracting the Junzi sword, the previous white scratch already showed that the Junzi sword was not truly indestructible, and Xiaofeng dared not easily insert the Junzi sword into the ground again. That said, Mu Chen still felt a bit apprehensive. The crazy old man had mentioned that there was a great tomb inside this mountain, and now Li Shang said these dark objects looked like coffins. Could there truly be something mysterious within? After crossing the stone bridge and walking a short distance further, the white clouds gradually dispersed. Chen Ran found himself in a bright and open space, with the sky appearing as clear and blue as a wash. The next day in Long City, the world's #1 martial arts arena, which opened only once a year, officially opened its doors. Hundreds of thousands of spectators poured in an orderly fashion, preparing to witness the grandest human event. After all, aside from training every day, they mostly just went out to catch some tomb-guarding beasts, with most people still spending their time in cultivation. The old principal was thrilled to see Ma Shang sitting in the passenger seat. He never tired of watching the program, even though Ma Shang, the teaching assistant performing it, had grown somewhat weary. TCH, what on earth has startled you so?" He rephrased his question, asking once more. Huang Ron let out a cold snort, then suddenly lashed out with a kick to the man's chest. Inner force surged from her foot, sending him crashing onto the hall's floor with a sickening thud. When disciples of certain sects learned their elders had perished within the 100 Herbs Garden, grief descended upon them. Was this even human? His once pristine white robes were now drenched. Crimson blood streamed ceaselessly from every limb, evoking visceral bone-deep tremors. Taubin threw back his head and laughed heartily. The praise flattered him, yet it was the man's humble deference that truly warmed his mirth. He clapped the man heavily on the shoulder, a gesture overly familiar, making the recipient flinch ever so slightly, before breaking into an even more effusive smile. It was already past midnight, so I drifted into slumber the moment I lay down. When I awoke, it was already 8 o'clock the next morning. Fortunately, everyone knew I hadn't slept until well past midnight, otherwise sleeping in so late would have left me deeply embarrassed. The three-nation convoy departed, heading in divergent directions, yet Lin Feiyang and the Brown Bear both knew their final destination was that very base. Tian Ermio sat by the window, lost in thought, pondering who had sent the letter and which factions would appear tonight, so absorbed he failed to hear Lin Qingming's words. The vessel rocked unpredictably, its motion was far from steady. Though armored guards stood ashore to shield against noise, the encampment still echoed with military drums and bugle calls. Princess Xingnan slept fitfully, half awake, half dreaming, each time imagining her beloved whispering tenderly beside her ear, her delicate face softening into serene blissful smiles. A middle-aged police officer strode forward briskly, his features bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Chuan's. Xia Lingxiu, hearing such an unusually stylized Peking opera, pressed her lips together, stifling quiet laughter. Surely the master himself would rise from his coffin in protest. Rest assured, your holiness, Chen Fan smiled gently, then stepped before the Zhu Xian sword and grasped its hilt firmly. Here the vitality of living things was extraordinarily dense, yet interwoven with it was a thick cloying scent of blood seeping deep into the lungs. Yet none could have foreseen a Zhang Chen's sword. She coalesced midair into the towering figure of a white-haired elder 500 meters tall whose mere step could shatter the vast plaza beneath him. Both officers received similar treatment, single-cell quarters and prison rations, yet their demeanors diverged sharply. But what Li Mei never imagined was that Li Erlong would rush forward at the last possible instant, catching her as she stumbled and cradling her tightly in his arms. I picked several vegetables from our family garden and grandfather and I began preparing dinner. Having trained as a chef for over a year 3 years ago, my skills remained solid. My dishes, though not masterpieces, were certainly flavorful and satisfying. As if sensing Lin Hai's gaze, Lin Yu slowly opened her eyes and turned her head toward him. Lu Fan had agreed to accept the surrender of the Yellow Turban forces and promised them honorable resettlement. Within the span of a single tea ceremony, 10,000 men lay dead and bleeding. The crux lies not in ability, but in will, whether one truly desires to learn. Li Mei, after all, possessed unshakable confidence, especially in matters of technical mastery. Then he unscrewed the cap, emptied every drop and sprinted back with the hollow mineral water bottle, whereupon 4 or 5 burly men fell upon the third wall like madmen, digging frantically with bare hands. Earthwave technique combined with delaying art, how unexpected. Your Grand Elder is not only a master of lightning arts but also a formidable earth element cultivator. The tall bearded Human remarked to Zhao Jie beside him, observing the Grand Elder's spellwork. At that thought, Zhao Shachen felt the same sweet warmth bloom within her as Li Shishir had. She too sensed Tian Feng was subtly implying he held no affection for Li Shishir, only for her Zhao Shachen. Crash after crash echoed through the hollow shadow-draped corners, strangely distorted, hauntingly resonant. They suddenly noticed the walls crumbling, layers of plaster peeling away and thick grotesque grey cobwebs spreading across the surface. All beings across the 3 realms, regardless of race, whose names exist within this world shall appear upon the merit ranking list. You cannot locate your foe or even discern their identity, thus rendering yourself a living target. Even under the protection of elite spirit cultivators, absolute safety remains elusive. He sighed inwardly how splendid it would be to have a professional recording studio attached to his music workshop. Once funds allowed, he vowed to build one, complete with a top-tier soundproofed studio. Just imagining it thrilled him. The Yang clan's Huaxia estate raised only about 100 beef cattle, sufficient to supply the clan's needs, as well as over 200 sheep of various breeds, dozens of Bactrian camels and smaller numbers of donkeys, reindeer, sika deer and white-tailed deer grazing together among the pastures. The case was an antique wooden hand-carried trunk, its edges reinforced with brass corner guards tightly secured with brass rivets. Ah! Zhong Kui gently fanned himself with rice paper fan, his gaze fixed upon Si Feng's tightly knotted brows, his own heart constricting in silent empathy. Enough, go freshen up. You are deputy commander of my guard unit. Reeking of wine is unbefitting your station. I too shall attend tomorrow's banquet. Dismissed. The lady finally waved her hand, wearily massaging her temples, the exhaustion in her eyes deepening markedly. Yet the more Empress Zhangsun intervened, the clearer it became that something was amiss. This tense stalemate persisted for an entire month. It must be Ren Yi again, thought Jiao Shu, his face twisting into a fierce snarl. A Xing swayed on his feet as if he had only just teetered on the brink of losing control. A Xing heard the master's words and nodded in agreement. It is him, it must be him. Ren Yi had never imagined that after framing others he would one day be forced to shoulder someone else's blame. Meng Shui, I'm heading to the office, I said toward the door, certain she would hear. I could not soothe her this time, she would have to calm herself on her own. My impressive Bai Chun exclaimed sincerely, the array of arms here was formidable, rivaling cold weapons empowered by cultivation arrays. There was no need to dwell further. Tang Xingyi would never seek vengeance against Sanwo. He slipped away without farewells and Wei Shufan departed in sorrow. Li Jinchuwei seemed delighted, grinning as if he had found money in the street. Yang Jia, weren't you just calling him brother? Why won't you help him? Yi Jiqing looked at Yang Jia in puzzlement. I smiled and said not to worry, just ensure the white tiger your brother keeps behaves obediently and causes no mishap. You wretched woman, what are you doing? A shout cut through the air and several figures sprang out from unseen places. Bai Chun was different. Even with his eyes closed he could perceive the young master's furious gaze, a sensation that thundered through his mind. What was happening to him? The flat I inspected was a one-bedroom with a living room, kitchen and bathroom. Its furnishings and appliances were complete and still fairly new. I took to it at once and signed the lease that very day. Leader, deputy leader, I will manage these funds faithfully. Under my care the money will not merely sit idle, it will breed more money. Yan Ji regarded Yang Jia with a look of earnest seriousness. The hall remained silent for a full minute until Zhang Xiaozhu finally broke it, flashing an insolently confident smile that radiated contempt for the opponent and an unshakable certainty of victory. That expression chilled all those present who supported the plaintiff. Along the way they had met many fierce beasts, some at the Big of fasting stage, others at the Inchi Kagaiting stage, not powerful individually but vast in number. After fierce combat, Gao Fei and the others had secured several inner cores. Muirden, damned Telly Muirden. Lasty ground his teeth and cursed if not for that damned man he might already have taken Kai and left the city. They found no consolation. What had occurred was what it was. When lives were at stake, making things right was the only priority. Then they should go find Shen Meng. Liang Dong's brow eased a fraction. He had seen through the hidden cause and never expected the matter would draw him in. He dared not open the door, for to do so would be to actively welcome them, and the very defenses of Xianzuan town would collapse without a fight and he would place himself in grave danger. With professional husbandry, 4 months' feed costs ran at roughly 500 yuan. The price variance would not be great. But Lasty was different. He keenly perceived the undercurrent around the young man while Yue Han Ubanang schemed to exploit that current to overturn the Padden family's dominion over the entire Xiaolin district. Such a plot was intolerable, so he struck decisively and killed Ubanang. When a shaft of golden light entered Yifan's spiritual sense, he discovered a map had appeared within his spirit sea. The map was a complete chart of Zishan, its terrain and topography laid out in clear detail with every perilous region plainly marked. Chao Ming watched the Tujue assault the ramparts like a hurricane. The right hand that gripped his long blade had gone pale from the strain. Everyone knew the prefectural city's fall was only a matter of time. To remain now was to embrace the resolve to die defending it. Her composure and sense of propriety only deepened Xinshi's willingness to assist her. Moreover, Xinshi was uniquely qualified to help. While all of the great Song knew Emperor Zhaozhen is the son of heaven, the one whose dragon aura burned most fiercely, no one understood the next strongest aura, that of the future sovereign, better than Xinshi himself. I am no longer the controller of the mechanical life network, Ellen said, furrowing her brow. Upon hearing Yi Zhong's plan, Prince Ruyan Li Shu and Li Xiu were all stunned into silence, then bombarded him with urgent questions about every detail. He well knew Ling Hao's formidable reputation. Even setting aside all else, Dong Yi alone could obliterate him, the patriarch of the Wei clan, in an instant. Secondly, constraints imposed by the origin space made it difficult for Han Dong's true identity to be exposed. Even if the Shenluo clan learned of it, they would not act until after the Dawnlight list concluded, ensuring no immediate disruption to human territory and preventing escalation. Now was not the optimal moment for total war. The longer hostilities were delayed, the more advantageous it became for humanity. Divine realm cultivation was for now beyond dispute. Yet reflecting on the first 2 trials, he realized that divine realm opponents had been assigned to him from the very first level, so what awaited him at the 4th or 5th level? Divine realm masters at their peak, or even those brushing against the threshold of the upper divine realm. What is your reasoning? Han Lu did not answer directly whether Yi Tian was or was not the one. Instead, she deftly turned the question back. A faint smile curled at Yi Tian's lips. Without a word, he tapped his storage pouch and withdrew a crimson ruby, holding it up to examine it with solemn focus. This only confirmed his suspicion. Hong Xian scrambled to his feet and raged at the Taoist priests for their insolence. If he failed to see the celestial master today, he vowed to settle accounts with them later. Furthermore, according to intelligence from Yi Zhong's covert agents embedded within Li Palace, the emperor had indeed never set foot in the Nanchuan Hall. Nearby, Tang Guanyu glanced over at Yi Feng during a lull in his conversation with others, only to catch Yi Feng's expression dazed and hollow, and suppressed a cold knowing smirk. Thus within mere seconds, Yi Han, who moments earlier had basked in universal admiration, reverence and even awe, plummeted into utter obscurity. Though every world inevitably enters periods of decline, such decay rarely strikes at the core. Neither the world consciousness nor the heavenly Tao are directly compromised. Yet this world's degeneration felt different, as though the heavenly Tao and world consciousness themselves had been assaulted and the world merely suffered collateral erosion. Given Xinxian's temperament, she would certainly refuse the breakfast Xinshan brought and insist she hadn't spilled it. Even those not immediately eliminated fell into a sluggish narcotic stupor, their movements painfully slow, uncertain how long they could endure. Though the formula held little significance elsewhere, here it was invaluable, sufficient to dramatically increase vegetable survival rates. In this harsh, unforgiving land where cultivation was nearly impossible, such a formula was nothing short of priceless. Among them, Hongyang stars enjoyed extraordinary longevity, spanning billions of years, yet even they could not escape the inevitable entropy of time, destined to fade one day. Xia Ruoli had barely stepped across the threshold when darkness swallowed her vision before she could adjust. Scattered starlight began to bloom across the room. Beyond elemental composition, differences also lay in fractal structure and the corresponding nature of spiritual energy. Nan Gongming knew the man's death had shattered Feng Ru Huang's habitual languor, jolting her awake as if some dormant force deep within her soul had finally been ignited. He mimicked Duan Muming's gesture, raising both hands high. Though no thunderous applause followed, he at least succeeded in capturing everyone's attention. The Duke of Britain was forced to enter the palace personally to petition the emperor, fully expecting to be denied an audience, only to find to his astonishment that Emperor Su Feng actually received him.
Nan Gongming gently took Feng Ru Huang's hand and knelt slowly beside her, placing the ring he had crafted onto her finger. At the sight of her elder brother, Dia burst into tears. Inside an elegant private chamber at Pinwei Lu, the siblings spoke alone, a thoughtful gesture by Shui Qingqian, who had deliberately granted them time and space to reunite and converse. "I'm just checking, making sure my personal maid hasn't been underpaid," Wang Kaijun teased Qihua with a playful grin. This man bore grievous wounds without so much as a flinch, but whenever matters of the heart arose, his usually razor-sharp mind went utterly blank. After all these years, he remained unchanged. Black venom from the iron whip had seeped into her fair complexion, tainting her skin with creeping shadows. Her once proud gaze now blazed with raw, unbridled fury. Yet her feet felt rooted to the ground, offering no path of escape. It had been so long since she'd last seen his face. Once she feared she might lose her mind entirely in longing, yet here she stood still whole, still breathing. These silver coins had originally been set aside for Shi Wu to purchase saplings and fruit trees, now she redirected them as travel expenses for the two. Upon returning to the Wen household, Qian Hohat was overjoyed, immediately calling Wen Changmen and the others to announce they should all return home for lunch. Human stamina, however, has its limits. After only 20 minutes of pursuit, the large truck abruptly turned into a side street to the right. Ashelon sprinted forward only to find the avenue teeming with pedestrians. The truck vanished as if swallowed by thin air. Consequently, the capital city of Xinjiang was sealed with extreme rigor, entry permitted but exit strictly forbidden. Anyone attempting to flee the city faced execution without mercy. Not only were offenders slain, but their corpses were publicly displayed, hanged high above the city gates, as a grim warning to all who sought to escape the war's devastation by fleeing Xinjiang. He dreaded that if Feng Wuyan grew even slightly displeased, she might simply turn and walk away. Having waited so long to see her again, he could only watch helplessly as she departed, yet so long as she remained in the city, even if not by his side, he could still glimpse her, and that alone filled his heart with quiet fulfillment. Early in the morning, Reni woke up and Zhuge Xiaohua informed him that good news would arrive today. Qin Zhan, having exited the jade tablet, waved his hand in exasperation, indicating that the guy was nothing but a wastrel. His expression towards other relatives remained consistently indifferent. Even though Gu Yan and Gu Lei were brothers, he still showed little warmth. "No, Chao Qingzhou and Xia Ling are at the Ikisi bar, you should go pick them up." After Gu Wangchuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and got into the car. A moment later, the man adjusted his shirt collar and, rubbing his hands together, fixed his gaze on Linny, asking. The crowbar was made of fine iron, heavy enough that using full force to strike someone's arm could break it, but he dared not swing it at a person's head. A single blow could crack the skull. As the afternoon workday ended, Lin Yi worried that the patient might face further issues, so he arranged for Wu Jiang to be on duty, both to continue related examinations and to prevent unexpected situations. Inside the box lay a half-foot-long feather, crystal clear and shimmering with a fiery red glow as if it were conjured from blazing flames. Lin Luo could only silently apologize in his heart. There was no choice, after all others lacked a golden finger. The person wielding the short knife skillfully twirled it in his hand and slashed towards Yan He. In any case, he had enough elixirs to support himself completely, although it was somewhat wasteful. He didn't care at all. Jiang Xi was deep in slumber, waking up when the sun was high with warm porridge placed beside him. These rules and regulations do not need to be established all at once. They can wait until Gu Qi's work is released, and then those companies interested in investing can gradually refine them. Entering the main hall of Tianqian, Peak Yangfeng was absent, but there sat Yang Duo with a rugged face and a beard, coldly squinting his eyes while sitting upright in the hall. Zhao Hai, the top genius of the martial arts department at Jiangcheng No. 1 high school, was said to possess strength exceeding 1,300 kilograms, making him the most promising candidate to gain admission to one of the 3 major martial arts academies. "Are you anxious? Are you so sure you'll lose?" Jiang Xi couldn't help but laugh out loud, fully teasing him. Many bloodline descendants looked up at the sky in panic, finally realizing a fact: this guy seemed even more terrifying than the black-robed pharaoh. Whether one can secure the championship has little to do with the quality of the created song, but rather whether it receives exposure, whether it is discussed, or whether it trends on social media. Wiping the blood flowing from his neck, he glanced at the dazed Wei Lishan beside him, then turned his gaze towards the young man not far away. As his voice fell, Zhang Hu changed his hand seals, releasing a stream of souls that flew towards Su Hang to attack. The cake that a village can divide is limited, yet the number of people dividing the cake is not. It is undeniable that the existence of the roots has indeed harmed the authority of the Hokage. In 7 days, Lu Tianhao will be getting married. Lu Tianhao turned around and announced loudly to the crowd. Yili always thought that living under someone else's roof was already miserable, yet she did not expect that even more tragic events awaited her in life. Before fainting, her last thought was simply, what kind of world is this? As the elevator arrived, she watched 2 figures exit in a familiar manner, feeling inexplicably annoyed. She hurried forward a few steps, wanting to rush over. After obediently running out of the physics and chemistry teaching building and hiding to the side, she watched Yan Xiao carry Lu Xia away before finally stepping out from behind the tree, laughing as she watched them disappear. "I know, but seeing him like this, he shouldn't be able to move me, right? It's fine, I'll take good care of myself, don't worry." The darling assured, then hurried off towards her 2 sons. You're always thanking me, then become my servant to repay that debt. Lin Feng's verbal prowess was no match for the thousand tendril illusion beast. As for Rueyo and the others, learning that Zhang Wudi had not perished lifted their spirits. They knew far less than Yu Longfei, and after Shi Tian's words they all left the room together. Zhang Mingyu gently stroked her head and handed her the doll. She clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. I never expected even you would dare come in person. So now you wish to challenge my authority as well. After finishing his laughter, the thousand tendril illusion beast fixed his gaze upon Li Minggang and the 7 others. In the distance, silhouettes emerged beneath the lamplight, gradually drawing nearer. The Harmony sect had arrived with over 300 cultivators. As Lin Ming sighed in admiration, he noticed Fu Guang deliberately and with uncanny precision guiding Shilmu Qingjiang step by step toward Shuang. At that moment, Dasha and the others gathered around, each bearing visible wounds, bruised faces and swollen eyes. Poof! Is descending the mountain truly such a tedious affair? Just wait, I'll be back shortly. The young Taoist huffed again, turning away with an expression of profound dissatisfaction. Director, please speak freely, we will consider every word you say. Ajay Yaina and Bai Feishuang still felt a natural wariness before their teacher. He had previously sensed only mystery in Captain Soi Fuka, whose gentle exterior seemed to veil untold stories within her gaze. Yet learning she was the former captain of Squad 11 struck Lin Ming with staggering force. Once elevated by rank, now amplified by power, even at his advanced age he had savored the intoxicating thrill of commanding legions and swallowing mountains and rivers in a single breath. Nil's aura remained largely unchanged, but his appearance had transformed dramatically. His hair now blazed sapphire, his once uncanny eyes shimmered with the same cerulean hue, and his body radiated a swirling azure chi. Fortunately, Emily had experienced this episode before and possessed some prior experience managing it. Had it been her first attack, she would surely have collapsed outright. Gushi's expression turned ashen. He snapped his eyes open to see Yang Yuishan on the verge of vomiting while his own mouth was firmly pressed shut by her hand. These 6 Narutos each embodied one of 5 elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire and earth, as well as a 5th composite energy form. No matter which clone is attacked, the original instantly channels energy to it, while the remaining 4 clones automatically converge upon the attacker unless multiple assailants strike simultaneously. Otherwise the combatant is certain to fall. Yan Bin and Ko Lei refused to undergo the test entirely. Destiny of love is inherently incalculable. Trusting one's own intuition outweighs relying on another's prediction. During a brief lull in activity, someone tallied the survivors. Upon reporting the grim tally to Wu Chu in detail, his eyes turned emerald with fury. Tang Shi's heart stirred. This had long been the question haunting her. Her mother's eyes were ordinary, her father's eyes unremarkable, so why was hers so different? No matter who you are, the deepest agony lies in having no path of retreat, whether willing or not. Before you stretches but a solitary thorn-choked road vanishing into a distant consuming darkness. Of course I'm afraid, but dying alongside so many illustrious masters makes it utterly worthwhile. He paused. You must wonder how we managed to plant these explosives beneath your impenetrable watchposts. Shun Muyu asked, chuckling warmly. Bai Shu had just returned the medicinal cauldron to Uncle Li's household as instructed by Ling Wen'er. Over recent days her family had relied heavily on the Li's support, leaving Bai Shu deeply grateful toward them. Esteemed elder, your praise is too generous. I represent the Sun Clan in seeking alliance, such matters naturally require full clarity, Chang Tian replied. Yi Qian froze, only for an instant, but in that instant he was already dead. Yi Qian sat dazed upon the ground, eyes vacant and soulless. Having schemed for millennia against ancient monsters, today he had been outwitted by a mere boy in his teens. He had lost. And he died, before his very eyes. And on the surface it even sounded plausible, hadn't some mortals seen their chests swell only after childbirth. As for aging, no one prefers the aged when youth and beauty beckon. Wang Jiran saw factories lining both sides of the road ceaselessly churning out goods. He raised his head, the moon hung high and luminous in the night sky. Outyan lifted his head with sovereign arrogance, leveling his blades tip directly at Chiyu, a naked unflinching provocation. The Buddhist sect is wealthy. Beiji, I am your master, how dare you speak thus? Tang Sang interjected sharply, his tone unmistakably sour. Chang Tian led the way, occasionally glancing back at the 3 behind him, deliberately maintaining distance, skirting wide around the valley thick with spirit herbs and hastening toward the ancestral hive of the heavenly venom bees. Yet among them none willingly obeyed. Several disciple-level cultivators at the returning spirit realm clamored insistently to ascend the mountain. Su Muling had no choice but to assign each to the supervision of a void-breaking realm elder before daring to proceed upward. Thanks to their swift and decisive withdrawal, the angelic covenant suffered losses that, while severe, remained bearable. Still, Raphael could hardly rest easy. Jiang Hao fell speechless under Du Ruo's questioning. Just as he scrambled for a rebuttal, Chao Anming entered the hall from outside. Jiang Hao's scalp prickled and every subsequent word died unspoken in his throat. After a long breathless silence, she tentatively opened her eyes, only to meet a pair of smiling knowing eyes. As for the 2 men, they lay groaning on the floor. Before her transmigration she had striven relentlessly to excel, not merely as a personal standard but as an expectation imposed by others. She yearned to become their pride. Yi Qingcheng stepped forward about to cross the threshold when Xiao Yunma seized her arm. Mei Shi had already dispatched servants to refurbish the garden and she herself had petitioned the commander-in-chief for several days' leave on behalf of Qin Xiao. He had left the beast forest barely half a month ago, yet already calamity had struck anew. Bison found it baffling. He vaguely recalled forgetting something vital, but given his memory's limitations and without external prompting, the odds of recalling it stood at roughly 0.001. When you bully others, remember this truth: virtue and vice alike reap their inevitable recompense, Yi Qingcheng said coldly. Moreover, being in such a rich spiritual energy location and after a long period of absorption and refinement, it is only natural for several third-tier demon beasts to appear. Sister Mei is an informed person among the older women in her 60s or 70s, slender yet spirited. Yan Yu also sat down eating some food as Mu Qingqing never discussed this topic, always dragging her to eat together. Who are you? Instead of the expected interrogation, Xiaosong looked up at the person in front of her, suddenly recalling that it was this police officer who had interrupted her mother's speech earlier. She thought it was a coincidence at the time, but now it seemed intentional. As her fingers were pried open one by one, Lu Rux's heart was split into pieces with her actions bloodied. What will mom do if you die? What will mom do? Wait for me, you bastard. Ron Yu pointed at Qian Duodua, raising his arm as if to approach her backside. The first impression one gets is that this jade has seeped deeply into the interior, and in the eyes of experts this signifies a significant increase in value. Yan Yu hung her head, avoiding her gaze, picking up the broom from the corner and waving it in the yard. This afternoon the second young master was taken out for a stroll, and it was only discovered later that he was missing. The people nearby responded mechanically to the content. The Sword Emperor's face was masked, yet it made one feel that her beautiful face had turned serious, and the hearts of Xiang Yi and others tightened simultaneously. What? A silver mine? What exactly is going on? Matsushita Yiko's surprise was no less than that of Ryomoku's earlier. He desperately needed financial support. As long as he had enough, many of his ambitions could be realized. As these scenes passed frame by frame, a sudden fear arose in my heart, not wanting this story to continue. By young master, by is it you? Yishu never expected to see him again under such circumstances. Su Chen's face was grim. The effect of the annihilate all beings technique was nearly fading, and subsequently the cultivation obtained through devouring could only be retained for 2 days. Clearly Chen, who felt that this dog-headed fish was quite pathetic, as the opponent couldn't swim. As long as he dived a few meters he could escape at any time. This was practically a system event for gaining experience. Seeing this, Chen, who opened his parachute bag using a small amount of rope to trap the tortoise and then carried it along with the fire mushroom, a smile appearing on his face. Since ancient times a Taoist brother is like a father and a sister-in-law is like a mother. The Empress understands righteousness deeply, is elegant and dignified, and strongly advises me to pass the throne to you. In the future the fifth brother must treat the Empress well and take good care of her to compensate for the regrets I have caused. After the instructions were given, Zhang Yan was already in tears. The blood soul had reached the first layer, just one step away from perfection. As long as it was learned, the physical body could reach a powerful state. Now even if Tang Zhong stood there without any defenses and was struck by a master with full force, nothing would happen. As Su Chen, wielding a profound tear-broken sword, approached closer, the prince's expressions turned frantic and their attacks became fiercer, leaving no room for retreat. Besides, Zhan Tianquang and the Xuanwu Holy Spirit used the Western Emperor Bell to obscure the heavens and hide everything here. Hua Qian glanced at the information and then spoke to Lu Haotian. This was indeed a shocking piece of news. Previously Lu Haotian had not looked down below and was interrupted by Bai Yixue. At this moment, upon hearing Hua Chen mention it, she snatched it over to take a look. This photo was somewhat familiar. At that time her grandmother was curious about the function and was learning to take pictures. Unexpectedly this photo turned out so harmonious. Dilong Kaisai said this is his experience. Whenever a sandstorm appears he desperately runs towards the hole in the ground. What a joke, am not, are you? Just because I don't go does that mean I'm not? Zhou Qing retorted with a smile. If there was an apology, it seemed to come too late. If it is called missing, so many years have passed and everyone is living their own lives peacefully. Missing feels rather abrupt. However, Yang Baichuan could not resist the longing in his heart for Shen Feng. He so desperately wanted to see her. Lu Haotian gently caressed Su Yingmei's hair. He looked at Su Yingmei with concern, fearing that she would be disgusted by Bai Yixue. Seeing this, Ling Yang could only take out a length of rope, folding it into 5 or 6 meters long, tying one end to his waist while letting Chuani hold the other end, following behind him, hitching a ride without exhausting any of Chuani's energy. If there are scars on the door, be prepared to have your wages deducted. Su Yuyang's emotionless voice came through. What Bai Yixue was thinking was how to get Su Yingmei away from Lu Haotian. If Su Yingmei cannot leave Lu Haotian for a day, Bai Yixue's heart would be in turmoil for that entire day. Silas was momentarily stunned by Tang Bei's direct approach of overwhelming with power, beginning to understand what he meant by "I have a better method." This method is undoubtedly a way to seize the initiative. She knew that with Jean Liunian's temperament he would never agree to marry into the Ling family.
Moreover, she could see that Jean Liunian's mind was entirely elsewhere, far from the martial world. At the founding of Ruinmei, my father invested in the name of Huayue, right?
Yu Shiqing inquired about a fact known to many members of the Huayue Group's board. As for the angry flame monkey, its perspective on the future generation was that it had no particular goals throughout its life. Having attained a considerable level of cultivation, it was time to consider its descendants. This simple test posed no challenge to any immigrant from the Celestial Empire. Hong Tao passed the exam with a score of 97, but unfortunately here the only results were pass or fail. Scoring 180 points were treated the same.
Why again?
It was likely that the first time was just a few days ago when he had been exhausted and Li Wuxin was taken back. This time it was even more blatant, directly coming out of the city to welcome him, leaving him without a reason to take Li Wuxin away. Although he was over 50 and looked rather old, he did not neglect his training running laps with his subordinates. Ouyang Feng stared at the man who also looked back at him, and in terms of momentum the middle-aged man did not lose to Ouyang Feng.
Moreover, knowing that the suggestion to let the dog search for the missing citizens was also hers, the crowd couldn't help but praise her.
Though it was called a closure, it was merely a door that had been sealed. In reality the door was ajar, yet usually no one would be bored enough to come over. However, as soon as the door fell, it was evident that another layer of door appeared inside. Damn it couldn't possibly be a question-answering session. Yi Tianyu couldn't help but grumble without even seeing the words above. You. The people in the village are related to you by blood. How can you be like this?
Chiba exclaimed angrily.
Perhaps feeling embarrassed about continually rejecting Chen Xingyu, or perhaps seeing the larger area of this swimwear. Some things cannot be sustained merely by willpower. When the last shred of energy runs out, Mo Feng's life will come to an abrupt halt. In her heart she understood well that prolonged separation brought too little security for Yi Yan. In fact, was she not the same? Such a situation caused several mid-tier players who had initially been quite confident to completely lose the desire to compete with others. However, when these two peerless experts wielded their powerful divine senses to accurately perceive Mo Yufei's situation, they were both greatly shocked and incredulous.
Xia Xingchen returned to work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Fortunately, Shin Min's health was improving day by day. Although she still needed some care, it was no longer an issue for her to get out of bed and do some manageable tasks. The assassination of the prince happened to be encountered by him, and the Hu family he was to visit today was also persuaded by the chief scribe. Qin Si Yuan realized he was in trouble, having been schemed against.
In his view, anyone who could walk alongside Mo Feng would not be a significant figure.
If his leg was broken, it was broken. At worst, he would pay a few coins to settle it.
His cousin's family had no shortage of money.
Yu Chen's face was marked with bruises. His eyes had turned into dark circles and his once thin lips now resembled two sausages. His chest and back were covered in footprints, making him look like a completely different person from moments ago. Just as Xiao Mushuan closed her eyes waiting for death to arrive, a beam of purple golden light suddenly shot out, directly shattering the phantom of the ferocious beast. It was not that Su Yan was noble, but rather that reality was presenting itself. It was a certain death anyway, so it was better to fight back. It seemed Lei Yun did not notice San Bao's mocking tone, but rather recalled that he was originally a master himself. Under normal circumstances he actually did not need anyone to protect him.
A pile of dung.
Mei Luo asked in confusion, as he did not understand the language borrowed by Zhao Yan from Xing Yi. After receiving the order, Gao Shan let the ambush troops rapidly charge forward, and soon a battalion of about 700 soldiers rushed ahead of the other troops. The iron cavalry galloped, wind and thunder roared, and smoke billowed. Although Zhao Yan's words were very friendly, Hachi and Kai Lai exchanged glances, still looking incredulous. Lan Shi did not care. It was common to eat cold rice, so what was this?
Moreover, it was not winter now.
In the next chapter's content summary, Chen Dao, upon agreeing to meet Wei Yan, was attacked by the troops of Jiuzhou. He encountered the captured Chen Shi, but Chen Dao had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he led the white-eared soldiers to seek another place to trap the beast. Seeing the princess so enthusiastic, many commoners nearly went mad, loudly calling for the princess and cheering boisterously. Not far behind the two scouts were two machine gun dogs wielding light machine guns. Indeed, you read it correctly, it was machine gun dogs, not machine gunners. As Li Yang spoke to this extent, the people below felt it inappropriate to say anything further and could only close their mouths, as Li Yang's words were not without reason.
Moreover, Yanmen and Shuafang County also needed to be guarded, and most of the soldiers in the army were new recruits who needed to be led in training.
Of course, we are here to eat. Let's find a big hotel to stop at, or we can go to Jiangbei restaurant. Yi Feng said casually.
Ha ha ha.
General Chang. If Yuan Shu knew military strategy, we would be the ones with headaches. Hui Jia chuckled, while on the other side stood Su Chu, who was originally guarding the city of Ing. You previously said that regardless of who wins or loses, we cannot trouble each other, at least not here. A hint of joy flashed across Fire Brother's face. Bayer. You should eat more vegetables. Don't just eat rice. Although the middle-aged man was simply dressed, his every gesture exuded the aura of a superior. However, his prematurely aged face and the white in his hair made him appear much older than his actual age. Seconds later a piercing alarm rang throughout the military camp, and at that moment Yin Poyu was waving goodbye to the Blue Army squad leader in 2 sentries. Su Xian was taken aback and exclaimed, 3 watches. That person stepped out just as the 3rd watch's drum sounded. Her eyes were filled with fear and panic. The 3rd watch meant death, which was an unavoidable reality. The production team, already startled multiple times, stared at the screen with bewildered expressions until after a long while someone finally snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The 2 words were insufficient to express their feelings at that moment. Ai Li and Su Wuxuan couldn't stop themselves and began to eat earnestly. Even the rice they climbed down to was different from what they usually cooked together. The taste intrigued them about how the rice was made and what kind of rice was used. It was so delicious. With her status, being pursued or criticized by the military or political circles was a serious and troubling matter. At that moment they watched as Wang Zihan's Zhuge Liang was discovered while trying to sneak past getting thrown into the defense tower by Han Xiaxia's character Guan Yu, only to be stomped to death in a rather humiliating manner. Once again it was a bittersweet farewell, but Ajio felt no melancholy like before, because Lan Yi had promised her that once she returned to the southern wilderness and settled down the Chief Lan, she would come to Jiangzhou to see her. Since the new season began she hadn't touched the game after climbing back to the top rank in just 1 day. There was a saying that went something like this. Su Wuxuan might not have expected him to actually splash juice back at her. The 2 of them glared at each other with gritted teeth, not stopping for a moment, as if not breaking eye contact would mean not conceding. For some reason Shen Qingshui sensed his bad mood just from those 2 words. At that moment Lin Cha's mind was blank, but her body reacted before her brain could process. Well. Zhang Shuling showed a hint of hesitation on her face in response to Captain Son's inquiry. To be honest, she had never anticipated such a situation arising at this moment. However, are you sure that what you captured with money won't be snatched from you the moment you step out of this auction house? Shi Yao glanced at Lu Chuan with a hint of sarcasm. It seemed they had been discussing for so long only to realize they were speaking to a brick wall, as the other party didn't understand a word they said. Yin Shuang pursued him, treating him as everything. Therefore he never thought about losing Yin Shuang one day. And because he never thought about losing her, he did not cherish her as much. Master Xie, do you know what these things are? Captain Son used a spotlight to help him illuminate the situation ahead. The outcome was evident: the particular type of goo had survived. But it had lost its ability to reproduce. Otherwise, when everyone opened the stone tower, they would have been overwhelmed by an endless army of goo insects long ago. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, Lu Qing suddenly recalled everything that happened when Shi Yao treated him, remembering the process of the treatment, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Alright, I'll go now. I hope Zhou Hao and Du Ruo can stay so I won't have to run errands for you anymore. After saying this, Zijing vanished without a trace. The eastern side is an inch higher than the western side. In China most houses are built facing south with the beams placed horizontally from east to west, where the east side is higher than the west, symbolizing the rising and setting of the sun. This is considered auspicious. If the beam on the west side is higher, it signifies misfortune. Hey Jiazi! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Jiazi turned to look. In the corner of the sofa by the window, Hua Xingsan was facing him with a sweet smile. Xiao Yan lazily stretched his joints, cracking. This time the cultivation took nearly a month, but fortunately the gains were significant. The source of the flame spirit floating before him had long since vanished, clearly completely absorbed by Xiao Yan. Fortunately, I placed 6 hidden guards for you. Yen Peiyu wanted to open her eyes to see her, but the pain during the surgery was tormenting his nerves. He was too weak to do anything but speak with his eyes closed. But data was held back by Jima. Kakashi is different and not a good reference. Or you could try using Naruto's shadow clone technique. You both are at the bottom of the class, so it should be similar. Jima suggested. In this regard, Sui and the others did not hold back. Even Zhang Guihao narrowly passed with a 20-point bonus for early admission, so he did not fail. Since they couldn't take Xinghe away now, they had no choice but to implement the next plan. They would ask the people guarding outside to help quietly take Xinghe away to protect her life. Zuanzi's people were not familiar with her, so they were naturally unwilling to obey her orders and would definitely protect each other. Qin Huairu glared viciously at He Xiao, walked to the backroom door and kicked it. But without a fearless heart that dares to overcome obstacles and confront the strong, no matter how high the talent, the ultimate achievement must be quite limited. Ping Yuan had already seen the puddles on the ground, realizing that the cannon fodder from the mist-hidden village was about to appear. As consciousness returned, the demigod with a grayish complexion opened his eyes, facing a white-haired boy in a suit wearing a half-black half-white mask. Worried that something might go wrong, I hurriedly urged the fat guy, who reluctantly hoisted Tang Shen onto his shoulder. Lu Chang said I was abandoned by my parents at birth and was picked up by my adoptive parents from the grass by the roadside. However, when I was 6 years old, my adoptive parents abandoned me again. Girl, all of this is for you. No matter how many you manage to grow, they all belong to you. Lei Koan smiled and said. Now I was treated the same as Yuan, forced to leave the kitchen. I watched him slightly bend over, supporting himself with the kitchen counter, but the veins were bulging, looking quite frightening. Why do you?
Look like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Morong Ming reached out to touch his throat. He too was young, but his Adam's apple was not as pronounced as Qin Xian's. With such significant movements from the Yen kingdom and knowing that the Yen emperor held the important weapon of Huaping, it was not advisable to keep Princess Pingting here to recuperate. If she recovered and escaped or was rescued, they would lose a bargaining chip against the Yen emperor. From the brief exchange of blows, it was evident that the assailant possessed extraordinary martial skills capable of suppressing an entire era. One could not fathom the deep-seated enmity that would prompt such a figure to abandon their status and launch a surprise attack on a mere junior. In retrospect, it is highly likely that the events were closely related to the mysterious Mirage Desert adjacent to the Zhuke dragon nest. Wu Zining was seething with rage, convinced that Shin Mo was behind the mischief, yet she did not expect such a decisive denial from him. Now a future powerful being stood before Gao Yang, who could hardly contain his eagerness to establish a master-servant contract even though such a thing did not exist. After allocating some time for them to adapt to the formation, Fong Jin reiterated the Ragnar skills he had already explained on the way. The newcomer was tall and handsome, dressed in a pure white samurai outfit adorned with gold trimmings perfectly tailored, resembling a nobleman stepping out of a comic. However, his striking features were tinged with a hint of devilish charm. Initially, Madame Xiao felt the hairstyle was too simplistic, with just a single hairpin and a decorative comb appearing rather plain. However, after Mu Jingxing had some red plums picked from the courtyard and attached to her hair, the effect was entirely transformed, exuding charm and an ethereal quality that made her look vibrant and graceful. Is it because you feel powerless to play the good person in front of the one you truly love, unwilling for Yin Yen to witness that scene? Once the cleanup is complete, he can take a few followers back first. As he gradually recovered his divine power, he slowly began to restore his divine realm. Once his former strength and the scale of his divine realm were fully restored, he could bring all his followers back to settle in the divine realm. If we only consider Zhong Fei without relying on his ghost catching and feng shui skills, given his personality, selling 2 bottles of soda in a day at a grocery store would be considered a good business. I will guard this home for you, and you must return to give me an explanation. Su Zhaning believed that some people do not leave forever. The two vampires conversed like comedians, exchanging tales of events, and when they finished they glanced at one another before clapping their hands together in celebration. However, Chu He was quite steady in nature. Even a mid-stage 5th-rank scholar was not easy to deal with. It could be expected that Zhang Xian, as a disciple of Lu Ji, was a 6th-rank Confucian and would be far more formidable than Qin Bao. Changding Township leased fields from the carpenter village, but the grains and silver rent offered were far less than those from other villages, as the arable land in the carpenter village was limited and insufficient to feed over 1,000 residents. The northern country's grandeur, 1,000 miles frozen, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Looking at the Great Wall inside and outside, only the vastness remains. The great river flows, losing its roar. Mountains dance like silver snakes, the plains rush like wax elephants wanting to challenge the heavens. On a clear day, witnessing the red outfits against the white snow is particularly enchanting. Tang Yu had visited this 3-story house with a courtyard many times, feeling familiar with it. Besides her, Chu Liani, Tang Lianzhou and Zhao Sandun were all visiting for the first time. Su Zhaning, who completely did not understand the reason, felt puzzled by Nan Weixin's concerned gaze, so she hurriedly lowered her head, concentrating on weaving the cord and daring not to glance at the Duke of Dingyuan again. Chu He now truly felt the painful side of fame, as there was no privacy at all. He could only wait for the students of Tianyang Academy to become accustomed to his presence. Upon returning to Jiangbu village, Chu He and Long Xie found the battle was already over, with Xiang Xiong and Ding Meng leading the young men to clean up the battlefield and gather resources. The thumb's nail dug sharply into the index finger, restoring some clarity of mind. He secretly thought the demon's cultivation is growing deeper. Xia Chu still wanted to say something. She wanted to ask the girl why she was not anxious upon hearing this news. It should be noted that now, after much effort, Flower Old Madam and Flower Yi Fong have finally recognized the girl's talent in perfumery. If she continues to work hard, she might escape the constraints of the Young family and become a figure like Flower Mingxian. The stoic German man analyzed coldly, perfectly recounting the entire battle. The languid youth approached the German man, nodding thoughtfully. As before, the alien species of the AIDS virus transformed into a vicious killer, charging toward the disease-repelling agent, preying selectively. However, unlike the previous resistance, this time when the AIDS virus surged, the disease-repelling agent suddenly seemed to perceive prey and charged toward the virus. The crowd slowly entered a cave, and Hu Qingjie felt a surge of joy. The cave had an ominous cult atmosphere. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen this kind of act. However, given Ding Jiao's striking beauty, it's unreasonable for her to have no boyfriend, but why is there only one male friend? 8 months. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, feeling that 6 months would have already been quite long. He had just been confidently expecting to slay Ling Tian, only to find himself thwarted by him yet again, which felt like receiving another slap from Ling Tian. As the voice of frustration echoed in the ears of the crowd, Shen Zui and Wang Tianfeng appeared before Tang Hai and the others. Shen Zui glared at Xia Shan beside Tang Hai and gritted his teeth, while Xia Shan seemed unfazed by Shen Zui's words, his eyes shimmering with a cold light as he looked at Shen Zui. He shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts. In the mythology of Earth, those figures did not appear in the age of dinosaurs, and the strength and size of these dinosaurs were far superior to those on Earth. Wu Rui felt genuinely exhausted. Her mother was completely unreasonable. If she weren't her biological mother, Wu Rui wouldn't even want to assist her. Damn, that was close. This guy has immense strength. After the three landed, the wild wolf expressed a sentiment of lingering fear. Wan Xiu felt uncertain, knowing that the initiative was in Lu Taihou's hands, leaving her with no power to act. For some, it was a desire to possess the blooming pair of sister flowers and enjoy the blessings of a harmonious relationship. He vaguely guessed that something might have gone wrong on Kowloon's side, but apart from Kowloon, he had no way to contact the upper realm. To reach out to the upper realm, he could only wait for the experts from the Heavenly Palace to descend upon the cultivation world. Come on, sisters, let's not bully my brother anymore, Gu Haolan said cheerfully, leading her sisters away with excitement. Is it that obvious? Could it be that my extraordinary aura was recognized? I should have anticipated that such an ordinary appearance would be so incongruent with me. If I had chosen a more handsome visage from the start, perhaps it would have been more believable. Shinka spoke as if to himself. In a dream within a dream, Ao Tianlong found himself marrying his junior sister and having a son and daughter destined for a life of happiness. However, calamity struck when a zombie descended, slaughtering his entire family. Upon waking from the dream, Ao Tianlong felt a sense of relief, grateful that his junior sister had not married him and that he only had a foster daughter. Yet on the day he returned home to pay respects to his ancestors, he was once again hunted down by zombies and barely escaped with his life. Anran understood that as long as this man did not agree, she would never be able to return. Sitting in her chair, she began to weep. A strange bird, seemingly startled by something, took off unexpectedly from the top of a locust tree nearby, startling me into a stagger. It is often said that one must give up something to gain something in return, yet those who leave the realm never seem to care about such notions. What they truly value is the heartfelt introspection among family members. In this regard, the Li family has never cared about others' opinions. He was touched by his own words, yet the icy demeanor of the aloof Mo Lauda evoked no response, leaving him thoroughly disappointed. In the silent hall, Chu Jinghua felt suspicious and walked over to find Han Shiming with eyes closed, leaning against a recliner, making no sound, as if even her breathing had been muted. Anran, leave him. Even if you do not love me and will not be with me, please just leave him. He is a devil. He grasped Anran's shoulders in excitement. Lu Shenyan was quite rebellious, later borrowing money to invest and accumulating significant debt. Her family did not provide much help in this, which infuriated her. The area around the wild graveyard was filled with chilling winds, even the faintest cool breeze felt bone-chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Nangong Yamo walked up the mountain, followed closely by Si Xiao, while Nangong Yun protected Shushir without lagging behind. You lot smash her office. That 5 million is to compensate her. That's right, Yi Jifeng said. But to their surprise, Wang Dalong had never been in a car before. By the time they reached the training ground, Wang Dalong was already there, drenched in sweat from training. It's fine. Jia Ranjie lightly waved his hand as if unconcerned. He then pulled out a cigarette made of white sand and slipped it into his mouth, secretly smearing a bit of fish blood on the cigarette while Su Sanjian was distracted. This dense forest extended deep into the foothills. The moist earth was covered with newly sprouted fungi and foraging insects. Eating the sweet and crispy golden corn and sipping fragrant rice porridge, Lin Musin felt that this seemingly ordinary morning had transformed, as if the entire world had become vibrant. But Lu Shi could sense that his father's muscles had begun to tense up, indicating that this Taoist Lu was undoubtedly a top expert, otherwise Lu Mu would not have felt so anxious. Kakashi looked in disbelief at the blood seeping from the ground through the sword hole. He was not surprised that a mist ninja could use earth escape with his Sharingan. Replicating such techniques was no wonder, and even Jiraiya without a Sharingan could also use earth escape, particularly at a high level like the Yellow Spring Swamp technique. He was accustomed to sweeping the backfield, used to letting his teammates seize the offensive opportunities while he solely handled the dirty work behind the scenes. With hope and anticipation in life, one feels invigorated and energetic, and everything seems less tiring. Yi Zixin no longer dared to speak. He realized his uncle had been setting him up all along, and everything he said was deliberate. Zhou Yu stepped forward, taking Lu Jing from Lu Pu's hands. The two held hands and boarded the carriage while Lu Su personally drove them to Zhou Yu's estate, with hundreds of people following behind, bustling to celebrate. Huang Zhang looked at Lin Lu in confusion. Lin Lu's eyes were deep and intense, fixated on Huang Zhang's face as if admiring something he had never seen before. Shisa also wore a beaming smile, feigning astonishment to hasten the pace of Xiu Luo, and as he approached he leaped to the ground, stretching his arms towards Ming Shu. I never expected to encounter you here, Ming Shu. How have you been lately? Just as Ming Shu was about to express his joy, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck and fainted. Shang Shui had heard he mention it before, and hearing Shisa speak of it now stirred his emotions. He never imagined that despite his unbearable past he could still receive such affection. After a moment of turmoil he managed to suppress his emotions and forced a calm demeanor to express his gratitude. Li Ruo was not truly intent on forcing anyone, and upon hearing this suggestion he was very pleased. After a moment of consideration he felt a sense of unease. Afan thought if it is a Fengxiang beast then it is necessary to kill it. Although this generation is sparsely populated, there are still people living here. To ensure their safety, I believe it is necessary to eliminate this magical beast. Thinking this, Afan immediately felt a surge of killing intent. Shisa said leisurely, smilingly asking, "Now Mulin, tell me, should we exterminate the Three Wolf Coalition?" Mulin was momentarily stunned, staring at him with disbelief, repeatedly saying, You. Shisa would certainly not refrain from criticizing or mocking him for utilizing Sarah's skills. Who has the right to criticize or mock a husband using his wife's abilities? He only felt despair, a sense of helplessness. It was only at this moment that he realized how he had disregarded Sarah's teachings, arrogantly believing he could dominate the world's experts with sheer malevolence. Dong Fengqi felt a sense of rebirth after a near scare, secretly feeling fortunate. Remembering both the past and the soft heart of Dong Feng Baiyu at this moment, he felt a mix of shame and helplessness. Hearing her sever ties with the Dongfeng family, he felt a slight chill in his heart and had no words to say. Considering their respective positions, he thought this might be for the best. Chen Shandao felt a sudden pang in his heart, however the pain was not enough to change his mind. Unable to bear looking any longer, he turned to intimidate Shisa. Still not surrendering. Do you really want everyone to take action and end up being torn apart by blades? From a distance, the sounds of cavalry thundered from the eight-legged path, the warhorses and beasts whinnying. Could it be that Grandpa has run into an old friend outside? Why hasn't he come back yet? Lei continued to murmur, and in doing so reminded Xiaohan. So what do you think? Do you like it? Liao Jia asked with a smile. Thankfully, the matchmaker had reminded him to compose a poem the night before, or the marriage might not have happened. Ping Ping spoke to the big bad guy to capture his attention, while Anan had already found a spot to escape. To them, Jiang Cheng Tian's age seemed about the same as theirs. How could he possibly know their father? Seeing him shiver, Shen Hao immediately realized something. He crouched down to meet Wang Ye's gaze. Not long after, Shen Nanxing, who had just finished a morning meeting, hurried to the Forestry Bureau. After the police investigation, they believed that the younger brother Lu was the prime suspect. Moreover, his claims were untenable. It was simply absurd. How could a living person inexplicably have a steel rod inside their body? As he slipped into sleep, the mental link automatically severed, ultimately not allowing Jiang Yan's expectations to come true, as the money printer linked to his mind did not continue printing money while he slept. Fu Qi heard that Su Yuan liked to eat and immediately thought in his heart about what delicacies were available in their military district. On one side were the county government officials, and on the other was his superior. He knew he couldn't offend either. He took a deep breath, nodded, and agreed. After all, Shen Nanxing's identity was extraordinary, and she had been violated on his territory, so he had to show some acknowledgement. However, when she sat down in front of the camera and saw her colleagues in the studio fulfilling their respective roles, her heartbeat suddenly calmed. Shui knew that if Deng Kuan truly had someone by his side, it wouldn't be long before they would trace this phone call. He had to leave quickly. Yuan Shui was taken aback. For a moment he didn't respond, but when he looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Xin Tongjinren, he could clearly see Xin Tongjinren gently nodding. Everyone felt a sense of relief for Zhong Liyan. Shui noticed that when Zhong Liyan spoke of this, her fists were tightly clenched, indicating that that battle was indeed quite harrowing. Mom, please don't always look at Shan like that. She is not that kind of person. After so many years, she hasn't done anything to me. That time you saw, it was just a misunderstanding between us. He Yuhao doesn't have any feelings for Lin Yushan, but he cannot allow Lin Ziyin to verbally humiliate her like this. I believe Xiao Yan brother will be fine. Let's wait until we find Xiao Yan brother to talk. In a month's time we should be able to reach the eastern wilderness. Sun Er said slowly, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy. I heard someone reported you. Long Wolf started the car, turned a corner and drove onto the main road. Looking ahead, he asked while driving. Did you hold them off? Everyone saw that the Blacksha realm still existed and couldn't help but exclaim, Blacksha realm truly is the renowned skill of the Blacksha Emperor. Such a fierce assault was repelled. However, before this person's words were finished, a gentle voice came from the void. Liamu tragically drew a perfect parabolic arc through the air, crashing to the ground covered in mud. Long Muchen relaxed his grip upon hearing her say good. Just as he forced her this time, he had truly forced her. Tian understood the meaning of the ivy and said no more. She wouldn't act rashly until she understood the situation. After getting married, Carlos made a ceremonial grave for the Scarlet Calamity, fulfilling a long-held wish. He would occasionally come to pay respects, and after doing so, Carlos felt considerably relieved. Their faces were worse than those palace maids who had just run out of the front hall, pale and green as though they were living corpses completely devoid of blood. April, spring cuckoo, May, lotus month, summer cuckoo. April has passed and it is already late May. Duke Jinghua answered, yet Lord Yi still looked bewildered. Time gradually flowed by, and when noon arrived, the time of day with the most yang energy symbolizing its vigorous emergence, the enthronement ceremony of Jiangzhou City began. At this moment, although Lin Xiu's aura had long since calmed down, who in the arena could not perceive that profound tranquility which was the manifestation of the ocean-seeking realm. No wonder these young people were so captivated by the prizes, their eyes shining with excitement, much like a young person about to start work staring at Japanese action films filled with an overwhelming surge of blood. The old gentleman is truly knowledgeable. With a not-so-fluent command of the universal language Gulu Duoside. Do not fall for his schemes. The ghost girls under his control will not react in such a manner. Runny's cunning plan was seen through by Uncle Gio at a glance, yet his stubborn disciple remained obstinate. Let her go, perhaps she can indeed be of assistance. Aria sighed, resting her chin in her hand. What if I say to let him go? Shiruobai's unwavering gaze startled Jiang Yi and Shiziki behind him. At that moment Feng Tian had followed Nangongyu to the mouth of the earthen cave. Feng Tian stepped forward to examine the earthen cave closely, then turned to look at Nangongyu. Of course not. She sat up from the bed saying, didn't I tell you? You can leave at any time, it's not me who wants you to stay, it's your master. As soon as the words left her mouth, Mu Xianying instantly regretted it. Over the past few days, every time she mentioned his drunken master, the child would fall silent. What could have upset Tianer? Nangong Jin was somewhat baffled by Rong Zhang's question. Yi Zuihan dismounted and leaped onto the city wall of Qingsu City before jumping inside. After a while, the city gates of Qingsu City were slowly pushed open and Feng Tian led two horses inside as the gates closed behind him. Are you a relative of Zhang Zifeng? A trainee police officer was inquiring. This incident was so severe that the police department had nearly emptied out. No need for further words, I only wish to see Wu Wan, and the rest I can agree to. Sangju's face turned pale, his voice weak and frail, indicating that this matter was highly probable. Regarding the oil issue, Sangju was not particularly concerned, rather it seemed that defeating Wu Wan had become the only thing in his eyes. While Yang Fan fiercely battled against 4 advanced dragon blood creatures, he was naturally being watched by the Red Dragon. He clearly understood that he was no match for Yang Fan and intended to send him out of Dragon Island before deciding to evolve a wise dragon indeed. Although they constantly changed positions deep in the mountains, they had lingered here for too long and more people were pursuing them. Moreover, this place was deep in the mountains where countless animals naturally resided. Long Qingshan's gaze flickered. It seemed that the second Taishan was somewhat closer to the Qian family head, indicating a hint of favoritism. If Gao Tianqin merely wanted to seize this opportunity to resurrect his friend and stabilize the plot's power, they would not mind leaking some benefits, as the world of Fengyun was vast. In front of Zhongfang and Ding Qingzong, as they discussed matters of great importance for him, Yang Hao and Zhe Ziyu had shed their previous competitive demeanor. The 4 of them sat at the table, and after 3 rounds of wine-sharing dishes, Yang Hao spoke straightforwardly about the matter everyone was most concerned about. Gu Fei was also forced into a corner. If he confirmed the other party's identity, then by not taking action earlier he would have merely watched them break through, while those few stubborn individuals refused to disclose their intentions. As a responsible mercenary, Gu Fei certainly could not let them leave casually. Nigani, where is my soul weapon placed? Time waits for no one, there's no room for delay. Gao Tianqin immediately summoned the foolish snake and pressed for answers. However, the actions of the primordial heavenly venerable were clearly aimed at reversing the disadvantage of the Chan teachings. So the question arises, is this a balance by the Fengshen Yuan master, or for some other reason? Although these 4 Cyclops golems were subordinates of Leo, the Naris were unaware of this. Seeing the Cyclops golem relentlessly pursuing them, the Naris were also furious. When Yuehua looked at her, gently remaining silent. She only knew that Xiaomuyu was the adopted brother of Xiao Xiao, had been ill for a long time and had passed away not long ago. The child seemed very sorrowful when speaking quietly. Sure, Xiaojian did not learn to project his soul merely for survival. He sought elegance trapped in Mashan, where no woman was allowed to touch him, which was unbearable for a young man. With the ability to project his soul, he could enter the dreams of girls, making others believe they had experienced a spring dream. This banquet was set up to honor his benefactor, the King of Favor, and to deny Zhuofeng face was to deny the King of Favor face as well. Hearing this, Zhuofeng glanced down the table and indeed saw that none of the members of the Li family he recognized had come, causing him to frown and his expression to darken. Dozens of men in black had encircled Zhao Yanya's carriage at an unknown time, exuding a murderous aura. Then Old White hung up the communicator and ordered a fighter jet and a reconnaissance aircraft to take off urgently to scout the target location. Finally, after she moved into the Shangyang East Palace, I could no longer deceive myself, sitting down with determination to plot for the future. With the favorable circumstances of Nanzhao aligning with Tang against the Tibetans, I realized this was my only chance to fight for something. Whether it succeeded or failed, whether it was right or wrong, all depended on this one move. However, when he activated his anomalous ability, he suddenly froze, trying several times without sensing the slightest presence of that ability. He looked at the elder across from him, fear slowly creeping into his expression. After a long while, Ouyang Zhang released the breathless Huashi, gazing at her sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushed and her swollen red lips opening and closing as if inviting one to pluck a flower. The night was as thick as ink, spreading endlessly, and the hearts of the people in the Great Hall felt just as dark and lifeless as this night. Li Longji did not inquire further and granted the request of Xingping, issuing an edict for the Taizhen Temple to perform a ritual outside the palace to guide the spirits of the deceased Chang family, while he did not make a clear decision on when to bring Yang Yuhuan back to the palace. Your father came a few days ago, but he was not pleased with our leaving Kyoto. You should speak with him, he still considers the emperor a good person. Zhao Madam said irritably. Zhao Bingda was a loyal and upright man, and he was quite displeased with Zhao Yanya's defiance of authority and deception towards the emperor. After they disembarked from the plane, they attracted even more attention from these people, with the fierce black angel Xiaofeng, the stunning and voluptuous Pandora, the armored earth dog, the towering giant, and Qin Tian and Zeus, all of whom were evidently not ordinary characters. Li Siqing's expression suddenly changed. If the term nephew were to be applied, then what Xu Chao said should correspond to his elder. Glancing at the pale-faced Sato Emo, the telekinesis made the clay golem lift Sato Emo into the air. When Aran and the others arrived, Sato Emo lay on the ground with an explosive hairstyle, his body slightly twitching. The shoulder of his clothing was torn open, revealing a bite mark. Aran keenly noticed that Sato Emo also had a bite mark on his wrist significantly larger than the one on his shoulder. Chuga listened with trepidation and dared not ask further. So many events had transpired during these days trapped in the palace. This is the university's welcome vehicle. All new students can ride the bus to school. Feng Hua said. He Chen Kuan held the pastries, desperately calling out, but Qin Qingqing seemed not to hear, blissfully heading to the kitchen to continue preparing food. Puff, there was no sensation of crashing into a wall or the ground as expected. Instead, there was a sticky feeling and slight elasticity. She did not believe this was Wang Zuoyan's home. The Wang family's mansion was situated in the most prosperous area of Tianjin, grand and magnificent, akin to a palace, and she was not unaware of this. Items obtained during the mission are considered additional rewards, and the Wanjie Museum will not demand them from you unless it explicitly states the need to acquire a specific item during task issuance. Through careful observation, Nan Zhang realized that this mild-mannered young man appeared to be the de facto leader among the 4 white-collar workers. Earlier, when Zhang Hu spoke, he had already assigned the matter concerning Lan Mao to Li Wei's jurisdiction. Yet now, when Niu Hua pleaded for leniency on Lan Mao's behalf, he did not turn to Li Wei, but instead fixed his gaze upon Zhang Hu. Yang Mu, though still at the nascent Qi realm, now possessed something typically reserved only for cultivators of the core formation realm, specifically the Cade Heaven realm. Hong Do lowered her gaze toward her own fingertips, already beginning to fade, her expression uncharacteristically tender. Her celestial sovereign, it seemed, had truly fallen in love. Where is your grandmother? Morong Fu found it curious. He had been inside the ancient tomb for days, yet had never once encountered the granny son. Chang Shi was utterly unprepared. Accompanying them home would be none other than her elder brother Chang Hong. Upon learning of Chang Hong's true identity, the emperor granted him a 3-month leave and assigned 2,000 elite troops to escort the crown prince safely back to his hometown. Zhao Qiaoer knew full well her voice carried little weight before the general manager, yet she could not help but speak up. Huang Xia stepped forward. His internal perception told him the ice moon blossom now radiated sub-zero temperatures, well below -10 degrees Celsius, causing frost to creep across the surrounding ground. Were it not for the protective layer of inner qi enveloping his body, he would have frozen solid within moments. Qi Jiao stood unmoved before Wang Longgao's gunpoint threat, his eyes cold and indifferent as they swept over the man's coarse fleshy face. Though he had never met Wang Longbiao in person, he had long known of this figure serving under his younger brother and deduced his identity with uncanny accuracy. Calmly he spoke. Shaking his dazed head, Lade snapped out of the sea god's manifestation. Lifting his gaze, he recognized the familiar king and without hesitation strode toward him. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Tieju's men swarmed out of their vehicles en masse, outnumbering the traffic officers 3 or 4 times over. The officers, startled by the sudden show of force, rushed forward en masse, leveling their guns at Zhao Tieju's men. Boys like it too. Then Xianxi shall protect his younger brother, and whether boy or girl the child shall be named Muingu Muin. Seeing her discomfort, Gu Liangshan lifted her onto his lap. Yet this victory exacted a terrible toll. More than one of his sacred bones had been shattered beneath overwhelming pressure. Who could foresee whether the assassin might also resort to poison, what kind, how potent, and whether an antidote even existed? Earlier, upon returning to the Su residence, Su Jinsi had already inspected Aunt Sun's courtyard, finding nothing suspicious at the time. Upon the dark vault of heaven, the stars and moon, long defiant against the encroaching darkness, had vanished tonight as if finally subdued. Zhao Taizhu leaned toward the latter possibility. Li Jialong had invested tremendous effort. How likely was it he'd suddenly agree to negotiations? I gaped, wanting to ask, but quickly realized further questions would serve no purpose. So I fell silent, bowed my head, and crawled down from the platform. Bai Qingling was momentarily stunned. Dozens of yuan. Had Zhao Taizhu not said it himself, she would never have believed it. A figure of such stature stooping to earn mere dozens of yuan, such a notion would surely provoke ridicule. Su Long watched Zhao Tieju's pensive expression and felt a surge of excitement. Clearly Zhao Tieju's words had infused him with immense confidence. We drew near, curiously eager to see what distinguished this legendary imperial corpse, said to bear a faint trace of the purple star emperor's aura. The spiky-haired man was indeed a chivalrous soul, blunt, decisive, and reserved with strangers, yet once he pledged loyalty he would lay down his life without hesitation. We brought up the rear speaking in hushed tones, what we just said remained unheard by them. A second passed. No one collapsed. No blows struck. We ascended the stairs to the third floor, and the moment our feet touched the first step we heard Dai Tianhao and his group climbing up from below. We rushed upward, swiftly ducking sideways into concealment. They paid us no heed. The steward led his charge onward down the corridor. These individuals were all exceptionally refined. Initially they had extended courtesy solely because Zhang Jining was a friend of Sun Hui's. Now calm had returned to the parking lot, and as the crowd looked upon Gu Qingyanhua shimmered unmistakably in their eyes. Even Zhou Wei struggled to believe it. Could the call truly have come from Tang Xin? Was it deliberate sabotage? Moreover, given the current situation, if Qin Tian's faction emerged victorious, their departure would likely prove effortless. A colossal blood pool saturated with sinister demonic energy loomed into view before Chen Mo, Chang Shengzi and the others. Yet during this time 2 informed individuals had risked everything to deliver urgent warnings to its current soulbearer, only to be brutally slaughtered both times. He locked his gaze upon Shiya's position and dove downward. Once again he shattered a planet with his descent, driving his fist clean through Shiya's body. Zhong Ming stood thunderstruck. Once more hundreds per unit could hold a demon sovereign at bay and even gain the upper hand. He himself could feel the oppressive aura of a demon sovereign, yet these divine souls remained unscathed. By contrast, native divine souls instantly succumbed to the spreading miasma of evil the moment a demon sovereign appeared. Just as Yang Jianhua departed, Long Yu Bai arrives, leaving not a breath of respite. Lin Feng spoke with icy disdain. Ultimately comforted by sisterly and reassured by the Emperor's personal promise, Firefly transformed her sorrow into joy and under Akaji's leadership joined the other shipgirls outside the living room. Chelsea supporters filed slowly out of the stands, more disheartened than the players themselves. This was the club's sole remaining chance at silverware this season, the trophy they most coveted, and now all hope had all but evaporated. There remained no path backward, only battle. Only battle. One must fight on. One must fight on. The Azure Azura had slain countless Sunagakure shinobi, yet spared Yoro, the nearby blaze release specialist, at point-blank range. Having resolved to descend the mountain immediately, Jian Lu returned to his quarters, packed hastily, and set off to find Qingqing. Just as he reached Qingqing's door, low voices drifted out from within. Fatally, Lin Jie turned, gazing silently at the shattered window overhead, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Ha. My good friend Zifeng works at the sanatorium, she'll personally oversee his care. Rest assured it'll be far superior to the alternative. Siyu replied, evasively unprepared for Zifeng's tenacity. Zheng Linger released her grip on Li Yeshu's hands. Her cheeks flushed deeper, but she made no attempt to hide it. Her poised, unself-conscious grace only deepened Li Yeshu's infatuation. Rene's implication was plain as day: if the truth were exposed, it would only mean more bloodshed. This made Jiu Shu notably irritable. He could not comprehend why he should be beholden to others. Jiu Shu remained unaware of the change within him, yet Rene fixed him with a long look. The unwillingness in Jiu Shu's eyes now bore a streak of violence. It seemed Rene's efforts had not been in vain. Jiu Shu had unquestionably succumbed to an inner demon. At the very moment Sudong yawned open, Dongfang Yuechen was still in seclusion and could not be informed, and the world instantly descended into chaos. Lin Fan's expression did not change from the dossiers. He already knew that Dai Meng wielded tremendous influence over Huaqi. When he was driven out, many of Huaqi's senior managers had voluntarily resigned to join Dai Meng. Having finished speaking, Zhong Siyuan produced a check from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to Zhou Junren standing nearby. Hey. All right. Zhao Minan hastily agreed, then trotted off toward the west with a gleeful bounce. Luo Xiner and Hua Jieyu, as those involved were bewildered and wore anxious faces. Only when they heard Miss Su Yun's laughter did they realize it had all been a jest. Their husband was merely playing with them, and instantly they cracked their knuckles, eager to teach Lin Shiran a lesson. Shi paid little heed to such matters, only occasionally helping Ma Yin resolve a problem. At some point Luo Xiner had already hitched up her skirt, squatted at the water's edge, cupped a clear draught of spring water and drank. Lu Shihong rolled his eyes with a choking sound and fainted. The servants outside scrambled to lift him and carried him away for treatment. The Lin Xianzi they spoke of was of course Miss Mingyue. Ever since the husband in Chenggua's capital bestowed the combined name Lin Xinyue upon Miss Mingyue and Miss Mingxin, both sisters had traveled the Jianghu under that name. Han Xin's expression grew composed and unreadable. He strode out, head held high as if in his own backyard, swaggering toward the enemy. Sui Xian felt a sudden jolt in her heart, though her face betrayed little. She furrowed her brow and asked a question. After Yu Qiuping, Qi Tian, Hangxing and Sin Kacheng merged their forces, their troop strength rose to over 650 men. Across from them and Tang Shou and Bu Peguangzi's forces, having suffered losses in the engagement with Yu Qiuping, numbered only around 800 soldiers, and the two sides fell into a temporary standoff. Because Yun Yao had begun to suspect Nuhulu Galuo, the future Wensi Guifei, of being the mastermind who had killed her in a past life, she ordered her subordinates to start investigating Nuhulu Galuo. Zuexian Lu lived up to its name. The wines sold within were so intoxicating that even immortals would linger. In Yangzhai, those with standing and spare coin would occasionally sample Zhuaxian Lao's exclusive vintage Yingxiong Shui. Yingxiong Shui was the wine brewed by Guobin, famed for its vivid hue, mellow palate, and formidable aftereffect. The 10-year-or-so boy listened to Brother Ma's words with rapt admiration and looked at him in awe. Kanshi nodded in response, then used his chopsticks to place a piece of fish for Yun Yao and said, "I remember the Empress likes this." Those attending him, seeing Kang's indulgence toward Yun Yao, quietly marveled at how favored the new Empress had become. Guyu was seized by a frightful realization. Henceforth he dared not attempt to kill Xiaoyu again. It was tantamount to cursing a host to death, a horror far worse than collective suicide. That morning, Guoyu Oluwabayu's string of antics had thoroughly entertained the public, providing an abundant supply of gossip. By then everyone understood that the Nayland family's heir had died and that an alternate successor could be chosen. Under the leadership of the hopeless trio, the controllers Ruin and Assault returned to Augustine Castle to execute a covert operation. When Han Feng heard the pirate describe this method of survival, he was profoundly astonished, not by the fact that the pirate could endure using it, but by the process through which the pirate had conceived it. At last, after an arduous trek, nearly dragging his feet, he completed the final lap. Li Tai ignored everything else, collapsing onto the ground with a heavy thud, panting raggedly, his body drenched as if just hauled from water. It sounds simple, and indeed it is. Two greater reapers merely need to coordinate. One of them will inevitably obtain the scythe. It is a divine gift bestowed upon mortals who have endured countless trials, a key granting passage into the sacred domain of the gods. Hua Yuya had now personally witnessed the extraordinary power of the tribe's faith. Yet viewed from an outsider's perspective, while Akasha's actions might genuinely stem from tribal devotion, as she claimed, it remained deeply questionable whether others from her tribe once immersed in the wider world would share her unwavering commitment. Wang Wei said nothing more, only gently stroking Luna's hair and softly kneading one of her fluffy ears between his fingers. Luna pulled Wang Wei's arm tightly against her chest, shifted into a comfortable posture, and gradually drifted into sleep. He would be utterly amazed if they accepted this outcome calmly. But these were matters for the future. For now we have achieved a resounding victory. Let us first return and attend to the fruits of this battle. Yuan Fuchong wore no trace of resentment or anxiety. Instead, he spoke with a gentle smile. He could not fathom why Princess Dan Yang had sent Xuanxi to fetch him, an exceedingly rare occurrence unless something momentous had transpired. Senior brother Yuan possesses not only profound cultivation but also immense magnanimity, truly a paragon. I aspire to emulate. Gu Shang replied, perfectly attuned to the sentiment. The crystal serves as both a passkey to the blood prison sect and a credential for ranking and redeeming rewards within its dimensional realm. Her heart raced with tension. She could not continue playing. Her hands were on the verge of ruin. Without imperial command she dared not leave. All she could do was pray for dawn to arrive, the hour of her deliverance. I wonder, have Xueli and Xingzhan already followed Inoue to Helios? Were another mission to grant 10 opportunities to elevate his own cultivation level, he would ascend directly to the 5th rank of the immortal realm. Then it was highly likely that someone who had been in contact with him had deliberately administered the drug, an act meticulously planned long in advance. In the blood prison sect clash, Lin Yuan defeated the dog god with breathtaking arrogance, igniting fervent admiration across countless realms. His brilliance eclipsed all others at that moment. When Qingyun saw Han Sanxian, he instantly burst into tears and snot, dropping to his knees at the detention center gate and clinging desperately to Han Sanxian's legs, leaving the attending officials utterly stunned, wondering whether this man might be deranged. Moreover, augmented by the spell-shattering properties of mythic silver, it proved devastatingly effective against all manner of arcane assaults. The surrendered banner people worked even more zealously. Within 3 days, tribes previously allied with the Qing court swiftly submitted ancient Ming dynasty seals as tokens of sincere submission. Lin Yuan shook his head. The epithet Black Robe was seldom invoked. Whenever he questioned his master Mo Yuntian about it, the elder refused to speak of it. Besides, Elder Wu's continued existence greatly benefited him, offering tangible support. He tapped several points on the young woman's body, sealing her acupoints, then released her. We needn't force our way into BMW's supply chain, we're merely testing the waters. Xiao Wei interrupted Xia Zixuan, who stood lost in thought. Don't you trust me? Every gesture, every smile radiated irresistible charm. The reporters surrounding her exchanged glances, convinced with near certainty that Lu Feifei was an impostor. Su Nuo understood Gu Moyan's meaning and murmured softly, "This is the final time I'll fulfill her request." With that, she pushed aside Gu Moyan's hand and knelt beside Yi Qing. The terms are stringent, but worthwhile. Unlock the secret inscribed on the steel and open the treasure vault, and payment shall be made immediately. Lu Bei's declared. Just as Zhou Taoshu pondered this, Tang Xian and he slowly approached the Tang family courtyard. Chen Man understood her father's silence as tacit approval of her demand for 1 million yuan, her last vestige of gratitude dissolving into desolation. Henceforth lucrative commissions would flow abundantly, no less than 500,000 yuan annually, perhaps even 100,000. Yet due to the passage of time, Su Zifang could no longer recall the precise sequence. Improvising slightly upon an online tutorial, he crafted a rich soup harmonizing regional culinary traditions. I remember when my foot was injured, I once felt so stifled by Lu Sudong's terse efficient text messages that I nearly burst into tears.
But having grown closer to him over recent days, I realized he rarely types on his phone. Even his WeChat or QQ messages to me are almost invariably voice notes. Since experiencing Gu Xiaoran's work firsthand yesterday, Wang Ruirui had fully grasped the extraordinary caliber of his professional competence. Yet Nice's nature was decisive. She simply drove straight toward the Yi Group's headquarters. In time, Egrius would rise as a sovereign powerhouse, commanding vast territories and earning renown throughout the entire Vitelian dominion. She refused to admit it, yet could not deny it. Even after 5 years, this man could still affect her effortlessly, and far more severely than she'd imagined. Merely meeting his familiar Italian gaze, cold and distant, left her breathless. Suddenly I felt utterly speechless and hastily cut off her lament. All right, it's raining. Go home quickly, don't wander outside. I'm about to sleep, no more talk. Without waiting for her reply, I ended the call. My mind replayed my sister's voice and visage. Whether from shock or dread, I could not bear the reality that she would depart so young. Seeing him, Su Xia, who had initially felt uneasy about being forcibly brought into this room, now felt considerably reassured. Zhu Zhu was a fiercely determined person. Even while suffering pain with every step, she insisted on descending the stairs to join the family for dinner. She had already prepared her excuse, a twisted ankle. Yet her parents reacted as if they had not noticed at all, leaving Zhu Zhu brimming with justifications, quietly disheartened. He was not mistaken. Yi Feng truly carried nothing with him. While others arrived with suitcases, he simply walked in empty-handed. Mu Hongling summoned 9 immortal souls, some towering like colossal eagles, others no larger than a palm, resembling crimson sparrows. All were avian spirits, each radiating an intense scorching aura, clear evidence that Mu Hongling cultivated a cultivation art rooted in the fiery Tao. In truth, the moment Yi Feng first laid eyes on Xian Shuadai, he sensed something subtly amiss, a faint concealed divine sense dwelling within her. As Yi Feng observed her, that same awareness observed him in turn. Though it lasted but an instant, it did not escape Yi Feng's perception. Even though his opponent emitted not a trace of aura, Yi Feng still felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surging toward him. Lu Guan seethed with fury, but the other was a peerless prodigy, a Saint-Air-level genius. His strength was undeniable, and if he refused to act, Lu Guan possessed no means to compel him. Through Yuta's soul, he learned that Long Dusar bore a sinister dark lineage bloodline, known as the Death Knight bloodline. Anyone touched by its dark energy would perish almost instantly, as the darkness ravaged every organ and vital system of the body. Within this ruin a rare treasure had emerged, one that even Zhao Shueyo and Han Qingluan found deeply enticing. Rumor held that the two had been preparing for this excavation for a long time, thus they would inevitably journey there together. After his initial shock subsided, Zihua Saint-Air's eyes filled with terror. He staggered backward repeatedly, utterly unwilling to enter the vermilion phoenix nest. He was no fool. If true opportunities lay within, the youth would claim them before him, and if peril awaited, even sovereigns might fall, let alone themselves. So it is. Chang Sheng finally understood. The reason was clear. Sophia and the others, fearing the place might be destroyed before his return, had built this metallic sewer system precisely so he could still read their messages. Yes, sir. The Alliance Junior General snapped a crisp salute, then turned and departed to carry out Mu Qing's orders. Watching the last Northern White Eight fall beneath Tianjian's snow spirit sword, Elder Chang Tian spoke with evident satisfaction. Li Yi knew the situation throughout Kowloon Mountain intimately, having already scanned every corner of the Kowloon sect with his divine sense upon entering. The Black Witch tribe launched their assault on the White Witch tribe around 7 o'clock that evening, only to realize they had fallen into a trap, prompting their outer forces to withdraw immediately. Though her two grandsons spoke in vague, confusing terms, she herself felt markedly more energetic than before, and since Zhou Hao's master was a renowned figure in town, she naturally believed them. That shell could obliterate a tank. Xiao Ming was no steel and iron titan, how could he possibly withstand it? Old Lu, any findings? Feng Xiaozong turned to ask the male researcher clad in camouflage. As his words faded, the Grand Star Lord clapped his hands, whereupon a massive muscular figure descended from the heavens. Lu Yi combined dozens of traditional herbs, including koik seed, blatilla, rhizome, lily bulb and tenghua grass, ground them into fine powder, sealed the mixture in large pouches, and headed for the Shin Group's pharmaceutical processing plant. Not at all. They are all pitiable souls, how could my husband ever bear to harm them? Wu Nomi shook her head, urgently refuting EAI's words. Chibi Helalai spoke flawless Han speech, so fluent in fact that even Chenny, a true-born Han man, could not match his eloquence. His accent was pure Guanzhong, so authentic that were it not for his distinctly non-Han features, no one would ever suspect he was a Hu man. With Zhou Tai's approval, Jia Baoyu relaxed a little and set about arranging traps and mechanisms. Thus Gu Yue located the necklace's model on her computer, and to avoid arousing suspicion she deliberately made several alterations. Of course I did not originally wish to pursue them, for we are family. If they acknowledged their faults and changed, I would not hold it against them. Yet who could have expected that they would remain unruly and seek to harm me? Father, I beg you, teach me how to deal with them. Jia Baoyu said. In other words, the 7 austere Taoists before him were living figures of the present age. Descending the steps led to an empty first level. The ruins here had not been fully explored, and a hidden chamber remained undiscovered. The primary reason was that the world knew too little about the spirits of the unknown totem and could not interpret the glyphic forms of its various manifestations. Although they had opened their hearts to one another before, Suchini had never seemed this considerate, had he? What kind of spirit treasure is this? As the young lord of Beihai City, Di Hao prided himself on having seen many weapons, yet he had never encountered a three-pronged armament like this. Sensing that even its death throes could not escape the humans embrace, the crocodile ceased struggling and plunged beneath the water. Amid spreading ripples and anxious gazes, both vanished from sight. The blazing steed expelled a vortex of flame that swept the field and enveloped Lanai. The searing heat tormented her, yet in the midst of the crisis Lanai managed to devise a means of escape. Xingwen said, "Why do you ask about her the moment she is absent? Am I not enough?" Her face showing clear displeasure. Humans despised white foxes for their hypocrisy, treachery, and cunning, deeming their charm arts the most loathsome of all techniques. Chen Shangshao flipped his right hand, a sword talisman flashed in his palm, and the Tsangling sword materialized. Guyi took it, gripping it as he scrutinized the blade's tip. Afterwards, manager Tian turned and sat on the sofa. Seeing this, Yang Chaoran shrugged and went to fetch something to eat. But when he saw the patient was Fu He and observed such intimate gestures with a nurse, he could no longer suppress the anger swelling within him. He will. If I threaten him with Sunner's life, he will surely comply, Xiao Ziming said proudly. After a clattering of rattling noises, a moment later a tremendous sound issued from the base of the cliff. Sheen Feng rummaged inside the purple gold coffin at the bend and pulled out 2 tattered tiger skin blankets. He wrapped one around himself, turned 3 times and gave it a tug, feeling that it was quite thick and substantial. I had promised your mother we would go to Jingshan. His Majesty had intended to take you, but Hongqing has fallen ill these past days, so remain in the palace for now. Those words were addressed to Yi Boizhe and the others. Tang Tian forced a bitter smile and nodded, though they all spoke softly. The threat implicit in their words was unmistakable. They even demanded that she admit her mistake voluntarily. Thus the two concluded that such a thing was utterly impossible. No one could attain such a formidable state. Lei Long Liman Jiren is a top-tier lightning attribute ninjutsu, a vast and devastating strike that only 5 shinobi born with innate lightning chakra can unleash. He drove a fist through the chest of the half-human fiend, crushed its heart, and with a horizontal sweep severed its head as disbelief filled its eyes. Among the dozen monks, Li Xiao recognized an old acquaintance, a portly monk who had once come to watch the battle between Du Lao and Shi in the Villa district. Most importantly, the opponent was now trapped within the Grand Formation, and the formation's flags were the Shanggu Xingqian flag. Those flags had to be reclaimed, yet if they were withdrawn, the middle-aged man would inevitably become a renewed threat. A soft murmur escaped Lin Feiyu's lips, calm and composed, even tinged with a dashing air. Chen Haoran sighed inwardly. Yi Lan's presence here could offer him no help. Better to return to Dongling City and do something useful for the motherland than to perish in the shadowed forest. After alighting from the train, Lin Xian found the lights dazzling and the nightlife only beginning. He surveyed the towering buildings and the elegantly dressed passers-by, glanced at his own clothes and could not help but frown. The world is vast and there will always be refuge. Not long ago our clan suffered grievously. The Huamian Dongtian erupted with an astonishing aura, and people will surely come to investigate. Now is no time to delay. Tomorrow we shall begin the relocation, Chi Han replied. Chen Ruoshi glanced back at Luoyu and found his face still deathly pale, etched with deep fatigue and despair. An invisible majesty slowly radiated from their bodies, as if the entire Hangduan mountain range were shrouded in it. Across 1,000 miles no one remained unafraid. These humans are truly primitive, they cannot even tell such things apart. How disappointing, the youth said as he turned to leave, only to be stopped by the man. He tried to tear at the thing around his neck with both hands, but despite exerting all his strength, the water rope did not loosen an inch. Unlike the earlier fallen general, this legion showed no intention of engaging them directly. From a distance it began a coordinated legion-style assault upon the villa. Though Xinhua could sense nothing unusual about Mi Luo's fingers, she refused to use her body to test it. She spread her palm and erected a wind shield between herself and Mi Luo. On this day the Southern Cultivation Realm announced that Long Su was revered as its overlord. However, these matters were not of my doing, yet Feng Chengcheng firmly believed I was responsible, which is why she harbored such hatred towards me. Only Su Yunza remained oblivious to it, all his gaze languidly resting upon the fruit platter before him, lost in thought. Fearing that someone might see them spending the night in the reception room the next day and that it would spark numerous rumors, he wrote a note and placed it on the table, saying, Manyun, I came to talk to you about the 7 treasures. I will find you again after I finish my business this afternoon. By the way, the coat is very warm, thank you. The 2 guards exchanged glances and simultaneously approached Qin Junyu, but before they could touch his clothing they were knocked unconscious. The middle-aged and beautiful shopkeeper Liao held a white jade teacup and leisurely savored a sip of fragrant tea. Let's talk again next time, I'm hungry now. Let me finish what Qin Junyu was saying, she interrupted, shaking her hand with a smile. Moments later the power of the formation receded and the newcomer first stored away his flying boat before slowly descending from the sky. Remember, you are the chosen one. This world is vast beyond your imagination. Step forward bravely and one day we shall meet again. The voice was ethereal, as if it belonged to another realm. She left long ago.
After the wedding ceremony she went to the airport. Jiang Ying recounted according to Chi Yes instructions. He breathed shallowly, the strong scent of alcohol wafting as he brushed against the back of her ear. Though he seemed honest, it only intensified the allure. The tenacious and resilient Wuxi heavy infantry gritted their teeth, persisting under the fierce long-range attacks of the Anqi defense forces. After suffering heavy casualties, they finally managed to bring the siege equipment up to the city wall. Thus, during the next 2 days of holiday, Bai Lingjing indulged in gluttony. However, the outcome was not to her liking, and unable to find a solution, she decided to feign illness. Song Yi stared at him, noticing the clear dilation of his pupils upon hearing Qi Ran's question. Qi Ran looked up astonished at the kind face of the homeroom teacher, repeatedly confirming that she truly had not scolded him. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Yuan Haonan was nearly frantic, pounding the ground and crying, tears flowing freely. His disheveled hair hung messily over his face, making him appear even more disheveled than before. Does that mean I shouldn't take to heart even matters like divorce? Mu Xiu's expression darkened. Under the moonlight it seemed something was undergoing subtle changes, and both Bai Lingjing and Mu Xiu were completely unaware of it. Do you still have contact with the Hearst group? Wang Songsong felt her understanding being refreshed time and again. 50 people formed a squad, with 100 forming a company, 500 forming a battalion, and 2,500 forming a regiment under the command of a general leading 25 to 62,500 soldiers. Chen Xiao laughed heartily, moving his body directly into the spatial passage, and the next moment found himself in the void of the divine realm. Zhang Xie finished speaking in one breath, decisively tossing the red pouch to the ground, glaring at Hong Yan. However, one cannot absorb too much, otherwise if the malevolent aura within accumulates excessively it will affect one's mindset and may even drive one insane. His eyes burned with an intense fire, an insatiable thirst difficult to describe, as if his spirit were reveling in that euphoric desire. However, Yen Wu refused, insisting she would not escape, becoming increasingly anxious as she circled around the infant corpse and experimental beasts. I have heard that Xie Tianan from Mount Hua possesses a silver-white longsword of unparalleled elegance, capable of taking the heads of men wherever its gaze lands. Common folks are unworthy of his blade. Sui spoke earnestly and then added, but seeing it today, it truly is extraordinary. Night Xian, pressed firmly to the ground, suddenly trembled, struggling to raise his head, his blurred vision searching for the entrance of the courtyard. The three figures, only visible as silhouettes to him, made his heart tremble. But why did Zhang Xie still have that expression of constipation? Do you know that when the original owner of this body crossed over and was stealing his sister-in-law's red pouch, he appeared utterly entranced? Wasn't that a kind of constipation? Yuhai City was exceptionally vast. The Xingyun divine movement technique operated at its peak, taking a full hour to reach the territory of the 161st observation post. However, the people of Tianbao Tower were not unscathed. 2 individuals were struck by Lan He, their faces caved in, leading to an extraordinarily tragic death. Yi Han furrowed his brow. If what this fellow said was true, killing the opponent would indeed be quite difficult. However, Yi Han did not believe in the so-called immortality under sufficiently powerful force. Such immortality was merely a joke. Seeing the expression of the big rat, Sanshu awkwardly smiled. He forgot that the big rat had lost to Ling Zhoutian back then. Praising Ling Zhoutian in front of him was simply irritating. Long Teng, upon hearing this, scrutinized the 2 men in red robes more closely. Both had similar builds, around 30 years of age, each holding a slender white jade bone staff, at a glance resembling a pair of twin brothers. By the time Long Yuan felt the sun's glare, it was already past noon. Upon waking from his slumber, he felt a sense of soreness and discomfort throughout his body. The temper of countryfolk is volatile, and during arguments they often utter those 3 words, leading to a habit of resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. From the shadows of the grass, Duan Mulianqin and the others watched anxiously, worried for Chang Wushuang. Although she had displayed astonishing strength along the way, every one of these talents was no ordinary person. Provoking them could amount to courting death. Old professor, you are looking to pinpoint a location in the mountains, right? Because it is concealed by the clouds, you need to measure its bearings to determine. Yang Ling expressed her insights. In Yang Fatty's heart, Gu Yuan was his friend, the most precious friend who had pulled him back when he was about to give up back in the day. Farewell, farewell. Safe travels, safe travels. After a pleasant conversation, Ren Yi and Shi Jian bid each other warmly and escorted them to the gate. Yet David Silger, longtime chief technology officer at a private equity firm, failed to realize that his professional background held far greater fascination than he imagined. These titles, so familiar to Luo Huan, existed only as myth and legend on Blue Planet, but in that vast, fully realized world they were undeniably real. Having sat on the floor for too long, Third Grandma's legs had gone completely numb. She could not rise. Bing Xiu placed the bowl upon the table, stepped forward to help Qian Yi lift Third Grandma up, brought over a chair for her to sit, and then handed her the rice bowl. We'd only heard rumors before, never knew if they were true or false. These days people's hearts have grown corrupt. They cannot bear to see others prosper and are ever eager to fabricate slander to humiliate you. If the rumors prove false, or worse, if someone is deliberately sowing discord between our 2 families, then believing them blindly would not only harm you both but also stain her honor irreparably. Elderly Madame Ju spoke with wounded dignity. Her words were abruptly cut short by a violent cough. Sasashima Ritsu had choked badly on his miso soup, his handsome face flushing crimson. The convulsion sent sharp pain radiating from his wound, a truly wretched moment. I told her and she said she already knew. She declared she wouldn't seek out the city lord and then ignored me entirely, striding straight into the inner courtyard, the attendant replied. At that very moment a crimson figure emerged from the shadows, a faint mocking smile playing upon his lips as he gazed disdainfully at the white crane. That, however, is no longer your choice to make. The old maid glared venomously at Xia Nanju, then seized her chin with a thick fleshy hand, forced her mouth open and began pouring the wine directly down her throat. Aya Hakuba, sipping juice on the sofa, shot a sharp irritated glance at the phone-emitting Kishida Takashi's voice and inwardly grumbled, is this man about to say something utterly bizarre to my sister? Since gang violence could not be ruled out by Kuei-in decided to stop the car and exit from the opposite side, preferring a longer detour to guarantee safety. Such caution was simply the everyday self-preservation instinct of an ordinary resident of East Harlem. Upon seeing her, Li Lingyu's expression flickered with surprise, then swiftly clarified why New York Romance had invited her for the audition. I wonder, would feeding you some fermented rice mash do the trick? I've given you a good thump, what do you think? Jiang Ning rapped the jester's head firmly. Dong Mei sighed inwardly. No matter how splendid or dazzling the provincial capital might be, her heart still belonged irrevocably to that impoverished remote village where she was born. Very well, now that all contestants are in position, let us begin today's competition. Dong Qing's melodious voice rang out, igniting cheers from the audience. After more than 20 rounds of bidding, the jade piece reached 1.5 million yuan, a sum exceedingly Wei Wei's internal budget. She could finally exhale in relief, having fulfilled her promise to Sister Qin, and now wore a radiant, triumphant smile. He hasn't said a word. So does attaining the status of Void God grant one the ability to fight solely through telekinetic force? I murmured, gazing upward at the sky, utterly perplexed. Even if the show aired and her reputation plunged to unprecedented depths, what of it? She possessed 10,000 ways to return. Yet he refused to accept defeat, attempting repeatedly to depart only to find himself perpetually trapped within the barrier. Seeing this, I deceived him, claiming the steel served to stabilize his soul, and urged him to worship it diligently before departing. The Weigua's manual dexterity was abysmal, even worse than Dong Mei's. His expertise as a well-stabilization engineer remained exceptionally formidable. I shall now prepare 2 prescriptions for you to take home. Secretly replace the imperial physician's medicine with mine and administer it to the crown princess. She will surely recover without incident. Jian Yunji clenched her fists tightly. Ruayu closed her eyes, unable to bear to look any longer, silently praying in her heart if she could survive this tribulation she would surely repay the suffering she endured double in the future. As she clutched her chest, a sudden thought struck her. Turning to look at the window frame, she found it empty, with only the wind brushing against the divination plate on the table making the needle spin wildly. That was not her true intention. How could she bear to abort a child when she loved their offspring so dearly? Upon seeing the dark shadow, Changmen sensed both a trace of malevolence and a hint of chaotic energy, yet he could tell that this shadow was not the true entity but merely a projection of it. Changmen, unsure of the other party's background, dared not act rashly, so he concealed his aura, planning to follow this dark shadow. Having almost fallen for someone else's trick yesterday, how could she trust this suddenly appeared ointment today? Ruazin's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she snapped out of her deep thoughts. Silently adjusting her unusual emotions, she simultaneously formed a plan. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards the officer, who remained silent alongside the indifferent-faced Qi Jia, who held a sword and axe. Yan Xiaoxiu, you mustn't get agitated. Your wound just opened this morning, now you need to rest. Jin Guanyan said worriedly. Lin Tianyao looked at the hazy space around him, and with his divine sense encountering obstacles, he resolutely made a decision to see if his guess was correct. Louisville was not lacking in ships, but these ships could not be easily taken out. If those advanced technological products from the future were to appear on the continent, it would certainly cause a considerable stir. Yet even with such efforts, that fellow could not truly control the sun's fire and was ultimately struck down by that mysterious warrior, leaving only the radiant furnace. Though Yang Zhihui before him also held a position, it seemed he was even inferior to Han Kuan and the others, as there were hardly any discoveries in this regard. With this connection, although their powers were not entirely under Wang Li's control, they could still be grasped through the system, gaining relative assurance upon completion. He commanded the essence of Li, pulling back the powers within this system one by one to the Xintian fairy realm. Though he appeared careless, his thoughts were quite meticulous, as evidenced by the time he almost misinterpreted Chen Dongming. That person directly dismissed Zhao Xian with a series of explanations, now turning his thoughts to even more distant matters. After being hit twice in a row, Bogut could no longer hold on and retreated step by step. Zhang Kong immediately dribbled the ball, turning around and taking a large step forward, jumping high above the retreating Bogut with one arm raised. Every so often she would soar above her territory, scattering countless flakes of snow and ice. At this moment, Fu Junhua's true energy had already dissipated considerably. Having barely held on earlier, she was now drenched in sweat, feeling as if all her strength had been spent. After Wang Li took over, her body softened as if even sitting had become a tremendous effort.
16 gave Gutai a sidelong glance, a smile that was neither entirely a smile as the Nightingale and Roger suddenly vanished, taking the tables and chairs with them. Of course Fong Lin knew that there was no such thing as an unbreakable fortress in this world, merely a matter of time. However, since Hades dared to deploy this barrier of life and death, he was confident that he could not be completely overrun in such a short time.
Ouch. That hurts so much. Damn it, who left this silver needle on the road? Li Yuanye exclaimed, wincing in pain.
But Lu Sheng's actions were actually anticipated by Fong Lin, so he directly extended his hand, revealing a peculiar shard of turquoise green that emitted a faint glow.
Li Chao, you're so annoying.
Zhang Li shot him a glance, then huffed in indignation. But look, he's not even responsible for welcoming new students and has been sitting here for several days, doing nothing but playing on his phone and occasionally glancing in our direction.
Could there be a connection between the two?
Long Yang thought little of it and put the stone away. After all, it was just a wild master, which was quite beneficial for Long Yang. At this time, the triumphant In Hui and Lu Yuan still seemed to have her in mind, truly a case of a weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken. Even a cultivator who reached the 7th level of nirvana was just so-so in his eyes, not worthy of a glance. Upon arriving in the capital, the group was taken to a military camp outside the city where the soldiers were restrained and not allowed to leave. Meanwhile, the officers in the capital were granted leave to visit their families. Abuke excitedly set off to the city with rare items he purchased using his work credits.
Zhuoyue was momentarily taken aback.
Although he knew this could be Danya's scheme, he suddenly heard Sister Yun's weak yet familiar voice, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. After evenly distributing 1/10 of the highest property value of 8,317 Fong Lin Lao Hu and Lin Yingxia's agility increased by 4 points. Of course, the biggest temptation lay in obtaining complete control over the private space of 8,317. Yushi glanced back at the gray sea, which revealed a lake-like surface, or rather the soul-washing sea. Just looking at the lake's surface evoked a sense of boundless vastness. Seeing Long San and Li Wanxiong sitting there, the three exchanged subtle glances, their eyes clearly questioning each other. Then it falls to you, General Su, who felt as if he had aged decades in an instant.
His family's legacy had been lost in his generation, and it would also implicate the people of Izhou. Two roars echoed as if from ancient times, filled with desolation, and two streaks of fire abruptly appeared in the space. Father, what have you done to Yuan Mo?
Usually sweet and soft tones carried a hint of sharpness. Chu Chang, while pushing fiercely, swung the wrench brutally at the back of the young man's head as he attempted to rise. After the medical kit was prepared, Lin Xingxi quickly maneuvered through the smoke to drive the vehicle that Gao Yahue had hidden away, heading towards the residential area. Upon hearing the answer from the monk, Fa Yuan initially intended to head to the southern wing to say hello, but after a moment's thought he suppressed his thoughts for the time being.
You might as well hand over your gear obediently. When the coach penalizes you with extra practice or a fine, you'll just cry. Lu Yuema laughed from the side. As Lin Xingxi stepped back, someone else took the opportunity to strike at her. She had no choice, she couldn't possibly be blown up by the vehicle. Those fierce ghosts seek to absorb the essence of children. Such malevolent spirits cannot be forgiven. Yenwu steeled her heart and flew towards the black clouds to rescue the child. What? You mean you never even found Shi Shaojian's corpse, only bloodstained fragments of his clothing? That he was devoured entirely by wild dogs? You even molded a clay effigy of your senior uncle and used urine to mix the mud. Back in his chamber, after hearing his disciples report, Master Jiao felt the world spin around him. Xiaowei gently patted the demon leopard, which surged forward once more. The two monstrous beasts drove gurus back step by step. Shrill cries of agony pierced the darkness, proof that at least 5 or 6 enemies had already perished. Yet how could mere crossbow bolts wound second or third tier experts? In an instant, elite foes had already breached the defenses, heralding the onset of a fresh wave of slaughter. Let's go, no more talk. With those words, Yin Fian unfurled a pair of slender spirit wings and another pair resembling avian feathers. With a single flap of her 4 wings, Yin Fian vanished from sight. Senior Brother Lu's techniques are extraordinary. Facing them, he has nothing to fear. But we lack Senior Brother Lu's extraordinary fortunes, so we must observe our opponents closely, seeking every advantage in combat. Xiao Yang replied with unruffled calm. In that moment, silence fell over everyone. No one had anticipated such a consequence. The very air seemed frozen. Even the burly man who had attacked me alongside the suited man froze mid-motion. I distinctly saw every man nearby instinctively clench his thighs. At that moment, Su Xing was straining to suppress herself, her delicate frame trembling faintly. Clearly she had suffered greatly at the hands of these people. Let them in. Wang Xingxiu's voice rang out from beyond the door, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Evidently the brothers were clearing a path for the police. All this unfolded in less than 30 seconds. Had it not been for the Lamborghini's exceptional performance and Su Yishuan's masterful driving, the car would surely have been destroyed and its occupants killed. Su Yishuan knew full well against a heathen collision with a fully accelerated Dongfeng truck, even the Lamborghini's defensive capabilities paled beside those of a Land Rover. Xiao Zhengrong sighed deeply and remained silent. Duan Zhong rubbed his nose and closed his eyes, drifting into sleep.
After all, he was no Iron Man tomorrow, he still had to ride horseback for miles.
Lan Xian's gaze shimmered with quiet brilliance, her exquisite eyes dancing with unspoken wonder. Strangely standing before the beaming Wolf King, she felt not a trace of fear.
The beaming Wolf King's eyes revealed no hint of malice, only two glistening tears trembling within their depths. And just as she stepped toward the stairwell entrance, her peripheral vision caught sight of a Bentley parked roadside. As he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Ling Changfeng, who could only offer a wry smile. The meaning was unmistakable. Yuan, he clearly intended for Ling Changfeng to serve as the spark that ignited the flame. This was no divine ascension achieved by Wei Changfeng, but rather the horse itself. With a light tug on the reins, it sprang effortlessly upward, clearing a massive pit with astonishing grace.
Its hooves struck the rim, then launched again, elegantly vaulting over the second chasm.
Immediately after the meeting adjourned, Director Dai dialed Zhang Chouhan, urgently requesting her presence. She happened to be at the ministry and replied, "Come ahead, I'll wait for you."
Wang Xinyu nodded solemnly. This matter concerned national security. How dare she treat it with levity?
Yet complications loomed. How would this affair affect her relationship with Hao Kuyuer? He sat there photographing items for her, yet his mind wandered elsewhere. Fortunately, his computer skills were second to none, otherwise he would surely have made a mistake.
Greetings, Sect Master and Sect Master's consort.
After offering a simple bow, Lin Haotian's gaze locked instantly upon the eccentric Su Chenyang. For such a place, lawless yet wielding immense authority, Qing Bao instantly resolved to steer clear forever lest he unwittingly soil himself with its dust. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, then swept his treasure sword through the air and cried softly, "Chaos of wind and cloud." At that very moment, a violent gale erupted from the direction of the auction hall, visible across the entire Shangping city. The wind stirred unrest deep within people's hearts. Fu Wan felt stifled. What else could he do? He could only pray that Dong Cheng's words were true and that no one would uncover the truth. After all, even when he had appeared on the Mid-Autumn Gala, his fanbase numbered only in the hundreds of thousands. Now it had surged by 800,000, an explosive growth as if propelled by rockets. Several days after Tang Shui and his companions entered the Qixia secret realm, the deafening roar of the Mufu elder prankster shook the surrounding lands. Coupled with rumors spreading across the realm that Tang Shui and the Swiftwind Demon Elder had both entered the Qixia secret realm, cultivators from various clans swiftly descended upon it, seeking rare opportunities.
Knowing Zhang Yuan could no longer control himself, Qing Yue turned and left, but not truly. Though Zhang Yuan claimed he needed no assistance, that did not mean she would abandon him.
She resolved to remain for now to tend to him.
As a result, many came to pay tribute at Lu Yan's residence, offering delicacies from land and sea, gold and jewels, even fine swords. Lu Yan's life had become nothing short of resplendent.
Pang Tong and Sima Yi of Liu Bei's camp, Zhou Yu under Sun says banner Shi Jizai serving Cao Cao's forces in Chengong, strategist to Lubu. These five masters, each summoned anew by their respective lords, gathered once more. Though she had already registered her marriage with Gu Chengza, today's wedding ceremony finally bestowed upon her a profound sense of belonging. Upon recognizing the person collapsed on the floor, she instantly shut the door and extinguished the light, fearing entanglement in calamity. She don't speak so carelessly. This child hasn't eaten for who knows how long. Anyone starved to such extremity would devour food just as voraciously. The speaker was the hunter from before, still clad in animal pelts. At the sight of him, Muyun's nerves snapped taut once more. Without ironclad military discipline, without strict regulations and codes, no army, however formidable its strength, can be deemed truly qualified. Nor can it ever become an invincible force. Chao Yu's expression grew complex as he opened his information terminal. Inside lay a completed withdrawal form. Gu Meng nodded, a surge of quiet compassion rising within her. Gazing into the other woman's eyes, haunted by inexplicable sorrow, she surmised this was someone who carried a story etched deep in silence. Audrey blushed deeply, yet yearned to learn more from Vera. Unable to bear Zhou Nan eavesdropping beside her, and equally unable to ask him to leave, she could only cast him a pleading, helpless glance. Moreover, the stranger had suddenly appeared behind him and launched an unprovoked assault, leaving Lian with a distinctly unfavorable first impression. No, it was later. Elite disciples of the demonic clans like your senior brother resorted to their forbidden arts, forcibly elevating their cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul realm, only to perish together with your elder brother Tianfeng. At this, his voice sank heavy with melancholy. May Day, the International Workers' Day, had been observed for decades. Across Switzerland, nearly the entire nation observed the holiday. Only a handful of shops remained open while most closed their doors. Long Tianyi had no time to explain, he seized them and dashed upstairs. Though the black man seethed with fury, survival became his sole priority. Yet the low resonant chant persisted, like one figure advancing steadily forward, another retreating ceaselessly backward in endless cyclical repetition. Even now they remained utterly baffled by the undead's traps, a disheartening impasse yet one white gang had anticipated all along. Many instinctively glanced at Zhang Yuanheng's neck, then downward, deeply uneasy, fearing he might be nothing more than a severed head. Meanwhile, inside the ISE Grand Shrine, Shen Mo stood vigilant, scanning the Grand Hall's perimeter. When he wondered, was I exposed? Indeed, not at all. Wakaka. Xiaofeng suddenly plunged into another bout of inexplicable frenzy, leaving Qinling flushed with embarrassment, so much so that he began questioning whether rescuing him had been wise or whether this man had simply slept too long and lost his wits. Even Lu Qin, normally temperate, could not suppress his rising ire. I came in goodwill to mediate, he thought bitterly, and yet this stubborn old fool dares lecture me. I never imagined Yao Tianxia would dare commit such an act. No wonder you praise him so highly. Qinling exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Sun Wukong addressed the pig as brother. Could this beast truly be the martial Tianpeng? What misfortune had befallen him, reducing him to porcine form? At that thought, Zhang Jiao's cold snort began as a whisper, yet in the blink of an eye swelled into thunderous resonance, carrying infinite reverberation and manifesting as crushing divine pressure descending upon Ji Cao like the wrath of heaven itself. Yes, yes. Old He Three hurriedly replied. He had noticed Chen Mo's distracted air, his full attention riveted upon the martial manual's essence, and thus rose to take his leave. Yun Ruoi was about to reply when her expression abruptly shifted, her head snapped upward, face draining of color. That overwhelming aura bore down upon the Yuqi siblings with such force that they collapsed onto the ground, prostrated fully in abject submission. Chen Zui and Fu Honghai froze simultaneously. Had they not just seen Yang Jiao moments earlier, they might have forgotten entirely the appearance of the male resident next door. Qian's parents merely grumbled, well aware their arms could never twist against such overwhelming power. What Master Luo intended to do was beyond the reach of ordinary folk like them. To Chen Zui's delight, the golden clouds finally began to fade, their radiance dimming steadily. Yet Eva fared no better, her condition mirrored his own. Madame Lu's body trembled faintly. Though she strained to maintain outward calm and impassivity, Yili discerned the quickening pace of her breath. One blow followed another, each accompanied by a sharp cry, but against my defenses they were utterly inconsequential. In moments I struck him down with ruthless efficiency. How could such feeble damage ever contend with me? A colossal silver hammer materialized and crashed directly onto the spirit's flame. Physical attacks rarely harm spirits unless wielded with transcendent force, rendering spiritual sense assaults the only effective means. Because such love makes me sick. Lan Lianxiao was truly enraged. How could he still claim to love her even now at this precipice? Then throughout the entire carriage the suited man's cries of pain escalated into shrieks, and between those shrieks desperate frantic pleas for mercy. She approached the bathroom door, listening to the man's ragged labored breathing. Turning the handle, she stepped inside, and saw him agitated and restless, holding her intimate garments in his hands. This time he bartered a single Qinglian seed and a yellow-grade sacred relic. By any appraisal their value far exceeded the asking price, yet whether they would catch that person's eye remained uncertain. A golden palm slowly extended from within the light, reaching toward Zhou Liang's crown. Zhou Cheng, upon hearing her curse the prince, swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap that sent her sprawling to the ground like a forlorn stray. Zhou Cheng struck with such ferocity that even his hand felt numb afterward. Meng Piaoyu had harbored some resentment toward Lu Feng, but in that moment all resentment dissolved, replaced entirely by sheer dread. Han Bing had taken only a few steps when her body was violently convulsed. An electric arc emitted by the hunting angel above had struck her, flinging her through the air in a curved arc before she came crashing down, kicking up dust and shattered stone. Pan Hong felt awkward staying overnight at Lin Zixio's house. She still cared about how the villagers of Yu perceived her. Lin Zhixiao sat smugly on the hall sofa, having brewed a pot of tea and sipping it at leisure. Within the squadron, formation mechs would occasionally pass through the ring and vanish into space. Intelligence indicated the transit required roughly 5 minutes, meaning a mech that flew through the ring would not receive communications until 5 minutes later. It was slightly dark inside. Towering coiled dragon sword pillars lined both sides, spaced 10 meters apart, stretching deep into the hall. He understood, of course, that Jihua itself was a divine relic within the Huihuan map, its essence harmonizing with the origin. Were he to possess it, he could only treat it as a treasured artifact rather than experience an explosive increase in power. Is that Eastern adversary out of his mind? So many 100 bodies. Could there truly be 100 first-place victors? While Yan Yunqing was battling Huang Tian Shanglong and Wen Tianshine, he suddenly felt a blackness overhead. Looking up, he saw a colossal mountain materialize from the void, crashing down like Mount Tai itself. If letting Luanin Chao go before could be justified as laying strategic plans for the future of the demonic domain, then Yan Luo Wuji had no reason to spare him now. He was no longer a useful pawn like Luanin Cao, but a disgraced worthless hound with no value left to live. He wasted no time and immediately strode to a landline in the house, dialing a string of numbers. She was about to refuse when the world spun. He simply scooped her up and strode away. Since Kai Guoqiang had remained at home, he had not emerged for some time. Many awaited what would follow. In former times, the Zhengqiang continent could only bring forth supreme peak gods, and whether one became a great emperor depended on fate. So much so that after several eras, the Zhengqiang continent had produced only a dozen or so great emperors. He alone traversed the 3 positions of the wheel formation, shifting swiftly as he pursued the golden leviathan-like fish. As for the prisoners, each remained in his own cell, watching Du Yaorao and the other's miserable plight, not daring even to breathe, much less speak a word. A man dressed in a suit above and sports shorts below, his hair permed with foil, remarked idly that Huaxia actor is called Dong Huang, right?
Hanin and Antwu were stupefied like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden and Dream of the Red Chamber gaping about in astonishment. The two chatted loudly here, utterly unconcerned with sparing Lin Chang and Kylie any discretion. The inferno wrought by the fireball technique and the thunderous detonations summoned by the lightning invocation were the most practical spells against the demon insects, hence the relentless barrage. Although they spoke casually, their hearts were uneasy. What if it were true? When Chang Dalei had urged everyone to plant peppers, not a single person had done so. They had dismissed it as a joke. Because they shared the same destination as Lu Fei and the others, AIC and Zhang Jian remained aboard the vessel following the river upstream toward Yuba. At that moment Yuan Fong finished his necessary tasks and swaggered over, saluting the sect leader. Disciple Yuan Fong pays respects to the leader. Yuan Fong was himself a member of the Zhanlong Society and fiercely loyal to Master Chen Yuanzhang. His martial arts had been taught by Chen Yuanzhang, and like Lei Xiaotian he held the leader in special reverence. Lai Long was lucky to have succeeded in refining it. Had that method failed, the blow to one's divine soul would have been devastating. Early the next morning, aside from Tai Feng covering the hospitalized victims' medical expenses, the Tiehu sect also paid 2 million to Tai Di to settle the matter of Tai Ye's collision that had injured people that day. Someone intends to annihilate the Immortal Palace. Does the opposing side include cultivators of the Han Yuan Daxian level? Yi Long asked the question that concerned him most. Even as an illegitimate child he remained a prince, and with that title came pride. When that peasant so easily sold him off before it had dealt a grievous blow to his self-respect. His heel was suddenly seized by Chen Dao. Seeing a shadow hurtle past, Chen Dao used the momentum to leap, dragging me further inside before finally landing. While still holding me, he ended up at the bottom. Understood, Director Chu. Let's depart. Wutong quickly gathered the presentation materials preloaded onto his USB drive and strode forward to join Chu Hangyuan en route to the meeting. It was as if he beheld an automobile, wheelless, engineless, even steering wheelless, executing a hairpin turn along a drainage ditch. Now Ling Ziki stood dazed and speechless. Who then would inherit Ling family's enterprises? Who would shoulder the sacred duty of expanding the Ling family's legacy? Zhou Tang shifted her head uneasily, only to have Chang Mu's large warm hand gently press it still, its quiet warmth soothing her turbulent heart. Venue cards were notoriously high-cost soul cards, so costly in fact that only a handful of specialized decks ever deployed them outright. There a silver dragon darted through midair using shadow step, volleying ceaselessly between 4 airborne targets, reminiscent of a tennis prince cosplaying prey. Meanwhile the barbarians led by King Jirar lacked both the audacity of Viking hero Ragnar to boldly steer longships into the boundless ocean and the stealthy resolve to secretly tail David's merchant fleet all the way to the new continent. Legend has it that when the Buddha preached the Dharma, celestial flowers rained from the heavens, golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth, and even wild beasts of mountain and forest bowed in reverence, while phoenixes soared overhead, their voices ringing clear. Upon boarding the vehicle he announced his university's name and, following his father's instruction, paid extra to request the driver escort him directly to the dormitory building's entrance. Yet Chi Chu Chu had not neglected the promotion of Sue's incense house. Another month slipped by, drawing ever closer to autumn. Once she removed her apron, Xiao Nan Nan stood clad only in a soft pale yellow turtleneck, form-fitting and elegant, her flawless silhouette now fully revealed before Qin Hai. Lin Bixiao's mind remained utterly frozen. She could neither retort nor question, nor even muster the most basic response. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, Mingbiao's 5-day bidding period concluded, shifting all attention to the Anbiao phase, where 2 jade blocks widely rumored to be front-runners for the title of bidding king were now up for contention. Your talent for revulsion far surpasses your combat prowess. Yang Ting roared in fury. Pang Yuan, leader of the intelligence corps, possessed not only formidable reconnaissance arts but also an uncanny eye for talent. Ha ha. Yan Jun delivered a hearty clap, so forceful it left Dan Kachoking coughing uncontrollably beside him. Qin Hai had spent years abroad and knew little of China's underground figures, thus the name Ghost couple stirred no particular reaction within him. That calm, precise motion, paired with his composed yet lightning-quick reflexes and unwavering self-assured gaze, radiated the commanding aura of a sovereign lord subduing all beneath his will. This time he had Luo Wanmei and her 2 companions thoroughly cornered, yet he hadn't anticipated an elderly man stepping in midway. With just 2 sentences the elder silenced both vendors. Should he continue interfering, even a fool would grasp their deliberate deception against Luo Wanmei and her companions. Jianjiqi's greatest advantage lay in relentless offense without defense. Once that offensive momentum collapsed she instantly found herself overwhelmed, her disbelief etched plainly across her delicate features. Why inquire about him? Master Wang, flattered by He Ning's praise, felt a flicker of pride, but curiosity outweighed it. In the cultivation world, artifacts ranked below magical treasures, which in turn ranked below spirit artifacts. Above those stood ancient artifacts, and beyond even those loomed pseudo-immortal artifacts. Do you believe his words true? That the people are the very bedrock of the empire? Fei Wenli asked suddenly. After all, the world of Stay was one where transcendental forces reigned supreme. Every myth bore roots in reality. That night violent gales and torrential rain howled unceasingly above Savar Fortress. The terrifying omen was visible to all within 100 li radius.
He Ning was deeply absorbed in replying to Song Tianlu when Guan Xian's voice suddenly rang out beside her, startling her so completely that she recoiled from her computer, twisting around to find Guan Xian already leaning over her desk, neck craned toward the screen, her expression inscrutable.
Understood.
Chopper immediately dashed over. After all, carrying food was a coveted task, perhaps even offering chances to sneak a bite or two. Hadn't Li Ziming explicitly forbidden Luffy from stealing food, yet said nothing of anyone else?
The boisterous Train joined the 40-man squad later as their mage.
As for why he called himself Train, he claimed historians recorded trains as the pre-war era's highest capacity transport, and he aimed to emulate their efficiency. When interwoven with deep concern for the people of State, every facet coalesced into a transformed Charlotte, no longer the boisterous, impulsive youth of old.
Though he still offered wry commentary now and then, silence and contemplation now dominated his demeanor.
His smile too had lost its careless levity, replaced instead by a gentle, reassuring expression deliberately crafted to instill confidence in his disciples. Witnessing this, the onlooker, paled with fear, dared not linger a moment longer and instantly turned to flee back toward the encampment.
Then Master bid us farewell.
As he departed, Huizi offered me a polite smile, nothing more, nothing less.
All around stretched an endless expanse of snow, north, south, east, west, indistinguishable.
Zhang Shiping had no idea where he'd wandered. Hearing Li Shi call for rest, he hurriedly agreed, seizing the chance to survey the terrain. He urgently summoned several guides to determine direction, but even they for a time could not discern it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing gazes shot forth from Rennie, both intercepted by Shi Jian with the Heaven Thunder blade in hand.
Sima Taiji had destroyed everything he owned, yet these divine weapons possessing the immutable trait of indestructibility resisted annihilation, unlike all else, refusing to shatter outright.
Hoof! You!
Chen Suxin appraised him up and down.
Marrying him was no disgrace, but she refused to live her entire life as a mere substitute forever eclipsed by another's shadow. Even if she were flawed, Chen Suxin still held the right to choose love on her own terms. A flicker of grievance and anguish surfaced in Yi Kuan's eyes, only to vanish instantly, transmuted into seething hatred so intense he seemed poised to bore holes through Yi Yiling with his glare.
GG Film Television. Never heard of it.
At the mention of work, Chen Suxin snapped awake, her mind sharpening, but this studio rang utterly unfamiliar.
Could it be a scam?
With profound revulsion churning within her, Lin Qingqing still lifted the phone. After all, she had countless questions burning to be asked of the voice on the other end.
She needed clarity about today's incident, about those photographs.
There was no escaping it now. Lin Qingqing resigned herself, closing her eyes, and a chill prickled across her scalp.
This perhaps was Murphy's Law: whatever you fear most inevitably unfolds. Zhang Nguan slapped her shoulder with hearty camaraderie. Bored. Come find me or Qingqing, we're both gloriously idle.
She seemed genuinely fond of this new friend. Yet beneath the delight, bewilderment clouded their faces as memories resurfaced of those interminable, suffocating years, lives steeped in dread, shadowed by despair. Now, having abruptly awakened from that nightmare, they felt dazed, as though emerging from a dream or stepping across lifetimes. Only Lan Lingshu remained standing alone at the room's center, his face dark with ire, his gaze locked upon the ink-black night beyond the door, his heart thrown into disarray, adrift in uncertainty over what he truly desired. Thus Chu Tianzhao recounted, haltingly yet truthfully, how he'd met Chen Yuan aboard a Japanese vessel, rescued her, and then endured a monstrous tempest at sea, laying every detail bare before young Fei. Facing his enemy's desperate pleas for mercy, Yi Shuihan remained unmoved, advancing slowly, deliberately, step by relentless step.
Though Fengqian also coveted spirit herbs, his true obsession was the creation divine furnace.
Once acquired and fused with the Rui divine furnace into the Rui creation furnace, he would master alchemy and artifact forging effortlessly, capable of refining pills, forging weapons, inscribing talismans, and crafting puppets, provided only that materials were at hand.
Time lost all meaning.
Zhao Shiryao felt her body growing feverishly hot, her thoughts dissolving into chaos, her limbs turning soft and weak. Fengqian had no wish to traverse the white desert of the endless mountains again, not because of danger but because walking wasted precious time.
To forego the Chronosan hourglass would be sheer folly. Moreover, Tong Ling had no time to spare. Only upon securing the Xian ice fruit could he truly rest easy.
Yi Shuihan paused in quiet contemplation before replying earnestly, if one word must encapsulate it, it is torment.
Chen Yongren never wished to sustain his false identity.
10 years as an undercover operative have brought his psyche to the brink of collapse.
His sole desperate hope remains restoration of his true self.
Yang Fei thought bitterly, why twist your ankle now, not earlier, not later, but precisely when it'll sabotage me. She glanced around and saw no pursuers from Wushan Manor, her nerves eased just slightly. Only then did she notice her stomach rumbling loudly.
Mother, you need not worry about me.
If I truly wished to achieve a title, I could say something boastful. My accomplishments would not pale in comparison to his.
However, I am someone who values beauty over power. I would rather be a gentleman by the prince's side for a lifetime than inherit this noble title.
Shan Kuani expressed his doubts to Shan Jingfei. I have always had a question that I cannot comprehend.
Brother Che, do not worry, Yu Gu will never leave you. I will hold your hands and never let go, but I want to understand things more clearly. Brother Che, are you willing to join me in seeking the truth? Yuga looked at Yuling Che, her eyes filled with a gentle plea. Master, what has happened? Qin Shuang stood before Xiongba, puzzled about the source of her master's fury. He must now buy time for Captain Li and Commissioner Zhao to escape, so he must eliminate the enemy with utmost secrecy, not alarming them. In the beginning, the doctor was also driven by curiosity, observing the two remarkably in sync children, and under the influence of that curiosity conducted an experiment. The guards atop the city wall did not dare to relax their eyes fixed below, waiting for the command for the next wave of attacks. The next morning, when Su Han announced her decision after discussions with Lu Zhenlin to slay zombies for another 2 days before departing for the Northwest base the day after, it stirred a sense of urgency. She probably went to the restroom, which is why she is absent. That is the only conclusion she could reach, with no other possibilities. She hailed a taxi, and it did not take long to arrive at the Chow residence. As she got out, she spotted the elderly Mrs. Chow preparing to leave. Unbeknownst to her, the rain outside had already ceased. However, a figure appeared outside the cave. She paused for a moment, hesitated, but ultimately walked in. What if we repair this now and the smell seep into the wood, being sealed away only to require further dismantling later? He expressed his concerns. Let's take a look first. These branches have blocked most of the passages, but they have left us a path, haven't they? Lucas stated. Chen Xiaoshan was not surprised. These days software sellers primarily operated through market channels with more losses than gains, and it was rare to find those who spent money on advertising. Wasn't I just thinking about it? Luca cast several spells in succession, all of which were consumed by the lava. However, these cups did not seem as transparent as glass. From their appearance, they appeared more precious than glass cups. At least getting rid of He Jiangnan had two benefits. First, he would not have to endure his annoyance, and second, it spared Hun Yo from embarrassment. In Junfeng looked at the tall tower and the 3 stone pillars surrounding it, faintly sensing the formation of a massive array. Observing the current state, the fact that it had not been destroyed under the 7 luminaries illusory world technique suggested that it concealed secrets unknown to others. These goblins not only took Luca and Aole's weapons but also secured them with seatbelts next to them, keeping a distance of no more than half a meter, as if afraid they might reach for something. Shani nodded in realization. For ancient martial artists, this was indeed an irresistible temptation, especially since Liao Dong was at a bottleneck and eager to use medicine to break through to the next meridian, reaching the Shin level threshold. Damn it, is Lan Ling 1 eating shit? Not targeting shooters or mages, but going after what kind of side lane? If you want to attack, then do it, but to be killed by someone with a sliver of health is just rubbish. Thus Yan Yushi had to seek out Feng Jun. There were still many members of the Yin family and disciples of Tianqin on Yuming Island. If the teleportation array could not be set up properly, it would severely affect their work efficiency, effectively wasting these people's time. A warm current suddenly surged within me. What is a brother? This is truly what a brother is. Thus the first contact between the Dutch and the Taiwanese eunuchs came to an end. However, the eunuchs Shi Meng and Su Xianchuan knew what transpired, while the Dutch would soon find themselves troubled by it. The request of the true lord of the Rue family is rather interesting. He has obtained a space bubble and wishes to refine it. Wei Qingwan glanced at Qin Jinyu, then down at herself, and took a furtive glance at Wei Qingjing beside her. The growing intensity of her doubts caused her to furrow her brow. If you feed it on time every day, often hold it in your arms and gently stroke it, it will surely come to like you and be your good friend. Therefore, although he still felt some anger and even waved his fist at the soldier, he followed Shi Meng's orders. Still want to collect money? Dream on. Young Master Chow has never been a good person. If I need these villagers in the future, I plan to save the tens of thousands today. If you all dare not oppose Feng Jun, what use do I have for you? I heard that Feng Jun only invested this little. She felt somewhat reassured, otherwise she would truly have to consider delaying the payment for the jade. This is also for his own good. Lei Waning looked at Juyu, a knowing smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, "You owe my son a life. How dare you seek me to reclaim your belongings? May I ask, what do you have here with me? When did I take your things? This is simply nonsense." The Heavenly Emperor found this person utterly unreasonable and talking nonsense. Chen Lingfeng and Mu Yang exchanged a tacit glance and decided to pause their discussion for now. Chen Lingfeng rose and returned to the front row. She stood up unsteadily, and at that moment a gasp was heard from not far away, followed by a flurry of footsteps. What is that? Qin Ziyan's gaze locked onto the hand of Chen Wanhan, asking Songzhou. He looked at his creation with satisfaction, unable to resist taking out a spirit symbol to capture this project. Compared with 10 years ago, Su Xiao's hair had grown even grayer. He lay on his couch on his side listening to Chu Lushan's report. You speak so pleasantly. How about we set a time tonight to go sing karaoke so I can hear you sing? Li Xiaodi was pulled by Li Ran and jumped from the 6th floor, nearly so frightened he wet himself. Tears and nasal discharge sprayed out as a string of screams echoed through the hospital grounds. Because of the distance, Chanwei did not hear what the man said, nor did she clearly catch the expression on Luo Feiyu's face. Throughout this period, Chi Pu kept his head bowed. Only when Bai Ruox's footsteps faded away did he utterly helpless sway and follow back. In the past, they feared the old master might act rashly, but now that matters had reached this point, he had no choice but to go public ahead of schedule. A partner. Sai, don't mention it. He left at the beginning of the catastrophe.
Hearing Yi Qijing ask Lu Mang fell noticeably silent. It seemed he had not yet recovered.
Understood.
Lao Ba saw Wang Chang's face growing darker and said no more. He knew that speaking further would only worsen Brother Chang's mood.
To pity the enemy was to invite self-destruction, a truth he understood well.
I do not quite understand this. I would be honored to hear Counselor's enlightened view, Jin Hanyu asked with marked humility. After watching 3 episodes straight and reaching the 12th, Chen Shenkai stopped regulating his breath and opened his eyes, feeling an extraordinary lightness and ease throughout his body. He was elated, thinking he had grasped the trick from the start. Could he be the legendary prodigy of cultivation? Shen Mengji's name detonated through the great hall like thunder. Some cheered while others despaired. Those who cheered seemed already to see Chang Mo reclaiming the top seat. They had placed their bets rightly. Fu Yuanjue felt like a fragile skiff amid a sea of tempestuous waves. More terrifyingly, those surges would sometimes burn like molten lava, scorching him through and through as if they intended to strip his very skin away. At times the cold was like liquid helium, the chill biting into the marrow, leaving one immobile.
3,000 taels. That expensive?
Zhu Yuxiao was shocked by the price. 3,000 taels is roughly
1.8 million renminbi.
Waking from a single sleep, Zheng Shuo and Fang Zhongshan both felt that the food they had eaten the previous night had been entirely consumed. Their stomachs were empty once more. If they did not find something to eat soon, they would go hungry.
Have you found out his true identity?
Bai Xiuxiu opened her eyes and asked with keen interest.
The evil spirit knight could ordinarily wield its power by day, but sadly our new host's strength is insufficient for this yet. For now this inability spares Louis Fang a considerable amount of trouble.
Combat assist elixirs are naturally fewer in variety than the 2 major categories, those that aid cultivation and those that heal, yet they form a significant class. Many cultivators like to carry 1 or 2, for at a critical moment they can erupt with power to preserve life.
Hadib nodded no problem, then produced a stack of euros from his pocket and asked neophytos to fetch some cocaine.
Your Majesty's wisdom is boundless. I shall handle this matter with the utmost care and ensure there will be no repetition of the calamities that befell the people during the Wanli years, Su Guangqi said. Of course his mood was poor, one could imagine it. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, Liang Yimo suddenly pulled this stunt. Had his nerves not been so resilient, repeated shocks like this would have utterly unnerved him. At such a moment no one paid attention to such matters. Liu Guang had already helped Ming Lai sit down on the ground beside him and reached out to seal several of his vital points. The afternoon was no different from the morning. Cheng Peipei and Li Lufei together bore almost all the workload, yet they deliberately presented it as Zhao Yuhuan guiding and correcting, leaving her to watch Li Lufei see patience.
I have a share. But am not hungry.
Chao Gu still could not force himself to drink the bowl. His eyes fell upon Li Jinger as she walked to the table, pulled out a stool and sat down. Beimenji said nothing, but his gaze grew softer and more ardent until at last all that tenderness condensed into a man's kiss.
Xiao Haoshan's gentle eyes turned cold in an instant.
So you are Xiao Weifei's wife, what of it?
Would he dare to keep you from returning? I could kill him. Nothing under heaven dares to stop us.
His voice remained gentle to the point of cruelty. Li Jinger had no idea what turmoil was approaching her, nor that everyone had concealed from her the fact that Chen Hao had left in order to help her. Liang Yimo's gaze was placid and her tone mild. She took a cup of hot water for herself and sat down. This was hardly the sunny handsome man she had once worshipped. The man before her looked as if he intended to settle accounts after being cast off.
Li Shiyu's sharp gaze swept immediately to the traveling trunk downstairs. His already sullen face darkened as if a violent storm were imminent, ominously grim.
Li Yi kicked down from his horse and rode forward. Several elders surged up and surrounded him. One nearly 70 held a white porcelain bowl overflowing with wine, and Li Yi could already smell its sweet fragrance. He suddenly remembered what Xiying had once told him about her birth family and realized where this sorrow came from. She stared intently into Yi Firen's eyes. The evasiveness in her gaze ultimately betrayed her guilty unease. After 3 resounding kowtows, Zhang Sanfeng severed all ties with Shaolin and once more became the grandmaster of his generation. But Lin Ench had not fallen asleep. Her head was clouded and she could not tell what state she was truly in.
I'm leaving.
Zhao Zimo, witnessing the scene, felt his teeth chattering. He did not know whether his master's breath-constraining talisman would still work if at a critical moment these cursed infants actually blocked them. That would certainly make things interesting.
Mommy, I really didn't snatch his toy, he hit me first, Gu Qingxi protested, his eyes reddened. But on second thought, the president has not even come to terms with himself yet. What could this bystander possibly offer to persuade others? After all, the president has indeed gone a little too far toward the madam in recent times. Listening to the chattering beside her, Li Mangyao kept lowering her head with each step until she nearly buried her face in the ground. Fang Haoli frowned and in an instant folded away the gentleness he reserved for Li Mengyao, reverting to his disguised persona.
Ren Tingting gazed at the vacant face below, astonished that someone could utter such strange yet reasonable words with unwavering confidence. She turned her head to Ren Yi and said, "Brother, you're pressing against me." This hunchbacked old man surnamed Yin was known as Yin Tuozi. Among those who recognized him, he was a golden core cultivator. Yi Tian's figure moved and vanished in a flash of white light.
When he reappeared, he had already entered the realm of divine sense. Hong Zi was a master at the first layer of Nascent Soul Realm. Han Yeshuan was also a master at the first layer, while Chu Yu was a half-step Nascent Soul powerhouse. Today Yi Chong found himself here again, the memory of that diligent and charming figure once more coming into his view. By a twist of fate coupled with extraordinary talent, unparalleled luck and an unwavering will, there exists but a tiny possibility. His words were originally well-intentioned, meant to encourage Ai Luolomii to leave this place to avoid further upsetting Guogui Ruira. This afternoon it was indeed Ji Jingping and his group who caused such a commotion in the forest. They also encountered an attack from the head snake. Firstly, the genius Taichu Tianzi Haogu did not dare to deceive the human race hall nor disrupt the rigorous process of genius nominations. One wonders if a tale of the beauty chair will emerge in the future, criticizing the bureaucratic and feudalistic excesses as envisioned by Yi Chong. The caregivers from other classes had already finished their shifts, leaving the vast and silent campus with only Jian He the security guard and He in the corner playing with a Rubik's Cube. By 7:30 the minibus had still not arrived. The security guard was already thinking about going off duty, frequently peering out through the glass of the dispatch room. After all, these privileged youths demanded excellent treatment in every aspect, and this place, being a haven of excess and indulgence, naturally had such facilities. His voice, originally melodious, now deliberately lowered and slightly husky, resembled a potent aphrodisiac, stirring emotions deeply as if a feather lightly grazed one's insides. Dan Mo Yen took the watering equipment, a 50-liter water jug strapped to her back, and began her day of watering. I swung my ring knife with great force, leaping up to deliver a powerful strike aimed at the short thin man. The strong scent of disinfectant permeated the hospital, and Jian Yu stared blankly at the pristine white walls. After being rebutted by Chu Chu, Yen Yulin's face turned pale with anger, but even with her strong demeanor she found herself silenced by Chu Chu's retort, fearing a real confrontation. Zhang Lianlu was not foolish. After processing Tang Wei's words twice in her mind, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in her eyes. It turned out that Bailey Tianbing's father, Bailey Lindong, did not reach the martial saint realm through his own cultivation, but rather had several peak martial venerables simultaneously protect him, forcibly elevating his level, ultimately reaching the ice saint domain. In any case, I truly need him to come help, as only someone of his heavily armored stature can open these doors, including those cabinets. Li Ping had just been supporting Chao Meifeng, but now she disregarded her entirely, flinging Chao Meifeng aside and rushing over to confront Qin Gang. She had initially intended to venture out after leaving the Xiaoyao sect in search of opportunities, but little did she know she would ultimately end up in the hands of Xiao Langu. Xia Jian chuckled and said, "What will you do when you go back?" "They paid you, but I feel like you haven't accomplished anything," Xia Jian remarked, testing the waters. He was wary that any slip-up could lead to unfavorable consequences for Ouyang Hong. The blazing sun scorched the earth, and the construction site in the eastern suburbs was unbearably hot. As Xia Jian drove up to the entrance of the site, the staff on duty, perhaps recognizing his vehicle, immediately opened the gate. Of course, the Yuan corpse is merely a prelude. The true significance lies in that bottle mountain. The inverted bottle mountain, a deadly and perilous spot, is a den of toxins and malevolent spirits. A small area the size of a hill concentrated with feng shui and malevolent energy can undoubtedly allow Ren Yi to break the seal. Under her care, her brother Viscount Monroe has now become a prominent figure in the imperial capital, frequently appearing at the grandest banquets hosted by the most distinguished nobles. Brother Lifus, I cannot. Although Xiaoyu was astonished by Lifus' abilities, he still firmly refused through the transmission. The reaction of the leopard people is indeed swift as royalty. Among them, the golden battle leopard's reflexes are even more exceptional. Even when faced with such a sudden attack, they quickly regained their composure. My blood energy suddenly plummeted by over 600,000. Fortunately, I had activated my defensive stance, otherwise with that one strike I would have lost over 1,000,000. The silent dark sorcerer's staff waved, and a giant black-purple tortoise rushed out from the magic array, directly charging towards the ice dragon. Xiong Shui glanced at me and then beckoned me with a finger, pointing towards the entrance of the restaurant. I watched as Xiong Shui stood up and walked over, quickly following after him. Tianqing curiously followed closely behind us. "What's wrong? Has Han Li not arrived yet?" Qin Yang asked, somewhat displeased, glancing at the director of the Public Security Bureau, LV Zhengqing. "Your Majesty, this is unreasonable." The lady removed her flamboyant makeup, appearing in pure white, as beautiful as a water lily. The coach's words warmed my heart, making me feel a bittersweet sensation. Even the other disciples sat attentively listening to every word the coach spoke. "I cannot abandon them," Chen Feng told himself. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He knew that to rescue himself and his friends he must delve deep into the hospital's core and uncover and break the source of the cycle. The town guard, feared by the common folk, appeared flustered under the watchful eyes of the protectors. Her fingertips, as pale as green onions, touched Chi's warm skin, the gentle sensation melding closely with him. Although Chen Pingan no longer carried the title of preparatory, his duties did not change significantly for the time being. After all, the number of town guards was limited, and with no change in the number of heads, he could only oversee 3 squads of guards. Adelaide cursed softly, her right hand immediately reaching for the pendant on her chest, activating the wind barrier. The applause given to Lu Yu was also for themselves. They had experienced disaster together and did not need excessive words to express it. Although they were still in adversity, they could feel the joy of each other's survival. Many people were still unaware that Lu Yu was injured, and it wouldn't be long before Lu Yu's reputation would become infamous. The spacious reception area paved with bluestone echoed with Xiao Zuan's slightly childish voice. The old lady was well aware upon hearing this she couldn't contain her emotions and smashed the teacup beside her. All right, I understand. I will contact the teacher right now and immediately go find the child. You can also go back now, Pei Shirin said anxiously before hanging up the phone. Feng Xiao. In the midst of Cao Cao's serious words, Guo Jia tightly closed his lips as if something inside him was about to burst forth. His face was pale from enduring with cold sweat streaming down. Her complexion had improved significantly compared to a few months ago when she was seriously ill. It was evident that she had received good treatment in Japan. During this past month he had become well acquainted with the deep mountains. Not long after, the masked man familiar with the route had completely left the mountains and traveled nearly an entire night stepping onto a national highway. Since Bai Yaqing possesses the roots for cultivation, Tang Feng also intends to introduce her to the threshold of training, thus there is no need to keep secrets. However, he did not speak the truth, further reminded by his mother's words about Qigong, as there are notions of Qigong in the secular world, so he would not be suspected. Qin Ran wore a retro water green cotton dress with the cuffs and hem adorned with alluring totem patterns. Her long hair was braided into two pigtails, and at first glance she resembled a graceful lotus flower standing in the still waters emerging from the mud yet untouched. After a night of rushing about and sleeping for a day, she was already so hungry that her stomach was pressing against her back. At this moment, upon seeing a table full of delicacies, she felt no appetite for food at all, for her lips had been bitten and injured severely by Tai Shui. After a period of research, Mo Lin finally achieved some results. However, at this time he discovered a connection with Suoyan that seemed to be destined, as if a deep bond would form in the future. As he gazed at the colossal divine figure delivering an unimaginably powerful punch, it was clearly a clash of wills, yet Gong Yang could not shake the feeling that he might perish. The original Viscount Fei Luan had vanished, and now a completely new Viscount had emerged, Viscount Olsen. After about 2 minutes, Wan Fa Kai had dressed and arrived in the living room, where the lights had long been turned on and a shadow stood by the window facing away from him. Then the sword light transformed into a dragon cold light, forming armor roaring as it charged towards the two alchemists, barely held back by the Qinglian Baos banner and the 12-petal golden lotus. Her body is composed of hellish materials and her voluptuousness is for beauty. What purpose does her voluptuousness serve? As a spirit of vengeance? Is she sexy enough to die for? Meow. Lin Fifen's notebook was densely filled with records of each teleportation distance and the consumption of spiritual energy. Previously, when he was at home, he often boasted to Lu Weiran about how brilliant and invincible he was, creating an image of a heroic father in her mind, but it also inadvertently made Lu Weiran overlook the dangers of the wilderness. Clearly engaged in battle with the demon beasts, yet he unexpectedly found himself surrounded and beaten, which left Lu Lin feeling somewhat displeased. Martial arts are for competition. Regardless of what methods are used on stage, they fall within the realm of competition. Suddenly a burn ointment was thrown onto his leg, and Lai Yan looked up to find serene, beautiful eyes gazing back at him. 20 bowls of kanji, 6 families averaging about 3 bowls per family. The Zhou and Sher families had the most, with one family getting an extra half bowl. A fireball suddenly erupted from its mouth, the scorching heat beyond comprehension. The mountain peaks along its path were instantaneously obliterated, not by explosion but as if vaporized, silent and without a trace. She wore an expression that begged for compliments, yet when praise did not come, the development of events exceeded her expectations. She slowly shed the misty purple gauze. She wore her fair skin illuminated by the light resembling fine mutton fat jade, drawing countless greedy gazes. Whether one's character is reliable, whether their birth charts match, whether their family backgrounds are compatible, and whether both sets of parents can harmoniously become in-laws, all of this must be assessed and controlled by their parents and elders. The guy saying this probably had never seen a bear. Describing the person as akin to Godzilla's little brother, and he said it with utmost seriousness. As he slowly walked, just as Wang Chong stepped into the room, the person named Yu suddenly darted out. The sudden appearance of Yu startled Wang Chong. Without a hint of doubt, Yu was immediately scared to the ground, even dropping the flashlight in his hand. The Tianji Entertainment Group sent representatives to offer condolences, and the JYP agency to which Xiao Shang belonged was present, from CEO Park Jin-young to the other 3 members Zheng Hina, Song Jun and Han Xianhua, who all kept company with Xiao Shang. The reason they could converse normally was that the effects of the anesthetic on Zhao Runwang had not yet worn off. Without the anesthetic, it would be impossible for him to chat with the two casually. At this moment, Qingyan's true dragon was clashing against the peak of the opponent's assault. That true dragon was instantly dispersed by the shockwave, transforming into a mist of water. Fortunately, the peak of the opponent's impact was successfully neutralized by that true dragon. While netizens sighed in disappointment, no one noticed Yang Hua, who had been waiting in the corner of the stage, suddenly descended from the stage heading towards the band. As the helicopter approached, the security guards saw it more clearly, their faces beaming with smiles, for being able to see a helicopter up close was enough to boast about for many days. Moreover, in the midst of the night, it was undoubtedly a novel experience. The timing of their arrival was clearly optimal for the opportunist to benefit, yet faced with such an enticing situation, Crow 13 and Qingqing remained remarkably composed, refraining from rushing and knowing that at this moment a formidable opponent must also be lurking nearby, ready for the final strike. Legendary Diapers and others echoed a mumble that was drowned out by the sound of rain, making it unclear what he was saying. There was no way Song Xiaoqing could not be as reckless as before, for he was now a man with a family. He must restrain himself. Song Xiaoqing told himself. He could even send some good clothes, sufficient food and weapons to the soldiers fighting far away. At the art exhibition, numerous media reporters, tycoons from the art world and leading figures from the sculpture industry were all present, marveling at the dazzling array of sculptural artworks. As they approached the faint light at the end of the cave, they discovered Professor Jiao, who was currently exerting all his strength to move the stone slab above. Seeing someone approaching with a flashlight, the old man weakly slumped down onto the ground. In front of others, even her close childhood friend by Sini Zhao Meili never showed a friendly demeanor. At most she was just slightly more polite than usual. What troubled Lin Hao was that this time the martial god old monster did not enter the divine lord's space but truly entered his divine mansion. This was also why Feng Shishan had never been to the Dongfang family. If he knew where the dining hall of the Dongfang family was, he would have immediately destroyed it with the icy fire of the serpent form. Mu Yazi quickly issued orders to her team, then walked alone to the front of the group. Gong Jingli listened in astonishment, somewhat disbelieving of Guanca's words. Gong Jingli felt that Guanco was bragging in front of him, but seeing the seriousness in Guanca's expression, it didn't seem like mere boasting. Shortly after, flying Kai Shengnan arrived at the sea where the explosion had just occurred, seeing fragments floating on the surface, some from flying boats, some from magical artifacts, and others from human limbs. Commander! Captain! When the dogs saw this, they couldn't help but feel furious and hurriedly ran towards Wang Lang. Upon hearing that it wasn't worth much, Wang Lang immediately lost interest, casually placing the tricolored horse back on the table, intending to continue researching other items. This type of stone inherently contains gentle primordial power known as true energy and is widely used in the inner world for both refining weapons and alchemy. Having hit the main road, the journey during the day was smooth. That night before 10 o'clock the group went to bed early. Well then, thank you, President, for today. Let's go. Mo Shishir glanced disdainfully at the frivolous young man before her, feeling he was of little use, and decided to leave. After a night of revelry, Chen Yuanqi fell into a deep sleep, tears flowing as she faintly called out for Zhao Yuan. He had just been transferred back from the military district in the southwest and hadn't started his job yet, which was why his father had sent him to pick someone up. However, the person he brought back was surrounded by mysteries, making Lu Feng feel both itchy and cautious. Shan Yamo halted his steps, watching Rong Yamo emerge from the water drenched and thin with a refreshing aura. Remembering the dream, he instinctively glanced at Rong Mo's chest, which was flat and unbound with 2 points visible, indicating he wasn't binding his chest. You can't dislike it just because it's not pretty. Yili smiled at Mo Shishir, her gentle gaze softening him like water. I'm sorry, every time you're upset I can't say much or do anything. I'm filled with guilt, Zhang Dong said. Shui Shengyan left the top floor in a daze. Just as the elevator opened, she nearly collided with Gui Ting, who was carrying milk. Gui Ting glanced at Shui Shengyan, whose face was extremely pale, watching her enter the elevator as the doors slowly closed. This wait lasted a day and a night, but what she ultimately received was a choked phone call from Chen Yuanqi. I can't hate him, I can only hate myself. I want to tell him that I don't blame him, but I can't get the words out. Even if I don't blame him, he can't let go. Why won't he even give me a chance as a friend? I just want to end it all. Why do I need to be saved? Gu Zai's cries were unending. As she spoke, they heard the sound of bowstrings twanging, followed by the whoosh of arrows cutting through the air. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a hail of crossbow bolts rained down into the ranks. Qianling's eyes sparkled with bright excitement as she held the crystalline and sharp weapon, unable to let go. The once feared killing tool now became the most precious thing, showcasing her unique allure. From the moment of the attack at the spiral tower to the arrival of the elders and the 12 sacred angels, in just a few minutes the vast icy sea was left with only cracked ice, a tower riddled with fissures, and a large number of gold-armored guards just freed from the illusion. Along with the dying judgment angel. When his brother and sister-in-law argued and his sister-in-law did not return to the palace, he thought they were still in conflict and not together. On this side, Takahashi Taro was conducting secret activities, while on Xiao Yuanshan's side he was also busy intensifying the collection of information on the Yamaguchi group and formulating retaliatory actions against them. Fan Tian was equally surprised. Throughout his life he had met countless people, whether they were immortals or powerful cultivators. Yet among so many people the vast majority would panic in such situations. Only a very few could remain calm, and those who could maintain their composure were all the strongest among the strong. Damn it, was I schemed against while I was unconscious? Does Bai Kaiji know about this? Does Qi Hong know? However, she plunged into the mist, and unlike what she had anticipated, it was not a vast expanse of white where she couldn't discern direction, but instead she saw an extraordinarily enchanting purple flame no larger than a palm burning amidst the thick white fog, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. Damn it, this guy knows he can't provoke me and wants to pull back and protect himself. I've been sold. Phelps cursed inwardly. Glancing around, he noticed that he was the only one in this area. In fact, there were really quite few holidays for ninjas. As winter approached, many places in the north had already started to snow, and even the peaks of southern mountains were dyed white, resembling tender shoots of bamboo. That Lu Zhu, being a genius of Mingyu Academy, had even taken Vice President Mona as his teacher, regarded as a master among his peers. But what about that silver mask? So you want me to obediently hand over the scroll containing forbidden techniques to you so you can escape before the large number of sound ninjas arrive? Orochimaru remarked ominously, tilting his head with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Zhang Darren learned that Rennie was going out, so he settled down in Rinjia town. Meanwhile, Rennie continued on his journey, walking and stopping, and soon it was night. At this time in Huadhua, the further west one goes, the poorer it becomes. Many people still retain the characteristics of the Qing dynasty's rule in their attire. The playground is lush with grass knee-high and thriving, the blades swaying gently in the breeze, evoking a sense of tranquility. The priests of Code have no death realm for cultivation, but the priests of Nariku are mostly proficient in this domain. This is also a characteristic of the void. Wandering in the void for a long time without a point of reference can easily lead to being lost, which is why few people practice directly in the void. One must find a fixed point, even if it is just a large rock. One must admit that the Golden Heart has provided Muen with infinite possibilities, granting him 10 exclusive skills and a plethora of powerful combat skills, bringing him unimaginable strength. The ability to switch between various combat modes allows him to handle most unexpected situations. Zhan Chen arrived with 2 subordinates in tow, and upon disembarking he realized that the restrictions were overwhelming in number. He also aspired to restore the glory of the Age of Wizards, but he proposed a new slogan: the times are changing, the old systems are no longer suitable, we need to seek new paths through exploration. The Fulmer horn was shattered into pieces by the shield. Maximilian's face twisted violently as if it would shatter, his eyes filled with horror. Once Chen Xing finished his tasks, he rushed back to the Wolf Empire to find his intelligent AI Wainer, instructing her to thoroughly search for traces of Xuanwu, as that would lead him to Xuanwu. If possible, she would have already used this method to protect Chening and would not have needed to come to this foul-smelling dungeon. Dressed in red like fire, her fiery red hair danced lightly in the wind. As she slightly raised her hand, a pink peach blossom petal drifted down from her fingers. From a distance, the scene was so beautiful. What's wrong? What is this? At that moment, a voice came over and everyone turned to see Li Xiaoli walking in. Now from the bottom of her heart she feared this man, regretting how she had attracted such a man who was so ruthless. She started dancing relatively late, her foundation weaker than others, which is why she often practiced several times longer than others, believing that diligence would eventually compensate for her shortcomings. Though it was called a handshake meeting, it was essentially just a high five. However, when Luihan stepped outside, it still triggered endless screams of excitement from the angels. If your bricks are still the least but the time is not the least, then I'm sorry, you have wasted time. The one with the least time will replace your rights, and the money earned will be the pool's money minus what you use, leaving you with nothing. Thirdly, the Chestmaster is famously known as a good-natured person among the world's supreme beings. The Beihai clan is naturally one of those who have benefited from the Chestmaster, not to mention the close relationship between the kitchen knife and the Chestmaster. Then the two began to practice here. With Lu Yihan's guidance, Ling Yuner found her practice to be much more effective. I believe this idea can achieve a lifestyle many dream of in their old age, competing in battlefields, marketplaces and workplaces. However, for General Picard this is not an easy goal to achieve. Will the Satan Eagle be willing? Will the Satan Eagle relinquish control over the French Second Bureau of Intelligence? Meng Fifan is already a junior this year, and his chosen major is different from theirs, attending classes in a different teaching building. His appearance today was indeed very timely. Taking this opportunity, he focused on observing the obsession of the Tianhu, discovering that this obsession was quite substantial, with a strength 4 to 5 times that of his own. If it weren't for the transformation of thought, he would likely have been instantly swayed by this obsession. Looking at the ugly appearance of the other party, Rennie felt as if he were facing the spirit demon of the Zhuge family. However, this ghostly king exuded a strong aura, yet seemed somewhat hollow inside. I think you are the one who is morally corrupt. Imo Ning kicked the door open and hurriedly brought Zhang Chuanqi and others in with anger. Du Feng looked around. The courtyard was too spacious, and reaching the main hall's roof would expose him easily. He had no choice but to make a wide detour through the back garden, successfully reaching the main hall's ridge while using the large trees for cover. The brothers feared the old man would spend all the money, leaving nothing for them. Since it was a terminal illness, wasting money was pointless. To acquire the assets, they resorted to unscrupulous means, taking a hammer to the deceased's vital points while he was asleep. Chapter 64. Why are you avoiding me? Yi Shui stood 2 meters away from Qiu Xin, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Rongyu glanced at Qiu Xin, who was staring at the blocked path ahead, and seeing he did not react, she turned back to look. As soon as the bell rang, the host jumped off the ring, and at the moment the bell sounded, the cannonball flew towards the steel fort, catching the latter off guard and forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Shi Xian did not mind Zhang Liang's indifference. He chuckled lightly, then sat down and placed his hand on the latter's wrist.
After probing with his true energy and finding the injury gradually healing, he finally felt relieved. In the astonished gaze of the Yu Wu shinobi, Do demonstrated the principle of the impure world reincarnation using the lives of 2 wooden leaf ninjas. "You all should leave first, there is nothing going on here anymore," Du Feng said as he approached Long Biao. Du Qingyuan took a deep breath, unconsciously placing his hand on his waist. Looking at the figure of this ruthless killer sitting calmly in front of him, he felt a fire in his heart compelling him to eliminate the demon that might bring about similar situations in Dali in the future. "Your Highness, what is all this commotion about?" Lin Yan gulped nervously and asked. The leaves fell like flowers and the great tree was empty with only an unknown bird fluttering by. For several days Wang Yun returned to the mansion immediately after court, reuniting with Diao Chan and reminiscing about their nurturing bond from years past. Diao Chan, having lost her father, felt immensely warmed by Wang Yun's care. Now it was increasingly evident that Father Emperor was supporting the third prince. Heaven does not have 2 sons, nor does a country have 2 rulers. How could Father Emperor not know this? If his intention in supporting the third prince was to assist me, the crown prince, it would indeed be a great joke. Father Emperor is not a foolish monarch. How could he do such a foolish thing? Silence fell in both Xiao Yan and Zhu Tian, who exchanged glances before leaving the place. Outside, Elder Wu was anxiously waiting. Yang Yuding was indeed a powerful ability user, yet under the pressure exerted by Zhang Fei he found it somewhat difficult to bear. Nevertheless, there was not a shred of fear in his eyes, only endless stubbornness and sharp intensity. Suddenly behind the Yellow Turban army reinforcements appeared, numbering over 20,000. The emergence of these reinforcements was completely beyond Cheng Ye's expectations, leaving him utterly shocked. She knew that the crown prince must have a way to leave the palace. There could not be a lack of secret passages in the crown prince's residence. Anyone accustomed to walking on the edge of swords would certainly leave themselves a way out. However, this escape route is usually quite hidden and not easily known to outsiders. The air was filled with the most beneficial trace elements required by the human body, making one feel as if they were in a delightful dream from which they would never awaken. As the thought reached her, the air in front of her instantly thickened countless times, forming an invisible yet tangible air shield. A few days ago, Dongfang Yu and others undertook a rather time-consuming task, so they did not return to the Mo family. Now upon their return, Mo Chen immediately sent someone to notify Dongfang Xiao. Zhou Bingran felt new thoughts occasionally surfacing in his mind while some old ones faded away. He was uncertain about what this sensation meant. Suddenly his father seemed to realize something and looked down at his wife, appearing shocked by her bold idea. "Can you produce a weapon better than a quasi-spiritual artifact?" This friend you may not know, but Elder Huang is a renowned forging master in Giant Wood City. If what you have is also at the quasi-spiritual artifact level, it would likely be hard to surpass Elder Huang. The cultivator reminded him. This capture the sky plan was decided in just a few words. Success or failure depended on the harmony of time, place and people. At the main gate, Guan Sheng, Huyan, Zhua Huarong and Dongyi hurriedly led the soldiers behind them to rush toward the city gate. "What do you think of the strength of Yuchan Academy?" The old man suddenly posed this question to everyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, as Zhou Bingran just got out of bed, he received a text message clearly displaying the time and venue for the rating competition as well as the level test that Baji sect was about to participate in. "You seem to be even stronger than the rumors suggest," Yi Yu said with a faint smile, gazing at Shiman Hansen, a hint of apprehension in his eyes as if something about him emanated danger. Lu Fei made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he summoned the 5 elements Qi within him as if powered up and kicked her away. "Good." Fu Yunhuan agreed with a nod, and Yu Huan, dissatisfied, led Fu Yunhuan towards the courtyard. Qing Ko's brows immediately turned stern, glaring at Chang Fu but still unable to utter a word. Yun Yao was familiar with this scar. During the first silkworm ceremony, she and Ing Quan were framed and punished by Aunt Jin Xiu, receiving a beating. After further discussions on how to strengthen security measures, the 3 continued with their respective tasks. These individuals were merely ordinary fishermen toiling hard and living in peace. Now their innocent deaths reminded Long Ao Lang of the relatives who suffered a tragic fate in his hometown 10 years ago. Were they not innocent as well? Shi Zhan, with a dark expression, overheard this statement at the door, nearly exploding with anger. He quietly entered and sat by Rong Lang's bedside as still as a statue. Lu Shuang remained motionless, the man's stick whizzed past his ear. Suddenly he sidestepped and kicked out, hitting the man's chest directly. I held Xiao Linger close, trying to use my body heat to warm her up. She flicked her fingers twice and both Mei Mei and Hu Zi were bounced off the treasure platform, lying on the ground unconscious. Xiao Qiao felt heavy-hearted, as if a large stone pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a clear hint of amusement in Xiao Hanyi's gaze. Do you have any special feelings before your episodes? Chen Hao began to ask targeted medical history questions. You fought beautifully in this battle, delivering a resounding slap to everyone. Haiyan must be pursued, but only after accumulating enough technology to completely break the blockade by Europe and America. It's not like everyone doesn't have it. As long as you, Brother Su, are willing, you can use our server at the pig farm. In front of over 100,000 witnesses, Zhao Qin recited a spell over the black orb, then submerged it in an unknown water for a while.
The remaining 15 could not possibly help him break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core, but fortunately after some time the 5 precepts Zen Heart Lotus in his body had produced a lotus seed. He speculated that with this lotus seed he should be able to break through to the 9th level. Revolution should be the rebellion of advanced productive forces against the constraints of backward systems. However, currently they are the most advanced, making it quite strange to incite rebellion, so they must rely on their basic support, the farmers within the borders who are demanding ownership of the lands originally belonging to the Korean nobility. However, this behavior had already aroused the vigilance of his grandfather, who once held a high position in the military of Hwagwa. Later, when he arrived in the fractured star domain, that faction secretly controlled the Chunyang Republic, trying to steal the core source code of the highest artificial intelligence host based on the design architecture of Hwagwa's top artificial intelligence core. Tianhua hurriedly hid behind Yu Shao Tian. In the stories he had heard about the Great God King, the Great God King was a great hero of the 3 races. Today, hearing the slander from Yun Longzi, he protested. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand, as most people still exist at the level of keyboard warriors who at most can only insult and curse, failing to comprehend this situation. With a thud, Ling Ming Lingzong tossed down the 3 talented individuals of the Tianqin body captured, while 3 divine beast spirits that ran out of the formation carried them back. After gathering half of the entertainment industry's stars and officially opening it, became the center of attention, constantly monitored by numerous media outlets. These lunatics, also dressed in American military uniforms, didn't give you a chance to create distance or change magazines. Their attacks were simple and direct. I heard he locked himself away to break through, not emerging until reaching the nascent soul stage. I suppose he has already made the breakthrough. However, if he finds out that Shang Jingxing has already reached the out of body stage, even approaching the peak of divine separation, capable of battling at the fusion stage, I wonder what his expression would be. Lu Shiba, standing motionless with a strange smile, turned to look at the vigilant Qin De and Meng Tianfang. Looking at the large bouquet of flowers and the cake healings, he felt a surge of anger, calling for the room service to have them all removed and thrown out. Brother, how did you end up here? Didn't you go to serve in the military? At that moment, Xiao Feihu suddenly remembered that the brother in front of him was highly likely the leader of Gushan village. The map is small, rectangular, measuring less than 100 square meters, allowing one to see everything at a glance. My cousin and Gao Shiming are best friends, so it is normal for her to come over for dinner. Instinctively, I raised the iron chain in my hand, just in time to block the black iron token. My arms jolted violently, my palms stung with numbness, and then an unnatural cold surged up the chain as if seeking to freeze me solid. A fierce gust swept past, rattling the roadside leaves with a rustling roar. Branches swayed wildly, resembling countless demonic arms reaching out from the shadows. Jiang Yao's heart felt ensnared by a waking nightmare, his step stiffened, his sorrow deepening like aged wine, richer and more suffocating with every step. When activated, the soul-severing sandstorm array appears to generate infinite, ever-renewing grains of toxic sand, but in truth those countless grains all emanate from 18 sovereign sands. Should even one of these primary sands be shattered, the entire array would dissipate like mist beneath the sun. Keen-eyed onlookers noticed several pale writhing things sloughing off his body as he walked, slithering upon the ground like maggot-like filth from a latrine, evoking visceral revulsion. Chu-Chu, well-versed in medicine, mused, this man moves with sluggish lethargy and reeks of decay, surely death draws near. Hua Gang watched coldly, indifferent to Liang Panyun's aloof condescension. He had no desire to align himself with such arrogance. I sighed helplessly. If Qingru possessed even a fraction of Fei Shue's flamboyant confidence, it would be splendid. Her cultivation realm remains an enigma, as does her mount. You truly hold grudges, don't you? How shall we ever manage in the future? That Zay's tone brimmed with tender indulgence, even his gentle reproach sounded honeyed and sweet. Sleep was utterly out of the question. I crept noiselessly toward Fong Gang's door, limbs slack and unsteady, yet before I could even raise my hand to knock, thunderous snoring already boomed from within. This was precisely where Shang Wanjia revealed his shrewdness. He knew full well that opposing me Hedon would only bring him repeated losses, so he chose restraint instead. I wondered, was it only toward me that she reserved such singular regard? Or did it run deeper, that in her heart no man in this world stood worthy enough to walk beside her? Ji Zayo stiffened slightly, shifted his posture awkwardly, and reluctantly maintained what he privately deemed an uncomfortably intimate stance. Ishuehan glanced at the fist Ishuehan extended, then without hesitation thrust forth his own and struck it firmly, sealing their gentleman's pact with a resonant clack. Guan Xintong's eyes narrowed dangerously. She smoothed her long tresses, then broke into a bewitching smile, exuding irresistible allure as she glided forward. Husband, who is she? Such cloying words, sickening enough to make one gag. Silently, Guan Xintong flipped herself a middle finger while her radiant smile remained dazzlingly intact. Hua Qi hesitated, torn, yet when Mu Qingge spoke with unwavering resolve and shook her head firmly, he found himself at a loss for words. With a quiet sigh, Mu Qingge said, if you still refuse to speak, I shall leave now. We've already delayed too long in Min Commandery. Ling Feng and Fong Yan must have reached Fu City by now. Should she fail to arrive soon, they'll surely grow anxious. Long Xiang and the others paid no mind. After all, this matter held no relevance to them. When it concerned neither duty nor kinship, discretion was wisdom. Sometimes rash intervention only invited endless trouble. As Ling Tian's voice faded, the assembly stood frozen in stunned silence, for half a breath perhaps longer, until Ran Min Zhang and the other prodigies abruptly rose from their seats as one. Xin Lin's face paled starkly the moment she tried to rise. Her knees buckled again and she collapsed once more. Yes, this servant admits her fault. Yet her lowered gaze burned with venom. Concealing that seething hatred, Xin Lin turned beseechingly toward Qin Shia seated nearby, pleading silently for salvation. Ajia pressed his lips fiercely against her body, his large hands tracing downward along her form, his fingers slipping unbidden into her most forbidden sanctuary. The crowd instantly sensed they'd been mocked by the Dragon King, and fury flared hot within each breast. One by one they surged forward, desperate to storm and slay the Dragon King without mercy and seize dominion over this place. This was the assassin's sigil, the mark of his craft, his pride. In duels between assassins, destroying it was the gravest possible insult, one that struck deepest at the soul of its bearer. Ji Mang stared transfixed at Mei Qingcheng. Were it not for her wife's presence, she might well have transformed into a rakish, swaggering nobleman, puffing a flirtatious whistle with unmistakable roguish charm. With utmost pleasure. Chen Donglai replied. 3 days were brief indeed, and having recently overexerted himself in cultivation, he welcomed the interval as a welcome respite, a true vacation. The banquet commenced at dusk. In the garden where the day's oppressive heat had finally receded, guests arrived intermittently, each a legendary figure of high society. Having already devised her disguise, Yimiya nodded earnestly, eager to forestall any further words from him. Yan Xiangwan studied his appearance. Though battered and scarred, his features remained striking, fair-skinned, clean-cut, undeniably handsome. No wonder that deranged captor had coveted him so fiercely, and struck him unconscious to imprison him. Who granted you the authority to act thus? Who granted you the authority to act thus? Xianwan upended the sachet. Under Tang Xi's astonished gaze, she jerked it sharply downward, releasing one after another the wraiths forcibly crammed inside. Chaos erupted instantly. I must attend to matters. Jean Weima added a faint note of resignation coloring his voice. He would need to depart before dawn tomorrow. Sheng Xia believed that beyond mere financial aid, proper value guidance was essential, not only for the victims themselves but for society at large, to prevent prejudice, eradicate stigma, and halt the cycle of secondary harm inflicted upon survivors. Who dares scheme against me, and to what end? Su Chuanyan's pupils contracted sharply, her mind still clouded, her understanding incomplete. What manner of being was she, while Xiao Fan dared challenge her to battle? Did he truly know nothing of shame? The vast loess-laden plateau had long anchored the Tang dynasty's gaze, its heavy earth mirroring the empire's own grounded majesty. Now, however, the time had come to shift that gaze toward the boundless sapphire expanse of the sea. I gazed toward Siyu in the distance and said that maybe so, but none can alter the immutable cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death. As you yourself noted, this outcome fulfills the wish of Siyu's mother. It is therefore deeply understandable. Bai Tang revealed a faint smile, decisively knocking Song Hui unconscious and catching him steadily. Nakamura Riko nodded and suggested installing grenades under the Yamamoto Taiji car to blow him up, resolving everything effortlessly. The loyalty of disciples recruited using the yellow-level talisman Fong Lai Yi is set at a default of 100, while the loyalty of disciples recruited by the host depends on the host's attitude. If the host's disciples defect from the sect, the host will face certain penalties. Another part converged towards the tip of the right finger, where a droplet of deep green liquid as profound as a gemstone condensed. During this time, some attempted to use fake inheritance techniques to deceive the process but were reprimanded by Lier. Elvis, however, turned her into a hideous creature and she could not bear it. Days passed and one morning Colin received a summons from the Supreme Council. Tang Yaoqi instructed the officers to quickly secure the scene, set up a police cordon, and then examine the shell casings and inspect the bodies. However, the street was lined with tall sycamore trees, lush and verdant, providing excellent cover for tonight's operations. Is there still doubt? I see the prince is so beloved that if I do not abdicate, the people of Dian may stab me in the back. Lin Yunhong chuckled. Qin Fan had not been in contact with him much, but Wang Funian had received Qin Bancheng's attention, realizing that Qin Fan seemed to possess some formidable power. Thus he suddenly reached out to Qin Fan, knowing that Qin Fan did not wish to act personally, leading him to rush over eagerly. Upon hearing this, Li Daohua's eyelids twitched and a sense of foreboding surged within him. He had experienced closed-door training himself. Whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would retreat to break through it. Both sides faced embarrassment and Tai Yi momentarily lost his bearings. Huang Long stared at him blankly, unable to comprehend the situation and unsure how to handle it. Though he hadn't looked closely, the notifications popping up on his phone were unmistakably all from WeChat. The 200,000 reputation points were twice as expensive as the architectural blueprints for the Halo obtained previously, yet Zhang Yunsu felt a secret joy as this indicated the effectiveness of the formation blueprints. After returning, Vlaco arranged with his butler to help him take the blame, promising to preserve his life. He had also spoken to the city defense team, as the captain had a good relationship with Duke Vlaco, having reached his current position thanks to Vlaco's support years ago. Saying this, Guli pulled a short knife from her sleeve and decisively stabbed it into her neck. Put. Blood gushed forth. Li Hui waved to the large ship slowly entering the port. The crew members who generally recognized this decisive leader of the Dongshan army also waved back. Since it is you three, you can only expect to meet your demise. Zhou Mingxian sneered. What opportunities have you all really obtained?
As for me, I hold a lofty status in the Mingyuan Palace and have obtained countless resources to reach the great perfection stage.
Do you have some great power cultivating you secretly in the outside world? Well, this is indeed needed.
Qin Fen initially wanted to mention the phone, as soon the phone network would cover the heavenly realm, making it easy to buy a lottery ticket. Even persuading Lao Junxing to invest and rallying a large number of emperors to join this project would be hard to fail. Ling Feng's words left Xiao Chen speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, appearing carefree and unruly, chuckled and played the peacemaker. This was her first time staying in Starsea City, and it was where she met Nuan Xia and the others.
At that time there was Jiui, Nuan Xia and Zhu Beiyu, and it seemed some amusing incidents occurred.
The expression of the imperial physician changed immediately, and the two exchanged glances, losing their initial relaxed demeanor. Clearly his mother Fei Yu could not stand being bullied by Fei Keru, which was why she stubbornly refused to back down. Yet Aili's comment about having her mother endure further only served to infuriate Fei Yu more. Yun Jinyao was quite curious about this mode of transportation, since it floated above the ground without any bumps even on uneven surfaces, and it neither consumed fuel nor electricity, thus causing no pollution to the environment. I was too late to stop her from speaking, but it didn't matter. After all, the third prince would know everything he needed to know, and it wouldn't matter if it reached his ears. After walking a few steps, he saw Pan Lin standing at the door of her home in pajamas, glaring at him fiercely, almost like a guard against thieves or a suspect in infidelity. At that moment, Zhou Feng truly felt like he was fleeing in disgrace.
Come back.
Bai Fengjiao could only sigh in resignation and call out to his retreating figure. The scene was filled with fluttering petals and a thin mist, making the arena appear even more dreamlike and beautiful.
Wu Yuting refused to speak, yet she had no obligation to keep Wu Yuting's secret. Whether Liang Yuan believed it or not was up to her. However, it was quite the opposite. Doctors always exert their utmost effort during treatment, which is a matter of medical ethics.
Qi Ao was aware of his standing within the palace, so he refrained from participating in political affairs. He understood that no matter how hard he worked, he was destined to be unrelated to the throne. The formation that blocked the advancing soldiers was not based on the Yu principle, but rather the I Ching formation that Ding Jingxi learned from Zhengqing Gate. Caitlin turned to look at the surveillance screen behind her, where the video playback from the office was being shown. In the footage, Lin Ji and Dawson were seen sitting at the desk, seemingly engaged in casual conversation. If you can walk out of the blood serpent's body alive, then you will be qualified to know what kind of physique I truly possess. At that time you will experience an even more violent attack than now, for that will be my peak state.
Xuan Shang's expression was cold.
The Yenri royal family arrived here with great fanfare, having traveled at least 1,000 miles and passed numerous large cities on the way. Naturally, some busybodies followed them, although they were ordered to disperse by Tai Yan. A few stubborn individuals still lurked within the mountains. Lin Lang raised the iron rod in her hand, her entire energy meridian source exploding forth, enveloping the rod. The iron rod transformed into a colossal pillar with true energy swirling around it like a white jade pillar, supporting the heavens, crashing down towards Lu Tua like a storm. Hua Ling's face flushed with embarrassment. Although it was clear that Renee, a man surrounded by so many women, must be a libertine, his blatant intentions towards her felt far too direct. The three exchanged hearty laughs, marking this initial interaction as a mere taste of the warm tea, brief and fleeting. Nevertheless, it wasn't too late, and the company's security measures were quite sound. During those 2 or 3 days, Yang Guang truly seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, with no one knowing his whereabouts. It was only later that Ma Yong learned that Yang Guang's disappearance was not due to fear of him and others, but because he was helping someone in Tong Air Fortress and was not in Daimin Town.
Den Yo, don't cause trouble, got it? If Big Brother comes to deal with you, I won't intervene. Hu Er hurriedly advised Den Yo.
Ma Yong was instantly filled with rage. He took out a bottle of mineral water, twisted the cap off and rushed over, pouring it directly into Zhao Ze's embrace. Lan Wujiang's smile widened as he deftly tugged at the exposed thread of the chess piece mentioned by Wu Changli, gently pulling downwards, causing the second chess piece to vanish at that moment. After Long Bai Chung finished speaking, his gaping maw opened wide, and Li Jun along with the others instantly flew out, all wielding mining picks, while Ma Ride was struck down by Li Jun's divine pick, disintegrating into ash without even a chance to send a message. The investment of over 1 billion and the carefully selected costumes were now all gone. If they wanted to reshoot this movie, they would need to seek funding all over again. As for the threat of the blood pill, Ji Linglong glanced slightly at Qin Yue, sensing that he was indeed aware of the blood pill's implications. He. Well, then let's hold a struggle session later to see what misdeeds he has committed. Li Jiahao chuckled lightly. They were still in a desolate wilderness devoid of any signs of civilization, and aside from the 4 suspicious vehicles they had encountered earlier, there were no other vehicles in sight. Finally, he expressed his desire to marry her as long as she would wed him, becoming a true couple. Even if he were to awaken one day, he would never be able to leave the desolate land. What was supposed to be foolproof unexpectedly went awry at a critical moment when the harpoon's cable got entangled and the harpoon was severed and fell into the sea by those damn sea terrorists.
Although this so-called engagement was a result of his compromise for her, the last person he wished to see at his engagement banquet was her. Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes, slightly swaying his sleeve to conceal his form, yet he remained reclined on the bed without moving. Forget it, just an old man on his last legs. I can't be bothered to get angry at her. What if the village chief's family refuses to let it go? Though she knew this was the only way, Zhou Na was still very worried. The activation and exercise of such power could lead to certain foreign bloodlines lurking within the body growing stronger. If the possessor could not adapt, they would meet an untimely demise at a young age. After speaking, he began his practice. After a while he prepared to practice the 18 dragon subduing palms, and before long he had nearly mastered this set of palm techniques. Will they sleep for a long time? Anna, feeling a sense of unease from the doctor's words, couldn't help but probe. Just as Suzhen stepped back, the fireball collided with the stone man, emitting a deafening sound as the fireball exploded right in front of the stone man's chest. At that moment a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Gu Yun's body. Although it did not reach the level of Su Zi and Mo Zhao previously, it surpassed Gu Yun's inherent strength, transcending the realm of ordinary practitioners. Feng Kaitian studied it carefully and discovered that the thin membrane covering the Mo Ling, though linked by a slender tube at its apex to the tip of the fleshy embryo, bore no direct connection to the tumor growing on He Lao San. Chen Zixuan glanced back at Rui Tianling's sullen face, hesitated, then stepped toward him while still keeping a cautious distance. But the zombies were countless, thousands upon thousands. How long would it take to slay them all? Wait, why are the zombies fleeing? It could not have been my eyes playing tricks. With a sudden whoosh, Lu Ningyo broke the surface of the lake, cleared her throat twice, and coldly appraised the cavern before her. She never expected that the maw behind the nine-headed beast would conceal an entirely different realm. Fortunately, the main engine was beginning to strain and the Lexing's acceleration had ebbed considerably. This brought some clarity back to Zhou Xin, and he just happened to hear Atlas's question. The pawn named Fei Hong was utterly ruined, completely destroyed, wasting all the painstaking schemes he had tended these years. Ken Fu paid no heed to the Fire Lotus sprites' pleas. In a single breath it devoured the sprite's life-soul flame, transmuting it into a fierce conflagration that fused into the creature's surface, instantly sealing one rupture and mending the next halfway. Lu Ningyo revealed a satisfied smile, leapt in and plunged beneath the water with Xing Zekin close on her heels. How does it feel? When Feng Linger awoke, Sui Ping was at her side, asking with concern. It was not that she could not bear to part with him, it was that if he left, who would fetch her Shui Igua? The moment he moved, the surrounding zombies surged forward in unison. They never thought a boulder could kill Yen Yun, only a flaw, only an opening could give them a chance. Bai Huatsong took it, and though he longed to ask what ran through the minds of those evil ghost deity systems when they awakened, he swallowed the question. After all, this was one of the gravest taboos for a Mieshinsher. If kin and friends might conceal things, all the more reason to expect silence from evil ghosts. I won't. Dongru blurted, snapping his head back to look at him. The demonic soul within, once in harmony, now stirred oddly from Yen Mo Ju. It surged outward, its gaze lifting to the floating owl, eyes widening in astonishment. She had no idea what quarrel had erupted between Li Guifei and the princess, nor that it had turned so violent as to cost lives. Wu Mian knew that the Yuebutsuyu, though a basic technique simple and direct, was a northern-killing move for a novice swordsman like him. Once unleashed, ordinary people would be dead without question, save for fellow martial experts or brutish humanoids. Wei Qilong did not answer, only shook his head. Dongru paid him little mind and returned to play with the children. The battle on the other side raged fiercely. Yen Yun crept closer, and by the time he clambered back into the tree, the scene below had changed drastically. Wei Changqin and Shin Mo listened to the physicians and exchanged a look, both smiling faintly. Since last night, villagers had sporadically reported that their cultivated rice seedlings were turning a withered yellow. Yet just as I believed my life would end there, a warm power surged from within me and met that black light in defiance. Shang Nuan waited nearby, bored, though she did not know exactly what that rogue had been doing. Seeing the grim expression he had worn earlier filled her with a very uneasy premonition. The Grand Adjudicator's face contorted with fury as he invoked the jade slips. The slips blossomed into a dozen gates of void, and from each gate a great power strode forth. The matriarch quickly sent for a doctor to tend her wounds. Barely had the treatment finished when Fu Hongjing burst through the door and flung the silver coins in his hand toward him. This Li Chen will likely not withstand even the talisman young Master Yin conjured. With a flick of his hand, someone mocked their words, dripping with contempt. Gu Xingzhou appeared at Shang Nuan's side, a roundabout boon to their company that raised its profile somewhat. I ask you, are you out of your mind? Li Chen spoke again, raising his voice. It became clear why Qin Ming had been banded together against, slandered and humiliated by those students. Pound the lean meat into a paste, fold in a little chopped scallion, minced garlic and ginger, add a touch of starch to bind, season with a dash of oyster sauce and salt, then moisten with a little water. Stir continuously in the same direction. The resulting meatballs will be elastic, tender and delectably smooth. Zhang Yu froze. Damn, could she still remember what had just happened? No, try again. I will make Sienna forget everything that transpired a moment ago. Later, following police questioning and a review of the surveillance footage, it was confirmed that the bag snatcher was a man wearing a black baseball cap. Zheng Fan had experienced the saving utility of the decoy strawman the day before. It truly was a life-saving device in a dire moment. Learning from Feng Ziyuan that there were only 10 left, he felt a touch of displeasure. Chu Jiang had asked the hotel staff for the surveillance tapes, not to seek the culprit, for he already knew who the murderer was. A convertible off-road vehicle thundered from the outer settlement, sending the grazing cattle and sheep into frantic bleats. The herders ducked aside, unwilling even to glance, fearful of provoking those within the car. Shen Yangan crawled a few steps and shifted beside the bed. Shen Shen looped her arms about his waist, drew him close, nuzzled at his neck. Shen Yangan obediently tilted his head back, laying his slender, vulnerable throat bare before her. Ordinarily, though Li Hui was not kind to him, she would never single him out to such an extent as she had today. One must understand that he was the dominant figure across the 6 southeastern provinces. Xia Xian was but a novice, defeating him would bring no real advantage. Of course, if disparate civilian groups happened upon an official supply point while relocating for different purposes, they would be fortunate. The depot would not bar them from aid. Seen another way, Jian San was either missing a cog in his head or harboring impure motives. He was clearly the latter. Knowing something to be impossible, he still persisted in his petty, aggravating speech. Of course, that presupposed he survived the secret realm. After all, the Dark God cult still stood in his path. James L. Brooks is going to be heartbroken. Nicholas's words made Hugo clench his teeth tightly. Suppressing laughter was an excruciating effort. Even Eddie, who had been preoccupied with work, couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Hugo to roll his eyes in exasperation. With the Zoroastrian Empire and the wealth, resources and manpower of India, the Empire now possessed sufficient strength to challenge the Britannian Empire. Jade Treasure Demon Sovereign suddenly sighed, a rare moment of profound unease about the Saint Demon Sect's future. As for Gu Shua, he had already slumped into a chair, roaring in despair and bitter resentment. Ruan Junling felt an icy chill rise from his core under Wang Jin's unblinking gaze, as if pinned by some primordial beast. By then it was already late at the Antarctic's perpetual daylight. The distinction between day and night had long vanished. Should any unforeseen calamity arise, Hu Siming and his companions could swiftly board the airship and vanish without a trace. They climbed steadily toward the summit. Only Uncle Sam carried a flashlight, while Yi Luoxiao and the others kept theirs tucked inside their backpacks, navigating clearly by moonlight. Another figure stood of middling stature, his hair silver white, yet his face smooth and unwrinkled, youthful as a child's, truly a childlike countenance crowned with white hair, radiant and vigorous, clad in a simple hemp robe, neither monastic nor secular in bearing. The divine light erupting from the gourd was born of the primordial essence atop the sacrificial altar. Jitian directly offered that essence in ritual, summoning a cataclysmic strike capable of annihilating all things. Though still a mere attendant, he now served a counselor, an elevation akin to being reassigned from guarding the main gate to serving within the CEO's private office. Not only ordinary cultivators held this belief, even the 12 supreme masters of the cultivation world rationalized it among themselves. In the span of 2 li they thundered forward. By the time the enemy realized what was happening, the 800 Lunar Crescent cavalry had already plunged deep into their ranks, reaping heads like stalks of rice. Upon reaching the banquet guest house, they found a massive banner strung across its facade: 5th China Culinary Grand Prix, Provincial Capital Division. Far beyond the Forbidden Land, over 1,000 li away, lay a modest lake, its surface mirror still. A ring of shrubs lined its shore, and upon their branches perched large birds with sharp beaks, ever watchful over the water. The instant a fish broke the surface, they would launch themselves in pursuit, feasting heartily. Fu Lonzi's eyes flickered as he glanced at Ji Tian, understanding instantly that Ji Tian would most likely refuse. Ji Langchuan, who had also witnessed the scene firsthand, remained silent. After all, Shen Chang had simply killed, offering no justification whatsoever. What could he possibly say? Moreover, the prevailing mood among the assembled cultivators clearly indicated that Shen Chang had incited universal outrage, so Ji Liangchuan knew well that today no appeal, no matter how eloquent, would compel the Kowloon sword sect master to honor his promise. The meeting at the Dragon Corps headquarters concluded, but meanwhile the cultivation world was anything but tranquil. Naturally, they refused to believe the Dragon Corps' divine warrior. Such a claim seemed utterly impossible to them. Yatsua's cheeks flushed crimson. She immediately hunched her shoulders and yanked her hood low, covering her entire face. I don't mind, not at all. It's exquisite, I truly love it. Thank you for giving it to me. Xu Wei Furong appeared genuinely enchanted by the ice spirit bracelet, cradling it reverently in her hands, stroking its surface again and again. Hearing this, Long Xingyu recalled that he himself had single-handedly eradicated the 3rd-ranked Sword King team, so confronting the captain of the 2nd-ranked Soul Slayer team should pose no insurmountable challenge. Just curious, if I had 10 subordinates like you, eliminating a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be pure fantasy, would it? Tang Chuan seemed to have reached a quiet resolve, yet asked once more, reluctant to surrender hope. Though from the outset he'd never dared imagine that Colonel Xiaofeng, a high-ranking officer, would actually remain to serve under him. Yet when that moment truly arrived, he too found himself overwhelmed by a surge of reluctant sorrow. It's true, I adapted it from the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Judgment Day. Li Bai spoke plainly. Once inside, should combat erupt, they would inevitably pair off, fighting in near total isolation, each duo operating as an autonomous unit. Before they could react, the fire cloud beast, suddenly masterless, reared its head and unleashed a deafening, wrathful roar. Its colossal form blurred, lunging instantly toward the nearest 7-colored luminous beast, unleashing a torrent of its most lethal innate demonic fire, the soul-scorching flame. Set him down, do not behave rudely toward guests. The March Hall master himself strode in and rebuked them from the inner chamber.
At that very instant a silvery vertical eye manifested between Luohao's brows, though still tightly sealed faint arcs of lightning shimmered around him. Lin Shuan paused slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Xiaoran, her smile unchanged yet her gaze now held a subtle questioning glint. Recalling this, Wang Yuetian's yin yang qi surged violently around him under the influence of yin energy. His frost-defying sword froze the very air along its path. Listening to Jiang Sen's flippant remark, Xia retorted without mercy, after all, every one of Jiang Sen's past deeds stood irrefutably before her, leaving no room for misplaced trust. During afternoon class, Shen Linfeng skipped school and remained absent until dismissal. Yet I noticed Lin Miao Miao constantly playing on her phone, occasionally turning back to flash me a mischievous grin. Run Tingting looked at the other person with great disdain and said, You think you deserve this? With a disagreement, naturally they moved to strike. A deep sound like an ancient bell rang out, accompanied by the harsh screech of twisted metal and a low growl filled with the scent of decay. The 8 bronze chains engraved with cinnabar talismans suddenly tightened to their limit, the crimson talismans glowing fiercely, and then Killer Bee from Yunying is the perfect Jinchuriki who has mastered the power of the tailed beasts. Fortunately, old Zhang had prepared in advance, otherwise that sudden pull could have dragged him right into the river. Yan Ba and Jiang Yang had already grabbed old Zhang, and naturally Marian would let him go for the time being. Yan Ba knew well that even jumping into the river now would not help find Marian. He had once struggled to make ends meet, earning a few hundred a month, so he understood that feeling. He also knew that as fellow writers, making money was not easy for anyone. The weather in September was still quite hot, and the three who emerged from the courthouse hurriedly climbed into the vehicle that had long been waiting for them. Turning back, he saw her applying bubbles to her body, and Qi Mingzhi leaned closer to kiss her. The legendary diaper brand and others echoed with murmurs, but their voices were drowned out by the sound of rain and they couldn't quite catch what was being said. That true dragon was instantly dispersed by the opponent's shockwave, transforming into mist all around. Luckily, the peak force of the opponent's impact was successfully neutralized by that true dragon. Lin Yu listened carefully and was surprised to find that the opponent actually intended to launch a surprise attack on their supply camp. This was indeed a very good idea, and after careful consideration Lin Yu believed it would definitely work without any issues. Did you guys just see? Never mind. Jiang Yang stopped mid-sentence, not wanting to repeatedly ask the few people next to him. Now there weren't many people left around Jiang Yang, namely Luan's sister Su Yanba and Yanjiu. What's going on? Where did these spirit beasts come from? Everyone looked at the beast in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Wen Qihang's suggestion was indeed very appealing. Although he lost his official position, if he could have 3,000 disciples like Confucius and among them were a few outstanding students, he could also be recorded in history. After all, Su Qianhua was a mid-stage heavenly-level powerhouse while he was only a mid-stage earth-level with a significant strength disparity. Moreover, Su Qianhua was using her agility to launch a sneak attack. If he couldn't kill her, it would be too humiliating for a heavenly-level expert. The red clouds in the west gradually faded, and as night fell the faint stars began to appear, illuminating the endless void. Ma Dong directly took the device, fastening the battle spy onto his arm as it resembled a wristband in appearance. However, although the television station with a flagship program was impressive, it had not reached the point of being able to walk all over others. Even above the station director there were many formidable figures they could not offend. In the next 3 hours, if the 9 turns breaking pill classic falls into the hands of others, the assessment will immediately end. A commanding voice suddenly echoed, startling everyone. Suddenly the handsome man in the regeneration pool opened his eyes, a strange red gleam flashing by, sending chills down people's spines. She wore a very simple off-white long dress, yet it wrapped around her incredibly sultry figure, making one drool. With an exquisitely beautiful face, her enchanting eyes carried a hint of worry as she walked gracefully. This isn't quite right, is it? Zhang Yi touched his nose and casually snapped his fingers, summoning a burly figure who quickly walked in from outside the cafe. After the Xianin corpse Kai merges with the zombie, the power and ferocity of this zombie will greatly increase. At this moment, Xiao Bai's phone began to ring. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Zhang Rang. Seeing these items along with the golden eagle, you only could guess without looking at the note that this golden eagle must have been raised by Shirlin. The intimate scene between the two struck Xiao Bai like a knife, piercing deeply into his heart and causing him unbearable pain. Xiao Bai certainly would not give him this opportunity, as Lu Tianrui was still unaware of Xiao Bai and the others' plans. He stood up to see them off, but Song Jingyan hurriedly led the two out like a child, quickly changing their shoes. The masked man sneered, his gaze sharp, looking at Gu Xiaofeng and Yuan Mei as if they were two corpses. The Tianyang flower indeed has the effect of replenishing yang energy, but its nature is far more intense. It is a powerful tonic that those with weakened bodies cannot take, let alone a critically ill patient. Let go of me, you old pervert. At that moment, Lin Shui's scream suddenly echoed from the examination room. After a busy period, they had yet to have dinner, so they arranged for 2 yamen runners to guard the old man before returning to Chengfeng courtyard. After a simple meal and resting for over half an hour, Yang Dong, Yang Wu and Yang Feng, who witnessed Yang Wu kill someone, finally arrived with the family of the victim Jiquan. The road was filled with people, whether they were scattered cultivators or disciples from poor families. All chose to proceed on foot.
With a chuckle, Li Tianchen lovingly pinched his face and then reminded Yi Ruyan a couple of times before turning to leave the ward. Green Pearl felt as if she had been enlightened. She thought if she were captured and tortured by someone she would surely reveal everything under severe torment. Seeing the friendly comments and the bullet screen, Li Luo felt his heart settle. A championship would effectively cover up the previous blemish. Indeed, this was esports where results were paramount. Nangong Jinran did not know what to say to express her gratitude towards the concubine. At least she was no longer indifferent towards her as before, indicating that she was slowly beginning to accept her current life. The news that Xing Ke had reached Wangue town had already been relayed to Yao Mo. What surprised Luo was that this time Yao Mo did not send someone to take him to the heavenly realm for questioning but came to Wangue town in person. Upon entering the room, Li Yishui frowned. The musty smell inside was overwhelming, making it hard to breathe. Upon seeing the golden lotus flying in and neutralizing his Juxian sword, Qi Luo Ho laughed for a moment before whispering softly. Hearing the cheers for RNG all around, Hua involuntarily puffed out his chest proudly, saying. After listening to him, Jing Chuchu carefully looked and noticed that the clothes sparkled in the light. In fact, everyone once again underestimated the immense influence brought by this championship obtained in the bird's nest. Yi Ling and Tang Mian went to the restroom to wash their hands first, while Ning Rong put down the notebook and sat down in the chair beside the table. When the two came out, the four were gathered again. Seeing Wang Kuihua's soul being extinguished by me, Wang Jinfeng suddenly went mad. He used a secret technique to enlarge his body to 2 to 3 meters tall, and Su Yifan, who was evenly matched with him, was suddenly at a disadvantage, being sent flying by a poem from Wang Jinfeng. The warship slowly docked at a berth. A team of Marines disembarked, briefly surveyed the environment around the dock, confirmed that it was indeed a deserted island, and then promptly returned to the shore. The victory was undoubtedly the result of the desperate efforts made by Tingting and Xia. Mainly, no one had anticipated that the Corpse King of Xianxi would possess a mysterious Corpse Kai. Brother, you mentioned the dwelling place of the Dragon Clan. Why are there so few dragon spirits? Huang Rong thought of this question as she walked. The Liang family was expecting another child aside from Do Qingyu and her 3 siblings, who were delighted. The Do Chuan family felt a mix of joy and worry, while Do Zhankue Diersher, Do Chuiling and Do Ernyang were all displeased. Upon hearing this, Mu Shayan immediately declined, saying, "Forget it, let's return to Country Z." It was a hard-won opportunity to go home, and she had no desire to run so far again. Her parents were worried sick, so she wanted to go back and reassure them first. Unlike the more practical and rational cotton planting of later generations, Do Qingyu gave it some thought and refrained from giving misguided commands, going over to help move the cotton seedlings instead. Once the prince holds the military power, it becomes an absolute authority, greatly aiding in the struggle for succession. Even if she glared at him in annoyance, it did not change the fact that the man was determined to sleep for the sake of marital harmony. She could only obediently comply. Lu Yingzi and Lin Fangfang were at a loss for words regarding Wang Luna. Her words sounded foolish no matter how they were heard. After returning to the base, Kong Hung and the others took Bai Yen to see a doctor, and after a thorough examination it turned out Bai Yen had no illnesses. Days passed after they settled, and yet Bai Yen still could not use her abilities. It was then that Kong Hang and the others truly confirmed that Bai Yan's powers had vanished. Seeing the two men with their pained and reluctant expressions, Miao Ruyan couldn't help but smile slightly. The child was her treasure. She sought neither wealth nor fame, only hoping for the child's safe arrival. The 2 bodyguards were particularly courteous, bowing their heads and extending the golden invitation to the great-grandfather with both hands. Ever since the watchtower was built in the village, the troublemakers returned several times but failed to snatch anything valuable, thus they ceased their visits. "Just watch me teach you a lesson." Xia Wangzhe grabbed a broom and started hitting Xia Rao, cursing as she did, her hands and mouth never idle. The Niu family was a paper tiger from the very beginning. They were somewhat afraid of Xiaojiu. As soon as Xiaojiu said that, they jumped up, instinctively turning back to wipe the stool with their sleeves. Hu Bing was the first to volunteer to accompany Lin Ponzi, but Lin Ponzi did not agree. Firstly, the werewolves in the base needed him to arrange things, and the base's defenses and patrols required his direct involvement. At this moment, Zhu Qianhui could hardly afford to think about anything else, only pondering her own situation. However, recalling their earlier conversation, she couldn't help but feel wary of Huang Jia. Being forced to bow his head and admit his mistakes in front of the person he loved was truly humiliating. Han Nanli looked at Luo Yuanqian, silently pleading for help, hoping he would speak for him. Lin Yu felt that if looks could kill, she would have been slain by her teacher's gaze just moments ago. No one spoke after the meal. Ouyangzhe and the King of Leisure silently walked to the edge of the cold pool. Mu Shui and Zhang Shan silently followed behind. However, he truly had no way to use these materials right now. Even if he did, it would be a waste, as using saint-level materials to forge immortal-level items would make him want to slap himself. However, this time Li Jinlian did not wear her usual clothes but instead donned a beautiful golden dress, looking exceptionally lovely. Sui Zilu, being the commander, considered issues more comprehensively and with a long-term view. Thus Lu Tianyu informed Yaha to bring them down. Although only half of the seal had been lifted, Reni could not contain his excitement, feeling that it was utterly distressing to have so much power yet be unable to unleash it. With half the seal lifted, the rest would surely follow naturally. Even Tian Lai, who was accustomed to seeing soldiers drunkenly sprawled on the battlefield, had tears glistening in his tiger-like eyes at this moment. The army slowly entered Duanqiu Pass. This was a border defense line between the barbarian nation and the Mi Luo nation, and it was the first line of defense. However, the Yuanwei mansion was not afraid of the general's mansion, claiming that since they had come first they must take their share. Zhao Sinan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his student's voice. These two finally returned. If they had delayed any longer, he would have gone to find them. Many people gathered to discuss raising walls resembling an electric grid that concealed the interior from the outside while allowing visibility from the inside, exuding a strong sense of technology. It seemed that once they entered, the second challenge would begin. Luo Xing took a deep breath and pushed the great door open with force. It was all this foolish person's fault. Due to Bao Qian's sincere plea for peace, there was a genuine misunderstanding that she and Bao Qian were a couple. This foolish deer was truly beyond saving. Perhaps it was on the teleportation tower that they were being watched. As Qin Baisui looked at them, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Unexpectedly, Luo Xing, having just become a divine disciple, was about to challenge Feng Li even to the death. He truly overestimated himself. Everyone heard the king's words, so go ahead and make arrangements. Whether it's through precious treasures or other means, we must win over some strength to end this chaotic conflict. The lean zombie walked to the throne, stroked it briefly, and then took a seat with an expressionless face. Before beginning alchemy, Ruan Shilan slightly adjusted the ratio of spiritual plants. Even with her skill, the highest yield she could expect was around 70%, approximately 5 or 6 pills. She certainly wouldn't attract too much attention. Maggie was manageable, but the contracts for Xia Hoji should not be excessive. After all, he was still a student, with academics being his priority, which was a consensus reached among Qiu Mingho. Xia Hoji and Xia Hoqing making money was not his primary duty. He did not respond to Xiao Wei, but instead offered her a doting smile, gently ruffling her hair as he sat beside her. Helian Yao was extremely fond of her appearance, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his lips, giving him an unexpectedly gentle look. Yu Luolan slowly pulled herself out of that emotional state, lowering her gaze to see his hand resting on her waist, exuding a sense of stability. Suddenly feeling tired, Yu Luolan leaned onto his shoulder, while Xiao Liufeng, weary from a long day, revealed a hint of warmth in his usually languid eyes, tightening his embrace around her waist. Yu Wei sat by the hospital bed, smiling and exchanging words with the elderly lady lying there. Occasionally, when the old lady murmured something softly, she would smile in response, unaware that her smile was far less beautiful than tears. The Earth warriors charged recklessly towards the surrounding cosmic transport ship, completely disregarding the calls of their formerly comrades. Even though they had received a terrifying boost in power, they were not invincible. Standing at the right hand of the Empress Dowager, Gu looked down silently, as if destined to remain in this position forever. She herself did not realize that the poet had made almost no promises, yet she still believed his words. Yes. The man gasped, but still nodded, signaling for others to directly take the boat across the river. Upon seeing the business vehicle, Lu Lin couldn't help but smile, realizing that the production team was quite considerate now, even knowing to send a business car to pick him up. Seeing Li Rumei in such a posture, Zhu Chanluo felt increasingly suspicious and asked with a strange expression. As the largest warlord in Xianxi, Luo Laowai was naturally accustomed to commanding the winds and rains. He who would have thought there would be such a striking young lady deep in the mountains. Brothers, line up, everyone gets a share. Meng Jiawei spoke calmly, yet tears streamed down her face. The smoke mixed with her tears as she inhaled, and the smoke she exhaled trembled. Zhou had devoted nearly 80% of her spiritual energy to preparing this top-tier martial art, aiming to eliminate Wang Feng in one fell swoop to avoid further delays. He said in confusion, "Immortal, am I dreaming? If so, please let me sleep a little longer. If not, please give me a Long Yang spirit fruit." This man was very adept at evading surveillance and disguising himself, so he had not been caught for a long time. Unexpectedly today, he was subdued by a taxi driver. The shopkeeper across the way glanced at Xiao Maima and then put down the tools, picked up his phone, opened an app, and asked Xiao Maima. As an experienced physician, Tian Lao had already diagnosed the situation. Wang Feng thought he would have a solution. Wang Tai absorbed the human-shaped purple qi into his body, refining it within his qi. The vast vitality continuously washed over him, and he extracted a drop of human essence blood, which was multicolored, emitting an aura like the vast ocean. I was all too familiar with it. Su Wanxia was choked by the water and couldn't even call for help. Instinctively I rushed forward, and as I plunged into the cold seawater, my mind cleared instantly, my legs froze in place and could not move. The sparks generated by striking flint ignited the fabric. As for where the fabric came from, a piece could be easily torn off from the clothes on my body. Xiao Yunao nodded, placing the rose on the ground, allowing her to walk back with Binggu and the others alongside Zhang Xiao. He had just slashed a Jin Yiwei with his knife. The head that was originally impaled on the tip of the knife had rolled away somewhere. Only then did Guo Yuling dare to look at Zhan Huai's face. Diao-chan stood on her toes and lightly kissed Xiaofeng's cheek, her face flushing red. Xiaofeng gazed at Diao-chan's enchanting eyes and delicate features, unable to resist, and fervently kissed her cherry lips. Diao-chan let out a soft moan, her hands tightly wrapped around Xiaofeng's waist. The other aliens were just two groups from recent years. To be precise, the aliens from the East China Sea are the true aliens, while the dark elves from Zhongjing City are, to put it bluntly, a separation from the Tsangchong star thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, having evolved in a way that is somewhat different from humans. Zhao Yun wore a silver helmet and silver armor underneath, which was a white robe. The long dan bright silver spear shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Since then, the relationship between the Shushan Sword Sect and Wutai Mountain has never been good. The Shushan Sword Sect believes Wutai Mountain acts ruthlessly and has an improper style, while Wutai Mountain thinks the Shushan Sword Sect is overbearing and lacks the demeanor of a cultivator. Now when Xiaofeng went out, he brought along 2 horses, one of which was specifically for carrying his pair of heavy hammers. To resolve matters swiftly and to test the power of his new weapon, he dismounted and took out his double hammers. And Qianbao Palace has 2 extraordinary great masters in the entire Xiling Kingdom who would dare to provoke them easily. Conducting business nationwide under the banner of Qianbao Palace is completely unproblematic. A branch slithered out like a snake, binding its tail, shaking it with great force. Our generations of descendants doomed to be trapped here forever until all the resources of this space are exhausted, leading to their complete extinction. With this buffer time, Chen Zhang could finally rest assured and allow the ability users to grow into the true pillars of humanity's defense. Zheng Jian, far away in Switzerland, was naturally unaware that his actions had ignited a fierce argument. At that moment, he was diligently instructing his disciples. He hurled Qiu toward the blazing wreckage of the sports car. Seeing that he could not budge his opponent, the man calling himself Zhao Gang abruptly swung his right arm and delivered a crushing left hook straight toward Li Mingyu's face. A muffled thud echoed as the door shut behind me, sealing me alone within this vast hollow space. Eventually I decided to turn on the television to calm my nerves. Tianqing, last time we mercifully let you go, yet you repaid our kindness with deceit. What do you have to say for yourself today? Yan Koanjinren's voice boomed like thunder, suddenly detonating across the heavens. Yet some things are easier conceived than accomplished. Later, when I resigned from my government post to venture into business, the strongest resistance came from Xiafangju's family, especially her mother and elder brother. Not very well acquainted. After my father passed away, he often looked after me, but only for those few months. He happened to be carrying out a mission near my home. Once it concluded, he departed. With that, Xiang Bai curled a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Qilin 16. Impossible. Has another chronovoid rift emerged? Yu Yuchen stared in astonishment at Li Xiaoye, silently wondering. Lan Yuka's voice turned icy and cold as he glared fiercely ahead, his heart seething with resolve. Whoever dared assault him would suffer severe retribution, no matter their identity. I opened my mouth to speak, but Lin Qiqing suddenly leaned and, visibly displeased, slammed the car door shut, started the engine, and sped off, leaving me standing alone in the wind, stunned and disoriented, enveloped in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Without such protection, should she become pregnant again, all the suffering and hardship would fall solely upon her. Yet as a major film director, remaining perpetually confined to his most familiar and comfortable genres, without adaptability, and failing to deliver box office brilliance, inevitably renders him vulnerable when the market tide recedes. Late at night, Dr. Reed, having just finished observing the elemental samples in his laboratory, suddenly noticed a translucent screen materializing within the lab, causing him to recoil in shock and rub his eyes in disbelief. American military officers watching the battle live from afar since the appearance of the Gundam gaped at the colossal destruction wrought by Freedom Gundam's casual strike. Over radio channels they erupted in furious profanity, bombarding frontline soldiers with frantic questions what had just occurred. And where had that massive mobile suit come from? Changping spoke these words with absolute sincerity. Qin Lang's conduct was so profoundly unconventional in today's world that even she felt apologetic and uneasy about it. The rest were clear. The younger generation had yet to truly mature, while a great many of the elder generation had already perished. Focusing his mind, a phantom image reappeared before him, vibrant hues shimmering across the succubus's form, each color marking a vital weak point. Clatter, 2 servants lost their balance and the chest they carried crashed to the floor, spilling forth a dazzling cascade of jewels, their radiant colors dazzling enough to overwhelm the senses. Does Madame Zhou's word carry no weight? Grand Dowager Yu's gaze fell coldly upon Yu Shijiao. Yet now this demon appeared to possess far more esoteric knowledge and broader intelligence networks than I, and likely enjoyed the backing of some powerful clan. For this reason, the Yu family had long been at odds with the Holy Church, whose interference repeatedly obstructed their alchemical research into life sciences. Your wife, consumed by resentment over your favoritism toward your concubine, secretly drugged her in your absence, first rendering her unconscious, then casting her into a well. Lu Mingyang flashed a mischievous grin as he explained. Naturally, Xiao Jia would never suspect himself, such a notion would simply be too absurd. He. Li Chen offered no reply, only a dry, awkward chuckle. Du Lizhong instantly grasped the implication. Li Chen backed Jin Zhongmi and the Mingong party solely to secure future dominance over South Korea, though inwardly he still lacked full confidence. Of course, to prevent any mishap, Zhao Zixin would certainly cut off Su Ji and Lin Luodan's access to pig blood soup entirely. Since he wouldn't prepare extra portions anyway, he'd place merely 2 slices of pig blood in a single dish. Young Master Wan wore a broad smile across his face. I think it's perfect. Ha ha ha. With that he burst into hearty laughter, hoisted Hongqiu into his arms and strode into the adjacent chamber, where moments later passionate cries rang out. His seemingly offhand remark instantly flushed the faces of the torturers inside the interrogation chamber. For reasons unknown to Archer, his flight speed matched Xiao Jie's walking pace, so he simply drifted lazily through the sky. Xia Haoren smiled faintly and said, "I'll tell you plainly, the anomaly manifesting in Nan Nan is no ordinary illness. You've surely visited countless hospitals and specialists over the years, you must already understand this much." He had received an invitation call 4 days earlier from both the Treasury Department and the Governor's office urging him to mediate this matter without delay. This sensation resembled how faith energies tied to different deities resided in distinct spacetime dimensions, dimensions that neither interfered with nor supplemented one another. Thus even in the faintest, dimmest light he could discern the subtlest expressions flickering across her face with crystalline clarity. All along he had assumed their encounters at the Martial Arts Academy were merely pretexts for her pursuit, never imagining she genuinely possessed some mastery of martial cultivation. The implication was clear: Yun Clan would neither punish nor absolve, merely confine her indefinitely until the matter faded into oblivion, just as the vermilion sandalwood wick had done before. As time passed, more and more examiners gradually filled the chamber until in the final 10 minutes before the assessment began every seat was occupied. The hunting phoenix butterfly fluttered forth, its body radiating a soft dawn-like luminescence. It exhaled shimmering motes of white light, ethereal, beautiful and deeply soothing. Yun Xian clenched her teeth in silent fury, unaware that Jianren had already observed her hesitation and resentment and now savored it with a cold inward smirk. Once Qinlai severed every stray thought, his willpower would become indistinguishable from the primordial chaos will itself. Ah, indeed, Yun Tang murmured, recalling his own stance toward eunuchs in the imperial palace and instantly grasping Zhu Yudun's reasoning. Though inwardly disheartened, he had promised to accompany Li Su Ro. Thus, despite his lingering gloom, he chose to ignore it entirely. "Madam, Hai Tang seeks no title or status, only the privilege of serving you and the general as humble handmaiden." Before Shin Qingguo could even utter another word, Hai Tang, already halfway across the hall, dropped to her knees with desperate force. The sharp hollow crack of bone-meeting marble sent a pang of sorrow through the onlookers' hearts. After a warm reunion, Chang Quan Changyu presented Lin Yang with several identity jade tokens, after which he returned to his mountaintop palace. Zhu Jian scanned the thread's replies. Many were dismissive, mocking the song's bizarre title as unbecoming of any serious composition. Most merely bantered idly in the comments, few actually listened. Clearly they assumed such an offhand title could never herald true artistry. This time a sect called the Bloodslaughter sect from within the Celestial Cavern has invaded our southern realm. The Song Tang we defeated was merely one of their 3 divine ruin realm cultivators dispatched for this incursion. And he was not even their strongest. He had originally hired domestic help precisely so his beloved wife could savor life's pleasures, not linger at home slowly fading into obscurity. The crimson solar flame wielded overwhelming power. Nearby ice crystals shattered, instantly crumbling into slushy frost. While thousands, or even tens of thousands, of dollars would be beyond their reach, $1,000 was still attainable. They could grit their teeth, dip into their reserved living expenses, and afford 1 or 2 draws. The air-hung hushed moonlight lifted the curtains in gentle undulation, as if this place lay immeasurably far from every battlefield upon the planet. He had arrived alongside Li Si and knew full well what Li Si had prepared, yet now he was shamelessly manipulating these players into pleading with him instead. Ji Hanyu hung up the phone, jingled his car keys and stepped out the door, pausing only to cast one long complex glance at Bai Hao Shui fast asleep on the bed. After all, humanity dares not act rashly without absolute strength, while the Beast Clan, swayed by his words alone, had ended the war between man and beast. Han Chang was by nature rather reckless, and in this situation fear simply did not occur to him. Even without conscious control, the 4 mechanical tentacles writhed, instinctively ignoring their silvery sheen. They resembled nothing so much as the grasping, thrashing arms of a monstrous octopus. The second strike of the 4-clawed hidden dragon struck as foretold. Huan Yan was flung backward once more like a leaf tossed by gale winds. This time she lacked even the strength to cry out, merely parting her lips felt like an impossible feat. "What do you know? Zhang Jun is no easy opponent. He has reached the 6th rank of Spirit Force realm. If he truly possesses Tier 5 combat prowess, we stand no chance against him. Even without Tier 5 strength, Tier 3 alone would leave us severely disadvantaged. Killing him might cost us dearly. My lord, if there is no other choice, perhaps we should simply accept it." Still, Jia Su mused, since Lu Tianhao held him in such high regard, silence would be unseemly, so he spoke at last. Even as he raised his palm, a blade-sharp azure spiritual energy coalesced upon it, dazzling, lethal and profoundly unsettling. Often fate lies beyond one's own grasp, often one's own words hold less weight than imagined. For Zhang Qishan, life unfolded precisely thus, not a matter of right or wrong but of inevitability. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's audacious plan, Tian been left without so much as a farewell, retreating straight to his chamber to cultivate. Xia Hong, formerly a professor at Jilin University, remained proud of his tenure there. Even in retirement his affiliation with the institution filled him with quiet honor. I sighed. There was no alternative. Without her full account of events, how could I possibly discern how she became entangled with the ghost temple? "Run Ran, you've had too much, stop drinking." Zhao Yining watched Fu Renran stare at her with a foolish sorrow-drenched smile, and a chill ran down her spine. She discreetly pulled out her phone and sent an emergency text to Fu Xiuqi. Wantong Tian, the sovereign of the nation's premier mercantile guild, had witnessed countless schemes and betrayals. Until the truth emerged, he resolved to remain a silent observer with no intention of intervening. If things really escalate to violence later, let me take control of your body, okay? Meng Meng negotiated gently. Meanwhile, Qi Yu had grown markedly subdued of late, no longer indulging in debauchery nor consorting with disreputable friends. His days now revolved solely around the censorate and his own residence. Had it not been for his sworn brothers shielding him, exile would have been his only path after leaving Nanye clan. Jiang Xianjin longed to refuse outright, but sitting idle in the pavilion sipping tea was equally tedious. After a moment's silence, he rose. Jiang Xianjin paused, brow furrowed in thought, then picked up an orange, peeled it segment by segment, carefully removed each filament and offered the glistening fruit to her lips. Nalan Fichu's chant was intricate and profound, yet Xintian was captivated by the phrase "only spiritual wisdom endures through eternity," his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy drum, feeling an overwhelming enlightenment. Go! Li Meng shouted, turning and leaping across the rooftop towards the distance. Su Huai and the others with greater power than Li Meng possessed excellent agility, making it easy to pursue. However, Jiang Xie had just taken a few steps when she heard Su Huai's voice behind her, "Miss Jiang, please wait." As Nan Feng charged and Li Shangqin emerged from the main hall accompanied by Li Chaozong. Upon meeting, neither side was angry or abusive, they simply laughed. When we reached the Wanxing Pavilion, there wasn't a single wandering soul inside, only 20 minotaurs seated within. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, Xintian truly could not imagine such a vast and magnificent world existed underground. Lin Yu scratched his head, what does it mean, to look up, and proceeded towards the foot of the mountain, leaving the astonished fat man behind. The man with a sinister gleam in his eyes spoke, his gaze unabashedly lingering on the exposed parts of Qingluan, his malice intensifying. Han Ke, feeling helpless, had no choice but to give up. He originally wanted to ask Suzhou about the ghost, but it seemed he had to pause for now. However, considering Suzhou's character, even if he saw him now, he might not be able to extract any information. The Purple Moon Fairy was exceedingly confident, opening with a challenge to the strongest members of Qin Tian. "If you continue to chatter, you fat pig, and disrupt my business, I swear I will strike you down." "Do you believe it?" Yi Tan's words made him explode with fury. The man sat down next to Han Ing with a grand demeanor, pulling her into his embrace. Han Ing, no longer dignified, nestled against him with a giggle, her laughter ringing out. It is often said that people have a herd mentality, and the current scene honestly reflected this psychological activity. Thor's subordinates, through their sincere performance, made Thor feel that his own resistance was indeed abnormal. Thus this time the fullness blossoming within her did not evoke disgust. After that night, the relationship between me and Lu Sudong nearly reached an icy stalemate, trapped in an unprecedented deadlock. "Sigh, long time no see." Wang Jin didn't know what to say, pulling his arm out from Lu Huizi's embrace. Therefore, some say that unreasonable people are usually the ones whom others enjoy reasoning with, while those who are reasonable are often disliked for reasoning. Ymir ascended the throne, confirming that Slut had indeed disappeared before descending with the key. On the way to Xianyang, Wang Jin encountered many homeless people as well as numerous bandits rampaging about. In this martial arts world, resisting bandits was quite difficult. The two sat again in the living room, and Hu Meng hurriedly served hot tea, then urged him to continue speaking. "I had already planned everything before entering the Tiankei's secret realm, you just need to follow me. Our first target is the Divine Medicine Garden." Xiao Yi grinned confidently, a picture of assurance. It was precisely the creation of the initial form of this sword technique that allowed Qin Zheng to cultivate the Wind and Thunder 9 strikes to a consummate level. "Young master." The fluffy wolf-like woman Luo Chasha spoke first, her voice hoarse and awkward from long silence, like the grinding of gears. The author wrote 150,000 words before allowing the protagonist to enter the innate transformation, thus it can be said that Qin Zheng's greatest asset is patience. They truly found it hard to imagine what means Xiao Yi employed to kill a ghostly saint. Within the space, sword energy surged, and everything both tangible and intangible was dominated by the sword intent, exuding a sharp aura. Strictly speaking, this was not a space but Su Yan's domain. Upon seeing the appearance of the ghostly killer, they first thought of her beauty, yet unknowingly overlooked her formidable aura. Torrents of resentment stirred, alarming numerous powerful beings in the primal world. They calculated and quickly knew that the human race was being slaughtered by the demon race, sighing in lament, yet feeling helpless, for the demon race was too mighty. They were merely loose cultivators, and moreover they were not humans. What did the life and death of the human race have to do with them? It appeared to carry the same momentum as last time, yet as the party directly involved, Yi Zhengfeng felt the terrifying pressure from the dragon claw, as if a great mountain were bearing down the air, seemingly solidifying and directly constraining his body, not allowing him a shred of resistance. Only the formal disciples of top-tier forces like the Heavenly Emperor Alliance were granted the 9-pin true fire. More importantly, the beauty she prized had already vanished under the influence of the poisonous water sphere. Daisy was even more curious. A noble from Intilas had actually heard of a florist from Hadaram. With her enchanting grace, every smile and frown carried a fiery passion, instantly causing the world around her to become agitated. Living in an environment like the palace which devours people without a trace, few can remain unaffected. Uncle Joe's eyebrows slightly trembled and the corners of his mouth turned up, clearly in a good mood. The Duke of Shao commanded an army of 100,000 elite troops holding significant power in the capital. Unfortunately, being part of the Crown Prince's faction, Shao Nan's attempts to woo him failed multiple times, leading to the assassination of the Duke's wife. Maruta Ryo and Asuka's brother Tenjuan Fubuki were once best friends, both known as the Caesar Ryo and King Fubuki of the academy. It was precisely for this reason that Asuka seemed inseparable from Ryo in the early stages, which is why she learned right away that Maruta Ryo would also be participating in the competition. Yet she had to maintain a facade of gentleness and compliance, appearing as serene as a chrysanthemum to avoid raising suspicion. Listening to Aisha's rebuttal as faint as a mosquito's buzz, Arrow smiled gently, choosing not to speak further, and instead took Aisha's hand as they walked toward the clock tower's steps. Consequently, the effect of monsters can deal battle damage directly in the opponent's turn seemed somewhat unscientific for Sheikah. Therefore she revised it to, as in exchange her monsters can attack directly in the next turn. Immediately after, Chang Tsung raised his hand again and nearly all the cavalry drew their bows, preparing to shoot them down. At this moment, although Vitruvius did not understand what the old beastman was saying, he realized that the old beastman was actually trying to retain him, not wanting him to leave. Mu Rongqi paused upon seeing how carefully Hao Jinjin was taking care of him. In his impression, Hao Jinjin was always a girl without much opinion, the kind that would cry when faced with difficulties, but this experience unexpectedly revealed her bravery. Han Yen did not want him to get off so easily. Seeing Lin Kerson's pitiful appearance reminded her of the various humiliations her mother had suffered. Wasn't her mother also led to such a fate because she followed the wrong person? Am I being frivolous with you? Doesn't your heart ache when you say that? In her urgency, Hao Yaotiao accidentally spoke in the language of Yin country. Fellow Daoist, put that away. If I want to walk that path, I don't need any keys as proof. Keep these 2 keys safe. If one day Daiyu sect cultivates an outstanding disciple, they can be allowed to try. Dragon Martial Path. At this moment, the essence gas of the remnants had completely dissipated, and Bailey and the others finally opened their eyes. In the room, her delicate and graceful figure resembled an angel descending, radiating an aura of ethereal beauty, yet the innocent and warm smile on her face made him feel flustered. Fang Yen sighed softly and went over to cover her with a blanket. As for starting a fire for warmth, that was out of the question. In winter, when the weather was dry, making a fire was strictly restricted in the military camp, and there was no way they could have any fire-starting materials in a place where prisoners were held. It was as if he had a strange sense of familiarity emanating from the depths of his soul, drawing him to him involuntarily. The skeletal hand of Yamanar caressed a groove in the center of the soul, which formation and the soul fire in its eye sockets was surprisingly calm. Upon hearing Wei Fan's words, Manager Zhao displayed a hint of surprise. He did not expect this gentleman to be so straightforward. Once he spoke, it was impossible to retract. Fortunately, Lu Yuyu was not mentioning it for the first time. She found a new argument tonight and continued to earnestly explain, Dad, I understand your reasoning, but once I enter Donghai University, I don't necessarily have to focus solely on my major. At this moment, countless powerful members of the Leopard clan revealed their true forms and charged towards the side, clearly intending to overwhelm the spirit bright stone monkey with sheer numbers. Guja took a cold shower, changed into clean clothes, grabbed his latest performance data, and took a taxi to the Hadong Securities branch. No way. Before he could finish his sentence, Jing Huan coldly rejected him with a sneer, resolute and slightly sarcastic. It was impossible not to finish filming, otherwise the previous investments would go down the drain. However, they needed to first catch James and give him a good talking to, reminding him that money was not easily wasted. I cannot deny my own existence. I raised my head, listening to my pulse, which beat wildly each time. I knew you were coming, so I specifically came to pick you up. After all, you are my dear sister. How is it? Am I good to you? Lu Yun asked with a grin as she looked at Lu Mengyu. Under such pressure, some lower-ranked beings found it hard to breathe. As for those powerful members of the Dragon Clan, at this moment they all lowered their heads in deference. For the director of Orange, there was currently no phenomenon of competition, but for those few fellows in the port city, making 2 movies a year felt too easy for them. They wouldn't mind making 2 more. Yi Zhong's words came too abruptly. After regaining her composure, Xiao Meyer took a while to respond, leaning her head against Yi Zhong's chest and gazing up at him with a dreamy look. His abdomen had already been blown apart by shrapnel, his organs turned into a mass of pulp, and he had multiple wounds from the explosion. Seeing his comrade slowly crawling towards him, the injured soldier struggled to pull a military knife from his leg. It seems someone had hired internet trolls to deliberately hype things up. If it truly affected the situation to the point where the police intervened, then it couldn't be considered mere speculation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao felt speechless. These guys Wusong would need a long time to stand up again. How could they respond to such a challenge? The Alliance would surely send others to deal with it. Stabbed in the soft abdomen by Lin Xiao's gun, the wild wolf was instantly enraged, rolling on the ground before pouncing again. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but this guy seemed to have learned. Fearing another injury to his abdomen, he did not leap as high as before. Fortunately, his physical body was strong. With a slight use of the solidified black magical power within him, he absorbed the shockwave, but Ling Hao's expression still looked grim. Behind her stood a slightly taller girl with a larger frame. Her appearance was delicate, but compared to the girls on the street her features were somewhat sharper. Chen Zhizhang, Wuyang, Dongji Jiayuan and Shui Menghan observed closely, analyzing and studying word by word, raising questions immediately when they did not understand and only moving on to the next section after thoroughly grasping one. This was his secret, one he had not told anyone. He indulged in pleasures daily, pursuing lust every night. It was only after his parents and sister passed away that he suddenly woke up. The pokeball thrown by Na Chi opened in midair, revealing a robust King Yen, and Lin Xiao felt that long-lost die voice return again, which always provoked a smile each time he heard it. The suffering sea suddenly froze. One could see the two dark lights flashing in the drunken man's eyes, drilling into the suffering sea's eyes, causing it to become rigid, while the drunken man slowly collapsed. After a while, the suffering sea also fell back, looking to the sky. Flying is dangerous, it should not be attempted lightly. Even Ing Si seldom mentioned the sky. After acquiring a flying vehicle, Ing Si would not easily step into the realm of the sky, only rising to a certain height according to mountain peaks or tall trees. Tu Feng understood Chu Tianyu's inner thoughts. He did not want Chu Tianyu to feel any burden, so he said. As the countdown ended, Shirlang began chanting a skill and Zhao Mu was also chanting a skill. Both sides stood 20 meters apart, starting to chant their most proficient skills. The white lion, standing about 1.5 meters tall, stood up and was nearly the same height as the reincarnated Qiang Baluo living Buddha. The white lion raised its paw and gently patted the shoulder of Qiang Baluo Pearl living Buddha before letting out a low roar as if greeting. It was evident that one side consisted of members of the Lin family, yet at this moment they were at a disadvantage, being suppressed and struggling in the fight. His arm had not only fully healed but even improved in strength. Upon seeing Zhang Dayden's gaze, Ren Yi's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Zhang Dayden dodged just in time, yet before he could strike back, his left arm was seized by Bian Furong and Mi Qilian. In truth, the broadcaster diligently cultivates his cultivation base. If your extreme golden core develops steadily, it may yield extraordinary results later on. The system discreetly offered a subtle hint. He reviewed the video concerning the Fatian Project Research Institute and realized this was precisely where he had faltered. Those very words had just been spoken. The two instantly understood that Oren sought not mere obedience but absolute loyalty, the kind that would place itself between Oren and the Vikings without hesitation. Lu Ruyan followed the crowd through a stone gate on the tomb chamber's side, emerging into a corridor lined with rough-hewn walls branching into several narrow passages, its floor thick with centuries of crushed rock from copper mining. Let's eat together. Shi Xiannian pushed the dish toward Lin Jieyu, decisively closing the previous topic. He relished this sensation of masterful strategy and decisive victory, much like the tempest he had once unleashed across the capital markets. Just two worthless lives, never truly essential to begin with. A flash of viciousness flared in Consort Shu's eyes. The long-suppressed gloom buried deep within her heart surged forth all at once. From the moment they entered the palace, they should have known what fate awaited them. The next morning, Lu Yongping rose early, not immediately cleansing himself within the illusory realm as he usually did, for Wang Jiangwo and others were now present. It was peak working hours. Only a few staff remained in the front courtyard tidying up, lending the place an eerie stillness. Below the bench, Adam Davis stared blankly as the presiding judge abruptly altered the verdict and hurried out. Your Divine Eminence, even tea is a rare luxury here, so please forgive us for lacking premium leaves. The 7 divine lords broke into cold sweat at the slightest movement from Xiao Yan. Though he emitted no aura, they trembled inwardly, gripped by soul-deep dread. My dear wife, how perceptive you are, understanding instantly. Since this concerns the Lu Jianghe clan, pray tell, what might your sister-in-law be fretting over? Wang Ningji shed his outer robe and slipped beneath the covers while Xie Daoyan stepped out to splash water on her face. Lying there, he inhaled the sun-warmed fragrance of the quilt, every pore on his body opened wide, filling him with profound ease. He ignored Ma San's flustered, humiliated expression, entirely ambling leisurely over to the nearby sofa instead. For the past 2 days, under the watchful gaze of the Bandit King, the 3,000 elite warriors stationed inside the pass had frequently taken turns mounting guard upon the city walls. Thus the 3,000 warriors had sustained some casualties. Who said anything about attacking the security guards? Ma Sun exploded, incensed. Are you utterly daft? System notification. Congratulations host, you have triggered a 4-star quest event and earned 4 attribute points. You currently have 4 unallocated attribute points remaining. Taisher Ci uttered no stirring rhetoric, instead he led his entire army straight through the breach and stormed into the city. Seeing the hatred burning in her eyes, Chen Xiang felt a pang of sorrow. He had merely intended to frighten her, to sway her decision and keep Li Ji off the battlefield. After alighting from the vehicle and paying the fare, Lin Lei bid the driver farewell and strode inside, first returning home to check on Aunt Lu, ensuring no unforeseen incident had occurred. Within 100 paces of the island's shore lay predominantly shallow waters. As an aquatic being, the colossal Kunping could neither land nor pursue Hao Meng and his companions ashore, and even swimming into such shallows proved difficult. His spiritual energy must be channeled directly into the body via silver needles, precisely targeting and eliminating the virus, otherwise eradication would remain incomplete. Earlier when Gu Liangcheng questioned me, I claimed complete ignorance. Now however I found myself asking others questions, perhaps appearing rather hypocritical. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Zhang Yuchen spoke. Heaven manifests a killing intent, stars shift and dwell, earth manifests a killing intent, dragons and snakes rise upon the land, humanity manifests a killing intent, heaven and earth turn over when heaven and humanity unite in intention, myriad transformations take root. He reassessed Bufing's strength after the recent battle, feeling that a moment's carelessness could lead to his defeat at Bufing's hands. Other officials from the city as well as military generals who had come from the capital echoed in agreement, flattering and fawning in a bustling atmosphere. Initially he thought Zhang Hongchen was just a fool, little did he know that in an instant he had taken so many lives, and the scene was extremely gruesome, with most of the deceased being righteous individuals shouting to attack Fudu Mountain. They died tragically after merely glancing at him. The manager led Lu Jianjun along, introducing him. At that moment Lu Jianjun felt his eyes beginning to blur. During this time Chaoyan Group had developed numerous new models, all of which had already been approved for sale. I can't ask too deeply, but Duan Tianwei mentioned that Zhang Hai is very cautious in his dealings, often doing many things personally. Their original aim was merely to make Linya hand over the price difference from their low-priced asset sales. However, there was no response. They cursed with all sorts of harsh words, behaving like mad dogs. Of course they all believed that Linya was merely bluffing, waiting to see her humiliation after checking her bank balance. Don't go. Though it was natural for him to meddle, he usually had an innate hatred for Su Damao. Thus when Xiaoyichen took out a bottle containing 12 purple essence pills, once more all the cultivators present from the purple mansion widened their eyes in astonishment. After this incident, Yu Baomen developed a bit more trust in Xin Xianzhu, mentioning that if there were any new information regarding the Japanese he could report it directly to him before leaving. Thank you Marshal Gusiyun for your critical education, please rest assured. I will certainly do my job well for the sake of Germany, for the Third Reich, and to contribute as I ought to for you, responded Foreign Minister Ribbentrop, quickly flattering with a smile. Haha, brother Wu, such a cunning scheme, but it might be quite difficult to implement. Wei Qi Jingda expressed with concern. With a loud boom the ground trembled, and under Wu Hu's feet the earth cracked extensively with deep fissures spreading outwards, yet he remained unmoved. Even the ground beneath him remained remarkably flat. Zhang Diwen's pupils contracted. Although the punch from this general posed no threat to him, if he were an ordinary person he would undoubtedly be dead. Since the enemy had developed a killing intent, what mercy could he still hold? Yes. Marshal Gusiyun, we guarantee to complete the task. The crowd stood up in unison, responding to Marshal Gusayan's command with the highest enthusiasm. Thinking this way, Duan Qingming couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. For the first time she suddenly felt an indescribable complexity towards the person beside her. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes instantly flashed with a glimmer of light. Could it be such a coincidence? To revive the 9 phases illusory golden Qilin, it surprisingly required the help of the Yinyu dynasty. Was this all truly the arrangement of heaven? Wu Yang heard whispers behind him, and without turning his head he could guess who it was. He lightly coughed and turned around. The use of the Yuan Essence Stone was akin to having something that even the Grand Tang family lacked. The Grey Skeleton possessed such a thing. Holding wealth was a crime. The Yuan Essence Stones in the hands of Aok and Tai Yi attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, and the first to set their sights on the Yuan Essence Stone was likely Tai Yi. I second that. I would also like to hear other opinions. After the angry outburst, the others, except for the speechless one from the group of gluttons, also agreed to Jealousy's request. Can't you make an international call? Lin Ai exclaimed anxiously. QB was quite a formidable character, it would be a shame to miss her in such a grand battle. Upon arriving he found that numerous prodigies from Pyongyang Peak had gathered, all seated together with Yuan Rong and Shang Wancheng among them. Shang Wanqing sat before the many disciples of Pyongyang Peak clad in a crisp white disciple robe, her posture straight and her expression calm. Although Zhang Ruoquan had remained on Tongliang Mountain, if Yi Zhong had the time he would visit almost every month. After alleviating their longing for each other, Yi Zhong would recount these matters to her. In this cursed place of Danyuan, once summer arrives, it is perpetually overcast with rain, rarely graced by the sun. No wonder the members of the Yi family appear so pale and delicate, they simply have no opportunity to tan. However, if struck by a speeding truck, it would not be as simple as losing a piece of flesh. Even if one were to survive, they would likely spend the rest of their life bedridden. Thus it cannot be hastily dealt with. Elder Huashida of the Taiyang sect snorted coldly, extending his arm to touch the screen using his palm print for identity verification. When Yi Tian awoke, the day was already bright. Listening intently for footsteps around him and hearing none, he deftly lifted the tarpaulin and crawled out of the lifeboat. Zhang Tianshi did not suggest a course of action. Instead he insisted on seeing Zhaozhen, as the gentle approach was no longer viable, only a firm stance would do, which required the emperor's approval. Shuete's face flushed with excitement, having thought there was a resolution, but then realizing the voice came from Handong. Without contraceptive measures, if Lin Li were to conceive, her days would become even more arduous.
He was enamored with Lin Li's face, truly a beauty that could topple nations. Since he was born, he had never seen anyone so stunning. Moreover, this was the qualifying match for the professional league, which determined whether a club would have future games. It was not so simple to just turn away the wolves. When the guitar was brought in, Yuan Hong had already seen it, and the several cameras that had stopped earlier were now turned back on. Witnessing the entire event with a grim face yet unable to speak, Koma silently donned his Bluetooth headset connected to Zhang Yuan's livestream and began eavesdropping on the unfolding events. Originally, these clothes were designed for convenience at work, so both their style and material were quite ordinary.
If they left the ivory tower constructed by society, they might not even survive a week. Shi Yao speculated thus.
After this thought crossed his mind, he felt a hint of absurdity but suddenly sensed that this might be a more authentic speculation. If Gabrielle had that intention, she had plenty of opportunities and time over the years of living together to build a closer relationship with him. Zhou Mingyi analyzed in his heart.
Among them, several screenwriters joined in, including the team from Shi Jiayuth and the later chief editor of Xinjian 3 Deng Zishan.
In fact, among the barbarian soldiers there were also a portion of Han soldiers, but they were equally fierce. When Lu Wei returned to Yinjing again, it was already August during summer vacation. However, since Lu Wei would be entering his senior year soon, this summer break was destined to be very short. At that moment, a waiter approached and upon seeing his appearance widened his eyes.
Yes, it's my fault. This time I will definitely protect you and ensure you come to no harm, Lu Yichen said tenderly.
Sitting in the hall above, Su Rong also felt a trace of regret in his heart.
His initial intention was to consider Chailing County, hence his focus on Yu County. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiu's actions were so drastic, directly mobilizing troops at the border. What can the barrier block? It relies on Athena's will. Differing from the technological powers commonly understood, the power of a true deity is far more versatile. In simple terms, as a true god capable of controlling the information of all things, one can indeed act at will. The next day, Cao Cao allowed others to continue transporting grain and assigned the task of defending the city to Guan Hai, publicly praising Guan Hai. Now that all the orders had been executed, they were still calculating how much they had earned this time. Wu Ming could relax a bit, so he told Lu Wei he needed to take a bathroom break. His bladder could hardly take it anymore after such an exhilarating day. Pei Qin frowned, clearly displeased. Fang Luming could barely be considered someone she had watched grow up. He was a well-mannered and knowledgeable young man. But he was to marry Pei Qian, his own blood-related cousin. Pei Qian's temperament and the Fang family's unpredictable stance made it complicated. This had even been reported in the news multiple times, yet no one recognized this overly youthful individual. Why could he be linked to so many celebrity scandals? Hey Yi Kaiching, do you have anything to do today? Su Zuoyan leaned forward to ask. After Lisa left, Xingyu walked to the bedside, watching the man lying there quiet as if merely asleep. What do you intend to do now? Gao Lingyun asked after a moment of silence. In his heart he had already confirmed that Yi Kaichang was not someone to be easily dealt with, thus he no longer considered opposing him. In this ambiguous situation, Gao Lingyun had already decided to collaborate with Yi Kaichang. Perhaps it was the spirits of my parents in the afterlife seeing me in such a predicament who felt a sense of relief. This voice is truly beautiful, clear and ethereal, like a blend of Wang Fei and Teresa Tung. Who is this singer? Although the recording quality isn't great, Su Feihan, who often listens to music, can still recognize a gem when he hears one. However, he realized this was actually the first time he had heard this singer perform. Upon ascending to that level of spirit, deeds became far more efficient, work yielded twice the result with the capacity to exert 200% of one's strength. As for technology, no epical breakthroughs emerged in recent years. Mobile phones and computers remained the prevailing instruments. Just as Tang Chen prepared to return to the desert at the heart of the forest to seek new clues, an enraged howl from a Yueguang Yuan sounded behind him. Wang Ming had climbed step by step to this point. He once believed his aim was to become a second Hui Lu, or even to surpass Hui Lu and rise as the world's foremost animator. And now someone claimed all he had done was merely to secure a warm hearth for a wife and children. Was this a joke? This was not his first confrontation with a spiritualist whose strength verged on invincibility at the summit of the Jiuchong Lingxin realm. Even Li Hao beside him was stunned. If even these two could not open that door, how could he? Li Hao's thoughts immediately went astray. He glanced at Hu Mei only to have her cast him a coquettish glance. The look spoke volumes. Gao Chong Yufei Wang Guizhang Xiantang Huayan Niao Gao set out with Xiaogo riding day and night toward Feihuko. Seeing Luo Lan assume a posture of mortified fury, ready to charge, the mocking attribute concealed within the copper hammer once again shattered Sayersi's perception. With Luo Xiaoxiao's temperament, the instant she beheld the Bibo formation pearl Baibajijanju, her eyes could not help but brighten. The pearl was strikingly beautiful. In the sky, a comet, lifted by 3 immense palms of energy and moving with slight sluggishness, carried the voice of Shuemu to their ears. Suddenly a shaft of golden light burst forth. The secret realm thundered as Li Xuanlong, clad in a yellow robe and wreathed in gold, strode forward. With each step the space trembled. He looked toward the corner of the manifested Tianweishan in the heavens, his gaze resolute yet burning with fervent hope. Unwilling to accept that Su Ming might be dead, Morong Chenya still harbored a sliver of hope. She convinced herself that Su Ming had merely slipped into unconsciousness and would be fine. The test's result did not surprise Shuemu. The mutated immortal art chakra's sealing power was utterly incapable of resisting the devouring force, and even the excess natural energy it absorbed was drained away without causing any harm. The void ferry shuddered violently, and the passengers, bound and flung about by chains, finally came to a halt. Even Jiegeng and Shashingwan wore sullen expressions. Only Yuega retained an expressionless countenance. The previous second of tumbling, spinning unpredictably dozens of times, tested their endurance to the limit. To be frank, this was the unanimous view of several old hands, which is why they acceded to your request. Otherwise, the terms you proposed would have put the state in a difficult position. Chang Guofa forced a smile and replied with thin cheer. Fang Yi lifted the mewling heart and found it extraordinarily pure. Within it flowed a singular crystalline force, like the power of life, yet subtly other. If Brother Fei had been there, they could have had him identify it directly. Of course, that unreliable fellow chose the worst moment to slip off to the latrine. Once it was settled, Li Tai hurried back to the inner mansion to prepare the deposit, his resentment easing. He had never heard of paying up front, but the sight had opened his eyes, and he now schemed how to coax a similar arrangement from those outsiders, at least 5,000 or 6,000 guan to begin with. Shichuan gaped, utterly unable to make a sound. In broad daylight, someone brazenly abducted Song Anren from the marquee residence, where was the rule of law. But when Hao Deijian hurried over on the news, Zhao Ji realized the matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Lu Chen could not help but echo Lu Yu's oft-repeated phrase, "You are overthinking it," which revealed how displeased she truly was. Beyond that, others, relying on looks, selfies, or sheer professional skill, had fans calling their names to one degree or another. Legitimate. You are even considering that? Think about our situation. In any era, a spy does not enjoy the rights of a prisoner of war, Wang Jiyu said. Look at that sniper god. Wang Jing rolled his eyes at Qin Changwu without a trace of amusement and had no intention of questioning Morong Ningxue. The funniest thing he had heard in his last life was those self-styled scholars preaching that we would destroy our Mother Earth. All right, the nuisances are gone, I will resume being your opponent, he said, then set 8 blades upon his body, preparing to unleash his full power. Wu Yue, bearing Wu Yan on his back, flew toward the ascension pool, journeying 3 or 4 more days until the mountain holding the pool at last came into view. Tell us where Meng Yunfei is and you may live, Lang Xiaoyun said, raising the Yinhan sword. It was accompanied by a dragon-shaped jade pendant carved with a scene of a divine dragon surging through the clouds, rendered with vivid life. Yet none present paid heed to the pendant's carving in their minds. Only 4 words remained: Xianling Ruanyu. In the dim light, Jojo no longer saw Lu Tian. His silhouette seemed to dissolve into the darkness. For some reason, the night was especially black, the sky devoid of any glow, and the landscape felt as though it had returned to the primeval age of darkness. Ling Huang examined Gaia's condition inside, though in truth Lu Tian was undergoing his second awakening. Sister Wang and her son exchanged glances. Astonishment and worry were plain in their eyes, and their faces went pale. This time the Yin-Yang tiger carried the fireball to the side and used its front paw to dig a pit in the ground, placing the fireball inside. The shift in topic was utterly abrupt. Even a fool could foresee that to maintain balance the rules of the realm would not permit such a situation to arise. If it were to happen, the demon race might face extinction. Upon closer inspection of the facial features, in technical terms, it was a typical case of thick appearance yet cunning spirit. In other words, although this person appeared rather simple-minded, their inner nature was insidious. Individuals with such looks often tended to be psychopathic killers, those who either abstain from action or, once they act, do so with complete ruthlessness. Then he hesitated for a moment, confused for a moment, and slowly lowered his head to see a sharp sword tip protruding from his left chest. Chen Xiao was taken aback. He didn't expect someone to come at this moment, and judging by their tone it was clear they were an enemy, which made Chen Xiao even more flustered. After such a long time hunting monsters, the level of the god-slaying bow had increased considerably. Its damage output was now on par with that of a level 30 green longbow. Although it couldn't compete with dark gold equipment, Lei Jie found it much easier to handle, and its lethality was truly astonishing. When the sound of water ceased after a while, Yili emerged wearing a set of black loungewear. The deep color accentuated the dark circles around her eyes, making her look utterly haggard, and her jawline was sharp and pointed like a cone. It seems that if one merely uses the deceptive treasure pearl, it will certainly be detected. Lei Jie mused inwardly, yet his feet did not slow down as he quickly stepped inside. Lin, this is one of the most basic requirements of the royal art, but I will never lie to him. Li Ming was not a war fanatic. He cherished peace and wouldn't use this artifact for anything nefarious. He only wished to utilize it for intimidation. Another reason for Gu Li's warm heart was the Princess of Yuzhong. Last year, Gu Li had accompanied his uncles to Chang'an, where he fortuitously met the Princess of Yuzhong and was instantly captivated. Coupled with the rumors of her gentle and graceful nature, which matched Gu Li's ideal type, he couldn't help but be infatuated. If Fang Daban did not mention his resume, Hu Mingchen would not have said anything. Since he brought up his resume, Hu Mingchen's interest waned even more. Amidst the ongoing explosions, Wang Ji led his troops and finally arrived at the lair of the Tai Lu. At the department store, Hu Mingchen bought a set of clothes each for his sister Hu Yendai and his younger sister Hu Yujia. Since the new year was approaching, everyone should wear new clothes. Hu Mingchen believed his sisters would be very happy wearing the new outfits he purchased for them.
Song Yi's gaze turned cold and the hand resting on Qi Ran's waist tightened its grip slightly. His dark eyes radiated a sharp glint. Gu Jingchen took a step forward and Qi Ran followed suit. Gu Jingchen tried to shake off Qi Ran's hand but her grip only tightened. Meanwhile, as Ying Zhang reached the Qin army camp, Pang Lin had already learned of Ying Zhang's arrival and gathered everyone to discuss.
Don't look at me, I've been with you all this time.
You haven't seen it so naturally, I haven't either, Hu Jinxiang stated. Pei Jingjia observed the slight movement of her eyebrows, waiting for a while, yet there was no flicker of emotion in Aiga's eyes.
Su Jiuqing watched keenly but had no intention of saying anything.
She merely smiled and urged Su Boya to hurry inside to see the old matriarch. However, Director Chen was well aware that the entertainment industry had changed significantly over the years regarding idols and fans. Yet He Chuan's actions carried considerable risk. He couldn't just help Su Jin without ulterior motives, for he was not a benevolent person. Even if his facial features were sharply defined, the key was that he was very pale, seemingly glowing under the camera. His whiteness concealed all flaws and even the photographer couldn't control his hands. Hearing Qinren say this, the man surnamed Zhang felt a bit displeased. He sternly questioned, "What do you mean by that? Are you questioning my professional ethics and abilities?" This guy harbored ulterior motives, and as soon as he opened his mouth he escalated the matter.
Survival training in the wilderness for special forces tests physical endurance immensely.
If Lu Wei had not been aided by the system's potions, he would have been as famished as the soldiers before him, and he might not have had the military resolve to endure and find food. By the standards of this era, she truly was not a good match. After all, she was orphaned with an unknown background and also had a foolish younger brother. Due to the language barrier with her Japanese husband, Shin Rumung felt a bit carsick, and coupled with her poor mood, she kept her eyes closed throughout the journey, leaning against the seat and pretending to be asleep, making no movements. Yu De-yon was quite displeased. He didn't understand these people's backgrounds and was baffled as to why his son suddenly returned. Where on earth did such things happen?
Let's take you to eat grilled fish. I'll introduce you to a particularly authentic place, Devour de Padang.
They've been specializing in grilled fish for over 20 years and it's particularly delicious.
Once you try it, you'll definitely crave it again.
I babbled on incessantly to mask my anxiety and unease.
The camera shifted to Su Zhou's face, attempting to capture the confusion, urgency and irritation on this Chinese person's face.
He should love himself above all else. A person like that could never be willing to risk their life for their lover.
Is that so?
Then it seems I was the one being meddlesome just now, Ji Shengyue said with a faint smile, though there was no trace of anger on her face.
Sure enough, upon hearing the words Feng family, many people took a step back.
Li Weiqi glanced at his phone, let out a sigh of relief, and realized that the incident from the morning had been captured live and posted on Weibo, which explained why everyone seemed to know about it. The infant corpse's demonic husk was a terrifying contrivance, a forced amalgam of the blood pool's filth and infant ghost fiends exuding a suffocating malevolence and chaotic fury. But soon, just as its aura seemed about to attain the grandeur of a flying corpse, it suddenly deflated like a punctured ball and stabilized at the zenith of a golden armored corpse. That is fine. This lake can be regarded as a sacred place of spiritual energy, and it is still spacious enough for you several. Li Luo still had no intention of returning. He planned to linger here to replenish his strength. Above all, to see Shangxiang each day and taste the meals she prepared with her own hands would be his greatest happiness. It is indeed an excellent thing for nurturing the spirit Sal, yet in this form it carries a certain ill omen in the eyes of the people of the Shuilan continent. Bing Yun, muttering to himself, suddenly remembered something. He wove an illusion, and a delicate coma-like beauty floated into being before him.
Very well, I will entrust this matter to you, Lingzi. Let us go.
Chu Haorun rose after speaking.
I, an old man, must thank Mr.
Lu once more. You have truly taken great pains to heal my internal injury. Li Hongji said gratefully. With a motion of thought, a waterless vacuum avenue appeared before Bing Yun. This seawater is the most ordinary manifestation of water. Madam, you should return to your chamber and carefully contemplate the fourth-rank spirit pill I mentioned earlier. I will explain the rest when I return. After finishing the Zhutian Bawang Zhuzhua Bufan understood that to cultivate this art one must possess an unwavering forward-pressing resolve to rise against the current. From between the lines, Jiamu perceived that the monk Yuan Kong possessed an overarching penetrating comprehension of the first 5 layers of the tenfold mortal realm. The bright armor surpassed that of the 2 earlier puppets in both design and practicality, likely by several grades. Moreover, the eye sockets on the mask of the stone puppet were no longer as openly exposed as before. Seeing Lin Xiangxiang approach, Su Yao grew even more brazen and swept the dishes and plates from the table onto the floor. Meng Ran, however, looked indifferent, gently patting the maid's shoulder to signal she need not concern herself. As the two hurried toward headquarters, a sudden whoosh of wind shot out, hurtling toward Tang. Tables and stools crashed to the ground with a clatter. The sickening cut of a blade into flesh and the muffled groans of the wounded were heard. Beyond that there was no other sound. A broad palm suddenly looped around Huan Ziyu's waist from behind. Startled, she had somehow grasped a short sword and lunged at the figure, but at Chu Hong's light cough she hurriedly stilled her motion.
I find it hard to believe.
One moment they say I died utterly 500 years ago, the next they claim I was reincarnated. So did I truly die or did I not? A chill closed around him like a cage, inching tighter until he could only obediently pull the quilt over himself and lie still. Outside, the wind howled, wailing as it swept away everything before it. The sound was eerie and terrifying. Since returning to his residence, Mang Hao's ailments from prison gradually eased. His insomnia ceased, his 6 faculties slowly returned to normal, and everything began to improve. Ji Chenfeng pointed toward the helicopter and tapped above his head, signaling to retrieve and don the flight helmets inside. Lu Tiance fastened his cap, nodded, and stepped forward. The only one unchanged was General Mingwei Jiao Dashi. His complexion turned sallow. He truly lacked cleverness, but heaven had already granted him a sturdy physique and a fearless nature. Were he also given a sharp-minded, would invite envy. The man drew a photograph from his pocket. It was none other than Long Yuer. Even a rakish seducer like Chu Lingtian, upon seeing Long Yuer, was struck as if beholding a goddess. She happily took my hand and I led her out the door. The sun was still shining, so I chose to carry an umbrella. Zhang later asked me why I always carry an umbrella when I go out, to which I replied it was to protect my delicate, beautiful and lovely skin. My heart raced like a drum, preparing to ask him whether he had kissed me, when I suddenly heard the soft, amused laughter resonating from the man's chest. The ordinary life forms above could not withstand the full force attack they unleashed. Because it was a spatial fluctuation attack, even those not in the real space were harmed. The jellyfish-like monsters fell from the sky one after another. Thanks to the existence of the Spirit Gathering Array, the vegetation on Spirit Gathering Island was lush, with even the most ordinary spirit herbs growing to over a zhang in height, while countless animals flitted about within the island. Shi Run looked at his soft black hair, disheveled from sleep. His features were undeniably elegant, with one eye squinting as if trying to open, resembling a particularly irritable big boy. Yet a hint of indifference was knitted between his brows, giving him an aura of innate maturity. Tianha, have a glass of milk. You haven't been sleeping well these past few days, Ai Mei said as she placed a steaming cup of milk on Wang Tian's table. This person was not out to hunt beasts, he was headed towards the Minglin secret realm. If he had an iron sword in hand at this moment, his chances of success would undoubtedly be greater. He scooped me up in his arms. Although somewhat reluctant given my foot injury, even if he was unwilling, I had no other option. I too wanted to rest as soon as possible. Once the interview tomorrow was over, it would be best if we never saw each other again. Hanjin glanced at him and suddenly said, "Where's the wine? Do you know where I can find some?" He no longer recognized Ji Kai, but was still searching for wine for him. Due to this incident, the old lady was referred to as the Extinction Master and the Double Gun Granny by the good-for-nothing people of the Yunza region, truly exuding an aura of authority and fear. Sheen Money randomly found a hotel, booked a room and tossed in and onto the bed, pouncing on her like a hungry tiger. Soon after, Shida's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Yuan Shuezhen. Seeing that Xiao Jiang Yuan maintained her smile and Li Longji showed no signs of anger, he felt relieved. However, he soon noticed Li Longji's gaze scanning the room before settling on him. Before he could express his surprise, he heard Li Longji calling him to come over. Just as the words left his mouth, Aunt Chen's mouth fell open in disbelief as she looked at Qin Yu stepping down from the Hummer. What kind of sword is this that can provoke such phenomena in heaven and earth? Wang Guancai exclaimed in astonishment. You. Yin Ruojuan turned her head aside, displaying an expression of weary exasperation at seeing Emoshi. Chu Feng calmly stated, showing little worry on his face, for he had already considered the consequences when he made his move. Yin Nanfang looked around the hospital room and was taken aback upon seeing Shinji Qin. Is there a problem with me admitting that I am currently terrified? Is there a problem with me being engulfed in fear? Mommy, since we can't convince each other, let's just start a voting mode. She proposed a compromise. With 3 people in the household, it would be fairer to give the decision-making power to Qin Monyan. I looked in the direction I had just come from, craning my neck, barely catching a glimpse of the edges. For some reason my heart felt particularly heavy, as if a scar that was healing had been ripped open. After speaking, the captain pressed the switch to let the taxi inside. The security guard who had just come out was called back in by the captain as he was about to ask the captain a question. At that moment, the man in the back seat of the taxi rolled down the window and greeted the captain. Although he had been playing for the past few days, he had not forgotten to capture footage and organized it into a video every night to upload to the website. Gnome Shui swallowed her throat dry from nervousness, subtly tilting her head to glance at the buildings shrouded in darkness beside the street. My feelings for Qinshi have faded a bit more than before. Now I regard him much like a fan with their idol. I would go to great lengths to buy every song he released, listening to them over and over when I couldn't sleep at night. Upon hearing this, Li Longji nodded in agreement and immediately accepted Li Lintha's suggestion, instructing Xiao Jiang Yuan to take action. Did the certain kin of the Prince Shen really have that many demands? Were those matters really that important? Why must one seek help from others when one cannot accomplish it themselves? Why could some people live well without certain things during hard times, yet now feel they must have them? Originally planning to take revenge step by step, Nong Shui's mind exploded at his seemingly persuasive words. Bang!
A dull explosion echoed and the battlemaster gasped, staring at the massive object before him, speechless in shock. The sound of bones shattering echoed as the black-clad man's chest caved in from the punch. Blood gushed from his mouth and after a few convulsions on the ground he fell silent, his cold body slowly merging with the temperature of the ground. Most critically, these frenzied monstrous beasts, and the frenzied humans alike, attacked with the mindless ferocity of zombies driven solely to tear their opponents apart. They fought with savage self-sacrificial abandon like wild beasts. Before anyone could utter a word, Zhang Lingying snatched up the remaining bubble tea and strode into the laboratory. His transformation into a demonic form failed to shock the demon hunter, proof that the hunters themselves wielded demonic power and possessed similar metamorphic abilities. With no choice, they immediately altered course. The corridor they were now forced into clearly boded ill. Hardly halfway through their flight, the defensive mechanisms within Wang's tomb activated instantly under the vine's violent impact. Dense volleys of arrows once again rained down from all sides. Rumors spread that the government had executed them, a notion that stirred intense excitement among onlookers who began to regard him as a righteous man. The bold thought had barely surfaced in his mind before it took root like an obsession, refusing to fade. I answered the call, but said nothing. Neither did the voice on the other end. Silence reigned, profound and absolute. I furrowed my brow yet did not hang up. Instead, I remained silent, listening intently. By 7 or 8 in the evening, night had long since fallen. Xinglong town was no harbin, its streets bore no lamplight, swallowed whole by impenetrable darkness. Days later, Dr. Li performed a heart transplant on Song Changsheng, but the surgery failed. The newly implanted organ triggered a severe immune rejection response. Yet he did not retreat, not even for an instant. Without hesitation he lunged forward again, slashing wildly with razor-sharp claws. Unexpectedly Qian Chuanchuan burst forth herself. What business is this of yours, a donkey poking its head into a horse's trough? Who do you think you are, meddling in Qian family affairs? Before she could finish, Wei Changlan dropped Qian Xiangui and struck her with a thunderous slap. With a shriek of mother, Qian Chuanchuan collapsed onto the floor, barely escaping greater harm. Ding! System alert, victory achieved in 5v5 competitive mode. Awarded 2 gold tokens. These may be exchanged at the merchant for desired items. Yes, I'm dissatisfied. I've trailed after you for 2 years, groveling and scheming, yet gained not a single advantage. Remember, Su Man, I am a merchant. Li Changrui's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Before him lay a blood pool, deep crimson, brimming with fresh viscous blood, its horror arresting the gaze. Hearing that familiar name, the Supreme Elder froze, utterly stunned. That name evoked a memory buried deep in time, a distant ancient recollection. Oof. So the Xiao family is no more than this. She had prepared 24 sedan shares of betrothal gifts. Had Lady Xiao refused once more, she would have increased it to 36. Now none of it mattered. He serves as a witness. A mishap occurred within the Ministry of Punishment. 2 officials perished, including the Vice Minister himself. He can sketch the suspect's likeness. Shen Yanni spoke plainly and concisely, distilling the entire sequence into just a few sentences. The Prince of Ren had summoned the Crown Princess. To dismiss her now, without resolution, would amount to confessing bias, misjudgment and injustice. Yet if she refused to leave, would he be compelled to continue interrogating both the princess consort and the secondary consort, forcing a public vindication? So this is what fortune looks like. At the very instant the iron stake was about to pierce Lian, he finally unleashed his ultimate power. Grandmother grows old, you must now begin shouldering family responsibilities and easing her burdens. With that, Lady Shen calmly lifted her teacup and took a quiet sip, watching Nank Rui's expression. Emperor Lu Che had long anticipated this outcome, just as in previous years marriage alliances with the Xiongnu had become de facto imperial policy. Her gaze locked rigidly upon Yun Ruoxuan lying motionless on the ground. His face was serene, his eyes closed, as though merely sleeping. Yet blood welled steadily from beneath him, pooling into a dense dark crimson stain. Xin Hu, your master, acted in a moment of reckless agitation. Upon calm reflection, I realize my earlier entanglement with Wu Yan unjustly embroiled you, innocent and undeserving. Luo Ranch's eyes, clear as mountain spring water, veiled over with a subtle shadow. Her voice carried a quiet wistfulness, a gentle resignation. And Feng knew well that horse racing was a legally sanctioned form of gambling in the United States, akin in nature to lotteries, and immensely popular across the nation. Not only urban dwellers but also residents of surrounding counties and towns enthusiastically participated, though suitable venues remained scarce. Yet he knew this was not true love, half stemmed from guilt over her unwavering kindness to him and half from the child still unborn within her womb, his own flesh and blood after all. You're spouting nonsense, I refuse to listen. Before Huahua could finish, Sharon roared again. Sensing that her next words might shatter the beliefs he had clung to for so long, he now stood on the precipice of madness. All of you withdraw. As expected, a chilling, sinister and unmistakably familiar voice resonated from beyond the door. But Dolizzi paid no heed to her words. She seized the food from her bundle and devoured it with ravenous speed, demolishing both the sushi and the beggar's chicken in moments, leaving Lan Xing'er utterly astounded. Upon entering the room, Morong Zijio found the old woman still refusing to reveal her face, her features entirely concealed beneath a silk scarf save for two narrow unsettling slits where her eyes peered out. At those words, Shinhu's burning fervor cooled abruptly, like icy water dousing white-hot embers. Though she knew Luo Ranchu spoke truth, disappointment still seeped through her heart, slow and insistent. Zhang Tianshine had to maintain his precise attack position, but doing so proved extraordinarily difficult. He held little confidence in striking that exact spot consistently, especially since it lay beneath the abdomen of the giant cockroach zombie. The sword's shadow skimmed past Wang Yajing's body, yet her footwork was simply too refined. Across the arena, the swirling black lotus blossoms were not mere illusions, they were her countless phantasmal clones. Rather than endure further humiliation at the hands of the unscrupulous rogue Luoyingnan, she chose instead to set aside pride and prejudice, and seek aid from Yishio, the very man who had shattered her sword. The Sanluo demon sovereign struck the primordial yellow chi with his sword, but the chi merely trembled, deflecting the blade's edge effortlessly. Princess Iron Fan herself posed little threat. Her true danger lay in a single formidable artifact, the banana leaf fan. She did not wish to deceive Xia Chengyuan. Feelings should be built on a foundation of trust free from lies. Xia Chengyuan turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. His melancholic gaze lingered at the doorway as if he could see the man inside through the wooden door. On the other side there was also a super battleship shrouded in swirling magical mist making its way deeper into the sun. Hongzhou instructed from the outside, his anxious expression growing more intense. Thus Sean's words to her were relatively smooth, representing not just Tony Stark's agreement to join Hill's plan but also the internal division within the Avengers. You see it now. Mubarui waved his hand and continued, let him manage Thunder Island and entrust the alchemy matters to him. As for my Demon Sealing Valley, there are only benefits, no drawbacks. Moreover, a mere empty title of a Three-Valley Master means nothing. What harm is there in granting it to him? The latter part of the statement was directed at Mu Zhongxin. I knew my mother was the best. Hearing her say she would take charge of the main palace, Qianshan jumped up excitedly and hugged her mother. Since you have identified the root cause, you should have a way to resolve it, right? Han Lu asked nervously. Before he could react, a dazzling sword energy suddenly appeared from the depths of the sky, resembling a fleeting glimpse of a swan striking Fu Ping and turning him into a mist of blood, completely disappearing from the realm. Xia Fangyuan did not expect that he was also coerced into a blind date, thus the two had a relatively friendly meal before each declined their parents' offers and returned home. Big brother, it seems we have arrived late, missing an exciting scene. Liz transmitted to Li Gai. Damn, no wonder it's a level 250 Earth-grade boss. Its attack is significantly higher than mine. The most frustrating part is the skill rebound I observed. Does that mean when I hit it the damage will bounce back to me? So do you have any good suggestions? Out of politeness and the belief that listening to multiple perspectives is enlightening, Qin Yang smiled and asked Li Tianmei. Faced with Malak's harsh insult, Xia Ye's expression changed dramatically, a surge of anger rising within him. He took a deep breath of the cold air to calm himself. At that moment Guyue realized that this friend standing before him, who was only a few years older, had his body infinitely magnified. Yes, he was an ordinary person, he had experienced both pride and downfall, yet he had never given up on anything. For even the slightest kindness bestowed upon him he would repay it wholeheartedly. Next time he'll say it, I'm really pressed for time. With only 50 minutes left I need to drive at full speed and hope for a clear route to make it just in time. In this regard Chen Yu felt utterly wronged. He had done nothing yet was being suspected. If he had gained something it would be understandable, but the truth was he had done nothing at all. Understood, it's all about stamina, explosive power and the proficient use of technique, right? Jian Feng pressed further. Unexpectedly Brother Iron Hand also cared so much about face. Seeing him take my phone and walk away I knew he also hoped it wasn't merely because I was seeking Brother Chang but because this training method was undoubtedly effective, growing stronger in adversity. Brother Iron Hand understood this principle better than I did. Ha! I didn't expect him to ask such detailed questions. Shui Qing raised her slender arched brows, reacting a bit slowly. Dad has never liked handling work at home. He feels the efficiency at the company is higher. Moreover, this person has rebellious tendencies. Li Chengqian even believes he's probably keeping Su Jingzong secretly out of necessity. What are you doing? Seeing Li Zhi sitting there rummaging through materials under the table, Xiang Xiaoxiao curiously leaned over and asked. However, feeling the two soft objects on himself, Lu Chensheng felt a surge of heat. He had already woken up with a lot of pent-up energy that morning. Not only the two of them but many other brand representatives were also not foolish. Everyone extended an olive branch towards Yi Xiaofeng. However, the painting board in the room reminded her that everything that happened last night was indeed real. Upon seeing it was Li Chenmo's call, he immediately ended the meeting and took his phone outside, signaling the waiter to remove all the dishes, leaving only the high-end red wine that remained a third full. Curiosity killed the cat. Schwarengue, in order to find out who Li Chengqian really was, followed him into the Vermilion Bird Gate. He also learned that the physical realm had been parasitized by a type of meat toxin since ancient times, with humanity merely being its food. It was only after the Emperor Dao changed the era and sealed heaven and earth that humanity was rescued from such a tragic fate. This one is Brother Ruiqing, right?
Mingzhi smiled amiably, looking at his brother's face as anyone who saw it would feel as if a spring breeze had brushed past.
Mo Ran, do you know what the purple aura represents?
If you drain others' strength you will weaken, and the repercussions of weakness suggest you should hurry home for a look. A blind monk can kill the opponent with just QRQY, pursue the so-called fancy eye-poking spinning kick. It's said to be brainless, but the simpler it is the more efficient it becomes. Issues that can be resolved with a simple stick thrust require no flashy tactics. On the table someone had drawn a strange pattern with Tia pattern I had seen more than once. It resembled the heavenly wolf symbol. Having crossed over 20,000 miles to Skeleton Ridge located in the southeast of Dongling Prefecture, it was not far from the Shui family. However, Jiang Dong did not rush to settle the score with the Shui family. He was not hot-headed enough to that extent. Moreover, the death of Xue Lian had inflicted a severe blow. Regardless of anything else, he must first erect a grave for her. The two ceased speaking at this point, focusing all their attention on Jun Wunyan. Including Feng Shui and the two disciples, all the Zheng family members were looking at Jun Wunyan, feeling both nervous and somewhat expectant. Yet the expectation was not for Jun Wunyan's success but rather to see his embarrassment. The vast battlefield was silent. Jiang Dong's performance in this battle was too striking. Even many master-level powerhouses admitted they could not achieve such feats. Most importantly, the Greenland Five Gods possessed the power of thunder, which was the most terrifying force within the Ghost Realm fortress. Even if one were at a higher cultivation realm, facing thunder left little chance of victory. A fan was bewildered until his master Mao Xiaofang returned. Master, was that man Xian Kuei? He raised his teacup inexplicably. I mimicked him and took a sip. Since you know it is unreasonable, do not ask me about this matter again. How many questions have you asked already? Must you deny us even our meal? In April food spoils quickly, and yet you chatter on without end. As a cascade of sword strikes rang out, Mu Shifeng and his companion burst through the barrier, yet at that very moment the Tree Demon King outside ceased pursuit, clearly terrified by the radiant light emanating beyond the white barrier. Big Calico Cat, you provoked me. Young Master Mu spoke coldly, then willed the activation of his 9 drops of heaven-opening blood. Instantly an overwhelming surge of power flooded his entire being. Yet however much he might ponder at Qin Zhe, a youth possessing neither family background, wealth nor talent, felt neither awe nor fear in the face of such an all-out assault. Tang Yi dared not look any longer. If he continued, he truly feared he might inexplicably fall for her. Especially within this setting, summer arriving, cool breezes rustling, crickets chirping, birds calling, no environment could be more perfect for listening to the song. How had he won her over exactly? I sat atop the eaves, propping my chin in my hand. Just as I was about to ask Awan, I recalled he had fallen asleep utterly exhausted. What's wrong? Did you borrow money from someone? Gao Haotian looked at her with amused disbelief. She disliked him picking her up at the office. Normally he would wait for her in the parking lot across the street. If anyone under their banner were suitable to portray Zhou Weiguo, Wang Mei would hardly dare approach Zhang Yu to request that role for Ding Shang. Wanton's followers surged from several 100,000 to nearly 8 million, while Xie Qian's climbed from over 1 million to more than 6 million. Anyone with a sound mind could sense Yu Xiu's profound aversion toward the Situ family. Naturally none would broach the matter of Changjiu at such a time. Ordinarily few visited Slohan headquarters, as most communication occurred online, making her work remarkably unhurried with ample leisure time. Such a trial scenario ignited Zheng Tian's desire to unleash his full prowess. Seeing most of the savages enter the camp, he began chanting aloud, a clear prelude to casting a 7th-tier spell. Shangguan Lian watched Wu Chang Hongxue retrieve the antidote, and his joy was so genuine and profound that the wrinkles on his face deepened into mountainous folds. The Indonesian yoga esoteric sect's supreme expert, now restrained, and Arthur, king of the Great Eagle Empire, instantly shifted their expressions. Zhang Huairan's figure flickered into position above the blood chalice. Zhang Huairan appeared directly above the blood chalice and poured down sacred boy's urine. Bound fast by golden silkworm threads, the chalice could not evade. Every drop landed precisely within its vessel. As the sacred urine entered the blood chalice, Zhang Huairan sensed it tremble, and its crimson hue visibly faded. Luo Changfeng took a sip of water. The icy cold draft prepared by Lao Jiudo brushed his cheeks like a chill wind, evoking the tender touch of kinship. Speak reasonably, do not force me to act. Though Du Hai preferred restraint, he harbored no fear of Xiongde. Within the curtain-rolling Feng Tower, 5th family stood guard alongside Tiandong's new Saint Lian Changju and his 9 golden orchids. This man was normally arrogant beyond measure, scorning everyone, but upon entering the wheel-turning king's mansion he suppressed his pride entirely, daring not display even a trace of hauteur. Unobstructed by an atmosphere, the stars shone with unwavering clarity, no twinkling, every constellation perfectly distinct. Wang Feng's words carried an invigorating resonance. With just a few well-chosen phrases he stirred the crowd into fervent excitement, each person practically hopping with impatience. The Li brothers remained characteristically reserved and taciturn. Upon hearing Chang Jianfeng's remark, they silently nodded in unison, offering no further comment. Compared to Iron Fortress, York City appeared markedly more orderly. Titans were required to adhere strictly to aerial traffic regulations, no arbitrary lane changes or speeding. The lead Titan seemed to possess special clearance, barreling forward unimpeded without drawing any intervention.
After all, he had been trapped within the formation for so long while his opponent had deliberately held back, refraining from unleashing full force. Had the 13 Madras been deployed at once, he would surely have fallen long ago. The souls of slain monstrous beings were gathered and devoured, stored as reserves for their next incantation. Breathing mattered little, for they drew spiritual energy directly from the earth. Should a human be buried beneath, it was merely a matter of bursting through.
Let us retrace our steps and try again.
Mengsi reflected. Nearly every group that entered returned in identical numbers. Surely then there could be no mortal peril. At worst, one might only be ensnared in an illusion. Once dispelled, all would be well. How is dining not a matter of utmost importance?
Does anyone under heaven not require sustenance?
An army marches on its stomach. Meals are paramount.
Though vital in principle, such concerns held no urgency for Meng Si. Then, Your Excellency, shall we shoot down those shipgirls' reconnaissance aircraft?
Shanana nodded at the query, then turned to gaze upon the empty sky. These three youths dared confront him so boldly. Did they truly fear death? Or did they still conceal other unrevealed trump cards? It must be said Su Kongyao is a disciple of the reincarnation immortal. It consumed vast quantities of immortal elixirs and rare celestial treasures. Its flesh was priceless, each morsel pure immortal meat, yet it had been divided among Li Qingfeng and his companions. These lackeys posed no real threat to Hua Buell. His martial prowess was formidable. Still, there was no need for brute force entry for now. His sole objective was to confirm whether Yishan resided deep within this alley. Only then could his mission be deemed complete. Liang Fei stepped forward to settle the bill, only to turn and find 5 or 6 young men encircling Su Hong. I never imagined. I hadn't even sought you out yet, and yet you found me first. Hei Feng's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an icy chill. Yet having arrived, she had no choice but to steel herself and enter the Branch family's kitchen as a menial laborer. Once Iliad combed somewhat in Susu led her from the cave. No one knew where they went to speak in private. Poof. Nameless wretches. Die. Chao Zhang seized his black iron saber, squeezed his mount's flanks, and the warhorse charged forth like thunder. Xia Wuji smiled bitterly, clenched his teeth, and withdrew a supreme healing elixir, ingesting it internally and applying it externally. There within that secluded cave he began a convalescence lasting over half a month. Shi Li cast a glance toward Hu Haixing. The area was crowded. First, unnecessary onlookers needed to be dispersed. Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, channeling ghostly chi into his fingertips, then with lightning speed so swift no bystander perceived the motion, 2 silver needles vanished into Ouyang Yun's bilateral temples, buried to their hilts. Luan felt searing pain in his neck and dizziness clouding his thoughts, while ragged breaths echoed in his ears. After the colossal impact, thick dust instantly engulfed the already cramped space. Fan Ji and Fan Shua, standing at the center, vanished entirely within the acrid smoke. Wow, you've matured so much since arriving at the sect's senior sister.
Yi Yanqing exclaimed in awe.
Just moments before, Zhao Zilong had seemed to him little more than an unseasoned youth, talented perhaps, but still lacking in refinement. That day unfolded as usual. The cook distributed steamed buns and thin gruel, then turned to fetch pickled vegetables, only to shriek in pain as a man grabbed her buttocks. Zhang Tao escorted Ding Daong and his party into the stronghold, instructed Lu Song to usher them into the Hall of Righteous Assembly, and returned to his dormitory. In Duanya's era, countless horrors had unfolded. Duan Yi himself understood corruption's terrifying power all too well. Even the mightiest armies and most stable regimes could crumble beneath its weight. He bore responsibility not only for himself but for posterity. He would never allow such tragedies to recur under his watch. Meanwhile, the man known as Lao Yan sat cross-legged in the rear, apparently invoking a secret technique. Song, who had completely forgotten what transpired the previous night. Yizhen was likewise affected, but unlike others, he was no careless soul. Most details remained vivid in his memory. A careful analysis would suffice to reconstruct the truth.
Sure, Xiaofeng readily agreed.
After dining and bathing, he entered his room, only to find Captain Chen lying on the bedshoes, still unlost in silent reverie.
Dui Fei had departed. It was time for me to prepare for class.
Though my schedule is demanding, I remain steadfast in completing my studies, attending classes daily without exception, refusing to slacken. Lan Yu began overhearing murmurs about herself, but her eyelids refused to lift. For now she would simply listen, eyes closed, to what others said. The sniper displayed remarkable composure. After missing his first shot, he vanished utterly, leaving not the faintest trace of movement. The second brother pressed onward, but suddenly his arm brushed against something unseen. Not quite nothing, rather the darkness was absolute, obscuring whatever lay before him. If they discovered her affection for an elder, would they recoil in disgust, and thereafter scorn her? The driver stared blankly at me and the money in my hand, then erupted in ecstatic delight, snatching the notes and shouting, "Hold on tight," before the car shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Desa assessed the deteriorating situation nearby and realized he could no longer sustain his operation. He issued immediate orders to retreat into the mountains. Guaning finally broke into a smile. "Thank you, Wang Shua, I'll take my leave now." She then cheerfully descended the stairs, clutching her bag. The loss of several subordinates weighed lightly upon him. Even the death of his own son would not break his resolve. The Baiyang sword soared like a golden divine dragon, blazing light trailing behind it as a radiant arc several zhang long, colliding in an instant with the heavenly Dao divine sword forged from thunder itself. Xiaoyu had previously ignored him, deeming it beneath his dignity, but this man persisted in provocation, escalating repeatedly, even resorting to vicious personal attacks. Suddenly Hua Ting's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression unchanged, but his finger immediately silenced the incoming call. Therefore the strength of the group consisting of Sun Wukong and the others is far inferior to that of the Heavenly Court. Although this group cannot be considered a force of the Taoist sect but rather a force of Buddhism, the native of Earth Yiqiu currently controls the underworld, making it the dominant power. Forgive my bluntness, but with your ability you could easily create a spatial barrier at Gryffinder's former residence. Shouldn't your Ministry of Magic have dealt with Dumbledore and captured Voldemort? At the very least you shouldn't have been afraid of Grindelwald back then, right? At this moment in City L, under the organization of the municipal government, people were being led to the air raid shelter to take refuge. The authorities would not provide a clear explanation. Some knew what was happening but chose not to disclose the details. Faced with such a question from Teach Shan, Bai felt a bit guilty. It was already quite impressive for a clever individual like him to be able to speak with Teach, let alone engage in a direct conversation now. Lin Xiaojin could only awkwardly smile. In truth, he was born with a chivalrous spirit and he would undoubtedly intervene in today's matter. Not to mention that Qin Jiajiu is so beautiful. The Martial Arts Alliance and the Martial Dao Alliance serve different purposes. One creates momentum while the other takes practical action. One is responsible for beauty while the other is responsible for making a living. Even though Mo Bei's powers were sealed, his aura remained unchanged. A man who has weathered storms always exudes an incredible presence. Then Ruo Feng walked directly over, finding his tattered bed still held the gaming helmet he used to wear while playing games. Hui Yuan and Xiangyao's expressions changed and they shot towards the cave at lightning speed. The cultivators following them quickly entered as well. Lin Shi felt that this lewd creature must have written the script, which is why he deliberately arranged for a so-called spokesperson to come and twist the plot. One cannot help but say this move is simply too low. Of course, from another perspective it can also be proven that this troublesome fellow does not want the Source Crystal contest to end so early. It was already July and despite the cool breeze at night she still found it difficult to fall asleep. So after the two of them gloomily followed the soldiers for 5 kilometers while carrying heavy loads, they then began a combination of physical training exercises. By around 6 o'clock, Li Danio and Mu Hongling, dragging their somewhat fatigued bodies, arrived at their dormitory. After returning, I will marry him. No matter how long I can be his bride, what I want is to find a suitable reason for him to have no choice but to accept the ceremony. Alright, I will go over immediately. Wait for me. Li Hao glanced at Xiejin beside him. Seeing her nod and understanding, he directly agreed. I crossed my arms looking at Yamamoto Ryoko with a faint smile. With the speed and strength of a blood clan, if Vivian were to charge over now and rescue Riley, she certainly wouldn't be able to stop her. How could she be sure that Vivian would feel threatened by her? What's going on? I ask you, is your plane hit by dry ice bullets? Have you ever experienced a situation where the captain and co-pilot fainted one after another after being hit by ice bullets? Li Danius' expression turned somewhat grim as he continued, and have you ever piloted a plane? A moment later an explosive sound echoed through the distant sky, accompanied by a blinding white light that could dazzle ordinary people's eyes, followed by a scorching airflow that rushed in. The four hid in a patch of grass, carefully suppressing their auras to ensure that the fish spirits wouldn't actively seek them out. The biggest problem is that it disrupted Ah Feng's thought process. Now Ah Feng was completely at a loss, unsure how to pry open the mouth of the consort. That won't do. Even if we are to establish an heir, it should be my husband Qin Yufeng who is declared the new Zhou King. Traditionally it has always been about appointing a legitimate heir over an illegitimate one. Li Xiaoning couldn't help but retort at this point. How can there be a reason to appoint a cousin as the new ruler when one's son is still alive? What is this old Zhang? Does he have the surname Jiang or Wang? Liao Ai also hesitated and said. Gao Yun's real company is MAA, which was established in 2018, but its background is deep and resources are plentiful. That's right. They met at a fashion show earlier and due to their operations the impressions left were good, so this time was just the right time to find him to shoot the cover. Based on her understanding of her wife with this attitude, she probably no longer harbored any opposition in her heart. With everyone present, she found it inconvenient to feed Jiang Jiqing some stream water. After all, no patient just out of surgery drinks cold water. After the old lady settled down, she looked down at her feet, then slowly took off her shoes and sat steadily on the bed with her legs crossed. Facing the accusations from Yen Ruyu Yunruwa, remained calm. President Yen, you misunderstood. I have never questioned the technology of your company. Watermelon was already scared, losing all her rebellious spirit. She pouted and burst into tears. The prices in his livestream are 10 yuan lower than those on JD.com, and he is a national brand. Previously people might have joked, but now that Luosen has successfully completed 2 deliveries, everyone genuinely wants to take advantage. However, just as the foot of the mountain was finally in sight, the expressions of everyone suddenly changed and they all stopped in their tracks because they felt countless strong energies manifesting around them. However, when Ning Jinyang was arranging the shoe cabinet, he discovered a pair of shoes. If they were Mingmai's shoes it wouldn't be surprising, but it was clearly a pair of men's shoes and handmade cloth shoes at that. Nowadays very few people wear such shoes except for migrant workers on construction sites. Before Liang Haixing could respond, Lu Dake said again, as our work progresses I believe we will have many more external communications. I want to propose to the city to provide you with mobile phones and also address the communication fees. Don't forget to remind me when the time comes. You guys don't need to be afraid. I'm not a spy, let them come. Song Yuan slowly walked out of the house, his expression calm. Behind him LV Ernyan looked at Song Yuan in a bit of a daze. What will happen next? In fact, when she heard him say those words inside the room she cried. She knew that after 1,000 years of waiting they would surely be together again. Zhang Lan did not dare to speak, but she was filled with regret for her previous slip of the tongue. She understood how importantly Rui was in the eyes of Feng Xiaoxiao and the Feng family. If her careless words angered young Master Li, it was likely that Feng Xiaoxiao would immediately kick her out. Yao Qingmu let out a sigh of relief, sitting down heavily in the chair. She had a vague feeling that Da Xiying seemed to be starting to doubt her identity, but then she thought if he suspected her, why would he agree to let her approach Meng Feng? After pondering this back and forth, she still couldn't make sense of it. Hearing that somewhat unnatural sound, Xia Zilin was taken aback, but habit took over and her right hand instinctively pushed the door open. Before she even stepped inside, her face suddenly turned red to her ears. Does that mean it's a holiday? Chen walked to the door and suddenly turned back to ask, then disappeared at the doorway. Alright, you can open your eyes now. With quick hands and feet the medicine was applied and the young man's body was covered with the quilt again. Speaking of, he, Xianfei Yurua felt as if a heavy rain had poured down on her heart, suffocating her, and she could no longer pretend to be indifferent. An ominous premonition surged strongly within my innate pessimistic heart. Had something happened outside when they just left? I dared not think further. My legs went weak and I nearly fell down the stairs. Behave yourself. Xinu blared at Li Rui's outstretched hand, her tone a bit cold. Although Su Qingyi did not scold him harshly, she pushed Li Rui's hand back. The boys played the first match and the blue team top lane was Tight Collar Jungle was Crystal Vanguard, mid lane Ocean's Disasters, and bottom lane was the Marksman and Bullheaded Chief. The sound of water flowed continuously. Xiao Luo looked in the direction of the sound, which led to the trench. His heart skipped a beat as he saw that some water had already accumulated in the trench, with more seeping out. Yet the surrounding areas were quite dry. A look of terror appeared in Lu Jianming's eyes as memories seemed to become his nightmare, deeply buried in his heart, and he never wanted to touch them again. When that past was uncovered again, it meant that some things from the past, no matter how much one tried to hide, could no longer be concealed. Ling Shichuan felt a bit moved. She knew that Li Zixin was worried about her, but her impulsive actions meant that if the truth were revealed she would inevitably seek trouble with Ying Dan alone. The second shareholder, Qin Zhongxing, insisted on seeing Mr. Jian himself, which was clearly not allowed. If he did see him, the news that Jian Liwa would not live long would leak and the company would inevitably fall into chaos soon. When Tai Ro was released, she did not see the man greet her with a warm smile. In this era, fine iron products were extremely precious and skilled blacksmiths who excelled in ironworking were rare. This was to prevent Tai Ro from causing trouble on her own, and when Ruatio found this somewhat unreasonable, who could stop her? In the afternoon, when Ruatio entered the classroom, Tai Ro was already not in her seat and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Aili had already surpassed the realms of land, sea and air, and she had now transcended the Milky Way. Even the most skilled Swiss craftsmen could not compete with her. Hearing the students' discussion shift to the appearance of the prince of the demon clan, Ning Shu recalled the scene from that day on Jialan Mountain when she saw Lu Xingyi. Qing Qiu Zhao immediately reacted, looking incredulously at Wu Wei, a returning void stage cultivator. How could he release a soul domain? Truly a master. Wu Wei's wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Li Yu maintained a stern expression, unwilling to answer her, as if speaking to her would tarnish his tongue. Nan Zhao was delighted and became less restrained. After a few more moments of hesitation, she suddenly slid back, and at the same time a howl from behind startled everyone. During the nearly 1,000 years since the disappearance of the ancient heavenly court, the order between heaven and earth transformed from chaos to stability. The Unzu divine dynasty brought humanity into an age of prosperity, while the demon and immortal paths became increasingly profound, reaching a state of explosive growth in just a century. She intended to show off her skills to her son, preparing a dish of cold mixed 3 shreds, a plate of steamed red date glutinous rice, and a stir-fried wild mushroom dish. Shilong sighed helplessly. Had he known it would be like this, he would have gone directly to Wu Wei for a solution instead of trying to handle it himself. As Wu Wei's expression grew more serious, Shen Hao felt cold sweat break out all over him, especially under Wu Wei's gaze. She did not know where to turn her face nor to whom to connect everything. But when she heard "so beautiful, what you see will be tomorrow's newspaper headline," that instinct ingrained in her bones led her to find the camera. The voice of Quan Yimo pulled him back to reality. Eber nodded solemnly as both sides sat around the long table. The competition venue was equipped with a large screen and the 4 members of XQ looked at it in astonishment.
As long as this door has not been opened, everything inside the room remains in a state akin to Schrödinger's cat, eternally in quantum superposition. These positioning icons floated around, most resting on the boxes of the deceased. This was not unusual, as the boxes contained various pieces of equipment, making it normal for them to be detected by the equipment tracking eye. Yeluo felt as if she had fallen into a dense web, and his gentle yet sinister phoenix eyes emitted a glow that served as the threads weaving the net. What was once a deep wound on the throat now appeared as a faint red bruise precisely at the site of the previous injury. Chen Guanxi pondered silently. Although the fat man had a rather irritable temperament, everything he had said earlier was indeed true. During their time in the team, Fatigua had made no mistakes during their missions. Could it be that entering the cultivation world's public sector is as difficult as it is in the mortal realm, where a government job is considered a golden opportunity among both mortals and cultivators? Upon arriving at the pavilion intending to roast the fire dragon egg, he discovered that the dragon egg had vanished. By his ear, the three girls were anxiously buzzing around like ants on a hot pan, urging Fatigua for a solution while he was at a loss for ideas. "I have found your herbs, but I must take a trip to retrieve them," Zhaoi stated. After saying this, he clasped his hands in the air, and suddenly the entire villa was enveloped by various formations. An invisible pressure descended upon everyone, forcing them into a half-crouched position, unable to move. "If I can earn system rewards by playing Honor of Kings on my phone, what if I control two heroes with two phones at the same time? What if I use 3 phones? Alright, I trust your judgment at the scene, but I hope you'll be more cautious next time. You and your sisters are all very important family to us. We cannot afford to lose even one. Do not let everyone fall into an irretrievable situation," Yan Feng said helplessly. "If we can forget our past, focus on the present, and face the future optimistically, then you have already reached the pinnacle of life. I will go talk to the director. Do you know what they say about you?" Shi Yan thought back to what she had just heard in the room, where she had to nod and smile ingratiatingly. From the conversation between Jin Wanliang and Elder Ba, it was clear that he was truly devoted to the Linhai sect. He seemed unable to comprehend Elder Ba's words, as if brainwashed, having become single-minded. In pursuit of this stroke of luck, the Hantian sect invested heavily to renovate the Ascension Pool, reinstalling the positioning function. As long as a cultivator from Hantian sect ascended, they would inevitably enter this Ascension Pool. In comparison, the crew from the canned food factory showed significant deficiencies, and it was a gap in all aspects. At that time, Chen Tian's business was on the rise. He could not admit to having a son, as that would deter potential investors. So when the kidnappers called him, he insisted he had no son and that they were mistaken, while secretly sending someone to rescue him. Wang Xinyu also noticed that the large door seemed like a portal to another world. Beyond the door there surely lay a new realm. She slowly walked up the stairs to the classroom door, saluted like a fool, and called out, "Report." Internally she scolded herself. Back in middle school she never called out like that. Why did it feel like she was regressing now? Xiang Nian clenched his fist, his nails digging into his skin as if to remind himself to leave soon and not make any noise at this moment. Lin Shui smiled for 5 or 6 seconds, successfully attracting Ajun's attention. He glanced at Lin Shui but did not greet either of the two girls. Although his neural response and physical coordination had significantly improved after being reborn, his strength was still only around 40 ranks away from the pinnacle. Being able to reach the top rank was already a prayer to the heavens. He absurdly thought he could achieve it within half a month. At this moment, as he watched, the distant light suddenly multiplied several times, instantly reaching over 100. Liao Dongfang's eyes widened and the ghost-faced lanterns began to spread out in all directions. Qi Tianxiang's expression grew exceptionally serious, perhaps recalling the grievances he had suffered earlier, or perhaps due to the topic at hand, as he paused, lost in deep thought. After falling in love, he continued to conceal his identity as a wealthy second-generation individual from his wife. He never expected the child would be lost and his wife would run off with a rich man. Up to this moment he still had not accepted any charity from his father. Su Han, witnessing the scene, could not help but swallow hard. Even without experiencing it firsthand, she knew that the previous incident must have been very painful. Despite the distance, she could clearly hear the sound of that guy falling earlier, and just thinking about it sent chills down her back. The forum continued until lunchtime, only reluctantly coming to a halt. However, many people seemed unwilling to part, and they could only wait until the afternoon to delve deeper. Seeing that Runma was being attacked by the crocodile in a Momolan, Mangyun knew he could not respond, so she focused on watching the match. Just then a message popped up in the chat box for everyone. Zhou Yefeng neither agreed nor disagreed, clearly lost in thought. Without Zhou Yefeng's permission, Shui Fatsi did not dare to act rashly, so everyone awaited Zhou Yefeng's reaction. At that moment he pondered for a while before walking toward the coffin. The Korean naval officer was taken aback, not expecting the opponent's ship's giant crossbow to have such a long range, at least a third longer than Korea's giant crossbow. What kind of reckless person would suddenly marry someone like Mo Hang, whom they've never even heard of? There must be something fishy going on. Fong Li exclaimed angrily. Not planning to marry Shen Songming anymore, but now there's suddenly a Master Mo. What about his eldest son?
The swordsman stood upright, lifting his leg to kick the unsuspecting mischievous demon king in the back, sending him rolling down the mountain like a ball.
Shen Songming had been flaunting on the mountain for several days. Those medicinal herbs, some of which had become extinct in modern times, still thrived in this ancient era of thousands of years.
I'm not afraid. As long as I pass the autumn examination, I want prepare to take the 8-legged essay exam. Chan Yonglin smirked. The 9 dragon pillars and the bronze coffin probably didn't contain anything rare.
He was more curious about that great hall which could unleash bursts of energy. There must be something energetically potent there. Su Qing now controlled a significant dock and had numerous businesses, making her a rising star in the business circle of Donghua City. This situation truly surprised Dai Linqin, who initially thought that someone as young as Yi Fei could only reach the pinnacle of the mysterious realm, yet in reality Yi Fei's realm far exceeded their imagination. It stared at the fragrant jade bottle, its eyes gleaming, just about to leap forward and embrace the jade bottle.
Your brother left without a word, not wanting to implicate you.
Such a situation is hard to bear for anyone.
The next day Jiang Yuanzhou arrived at the hospital and the examination report was not optimistic.
The doctor brought Jiang Yuanzhou to Wan Yuning's ward. She was unusually quiet today, sitting on the bed, her eyes fixed on the television on the wall. The powerful figures from various great worlds who had come were filled with bewilderment, their hearts churning with waves of shock. The eyes of the mighty from the 8 great heavenly palaces flickered, their emotions complex as they calculated many things. Lin Zixiao instinctively waved her hand and the coffin lid suddenly flew up. She soared into the air, hovering above the greenhouse area. Yang Ling observed the ordinary noodle shop owner, a man in his 40s who was quite tall and gave off a very friendly vibe. In her heart she scoffed coldly. How could there be a mother like this? Under the guise of caring for her, she trampled her life. Aside from studying, she had no path to follow, and her mother wouldn't give her any respite. She Ziffin directly pulled out her hairpin and skillfully swept her 3,000 strands of hair behind her head, then secured them with a hair tie at the back, giving her a unique flair. Those surrounding Xiaofeng felt uneasy upon hearing his words. Everyone attacked him because he was a barbarian, yet their own side used barbarian martial arts while he happened to employ the fist techniques passed down from the founding emperor of their dynasty. Did it seem like he, a Khitan barbarian, was defending the reputation of the Han people? Did she know he rushed over to see her right after getting off the plane? Did she know how much he had missed her over the past 6 months? Looking at Yi Kaichang, her eyes shone with a sparkling light. Yi Kaichang responded to him with a doting smile. After a long while without any further sound, I felt restless, gently tugging at Wan Linger beside me, signaling her to step outside. Looking at the now lively and spirited Qi Zixiao, Mo Dalen's expression darkened a bit. Feeling the powerful energy approaching from underground, a winged evolution device radiating 7-colored brilliance appeared on Zhou Ming's left arm. The remaining team members hurriedly followed, turning the short stick around and pressing the button, which shot out a long steel wire. Upon hitting the ground, electric sparks transmitted, instantly incinerating the toxins that hadn't entered the compartment. As her thoughts stirred, demonic energy surged out from her body, forming 2 enormous black arms behind her. To be honest, even now reflecting back, Qin Yu still felt speechless. How could he have imagined that one day he would fight for something worth less than 10 task points? Qin Yu felt quite frustrated. He did not doubt the strength of someone who had only completed 2 copies of the reincarnation. In fact, the 3rd reincarnation copy had already made him an intermediate reincarnator, clearly showing that this reincarnator was exceptional in certain aspects. However, in the span of 6 months, if the Ascendant wanted to find us, it would certainly require a considerable amount of time. Alas, no matter how many reasons were given, even if Lanli were truly an exceptional ruler, Aigu would never bet his life and assets on this king who might be killed by magic at any moment. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yunhai said nothing more, exchanged a few words, and then left with Qin Hao and Huangya. The Taoist laughed wildly, slowly standing up from the pile of bullets, panting heavily. After sweeping his gaze around, his eyes landed on Zhuang Jian. But you'll have to wait a moment, I have some issues with my account. When is the latest you need it? Diana said. Jilling City is not far from Huanin Temple. The 3 of them flew on their swords for a short while and soon arrived at the foot of floating Luan Mountain. Looking up, gradually the fierce-faced spider scorpion unearthed 70 to 80 medium-grade spirit stones, the clattering sound echoing throughout the entire mining tunnel. Raising his head, he clearly saw what this monster looked like. Its face resembled a human, but its hair was denser than a human's, with 2 red pupils, dressed in a white robe. He was also aware of the rumor that Yang Jia Suchun faced a great calamity and that the Imperial Master had predicted he would not survive past 23, while Menggua's hand would also struggle to extend his life to 25. And Yi Ro saw the frustrated look on his face, secretly laughing in her heart. For the first time she felt the Invigilator was quite nice, as if he had done her a great favor. This was a rare expression for her as the head of the Wunyan Palace, yet it was directed solely at Ling Zihuan. Although trial products are not made according to individual skin types, since they are universal, anyone can take some back for testing. Alright, then you be the judge. How did I sing? And Yi Ro said mischievously.
Previously, the program team had privately interviewed the manager regarding the piano incident involving Zhou Zikai and Tang Bingyu, knowing that the manager had watched their program. Naturally, this situation was self-evident. 01 stepped forward, lifted the wings of the dead bird, looked at the situation beneath the wings, and then lifted its feathers to discover a myriad of insect eggs underneath. Then he reached out to pinch a Nyx worm that was bloodied and mangled from the air disaster, examined it closely, and tossed it aside. Therefore, the places Jiang Chang will go to are likely familiar, so he should choose wherever he wants to go. The weapon used is a long-handled broadsword capable of dealing considerable damage even to a dragon, though it lacks charging ability. It is a hellish creature, a fallen branch of the unicorn, also an elite-level race capable of freely entering and exiting dreams. At the entrance of the park there are two small houses. One has a sign reading Ban Mountain Park Management Office, while the other has no sign at all. Seeing this scene, the Nameless One raised the Sword of the Nameless and confidently approached the King of the South Sea, executing a hawk-style somersault as the sword stabbed towards the king without any technique. Zhao Hao's task is to cover the others' retreat, not to have them act as the main force, so there's no need to worry about failing. After finishing her meal, she wiped her mouth contentedly. When she looked up for water, she realized that Li Yongchang, Li Feidong, and the servants in the room had vanished at some point. However, Aunt Hong had long seen through these people's true faces and directly had Lianxiang send them away. When they first emerged, they were quite fierce, attempting to attack Sun Sadeo and the others. Unfortunately, just before reaching the platform, they were frightened to the point of trembling by the 7-star demon-slaying sword, especially the older garbage bugs who had made it past the finals. Because they had obtained many coveted modified components, while breaking through, even losing one in battle would actually result in an overall increase in strength. The mysterious figure let out a slow laugh, with fist marks piling one after another as true dragons swirled and roared through the air, shaking the very ground. With a wave of his hand, the Lord's coachman skillfully cracked the whip and drove the carriage towards Songjie Alley. In the Federal Capital Star there are two large space cemeteries specifically for burying the deceased. The Federation has some large cemeteries or planets that have been converted into graveyards. Although this wheelchair alleviates her pain, it still requires someone to push it, yet it is far more dignified than a bamboo chair. Hearing that Emperor Langwu had gone to Kundef Palace, Chengpin covered her face and smiled with satisfaction. This time she had indeed killed 3 birds with 1 stone, as Qin Huangyang had someone she cared for, which no emperor could endure. This is indeed the truth. Ever since the changes on Earth, everyone has been struggling to survive, leaving no time for leisurely meals. Meanwhile, his queen also lay awake throughout the night. Yuqing felt for him and hurried to Chu Shang's chamber after comforting her son. Lu Chen stepped outside, and at that moment a sound of breaking air was heard. Zhou Yuan flew in from the sky, and upon seeing Lu Chen emerge from the courtyard, a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. After nearly drawing out all the 6th-grade powerhouses and the big white cat from the entire bandit city, a wisp of green energy began to weave through the city. Putting everything else aside, now that you have broken through to become a peak warrior of the venerable realm, it's time for us to determine the victor of this duel. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Baixanyu, as the host of the banquet, must be held accountable for such an occurrence and needs to provide an explanation. Upon hearing the question from inside, Qin Gingra's eyes widened and her face turned pale, caught completely off guard. It suddenly emitted a sharp cry, which was the fright move. The sound not only startled the hidden Pokemon nearby but also alerted Sakaki and the others about the situation ahead. Macaulay also stopped, noticing Zhao Feng's anomaly. Duolong Baluto frequently turned to look at its trainer, seemingly waiting for commands. In 1907, Su Shichang entered the Northeast and established industrial universities in Jilin Province, including an agricultural school. The development of agriculture in Jilin Province over the years is a striking example. In the future, Hanyao Agricultural Science will focus on researching the current agricultural pests and diseases in Heilong Province, while the production volume of the Zhu family grain store continues to rise. That Pokemon, seeing the people were not in place, slowly adjusted its posture. Because Sakaki had helped many wild Pokemon before coming out, he left a very good impression on them. Upon rising and looking around, the room was empty. Stepping outside, familiar faces appeared, and amidst everyone asking young master, he walked into the loyalty hall. Is this for the canteen? She placed the grass carp into a basin of water for temporary keeping as the deaf old lady inquired. Therefore, Lord Zhang, you do not see my teacher as a new party, while the old party does not trust him much either, especially since my teacher is unwilling to abolish all the new laws, believing that when you, an old party official, are demoted to the local level, they still think my teacher belongs to the new party. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, more and more people gathered around. Yao Yuan was just about to call Yi Junyao when he suddenly noticed the unusual expressions of the surrounding guests, and following their gaze, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Chen Yang strolled leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the shops on both sides of the street as those antique signboards flashed by before his eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, picturing the scenes of those bosses in later years bragging about the history of their shops. That's more like it. All right, you've finished eating, it's time to wash the dishes. Lin Zhao acted like a steward. They had arrived in a very imposing manner but left in a very embarrassing state. Although they were not arrogant when they arrived, they still left in disgrace. Now Yang Feng has been personally shackled with a soul chain by Zhao Yin, and with just a thought he can destroy his soul. Moreover, now that you have all become doctors, such cases will surely occur more frequently in the future. Will you not act out of fear?
Or should I have the master come out of the palace? Hearing this question, Song Qingyun chuckled and shook his head slightly, indicating that would indeed cause quite a stir. Similar incidents had occurred in the capital before and the consequences were often severe. But before Qin Gong could be pleased enough, the next words from Master Chow felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Old Chow stammered, saying that he and Master Feng had indeed misjudged this silk piece. Junzai nodded, silently exiting the palace. Finding an empty place, he urged his internal energy and expelled all the wine from his stomach. Although possessing powerful cultivation during his training, Lin Xiao was still at the mid-golden core stage and could only continue to climb higher. As a trade for providing these things to Xian, Albin hopes to have a face-to-face negotiation with him soon and to sign a contract with Xian to gain his support. The Three Life Corp's hand pointed, transmitting a consciousness stream filled with chaotic images, the searing touch of sand and fragments of a strong will to survive, directly into Ren's sea of consciousness. This encapsulated all of Okano's experiences regarding Hamunata, including the treacherous and dangerous paths, the deadly traps, and the gravekeepers guarding the city of the undead. Seeing Xiao Yuner sitting there, he walked over and waved his hand at Hua Ling and Hua Ying, signaling them to go out. There were too many strangers among the companions, which made him somewhat uneasy. Moreover, he was uncertain about what lay ahead, feeling a lack of confidence. Qian Lang, well done. Even if we cannot kill Lu Chuan today, we must let him know that we are not to be trifled with. Yang Dao encouraged. However, Tao Xian never expected that this fan of Yao Ning would be somewhat peculiar, as it would take place in bed and involve several participants. A full-grown dragon was split down the middle at most half the width of this dragon's inner membrane. No matter how thick, it could not be two full-grown flood dragons. Although her words seemed somewhat careless and unpleasant to hear, it was clear that she meant well and genuinely worried for Tang Yu's safety. Lu Biao had come, but Zhang Xiu did not give him much of a good face. He did not care at all. Wasn't he just showing respect to the imperial edict? Otherwise, even if he were carried by 80 men across a bridge, he wouldn't have come. Some forces conquered by the Breaking Wolf Nation were not entirely managed by it. They still maintained their own autonomy, only now nominally subordinate to the Breaking Wolf Nation, and the armies within those forces had to be allocated by the Breaking Wolf Nation. The weapons of both sides continually clashed in the air, producing a series of sounds while the two combatants roared in anger, striving to overwhelm their opponent with sheer momentum. Su Ruodong saw Su Taozi return to normal and advised Tao Xian not to go downstairs yet. Wearing a mask at home seemed strange. This mask was for his outings, and he personally went downstairs to bring him food. The two brothers didn't really need to act this way, but Sun Runhu, as a veteran, had never engaged in any underhanded dealings throughout his life. Now facing Li Xiang, he was tongue-tied after a long while. The two had known each other since before entering the star observation sect, from the assessments at the foot of the mountain to the outer courtyard, then to the inner courtyard, and now they had arrived in Zhangzhou. Their journey had fostered an extraordinary friendship. The residents in the city numbered just over 1,000, while the refugees had rushed into the city for a day, bringing the total to at most 3,000 to 4,000. There were no officials, only an old superintendent who spoke in an archaic manner was in charge. Li Xiang, however, had no such thoughts. He was well aware that this competition was only halfway through. The saying goes, a journey of 100 miles begins with half the distance, and what remained was still half the journey. He did not dare to relax for a moment. Cheng Jia was dead, and at this moment it was now Jiao speaking. He did not wish for Cheng Jia to die, nor did he want Xiang Yan to perish, but unfortunately Cheng Jia was gone. He now reminded Xiang Yan once again the Grand Marshal's office has no authority to decide national policy. Power lies only with the Zhengchao Zhuao and the king. From the silver metal warship emerged several figures clad in thick silver energy armor, wielding various energy swords, knives, or firearms, appearing as bizarre humanoid creatures. Especially since he had just boasted about wanting to eliminate Su Zheng, only to be repelled in an instant by the latter, it was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face, striking harshly against his old visage. But that was all a matter for later. Given that things had reached Robert Egg's hands, now it must have at least arrived at a high-level decision stage. Such matters could even be decided by individuals one level lower than Robert Egg, so why was it still being presented for his review? What should we do? What should our army do? Ahead lay Shou Mountain, and of course the captain could not possibly advance to the foot of Shou Mountain. We have yet to try. The Great Iron House is accustomed to using high-speed steel to test hardness rather than diamonds from foreign realms. The liquid swirled slowly at the center of the formation, continuing to absorb the malevolent energy from the world. This was the purest Cha source, condensed by the Nine Hells Convergence formation. Many legends believe that if one can find this holy grail and drink the water it once held, one will regain youth, come back to life, and attain immortality. Lu Jing slowly drew the wind-calling blade from his waist, a flicker of divine thought illuminating as he summoned the rain sword from its sheath, transforming it into a streak of flowing light. All that could be heard was the rip of brocade fabric and the startled exclamations of Zhou Shunning as she staggered backward. I had no time to catch her, and the pond erupted in a splash as Zhou Shunning floundered in the water, quite a sight of distress. Clearly no one believed that Zhong Chao was acting for the people's benefit, and some did not think they had committed any wrongdoing. Zhou Xian awakened from the pitch-black space enveloped in grey mist, with countless fragments forming a passage leading to the same destination. Lu Jing spoke softly, his tone quite gentle, as if discussing someone else's affairs. Yet in the next moment there was an added touch of loneliness in his voice.
The Xian steed seemed to sense its master's aura and hurriedly dropped the fruit from its head, shaking its large black rear, and began to play. He realized that the breath he inhaled did not dissipate but instead spread throughout his body, seeking to expand himself. Niu Chunhua had haphazardly piled up some items when she suddenly caught sight of a certain piece of intimate clothing, her hands pausing. Ji Liuyu looked up in confusion only to see Jun Yelan suddenly lean down, gently pinching her chin and kissing her in front of everyone. Of course, this manifestation only appeared in Xia Tian's mind. Guang Hu Feiyan and Niu Zhuang saw nothing but the change in Xia Tian's fingers. However, a few households were the first to stir, directly rushing to the Huang family to demand an explanation from Old Master Huang. Xiang Jiayu, being a dragon among men and occupying a high position, had always been the focus of people's attention. Yet now he was completely ignored by his wife and children, which explained his rather grim expression with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Yuan leaned close to Mu Yuanchang at night, whispering softly into her ear, their posture incredibly intimate. Everyone noticed that just moments ago Mu Yuanchang had icy eyes, but now facing Yuan it was as if a layer of warm sunlight enveloped him, his gaze softening. Even though he had no sect or faction, with his realm having reached the peak of the ninth stage, surely his vision would not be so low. He cast a sinister glance at those few who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. No one knew how crucial that seal was to him. When she saw Luoho, the head eunuch by the side of Emperor Luo Liqing, was taken aback and hurriedly bowed. Traveling outside before turning 15, your courage is indeed remarkable. Young Master Lu smiled in relief. At 15 he is still just a child, no wonder his body is so soft and frail. She draped her removed black robe over the back of the sofa, seated herself quietly, waiting as if silently anticipating my arrival. When Inggu and the others returned, they happened to see Wu Linger finishing her meal, contentedly holding a cup of tea by the campfire. It was then they realized Wu Linger seemed to have become even more sensitive to the cold than a few days ago. Previously she would at most sit by the campfire at night for warmth, but now even during the day she needed to sit by the campfire. So you are not cut out to be the leader. The lewd man sighed helplessly, walking forward with his hands behind his back, uttering a remark that left the young man even more puzzled, making him quite bewildered, unable to comprehend what his own leader meant. Tang Zihan seemed to sense something, suddenly opening her eyes to find that she was not dead and saw a gigantic sword before her. She stared blankly at the sword, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Do you not crave power? I will lend you mine, but give me a reason that makes you worthy of being the heir of gods and demons. The sword spirit spoke coldly. The naive black dog, hearing Wang Xingxin's shout, quickly slammed on the brakes, nearly tumbling to the ground. Originally Granny Sun, who was somewhat unconvinced and wanted to make Nangong Qian suffer a bit to realize her mistakes, was left dumbfounded as she watched her chop through a pile of wood effortlessly without even catching her breath. Born a vampire, he possessed no inherent malice, yet why could he not feel any warmth? Seeing the man approach so easily, Jianya couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry as she looked at Bai Yi's back. Once outside the bounds of this restriction, it revealed a vast grassland where a few tall trees stood, though they were not numerous. Hee, I quite like this strange thing. After saying this, Tang Yu picked up the piece of wood and toyed with it for a moment. Then a loud explosion echoed as the Martial King's cave was instantly reduced to rubble. Wu Xiulian felt his malicious gaze lingering on her, a feeling of indescribable disgust rising in her heart. She turned to glance at her son, who was hiding behind her, gritted her teeth, and managed a slight nod despite her inner displeasure. Captain Kai Shuaihuayan makes a valid point. We are outsiders. If we all display murderous intent, how will the townsfolk perceive us? Tian Gu. Yi Xiu advised from the side. Ling Tian. Xiao Linger tightly grasped Ling Tian's large hand, her face reflecting excitement. She understood well what the Xiantian sect meant to Ling Tian. Finding the Xiantian killing sword today held a unique significance for him. In exasperation, she dispelled her escape light, turning her hand back to unleash 5 beams of multicolored light from her fingertips, which intertwined into a dazzling multicolored sword light that sliced fiercely forward. However, they found that Junhao facing Su Hongling showed no unusual demeanor, still calmly holding the beauty in one arm while maintaining eye contact with Su Hongling. Ling Tian transformed into 3, unleashing the power of reincarnation as 3 earth-shattering attacks surged towards the blood-heavenly Taoist with ferocity. It seems we are about to be kidnapped by these 2 crazy fellows. Fei Fingzi and the others thought bitterly, yet Long Tian Demon Sovereign had already prepared a reason for them. Come restrain me, treat me as a hostage, said young Master Su, already having devised a plan in his heart, allowing others to remain unsuspecting while saving on hiring costs by making himself the hostage. So which mercenary group is willing to go next? Fa Ma also deemed Junhao's words reasonable, thus looking at the others as he asked. All of this led Qian Feishuan to believe that Yi Xiu was very likely the most special person in her life. However, just as Emperor Yuzhou was about to speak, the despairing aura instantly dissipated. The damn Chinese left them with nothing, and the American devils were already contemplating starting the Third World War while fighting with the gluttonous empire. At that moment, under the control of Gaia and Alea, a crystal began to spin mesmerizingly. Who can understand what he is saying? Old Mai asked the patrolling team that had gathered around. He could continue communicating with this fellow telepathically but did not wish to expose his newly discovered magical abilities. The Dragon Knight Morin had already become the reverse scale of the Golden Dragon. Anyone who bullied him was bullying the dragon itself, which was intolerable. In that case, why not let Zhu Bian take the stage? Zhu Bian volunteered, raising his hand. Since grace draws out the potential within the human body rather than directly granting power naturally, individuals with good aptitude could gain more strength, becoming stronger than others. Old Mai had sharp eyes and quickly spotted a safe corner nearby where a detonator lay on the ground. One could imagine that once the engineer twisted the cross button on the detonator, the entire excavation face would explode repeatedly, the sound shaking the heavens and the earth. However, merely placing a lock on the spatial rift through the aura did not truly solve the underlying problem. The hidden dangers remained like a ticking time bomb, and it seemed that successfully isolating the second target from the Sagalai invasion was not the end, as the third target was naturally looming. Nevertheless, he instinctively chose to flee. Even without hope, he had to strive for it. If he were caught off guard and his energy core destroyed, his cultivation career would be completely ruined. Moreover, from Zhang Huan's earlier words, it was evident that someone was targeting him and likely wanted his life. Seeing the icy aura surging towards Tu Hao, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could Tu Hao withstand the secret technique of a class powerhouse? Xiao Qier glanced at Yi Qingcheng, who ate with solemn focus. She ate quite heartily, looking utterly delectable. Xiao Qier was surprised to find that every dish on the table was crafted with exquisite finesse and tasted beyond praise. Outside the silent palace walls, the drip of water could be faintly heard, accompanied by occasional hurried gasps. Mu Jinqi's gaze met those pale violet eyes. His dark pupils tightened for a moment before relaxing. No matter the passage of time, they were unchanged from before. Sure enough, as time passed, Yun Hen's speed gradually waned and wounds began to appear. Xian Yuan Tian's sword struck, sending him reeling. Very well. There's not much happening here for now. If I need anything, just some research or the like, it'll come to you. Li Chen nodded. Yao Qingmu stood quietly on the chilly early spring street, staring at the clinic's closed wooden doors for so long that mist blurred her eyes and clouded her vision. Have you come to terms? Come to terms with what? Jingyi did not understand the meaning of Helian and Ya's words then, but after years and the vicissitudes of life, she finally grasped what they had meant. But when she saw the filth from the latrine clinging to his cuff, the fragile uplift of her spirits collapsed back into the abyss. This carriage. He pointed at the vehicle before them in astonishment. They had been walking together. When had this carriage appeared? The governor nodded. The garrison commander replied, My lord, our defenders are fewer than 3,000, including the old, the weak and the infirm. Without the people's aid, this city would be difficult to hold. Driving everyone out would be like cutting off our own arm. Only today did I understand what the Shao family meant to second aunt. It was the reason for her existence, the sum of her devotion, her very soul. If the stepfather is the spirit of the house, then second aunt is the guardian of that spirit. Ma Ming followed Liu Bei into the rear hall. Liu Bei took a sip of wine and sighed. Advisor, do you think there remains any chance for me to rise further? The person on the bed remained languid and listless. His voice was soft and free of sharp emotion, and even when he was pressing the argument, his tone sounded almost like a laugh. That day she blurted out, Whoever first gives me a child, I'll marry them. It nearly drove her father to fury. Xian Hong rejoiced. He had never intended to kill Wu Yu outright, knowing Xian Yu would defend him and that even he had no means. Yet now the situation had turned. Exiling Wu Yu to Binglan Star was little different from killing him. Oh Yang, I don't want to die. I want to live with you, not die with you. Go. Bring reinforcements. I'll wait for you. Return and take me. Shu Yun's voice choked. She wished for him to live, truly live. Fate is a fearful thing. When destinies meet, be they auspicious or cursed, their collision becomes inexplicable. 7 heaps of supreme ore appeared before Pan Haodong, each a different hue, yet all sharing a luminous crystalline clarity that bespoke immense worth. Long Xing broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had been staying home lately and met no one because of his mood. If he had accidentally let something slip and Wang Shua sensed it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Her name was Lin Ferong, born into a prominent Qingzhou family. Her standing was no less than Li Feifei's. At school she kept close with them and was a congenial, trusted friend. Yun Xiao led Yuan Cheng to a spot with 5 people, took a pill from his pocket and handed it to Yuan Cheng. Frankly, if it had been Li Chang, he might have exploded, charging forward and spitting in the other's face, even at the cost of his life. Li Chang had just straightened and turned to leave when someone grabbed the shoulder strap of his combat vest and with a shove pinned him against the wall. Everyone around watched me. At that moment I ignored their gazes. I only wanted to vent. Chang Gexing always felt that though His Highness the Crown Prince appeared courteous, there was something sinisterly cold beneath the surface. Then continue the search. The more I consider it, the more suspicious the Song family seems. What a pity that the embroidered beauty in my Jin princely residence has fallen into this den of demons, a bright pearl cast into darkness. Chang Gexing sighed deeply, full of emotion. Bai Ji was taken aback. The heartbreaking pill only worked against the Baiyue heart-eating toxin. Could this girl have been afflicted by such a poison? Su Luoluo climbed off the sofa and unsteady made her way into her mother's waiting arms. Li Jiuzhen dragged the bloodied man back into position, glanced at those at the door with a gentle smile and spoke in a mild tone. This was the last message received from Yuan Lion's men. Contact was lost thereafter.
They had been tasked by Yi Shi to search the upper and lower reaches of the Xian River for immortal bodies, but judging by this, something had happened to them. Since when did the Witch Clan's rites grow so potent? The foremost expert among the immortals understood the Witch Clan's methods as well, yet the force she unleashed did not amount to even 1% of Chu Feng's.
Isn't this impossibly hard?
Li Shuo muttered after frowning and pondering for a while. As he thought, he zoomed the map and saw that the golden starred location marked a wooden building, which puzzled him. Such a futuristic place should not appear so shabby on the outside. Hua Romo suddenly understood that the complex emotions Ling Ji felt during childbirth stemmed from the child from the moment he was born, or rather from the very instant his soul was entrusted into Ling Ji's womb. He had been cursed. Quan Hong shook his head in helpless resignation and turned away. He had only been watching Tao Kiki out of concern, yet she had misunderstood his intent. She spoke as she rose onto her toes, gently wiping the sweat from Quan Hong's brow with an ingratiating air.
Wang Bifeng laughed loudly, paying little heed to Li Wei's affront and even finding leisure to tease himself. Old Master Zai's favoritism toward Qinghe was well known.
If Qinghe had lost her memory, it meant she had forgotten the past 2 years. Everything could begin anew and their marriage might yet have a chance. Lu Xiuhantai and Wang Bao watched Shifang and Shur less aggressive posturing and heard their words. Their tightly furrowed brows eased slightly, for they knew Shurhan was no ordinary figure and not someone to offend lightly. He dared not tell Madame Shen about holding the birthday banquet here. If she discovered it, she would certainly have forbidden him from attending. Especially coming from poverty and humble origins, he held an almost irrational confidence in his abilities and resented those scholars born of great families.
Zhengge, are you hurt?
Lu Xiaoxue looked at Zhang Fan's arm and terror drops of crimson blood fell from it, staining the ground red. When he had bullied her last night, she had cried on in the same way, yet at that time he had shown no restraint. It would have been one thing to leave the earlier matter unspoken, but now that Chu Shangjin had put it squarely on the table, Lu Chang could no longer continue to laugh it off.
At that moment, Mr. Hu and Mrs.
Who entered. Both were slightly astonished at the sight of the two girls. Yi Chen naturally would not blame him. Though he did not know whether spies still lurked at this time, raising one's guard was surely no mistake. After all, it was a soldier's duty, otherwise border patrols would be pointless. Shanya was instantly stunned. He wanted to sign a contract with me.
Was it for real?
The CEO would not so brazenly declare he wanted an idle woman like her at the company, would he? She finally understood one thing: having someone who makes things easy helps.
The sect elder Zhang Wang from Lu Ziteo's sect swept over, performed a brief examination, and his heart sank. Internal organs utterly shattered, the sternum broken, the meridians pulverized.
This was the son she had carried for 10 months and born, so why did she now feel as though she were stealing another woman's child? You'll see when you return. Take good care of yourself during this time, Li Yaotian said. He still felt somewhat unable to let go of his worries about Su Mo.
Especially now she still bore injuries, wounds not to be taken lightly.
Yet when two utterly different sword techniques intertwined, they became all the more violent, a case of 1 + 1 greater than 2, both ferocious and strangely lingering. Mu Xianlang could sense that Rui Kaioxin's attitude toward him was growing warmer, as if she were attempting to accept him. Though their intimacy remained insufficient, they were able to calm their hearts and engage in a proper conversation. Hearing Yuan Meng's resolute tone, Han Xiu smiled with relief and then outlined the general situation. Many people were present at the meal this time. Aside from the dishes Lin Wanyu prepared herself, the rest were made by the chefs.
Very well, haha, Zhao Banyao laughed. The bao is mine, look after it for me, I'll be right back. Before his voice fell, he had already transformed into a streaking rainbow and entered Lingxiao Baodian. We have business, we must go. A demon with an elephant's trunk yet otherwise human in form clumsily snatched up his share of the takings and fled. Damn, so you just gave me a blank slot and expected me to find someone myself. You really are ruthless, Yuan Xing complained upon hearing Zhang Tian's words. In an instant a terrifying roar replaced every other sound. People of all cultivations felt the world tilt, their ears buzzing and thin threads of blood trickled from their ear canals. But the haughty Major Zhang did not regard him seriously, since the other had struck first. To refuse to answer would make him seem afraid of that old fellow. Yi Feng was also covered in blood, his white robe had turned crimson. Especially at the lower abdomen, the dantian area, the robe was torn and flesh exposed, the blood had soaked that portion, making him look even more pitiful than Lin Lang. In such harsh weather, pedestrians on the main street were nearly non-existent. The emptiness paired with the wailing wind felt almost ghostly. If you come you will die, so you should not have come. If you had waited until your powers were restored, you would have a chance to survive. You have come at the wrong time. Yuan Jin answered Chen Jing's offhand retort earnestly. Zheng Donglius' closed eyes suddenly opened and, brimming with confidence, he declared big.
Speaking thus, he picked up a 50,000 tael silver note and pressed it onto the day. Zhang Yifeng and the others followed suit, each placing their bets on the di faces alight with anticipation of the spectacle. Yet the blood-hued armor on Zhengli was clearly astonishingly defensive. Though his chest had been indented, the armor had fully withstood the heavenly firefinger and spared Zhengli a graver wound. Ding Yi leisurely finished a bunch of grapes and then savored them in his mouth for a while. The tart and sweet flavor was delightful. At that moment Li Chunfeng was about to teach Lu Xian how to condense Daoist true fire, sense the 5 elements essence with the mind and refine it into magical power.
In the end, Yang Zhe coaxed and produced evidence to persuade Chu Qiancheng to enter. Walking along the pebble path while watching the large central fountain spray its waters, one could still hear the gentle murmur of flowing water. Yuemo glanced at the elevator's floor indicator and murmured, then froze the moment the doors opened. Mutwu said the thing that had flown overhead was a demon bird called the Wasluanio 5-colored Luan bird. Each year on the 15th day of the 8th month it would fly into the south courtyard of the Su residence, linger for half an hour, then leave. No one knew where it came from or where it went. In short, it happened every year and was not a secret at the Su residence. Of course, while the notion sounds simple, the actual execution is as difficult as scaling the heavens. Squad leader that man says he planted more than a dozen bottles of poisonous drinks around the city and told us to sit back and watch the spectacle. At that moment a policeman ran over and told Fong Mu. The 100T support had completely read his approach, leaving him no way to enter and instantly take down the AD. What is displayed above is a diamond-shaped high tower enveloped by a garden exquisitely crafted, leaving one to marvel that it must have originated from the hands of a deity. Humans cannot create such exquisite architecture. Previously, Gue Bao had contemplated entering the Qianzhongsing killing formation to experience its power and see if he could tame the unicorn wild rhinoceros, but it seems that is no longer necessary. If discovered, he would likely have to transform and flee the city at full speed without even the time to change clothes. However, as Kaiza just became a key member of the main team, he immediately faced hostility from Shi Zhanjiang and Kai Pengfei, who had just inflicted a severe beating on them. What more do they want now? The two-man gang and his companion wielding a sickle and a whip complemented each other seamlessly, their defense impenetrable, leading to a stalemate. Once Xian captures the Winter City, the tragedy of Rob will officially begin, as a bloody wedding awaits him next. Nevertheless, Wu Xianfa and Wu Tua had only recently joined the Xizhou army. In terms of seniority rank contributions and connections with the Wang army envoy, they fell far short compared to the other commanders. All living beings are life forms, the cycle of life and death is constant. There is no distinction of high and low, rich and poor, naturally all beings should be treated equally, murmured the Buddha Duobao with a sigh. Seeing the black-clad figures rushing in, the villagers hurriedly formed hand seals, causing countless roots and vines to rise from the great tree to combat the black-clad intruders. All right. When Mother Xia stepped outside, her head was still a bit dizzy. What was I going to say just now? Unlike Wei Zheng and Wang Gui, who were former subordinates of Li Jiancheng but had their own loyalties, Li Er, their opponent, held them in considerable esteem, sharing old grievances without deep animosities. Yet Pei Ji was indeed a genuine enemy. Watching the heaven-piercing strike suddenly redirect towards him, Ding Yu was caught off guard, but he lifted his gun and fired, unleashing another heaven-piercing strike. Suddenly the sound of swords and dragon roars reverberated through the heavens and earth as Ling Tian's figure shot up from within the giant tower. Bai Jin's expression had turned icy. She was not one to shy away from trouble, and knowing she could no longer escape, she refused to compromise her dignity. After leaving the Su family, Su Tianyi found his senior brother Jing Pengcheng. He felt somewhat guilty towards him. And as a result his relationship with Su Hongyang worsened, leaving him unable to improve the situation. Upon learning that Ding Yu was about to head to the Brush family, the U.S. military immediately took emergency action, sealing off an area of 500 meters around the Brush family to prepare for a major incident. The Eastern Emperor bell continued to roar, and even Ling Tian could not remain there for long. After all, Qin Hao was merely his older brother, not his father. Moreover, he felt that even if it were his biological father, being angry at this moment would be quite understandable. Zhan Wushuan kindled a fire in the center, roasting the previously hunted roe deer, now golden and succulent, the enticing aroma making even the carnivorous beasts accustomed to raw flesh unable to resist, roaring towards the sky. A new subject is like a new door, completely opening up new ideas. Yi Fei was fully immersed in it, paying close attention to every theory. Thus the first month after the school started passed by. New dishes are naturally a bit more expensive, so it's no surprise that Manager Lan collected 6 taels of silver, claiming that friends visiting in the future would surely come again. Once Fang Zong replaced the position of the commander, he could rest easy, no longer having the mental support to continue, and would directly become the military soul drawn into the military soul valley by the Eastern Kingdom. Thus the Ghost Slayer team could only rally around Fang Zong, who as the commander must remain stationed in the Eastern Kingdom and cannot step out of the borders. The last surviving T-34 tank finally intercepted the 438T light tanks attempting to flank amidst a whirlwind of dust. Those who can come here apart from the extremely loyal followers are only the high-ranking officials and strong individuals from various major powers. As the saying goes, old people are cunning, old ghosts are clever. The old ghost had long seen through Zhao Xian as someone unworthy of befriending, seemingly dull but actually dark-hearted. However, isn't eating the wicked still consuming humans? Amidst the fierce expression of Shui Yunyan, Luo Fengqing slowly raised his hand, and suddenly an ice sword appeared in his grasp. There was nothing magical about the man's voice, yet this plain voice made Weber lose his concentration. In an instant his pupils unconsciously dilating, and his hand instinctively withdrew from his pocket. "You can do it," said Xiphus. However, if Mo Mengchen truly refused, she would be greatly disappointed. After capturing Hill 142, the German 29th Motorized Division, which had received a reinforcement of heavy artillery from higher-ups during the pre-war preparation phase, immediately began to deploy artillery positions on the hill. This floor plan can be described as two rectangles of different lengths stacked together, with one rectangle extending nearly 80 centimeters longer and the entrance door placed on this extended length. Chen Yuanwu also took a photo for her, so there was no need to wait until the weekend to go to the military service agency or the photo studio in the county town, nor to wait endlessly for a week to retrieve the photos. Inside the underground command post of the Taiwanese Woko, chaos ensued as their previous command post had already been flattened by bombs. Yixing supported Julie. Although both only had superficial injuries, the vampire could not afford to lose too much blood and she remained very weak. Many people felt the situation was serious, but at this point they could only treat the news as a pastime. The moment her words faded, he whirled around without warning, his broad heavy frame descending upon her. His long fingers swept aside the strands of hair veiling her face with commanding force, and his tongue glided lightly over the tip of her nose before drawing a sudden tender suction at her lips. Yes, yes. I'll arrange it immediately. Truth be told, young master, you need only make a call. You truly needn't trouble yourself to come all the way here. It had even made him wonder what grave matter had arisen, so grave that he dared not hold a meeting. Yi Yucheng glanced briefly, then frowned impatiently, the delicate arch of his brow tightening in mild irritation. How vexing, he thought. To ignore the question outright would seem rude, so reluctantly he typed, "Are you conducting a household registration inquiry? Given your capabilities, uncovering my identity shouldn't prove particularly difficult, should it?" Luo Mo instructed the remaining soldiers to guard his father's coffin, then prepared to join them in hunting down the demon wolf. Though reluctant to remain through the night in that eerie, desolate place, the soldiers dared not defy Luo Mo's command, and obeyed without protest. Then what else could it be, Yao Yao? If there's nothing between you and him, why do you fear my meeting him? And why must you speak with him so late at night? Why not wait until daylight? Luo Yu forcibly suppressed the rising fury coiling within his chest and spoke with unmistakable displeasure. First release me. Tang Ruoyo evaded Luo Yu with evident annoyance. After all, this was an inn in their own village. Being seen by conservative villagers who knew her would hardly be appropriate. Asleep. Jiamo, hearing only the ringtone echo several times without a reply from Morong, assumed she had drifted off. Just as he was about to hang up, Morong answered the call. Had Feng Ziyu simply descended to the living room and sat down as usual to watch television or occupy himself otherwise, old Master Feng would have said nothing. But he was deeply dissatisfied with Feng Ziyu's recent act of eavesdropping. If I already knew, why would I ask you? Why do you always target me? Is it because I am a blood demon? Is it because to you I hold the same utilitarian value as Chung Feng does? Jielan could fathom no other explanation. Her mind drew blank beyond these possibilities. A sharp sting on her lips jolted Yi Xian fully back from shock. Her eyes locked fiercely onto the pair, gazing down at her eyes so exquisite they intoxicated the soul. Seeing her own stunned reflection mirrored within them, she momentarily forgot even to push him away. Rarely did she enjoy a full month of leisure unburdened by sulfactory affairs, and she embraced every activity with unbridled enthusiasm. Pangu brewed a fine wine from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. I claimed it for myself, Xiao Yao Zi teased, deliberately withholding further details. Officer Zhou, your congratulations are rather startling. Gaoko could only think the operational competence of Interpol left much to be desired. He shouted to stop them, but it was already too late. Duke Jim and his 8 men, relying on formidable physical prowess, dodged incoming bullets with agile leaps and lunges, howling as they stormed into the building, determined to shatter the enemy's gun line. They were mere instants from smashing through the window when suddenly they vanished without a trace. A gaunt elderly man appeared outside the shop, his aura thunderous and commanding. He cast a single glance at Bai Ye's table, then strode inside. The two youths cowering behind Bai Yi trembled violently, their eyes wide with terror. Joey stormed out late that night, heading straight for the airport. He felt no reason to stay any longer. Then again, it was only natural, many sought Zhou Yi's favor. She had done nothing yet had won such an exceptional man. No wonder resentment simmered among so many. Put another way, had Lang Yifan loved her less, perhaps their hearts might have found some measure of equilibrium. Such profound insights forged in life and death combat, no amount of solitary practice at home, however prolonged, could ever replicate. Wei Yan was taken aback. Though the dim light obscured her features, he clearly saw her wearing a man's topknot in male attire, and the robe she held in her hand was unmistakably masculine. Zhou Zikai laughed softly, then suddenly sat beside Hui Chen. Raising a glass, he chuckled low and deep. When he lifted his gaze, his face hovered barely 5 or 6 centimeters from Hui Chen's. This kind of pain, endured once, would etch itself indelibly into memory for a lifetime. Yet Yi Hichu had endured it not once but many times over. Ching Mu's expression darkened instantly upon witnessing the scene. At that very moment, a flash of piercing brilliance flared in his eyes. His palms snapped together in sullen reverence, Amitba, then parted sharply as his hands erupted into lightning-fast intricate gestures midair. When Michelle saw Yi Xuanhuan approach, a surge of fierce excitement flooded her ashen face. The eerie music paired with that horrifying imagery evoked chilling associations with horror films, yet when she tried to shut it off neither her phone nor her computer would respond. Though he knew she always exercised restraint, such a brazen act of abduction was utterly unbecoming of his Ali. She had harmed no one, yet where there is one there may soon be two. If she spared them now, might she not be swayed, by others' influence, to harm them next time? He understood her motives were justified, but he would not tolerate her adopting the reckless habits of spoiled aristocrats. In other words, protagonist status is not granted by desire, it is earned through battle, through overwhelming strength. Now seeing blood gush from Qin Xiao's chest, Qi Xiao realized resistance against Tang Yi was futile. If Tang Sheng himself had intervened, their fate was sealed. Xin Lin possessed extraordinary talent in cooking, dexterous, intuitive and artful. Even a simple dish of fried noodles emerged from her hands as if it were a banquet delicacy. As he spoke, he tore open his shirt, revealing a broad muscular chest, then spread his arms wide in an open welcoming gesture toward Li Fengxian. In defeat, Prince Tsun led his shattered forces into the mountains, retreating deep into the ancient mist-shrouded forests, until at last he was slain by his own soldiers in that remote wilderness. Yan Yaozong, Huang Huan and several other second-year students trailed timidly behind Xin Lin toward the faculty office. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to Butler Wu and expressed his gratitude. Throughout the Jiangnan region, the Yi family's diagnostic mastery in medical pathology was universally revered, none dared challenge their authority. Master Chen could not help but smile wryly, who truly understood this craft more deeply. Harmless. Just because he declares it harmless does not make it so. A vengeful ghost slaughter is no idle threat. Surely this young Master Zhang disbelieves feng shui altogether. Is he deliberately courting death? I paused and turned back. The figure of Lu Lingyun stood upon the staircase, his outward strength masking a sorrow so subtle, so faint it almost escaped perception. Li Liyun smiled gently as she smoothed Yan Outyan's clothes and lightly patted his chest. Brother Guan, should you choose to retreat into seclusion among the mountains and forests, it would be a blessing for all under heaven. Lu Yong immediately knelt in deep reverence. The others followed suit, bowing as one. Meanwhile, the innkeeper of Fu Lion stepped out after speaking with his wife, only to discover that consulting her had been utterly futile. The steward would still have to extend credit. He returned to the shop where the steward waited patiently. Fan Yi asked Feizhou whether there existed any other means to repair the flying vessel. Feizhou replied that aside from the essence of Di Qing, would only the intervention of a divine king-level cultivator could restore it. Indeed. This time was a display of authority. Next time he may strike directly at you. The elder nodded gravely upon hearing this. Chow Chow, I Lu Yong will remember you. Lu Yong nodded coolly. He too understood the truth beneath the calm surface, though nothing stirred outwardly. An icy bone-piercing chill hung palpably in the air. Sun Wukong strode forward with a playful grin and cast a body-freezing art, instantly immobilizing every bandit, leaving them utterly unable to move. You suspect your birth parents disregard blood ties. That sentiment I understand. Yet we are sentient beings endowed with independent will. We must not rely upon others nor demand affection or protection from kin or friends. And above all, we are cultivators. A nearby soldier struck him hard across the face, sending Lu Qian crashing to the ground. Xiao Feng gazed upward at Sasha suspended 3 zhang above the earth, his eyes burning with murderous fury. Fan Yi hurled forth the black prison sword and controlled it with his mind, then struck its thick heavy blade with a single arcane seal. Yet ever since the demon descended upon them, tensions within the group had grown unmistakably sharper. Were it not for the team's steadily rising prospects, it might long since have fractured beyond repair. But inevitable storms always break, and the timeless truth remains: Wang Kai will never cease indulging his base appetites. Yet Feng San could not recall who the man was, though something about him stirred vague recognition, because Yun Feilong stood with his back turned. He simply refused to believe Yun Feilong would dare set foot upon the Brotherhood's territory. In truth, Gu Lingxiu knew nothing of the matter. Though he had met Miss Lu Jin before, this was their first proper conversation, and certainly not the occasion on which he had incurred a life debt to her. The staff found it strange earlier a station had been sued by Youku for copyright infringement, resulting in the detention of 3 executives from a station's Jiangsu branch, including Zhu Zhouyi. Then, what do you want? Shen Mengxue hastily crossed her arms over her chest and cried out, voice trembling with apprehension. She was by nature a stern and serious woman. He would turn 70 next year, yet appeared scarcely 50, no cosmetics concealed that fact. A wound lay just below his shoulder blade, roughly 3 fingers wide and 1 finger long. What made the wound peculiar was its nature. It bore no resemblance to injuries inflicted by blade spears or halberds. Instead, a patch of skin had simply vanished. Mother. Xuanchuan's hesitation only heightened Madame Jin's agitation. Unwilling to see her mother die, enraged, he reluctantly nodded in assent. As if avenging Chunyu, Han Sang Tian seized Yu Jing by the collar and hoisted him onto the northern wall, the very same wall Yun Yan habitually scaled to enter the regent's mansion. If so, he saw no reason to refrain from plucking a few feathers from this prodigious creator to replenish his own desperately depleted resources. Seeing how many had already withdrawn, the two surmised the task ahead would be no simple feat, and resolved therefore to commit themselves fully. Shin Sume blinked back tears as she gazed upon her increasingly frail father-in-law. Even when she had departed years earlier, the old man had looked older than his peers. Now he was little more than a skeletal frame, emaciated, stooped, utterly devoid of vitality. "Give it to me." After Su Weiniing halted playback, Lin Zihong's voice came lazily, but laced with chilling resolve. "Pretend this thing never existed." Once Lin Zihong accepted the USB drive, he glanced down at the oblivious figure nestled in his arms and murmured a quiet, haunting admonition. Ye Fu, how do you know her? Could it be that you two, who look like twin blossoms, are actually acquainted?" Zhou Jiani too sensed something deeply amiss. Scorching breath brushed against her eyelids. Sang Yu closed her eyes, listening to the rhythmic clatter of the train, a sound that in the hush of midnight felt tender, endless, profoundly soothing. Though this development was objectively favorable for them, it held little joy. Regardless of approach, the situation far exceeded the capacity of ordinary people to resolve. If it were solvable by common means, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Within the tomb rested a half-step immortal emperor, long deceased, yet even the faintest exhalation of his lingering aura could effortlessly crush an immortal king. Bai Shui herself felt suffocated by its oppressive weight. A faint voice suddenly resonated in midair. A gust of black wind swept through the tent, coalescing at its center into the silhouette of a man. Indeed, the Japanese visitors that day were ostensibly journalists, yet each bore a covert identity. Their knowledge of military affairs surpassed even that of junior Japanese officers. They had known of Japan's devastating aerial losses long before official reports surfaced. With a mother like you, a complete fool, what grand future could he possibly hope for? Li Hanan cradled the child and coldly sidestepped her grasping hand. The angelic race commanded only 8 archangels, whereas the realm of light boasted 11 sovereign deities. The disparity in power was glaring. To all observers, the angelic race was the softest of targets. The core philosophy of the demonic blade revolved entirely around deception. Its angles of attack were even more treacherous and ruthless than Nacini's. Especially unsettling was Suja's ability to control the blade through sheer will, deepening Nacini's wariness of him. After Min finished speaking, she immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. In her hands the cold moon blade flickered and vanished as she formed a mudra with her hands. Her demeanor was serene and beautiful, her posture graceful and dignified. In an instant she entered a state of oblivion where her surroundings shimmered with a white jade-like glow, captivating to behold. After listening to Wang Yang's words, I found myself deep in thought, pondering whether I should trust him. However, since it was what Chang Wei said, she must have wanted me to go. So should I go or not? That evening he came again. After having dinner with her, he took her up the mountain to pick mushrooms, saying he wanted her to cook them for him the next afternoon. Lu Wu had already discerned what the white light was. It was not human, but rather a giant creature covered in snow-white fur. Hong Shuangxi glanced at me and asked, "What do you know?" Then he continued to eat while studying the sketch he had drawn himself. Rumor had it that she had been clinging to him and he had no choice but to marry her, yet he seemed to be the one deeply in love. "Husband, I feel so hot," Chang Lianer said, her face flushed and beads of sweat starting to form on her neck. The man, frightened by such words, deliberately hid behind Nan Tian's figure to avoid being seen by Mu Lingxi. Mu Qingwan was taken aback by the question. It was clearly a simple retort, yet she sensed an ambiguous and wicked undertone in his words. If comprehending the unity of heaven and earth is a rarity among millions, then grasping the longevity of heaven and earth is an absolute 1 in millions or even 1 in trillions, truly a near impossibility. Since the dawn of time, no ancient texts have recorded such an occurrence. With a sly smile, Huang Jun clearly intended to push the villainy to the extreme. He had no intention of letting Lu Qingyu speak and had already begun directing his henchmen to pounce on Lu Qingyu and the others. In 3 years, although 500 cultivators had made many breakthroughs, none matched Su Peng, who had simultaneously advanced 2 realms, including the notoriously difficult Golden Core stage, a critical juncture for cultivators, far harder than progressing from Golden Core to Nascent Soul. At that moment, Director Joseph hesitated upon hearing the words of the scriptwriter. After all, this matter had already been settled. Yet when he heard about the incident involving Chen Daki at the airport and recalled that she had not signed a contract, Director Joseph decided to replace her. So what does senior sister mean? Helian Nua pondered, indeed, not having considered such matters. Lu Qingyu fell flat on his face. Although this was an illusory space and he felt no pain, it did not prevent him from falling like a flower in the rain. Chu Tianxiong appeared somewhat excited as he raised his glass. "Today I want to say a few words to my brothers. I thank you all for your help that day, otherwise I would have truly suffered. Now let's raise a toast to everyone. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." Saying this, he downed the contents of his glass in one go. Luo Yishuan was unaware that 2 passengers had inadvertently recognized her on the plane, causing chaos among the passengers, and her return home was quickly spread throughout the country. Indeed, the young man leisurely strolling down the street was Lin Tian. While the outside world had passed only a few days, months had already passed in the inheritance space, and the situation in the island nation had also undergone some changes. Long Di and the others were also aware that the Lin Indian organization had thousands of members, yet the emperor had only 3 able to command only 300, while the remaining 700 could not be led by Tian Iman, so they had to be handed over to the Shen Yuan family's emperor.
The man in black was startled and hurriedly dodged. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have nearly lost his life. It's not enough for a top ninja to only excel in certain secret techniques, he must also master various details. For instance, there was a ninja who excelled in infiltration and disguise, able to slip into others' homes during the day without being detected.
Oh no.
I didn't expect him to have such tactics, allowing him to escape. Ding Hao's expression changed.
Do you know what this red liquid is from the monkey eagle?
Madman Li glanced around at everyone and asked, but they all shook their heads.
If it wasn't blood, then what could it be?
There are over 10,000 types of martial arts, many of which are below the third rank. Moreover, a considerable portion of them were uniquely created by senior martial artists based on their characteristics, meaning that if others practiced these martial arts, the effects would be poor, yielding far less than the effort expended. Mu Shui was stunned. He had intended to use his last strength to take revenge on Han Jiang, yet he had failed, and with the presence of the divine power spring, what he did only aided Han Jiang. Upon hearing this, Hong's father snorted, breathing heavily, his peripheral vision occasionally glancing at his son, who had his head down. After dozens of encounters, Yi Xian leaped over Song Yun's head, the spear shadows like rain cutting off all of Song Yun's escape routes.
After the rain, Luani, after careful consideration, devised a compromise.
To elevate Kaiyan's status among the many wives after ascending the throne, although Luani abandoned the idea of making her the empress, he decided to proclaim her as the empress of wisdom and virtue.
He was left speechless when battling the members of the Duangon family, especially given his formidable recovery ability. Moreover, at that time he was still using the Diamond Demon Body technique.
It seemed that those with strong physical recovery abilities could counter the Diamond Demon Body technique of Zai Yuan.